Chapter 1. The Divorce System. Host, do you contemplate divorce today? The cultivation return remains at a millionfold. In the ancient, elegant hall within the realm of Xinshu on the Qing'an continent, Qing'an held a carving knife, meticulously. Shaping a piece of wood, he paid no heed to the system's daily inquiry, his hands continuing their work. His little daughter would celebrate her 5th birthday tomorrow. He intended to craft a heartfelt, handmade gift for her. Upon divorce, while your wife may claim half of your cultivation, you can reclaim a millionfold of what you lose. Wouldn't you be tempted by the thought that even the mightiest foes could be crushed with a mere notion of yours? System, your incessant chattering today is wearisome. I have already attained invincibility in this world and wish to refrain from further bloodshed. What difference does a millionfold strength make? Initially, he had forged his path through slaughter, but having taken countless lives, his temperament had grown savage. Now, having spent considerable time in this realm, he had cleansed the rage from his heart and embraced a simple life. He cherished this grounded existence immensely. Moreover, he loved his wife dearly. They had been married for a millennium, traversing numerous experiences together, their affection deep and their respect mutual. Even though he had concealed his identity as the demon emperor, presenting himself as significantly weaker than his wife, who was on the verge of reaching the emperor realm, she had never looked down upon him for his lack of power. Such a bond was indeed rare. Furthermore, they had 3 children together. If they were to divorce, what would happen to the children? It is said that the lower realms are invincible, while the upper realms bring adversaries. Are you not concerned that one day formidable foes from above may descend? And even if you are untroubled, I am fearful if you perish, I shall not survive either. I shall consider divorce should foes emerge from the upper realm. The system fell silent. Had it appeared before the host had achieved invincibility, perhaps things would have turned out differently. At that moment, Qing'an suddenly heard the familiar sound of a bell. Halting his work, a paternal smile gracing his face, he looked up to see a little girl with a bun hairstyle scampering towards him. "Father, Meow Meow has come to play with you." Lu Meow Meow, clad in an apricot red shirt, twirled as her right hand jingled with a golden bell. Her small hand clutched a half-eaten rose pastry, sugar crumbs adorning her sleeves. "Oh dear, has my little cotton-padded jacket awakened?" Qing'an lifted the child, spinning her around. "Yes, father. What are you doing?" "I'm making you a gift." "What kind of gift? Can I eat it?" "It's not edible, but it's quite fun." "All right then." "Father, there's something I want to tell you in secret, but you mustn't tell Mother. She said I absolutely must not share it with you, or she won't let me have any pastries. If your mother has said not to tell Father, why do you wish to share? Are you not afraid of missing out on the pastries you desire?" Qing'an gently tapped his daughter's nose. "But I do not wish to keep secret from you. Meow Meow loves you the most, ah? Indeed, you are my favorite Meow Meow. However, if you made a promise to your mother, you must not break it. One must be an honest and trustworthy child. But Mother asked me whom I would choose if you two separated, and I do not want you to part ways." El Mio Mio pouted her small lips. "Mio Mio, did your mother really say that to you?" This news struck him unexpectedly. "Yes. Just now, Mio Mio had a nightmare. In the dream, Mother and Father wanted to separate." "Woo-woo, I don't want you to separate." El Mio Mio clutched Qing'an's neck tightly, pouting her lips in distress. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qing'an felt a heavy weight in his heart. How could this child understand the concept of separation? Furthermore, why would his wife pose such questions to their child? Qing'an gazed at his daughter gently. "Mio Mio, what else did your mother say to you?" "Mother also said that my second brother has already chosen to be with her. He loves me so much. If I choose Father, I won't be able to see my second brother anymore." "Woo-woo, I don't want to be without my second brother." El Mio Mio burst into tears, her little face becoming a mess. Qing'an furrowed his brow upon reflection. The last time he saw his son, the look in the boy's eyes certainly seemed different. Did this imply that the children were aware while he remained in the dark? "Mio Mio, did your mother tell you why we must part?" El Mio Mio shook her head. It seemed he needed to inquire personally. "Mio Mio, your mother was merely joking with you. Do not cry, your father and mother will not separate." He aimed to reassure his daughter. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. After all, everything appeared to be quite well. Was it that his wife was about to break through to the imperial realm and felt a bit overwhelmed? Joking with their little daughter? Just as he prepared to seek out his wife, another figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. The newcomer, clad in a purple dress, was a girl of about 14 or 15, exuding grace and elegance. It was Qing'an's eldest daughter, Zuxun. At that moment, Zuxun suddenly halted, a look of hesitation on her face, unable to take the final step forward. Zuxun, do you need something for father? Father, there's something I no longer wish to conceal from you. Zuxun bit her lip and entered the hall, walking in a peculiar manner, deliberately avoiding the joints of the bricks on the floor, as if stepping on them would cost her a piece. Of flesh, what is it? Zuxun stammered. Father, mother recently asked me that if you were destined to separate, who would I choose? Father, did you and mother argue? Qing'an fell silent. There had been no argument. Everything was as it always was. What else did your mother say to you? She also mentioned that my second brother has made his choice to be with mother. Hearing this, Qing'an's heart felt increasingly heavy. Zuxun, your mother and I have not argued. She might have been joking with you. He endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy, forcing a dignified smile upon his face. Is that true? Zuxun asked bitterly. She was no longer a child. Indeed. Please keep an eye on your sister. I have some matters to discuss with your mother. That in the residence, at the back mountain, Qing'an entered a training room and happened upon his wife, Qing'an, holding a communication jade slip, seemingly in the midst of a conversation. My dear husband, is something the matter? Qing'an was startled by Qing'an's sudden appearance, quietly tucking away the communication jade slip. For many years, it had always been the case that although her cultivation level far surpassed that of Qing'an, yet he continually found it strange that he could not detect Lu Qing'an's quiet approach, having been startled many times. My dear, whom are you communicating with? My master, I am reporting my progress in cultivation. Noticing his wife's wandering gaze, Lu Qing'an realized that she was concealing something from him. She always avoided eye contact when she lied. Was it a man? Had he been deceived? However, recently, he had not noticed any men appearing before his wife. With his prowess, it would be impossible for him to miss such a presence. My dear, have you perhaps inquired of the children regarding whom they would choose to stay with if we were to part ways? He directly addressed the matter at hand. Su Qingying's brow furrowed slightly, but she seemed to have anticipated this, a hint of inner turmoil gracing her exquisite features, rendering her momentarily speechless. My dear, we had previously agreed to not keep anything hidden and to communicate openly when faced with difficulties. They had been married for a millennium without ever quarreling, their harmonious relationship a testament to their excellent communication skills. At that moment, a concealed crimson light flickered in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he cast a quick glance at Su Qingying. His cultivation was significantly stronger than hers, and even if he were to use his abilities, Su Qingying, who had not yet reached the imperial realm, would remain oblivious. It is not that someone has usurped her body. He had just suspected that perhaps his wife had been possessed. However, the stability of her spiritual state indicated that her soul had not changed. Su Qingying clenched her fists, exhaling deeply as if summoning all her strength to make a decision. Husband, let us part ways. With a release of thought, prepare for abstraction. Reward stored, traversal count 1. Cultivation efficiency multiplied by 1,000,000. Exceptional beauty 10. What other rewards might you desire, esteemed readers? The doors close and the journey begins. Chapter 2. Public Separation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an's heart momentarily slowed. Yet, in the next instant, he suddenly witnessed a golden light enveloping his wife. Ethereal sounds resonated in the void surrounding her. Was she on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm? Su Qingying herself did not anticipate that she would reach such a pivotal point at this moment. Husband, I urgently need to break through. Let us discuss our matters later. During my breakthrough, many will come, so please take care of the children. Lu Qing'an steadied his thoughts and gently nodded. Su Qingying's figure flashed as she soared to the peak of the back mountain. Upon her arrival at the summit, unusual phenomena manifested in the sky. Illusory dragons and phoenixes danced across the heavens. This sudden event instantly captured the attention of all forces within the immortal ruins. A multitude of powerful beings rushed towards the Lu residence. The first to arrive were his 3 children. Father, is mother about to break through? Lu Zishuan inquired excitedly. Lu Qing'an nodded in affirmation. He then turned to his second son, Lu Zhongran. Upon meeting Lu Qing'an's gaze, Lu Zhongran quickly lowered his head, unable to meet his father's eyes, as if he were harboring some guilty secret. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly. It seemed his approach to parenting had been overly strict. It appeared that such issues were common among fathers and sons. It was only natural that this child was closer to his mother. If this is indeed a misunderstanding, then I must alter my attitude towards my son, Lu Qing'an pondered. Not long after the child's arrival, another visitor appeared. The newcomer was a stunning woman with silver hair, her beauty seemingly ageless, yet her demeanor exuded an air of maturity. She was Lin Qingxue, the esteemed mentor of Su Qingying. Lin Qingxue hovered above, casting a deep gaze upon the peak of the rear mountain, her face revealing a hint of satisfaction before she turned her gaze downward. Upon spotting Lu Qing'an, her eyes reflected unabashed disdain and aversion. Senior, Lu Qing'an greeted. Lin Qingxue appeared to disregard his salutation, treating him as if he were merely a wisp of air. Shortly after, a man and a woman arrived. The man was Su Xianyu, Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law, while the woman, with her almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture and her flowing hair framing a delicate face, exuded an aura of gentleness and grace. She was Su Qingying's younger sister, Lu Qing'an's sister-in-law, Su Yuni, Senior. Su Yuni greeted Lin Qingxue with a respectful bow. After receiving a nod in return, she quickly shifted her attention to Lu Qing'an, smiling as she said, "Brother-in-law." Lu Qing'an responded with a warm smile and nod. The young sister-in-law had always treated him kindly, a fact that once made Su Qingying secretly envious. As for Su Xianyu, he acknowledged Lin Qingxue with a brief greeting before turning to Lu Qing'an, his face betraying a palpable disdain. "My sister is breaking through, so take good care of the child and ensure she isn't distracted. Understood?" Smack! Su Yuni playfully struck Su Xianyu on the head. "How dare you speak to my brother-in-law like that?" Second sister, Su Xianyu's lips twitched as he longed to retort, but quickly silenced himself upon seeing Su Yuni narrow her eyes. "Brother-in-law, don't mind this fool. He'll help take care of the child too, aunt." At that moment, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao rushed over to Su Yuni. With a warm smile, Su Yuni lifted Lu Miao Miao into her arms and affectionately ruffled Lu Zixuan's hair. Su Xianyu interjected, "You two little ones, why don't you greet your uncle?" Lu Zixuan pretended not to hear, while Lu Miao Miao, even more audacious, stuck her tongue out at Su Xianyu, seemingly intent on restoring Lu Qing'an's dignity. "Hey, you little rascals, I am your uncle, uncle." Just then, Lu Zhongran approached Su Xianyu with a smile. "Zhongran is still the good one." Lu Qing'an observed the scene, shaking his head. He bore no resentment towards his brother-in-law after all. When his wife had married, this brother-in-law had secretly wept like a child. Though he might appear bothersome, his heart was not unkind. The atmosphere began to liven up until the arrival of yet another individual, which elevated the mood to its zenith. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in white robes. "Qing'an, congratulations. Your wife is finally ascending to greatness." Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Oldie, it has been a while." The newcomer was none other than the matchmaker who had introduced him to Su Qingying, the very first acquaintance he made upon arriving in the immortal ruins. "I was recently occupied with refining tools, but that matter is now concluded," He Hong remarked, gesturing for Lu Qing'an to wait for a moment as he soared over to Lin Qingxue's side. "The weapons you desired have been forged. From this moment forth, I owe you nothing." He presented a sword and a dagger to Lin Qingxue, both of which were inferior treasures of the 10th grade. "Very well, we are even," Lin Qingxue replied coldly. Soon after, He Hong returned to Lu Qing'an, at which point Lu Zixuan's 3 children approached He Hong, incessantly calling out "grandfather, grandfather." Lu Miao Miao even requested something to eat from He Hong. As time passed, a multitude of powerful figures began to arrive in the realm of the immortal ruins. There were several hundred emperor-level warriors. It had been thousands of years since anyone had broken through to the imperial realm. The emergence of another emperor was indeed a significant event. Consequently, many powerful factions sent representatives to prepare for the upcoming celebration of a new emperor. The Lanyuan sect has arrived. We extend our congratulations to Daoist Su on his impending ascension to the throne. The immortal domain chamber has arrived, As Lu Qing'an gazed at the crowd gathering in the sky, he could not help but reminisce about his own breakthrough to the imperial realm. Back then, he was surrounded by enemies in the demon domain, all intent on thwarting his ascension. Some sought to slay him in that moment of vulnerability just before his breakthrough. Yet, even amidst such peril, he managed to ascend to the imperial realm, repelling his assailants. He subsequently employed ruthless measures to subdue all enemies in the demon domain, compelling them to grovel for mercy and securing the title of Demon Emperor. After spending so long in the blood-soaked life of a blade, I have come to cherish the value of a grounded existence. Lu Qing'an reflected, his gaze shifting to the three children. He understood he must protect this family. As time progressed, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly unfolded in the sky. The ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes were violently dispersed by a surge of powerful energy. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the summit of the rear mountain. It is here. This heralded the imminent breakthrough to the imperial realm. A new emperor was about to be born. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the rear mountain. In an instant, the sky was filled with chaotic violet lightning, swirling clouds like a coiling dragon, while crimson rays poured forth from Kunlun, painting the landscape in vibrant hues. Imperial title, the unblemished Empress. A resounding celestial sound echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this imperial title, Lin Qingxue erupted in joyous laughter. Just as I thought. Lu Qing'an was momentarily stunned upon hearing the words unblemished. He understood everything. A breathtakingly radiant woman materialized in the sky, gracefully descending. She wore a gown of snow white, resembling moonlight cascading upon her form, with a radiant halo unfurling behind her, akin to a divine ring forged from ice, accentuating the vermilion mark upon her brow, which glowed even more vividly than blood. That halo was so pure that merely gazing upon it felt like a desecration. Everyone looked on, their eyes wide with admiration. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her aura was 100 times more astonishing than before. As Lu Qing'an beheld his wife, he sensed the impending emotional crisis. The unblemished Empress's title was rumored to be the most powerful and mysterious in the realm of the immortal ruins. However, those who attained such a title had to sever all emotional ties, including romantic ones. His wife was not seeking separation due to another man, rather, she sought to gain greater strength, and thus wished to part ways with him. Su Qing'an gracefully descended from the heights above the crowd, coming to a halt. At that precise moment, her gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Lu Qing'an. Disciple, you have yet to speak to him, have you? Now that you have reached the Emperor realm, you cannot afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, all of our efforts will be in vain. Lin Qingxue declared with utmost seriousness. Su Qing'an hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a deep breath and turned her gaze towards Lu Qing'an. My dear husband, let's part ways. Her ethereal voice resonated through the void. The 1,000 individuals present swiftly turned their attention to Lu Qing'an, who stood motionless at that moment. Chapter 3. The child's choice in Lu Qing'an's perception. All others had faded away, leaving only his wife, standing above like a divine being in the sky. Give me a reason. He already knew the answer, yet he needed to hear it from her lips. The position of the pure emperor, cultivated to its zenith, rivaled his eternal night emperor status. This implied that Su Qing'an, if she continued her practice, could potentially reach the heights he currently possessed. The entire situation felt overwhelmingly sudden and, at the same time, utterly absurd. Power, to him, was a choice made by his wife. I want to become stronger. I'm sorry. It is my fault. Su Qing'an closed her eyes, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. A smile of disbelief escaped Lu Qing'an's lips. This reason was irrefutable. In her eyes, strength took precedence over him and even their child. Qing'an, we can no longer afford to waste time. Your imperial essence is on the verge of completion, and if interrupted, you may never attain that pinnacle. Lin Qingxue urged sternly. Lu Qing'an shifted his focus, his gaze settling on Lin Qingxue. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalesce around her, prompting her to glance rapidly at the source of her chill. It was Lu Qing'an. What was happening? I. I subconsciously feel that he could kill me. Lin Qingxue was struck with alarm. The sensation was extraordinarily intense. But in that moment, it abruptly dissipated, for Su Qingying had made her final decision. She pressed her palm forward, and a complex golden seal materialized in the air. Under her command, she inscribed her name. The golden seal descended before Lu Qingyan. Consider this my plea. For the sake of our years together, grant me my freedom. Su Qingying gazed earnestly into Lu Qingyan's eyes, her request sincere. He regarded the celestial seal before him, his pupils momentarily losing focus, before his expression hardened with determination. He fixed his gaze upon Su Qingying, channeling his imperial will to forcibly connect to her sea of consciousness. Tell me, is anyone coercing you? This was his final struggle. Su Qingying gasped in astonishment. She had transcended to the realm of the great emperor. Only someone vastly superior could impose their thoughts upon her consciousness. He, unexpectedly, was a great emperor powerhouse. Su Qingying looked at her husband, her pupils trembling slightly. How had she not realized he was an emperor-level cultivator all these years? But in the next moment, her gaze regained its firmness. No, Yimithni. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan closed his eyes for a moment. When he reopened them, his expression had turned icy. Then I wish you a prosperous future. With a swift motion of his finger, he inscribed his own name. The golden seal erupted suddenly. The celestial mark that had bound them as partners quietly dissipated. Congratulations, host, on your successful divorce. The shared cultivation level of Su Qingying is negligible, and the host will immediately be severed from nearly half of their power. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyan felt half of his power vanish. Above in the sky, Su Qingying's eyes widened in shock. This power is... Boom! A radiant glow emanated from her, and her cultivation level surged dramatically. The Emperor realm encompasses 4 minor levels. Su Qingying, at an astonishing pace, leapt from the threshold of the Emperor realm into the 3rd minor level of the Emperor realm. With further cultivation, she would soon ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lin Qingxue, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. A miracle, truly a miracle. The divorce was indeed the right choice. She was unaware of how her disciple had experienced such a sudden elevation in cultivation, yet was undoubtedly connected to this divorce. The title of the Immaculate Emperor exists only in the legends of ancient times. Perhaps by achieving true purity, one could rapidly become extraordinarily powerful. Everyone present was awestruck by this scene. Only Lu Qingyan, observing his wife's face lit with joy, shook his head and smiled. When one is at a loss for words, laughter indeed follows. A miscalculation, commencing 100 millionfold return of cultivation. Return successful. However, the sheer magnitude of 100 million times half of the host cultivation is too overwhelming for the system to swiftly transfer into the host's body. It can only be stored in the host's consciousness for the time being. The host may withdraw as much as desired for use. A gentle reminder. This world cannot accommodate a simultaneous release of all your power, lest it collapse. So exercise caution, and be careful not to inadvertently annihilate everyone in the world. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Qingyan found no joy in it. He was not in the mood to immediately extract his cultivation for use. Now that the divorce had taken place, matters regarding the children must also be addressed. At this moment, the 3 children were silent or weeping. Particularly, Lu Miao Miao paid no heed to the number of people present and began to wail. Mother, father, I did not want you to divorce. Lu Qingyan picked up his daughter. In this moment, all his tenderness was reserved solely for the children. Su Qingying reigned in her elation from the breakthrough. She understood that the situation was far from resolved. She could sever romantic ties as the empress, but the children were a matter she must fight for. Children, I have already consulted with you. Have you decided whether to stay with your mother or your father? Su Qingying descended to the ground, gazing at her 3 children with gentle inquiry. Lu Zixuan lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Zhongran, Zixuan, these unparalleled weapons are what your mother has prepared for you in advance. Come over here, and these weapons shall belong to you. By following your mother, with your talents and her resources, You shall surely rise to the throne one day. Lin Qingxue produced the sword and dagger that He Hong had just entrusted to her. He Hong had been in a state of bewilderment since Su Qingying and Lu Qing'an announced the divorce. Now, upon seeing Lin Qingxue unveil the two exquisite weapons he had crafted, he gnawed his teeth in frustration. Damn that old witch. I curse you. He looked at Lu Qing'an, wishing he could slap himself. Yet he understood that as a friend, he could not interfere in such matters. As Lin Qingxue's words settled, Lu Zhongran, who had been staring at the ground, began to move. He stepped closer to Lu Qing'an, one cautious step at a time. As everyone anticipated that he would choose to align with Lu Qing'an, Lu Zhongran unexpectedly knelt before him. Father, I am deeply sorry. With a resounding thud, Lu Zhongran bowed 3 times before Lu Qing'an. With a single gesture, Lu Qing'an lifted his son, gently placing his substantial hand upon the boy's head. From now on, your father can no longer guide you. Listen well to your mother and strive diligently in your cultivation. Lu Zhongran looked up at Lu Qing'an and nodded earnestly. He then turned and walked toward Su Qingying, standing beside her. At that moment, Lin Qingxue presented the extraordinary sword to Lu Zhongran. Having practiced with blades since childhood, Lu Zhongran held the sword as if it were the most precious gift, swallowing hard in excitement that was unmistakable in his eyes. Zixuan, come here. This sword is now yours, Lin Qingxue said, directing her gaze toward Lu Zixuan. Clenching her fists tightly, Lu Zixuan resolutely approached after Lin Qingxue's words. The onlookers pondered the situation, realizing that these two children had developed their own reasoning abilities. The choice was evident. They were surely to follow Su Qingying, who was at the later stages of the emperor's realm. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Zixuan did not reach for the sword. Instead, she knelt before Su Qingying, bowing her head forcefully 3 times. Without employing any protective cultivation, her forehead struck the stone floor, causing blood to seep forth. After completing this act, she rose and cast a fierce glance at her mother, followed by an intense glare at her brother, before turning to walk toward Lu Qing'an. She returned to stand beside him. Father, your daughter will always support you. Chapter 4. No longer concealing the emperor's mastery, Lu Qing'an gazed at his eldest daughter, feeling a flicker of warmth in his otherwise chilled heart. He reached out to tousle her hair, a smile gracing his lips. Zixuan, are you certain? Not far away. Su Qingying wrestled with her conflicting emotions. She did not wish to inflict too much pain on Lu Qing'an, yet the prospect of never seeing her children again was equally unbearable. After the formation of her immaculate imperial essence, it would be best for her to sever ties with Lu Qing'an completely. Otherwise, if her heart were to waver again, all would be lost. In response to her mother's inquiry, Lu Zixuan remained silent. Zixuan, you are still young and do not comprehend the intricacies involved. You must think more about your future. By following your father, you will forever forsake the path to the emperor's realm. Lin Qingxue had always held great affection for Lu Zixuan. With her extraordinary talent, she had taken her under her wing, nurturing her with hopes of birthing another formidable emperor in the realm of Xinshu. Lu Zixuan looked at Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue, declaring the emperor's realm. Even without your support, I shall attain it through my own endeavors. Jie. At this moment, Lu Zhongran wished to counsel his sister. He understood the significance of resources all too well. His talent was comparable to hers, yet without their mother, he could not have become one of the most exceptional prodigies at his age. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall disown you as my brother. Lu Zixuan felt a wave of revulsion at the sight of her brother. Choosing to side with their mother was one thing, but the thought of retrieving a legendary sword was utterly repugnant to her. In Lu Zhongran's eyes, although their father seemed strict, he often stood at a distance, filled with pride as he watched his son train. In contrast to their mother, who was perpetually engrossed in her cultivation, their father's affection was far more evident. Any troubles could be resolved in his presence. Lu Zixuan's actions caused Lu Zhongran to bow his head once more, yet he still believed his sister was acting impulsively. Their parents were their closest kin, but if forced to choose, it would be wiser to side with their mother, the powerful emperor. A crowd of onlookers began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. They had not anticipated such a spectacle upon their arrival. Many silently shook their heads at Lu Zixuan's decision, deeming her too youthful to appreciate the critical role that resources played in cultivation. In time, she would come to realize her mistake in not aligning with Lu Qing'an. Indeed, Su Qingying's sudden ascension to the late emperor realm was nothing short of terrifying. Such talent and strength destined her to become one of the most formidable figures in Xinshu. Not choosing to follow Su Qingying would prove to be the gravest error of her life. Su Qingying, seeing her eldest daughter's resolute intent, took a deep breath and resolved to let her go. She had loved this man deeply, and perhaps allowing one child to remain by his side would help him navigate this challenging period more gracefully. Miao Miao and you? Su Qingying turned her gaze to her youngest daughter. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao had ceased her tears. Snuggled in Lu Qing'an's embrace, she trembled slightly, her face buried in his chest, ignoring her mother's voice. She was on the brink of turning 5, and perhaps to others, she still appeared as a mere child. Yet, she was acutely aware that her father loved her more than her mother did. Mother is a villain. I will no longer pay you any heed. Lu Miao Miao cried, her voice choked with emotion. Su Qingying gazed at Lu Miao Miao, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Miao Miao, come over to your mother. Soon, we shall employ a culinary master renowned in the immortal ruins to prepare delectable pastries and meals for you every day. Lin Qing Snow interjected, with tears streaming down her face. Lu Miao Miao retorted, you wicked person, do not speak to me. Wu Wu, father, let us leave. I do not wish to remain here. Lu Qing'an felt a dampness spread across his chest. Witnessing his daughter's sorrow pierced his heart with profound anguish. Miao Miao, rest for a while. Father will have a few words with them and then take you away. He poured all his remaining tenderness into his daughter. All right. As Lu Qing'an's words reached her, Lu Miao Miao, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt fatigued, her eyelids growing heavy, and she gradually succumbed to sleep. Lu Qing'an continued to hold Lu Miao Miao close, casting a glance over all those present. Having resided in the immortal ruins for over 1,000 years, he never anticipated that this place would not become his home. His gaze eventually settled on his son and Su Qingying. He understood that the path he had taken was irreversible. His wife had chosen to forsake him in pursuit of strength and a brighter future. This was no different from a change of heart. He saw no reason to retain her. Was it meaningful to showcase his formidable prowess to confront a woman he once loved? Could a shattered mirror ever be whole again? At the moment of their separation, he briefly lost sight of his future. However, when his 2 daughters resolutely chose to follow him, a new path unfolded before him. He would nurture his daughters, cultivating them into the strongest beings in existence. This would be his future. All his tenderness would be devoted to them. The might of an emperor was indeed formidable. He hoped that in time, his daughters would surpass him in strength. Observing the power his wife had attained, which was derived from half of his own cultivation, Lu Qing'an's demeanor turned cold. Yet, he refrained from uttering further venomous words, suppressing his bitterness. He had once loved this woman. Now that they had reached this juncture, let all their cherished memories and past affections serve to grant them both dignity. He then shifted his gaze towards Lin Qing Snow. You just manipulated my child with various means. Had it not been for your status as her mentor and the presence of the children, you would have met your demise. In truth, he had indeed felt the urge to take a life. However, with the children present, who regarded Lin Qing Snow as an elder, he held back. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qing Snow felt a strange sensation and found herself unable to respond. After speaking, Lu Qing'an looked towards those with whom he shared amicable relations, including his sister-in-law and his old friend He Hong. Take care of yourselves. I fear I shall not return after this journey. Finally, he turned to his son. In my absence, take good care of yourself. Having spoken, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, grasping his eldest daughter Lu Zixuan's hand, preparing to depart. He Hong swiftly approached. Qing'an, I have no desire to linger here, either. Let us leave together. Lu Qing'an shook his head, replying, No. Elder He, I must journey to the demon realm. Demon realm? He Hong was taken aback. I hail from the demon realm, Lu Qing'an revealed without further concealment. He Hong was acutely aware of the tumultuous relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. As an inhabitant of the immortal ruins, venturing into the demon realm could likely result in a relentless pursuit by formidable demon warriors. Let us maintain contact through sound transmission. Should you wish to see me, come to the demon realm, and I shall send someone to escort you. Farewell. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder before soaring into the sky. At that moment, he no longer masked his formidable aura. A terrifying demonic energy coalesced into a magnificent black dragon silhouette. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon ascended. Lu Qing'an, holding his eldest daughter with one hand and tightly embracing his youngest with the other, stood atop the dragon's head, soaring into the distant sky. His speed was akin to that of a shooting star. The onlookers were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this a being from the demon realm? And at the pinnacle of the emperor realm? How could he be a powerful emperor of the demon realm? After all these years in our immortal ruins, no one has noticed. The prowess of someone at the pinnacle of the emperor realm was such that only a handful could rival it within their immortal ruins. Su Qingying and Lin Qingsnow, witnessing this spectacle, also widened their beautiful eyes in astonishment. He is actually a peak emperor from the demon realm? Su Qingying murmured, her heart trembling. No wonder there were so many peculiarities. No wonder she could never detect his quiet approach. To think, she had been deceived for all these years. Chapter 5. Your father, long invincible among those present, the one most astounded by Lu Qing'an's formidable prowess was undoubtedly Su Qingying, followed closely by Lin Qinxue and Lu Zhongran. Lin Qinxue gazed at the horizon, biting her lip, a flicker of displeasure igniting within her. Wasn't he, that cultivation, merely slightly superior to mine? How audacious to speak such braggadocio, she chastised inwardly. As she scrutinized Lu Qing'an's exhibited strength, she pondered the limitations imposed on the demonic faction within the realms of the immortal ruins. The outcome of their impending clash remained uncertain. She then turned her attention to her disciple. Qingying, do not be swayed by him. You and Li are indeed a match. This scoundrel hails from the demon domain, having concealed his true identity until now, showcasing his profound cunning. Moreover, his cultivation is not particularly formidable. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, you shall easily crush him. With her disciple having just broken through to the emperor realm, she had rapidly advanced to its later stages, a testament to her extraordinary talent. The strength she would possess upon reaching the apex of the emperor realm was beyond her wildest imagination. Su Qingjing noted that, recognizing that her prowess rivaled that of the so-called strongest demon emperor of countless millennia. In her future cultivation endeavors, she would undoubtedly surpass ordinary pinnacle emperor realm cultivators. Lu Zhongran stared blankly at the sky, utterly unprepared for the revelation of his father's strength. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As Lin Qinxue had remarked, his mother's talent was even more terrifying. His choice had been justified. Sister, let us see who becomes stronger in the future. His sister had dedicated herself to rigorous training since childhood, often earning praise from their parents. Their father frequently advised him to learn from her. However, hearing such words repeatedly had inadvertently instilled in him the desire to surpass her, even if only once. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were also taken aback by Lu Qing'an's sudden display of strength, particularly Su Xuanyu. He had always perceived his brother-in-law as mediocre, even believing himself superior. He thought his sister deserved better. To his astonishment, his brother-in-law was actually a peak Emperor Realm cultivator. Isn't it merely peak Emperor Realm cultivation? It's not that impressive. He insisted to himself. Indeed, my sister is the unblemished Empress. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the shock that clouded his mind, desperately seeking to rectify his earlier misjudgments. Meanwhile, Su Yuni watched as Lu Qing'an and the others vanished into the distance. Furrowing her brows, she turned towards her sister, ultimately allowing her thoughts to coalesce into a single sigh. How wonderful a brother-in-law he is. She understood Lu Qing'an's motives for concealing his strength and identity. The identity of a demon domain emperor, once exposed, could attract the wrath of the formidable beings in the immortal ruins. After all, the two realms had been at odds for eons, having waged war in the past. Although peace had reigned for many years, hostility lingered. In her view, the people of both sides merely followed different cultivation systems. Fundamentally, they were the same. She had witnessed how kind Lu Qing'an was to her sister and how gentle he was with family. What did it matter if he was a powerful being from the demon domain? Only to blame my sister for not cherishing him, missing out on such a remarkable man. Is strength truly of utmost importance? With this thought, Su Yini shook her head once more. This man had concealed his true capabilities for the sake of the family, never once revealing his genuine prowess. In his eyes, family held greater significance. Love was paramount. Everyone, please disperse. Su Qing'an cast a glance at all those present and uttered these words. She felt utterly fatigued. After everyone offered their congratulations once more, they took their leave with respectful gestures. The splendid performance had concluded, and it was time to depart. Shortly, the crowd of outsiders had exited. Su Qing'an, along with her son, flew back home. Gazing at the now desolate Lu residence, a wave of melancholy washed over her, leaving her feeling hollow. Qing'an, do not dwell on it any longer. Your composure is at stake. Lin Qingxue reminded her in a low voice. Su Qing'an quickly composed herself and nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, clarity flooded her mind, for she had sealed away all memories of Lu Qing'an. Looking at the Lu residence before her, she made a resolute decision. Since the past had already transpired, there was no longer a need for this place to exist. With a sweeping gesture, everything before her turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by her final lingering attachment, it all vanished into thin air. At the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon domain, a formidable barrier separated the two realms. One side was illuminated by a bright blue sky, while the other was shrouded in darkness. Glancing back, Lu Qing'an lingered in the air for a long moment. After living here for over a millennium, the thought of departing stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Father, let's go. Return to your home. Lu Zixuan gazed earnestly at her father. She was astonished to discover that her father possessed the peak cultivation of an emperor. At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, as if she were gazing at an idol. Lu Qing'an forced a smile upon his face, not wishing to reveal any negative emotions to his children. Are you not afraid? The demon domain is often said to be fraught with peril. Lu Zixuan laughed in response. What is there to fear? With you by my side, I fear nothing. No matter where we go. A warmth enveloped Lu Qing'an's heart. He could indeed perceive the underlying tension concealed beneath his eldest daughter's exterior. It seemed she too felt apprehensive about the unknown. Indeed, Miao Miao is not afraid either. With father here, no matter what villains come, father can protect us. Lu Miao Miao had awakened, appearing to have matured considerably from the earlier events. She no longer cried, striving to maintain a facade of strength. Lu Qing'an ruffled the hair of his two daughters. There is truly no need for fear, for your father has long since become invincible. Invincible? The two daughters blinked in surprise. They naturally understood the implications of such a term. Yet, throughout their upbringing, they had always been taught by their parents that there are greater powers beyond, and one should never be arrogant or complacent, no matter the circumstances. Father, are you truly invincible? Did you not teach us that beyond every person there exists another, and beyond every sky there lies another realm? One must not be prideful or arrogant. Lu Zixuan chuckled softly, well aware of her father's formidable strength. At the pinnacle of the emperor realm, he stood among a mere handful in the entire immortal ruins who could rival him. His claim of invincibility was likely a playful attempt to ease their tension. Lu Qing'an smiled and remarked, Indeed, you must not be haughty, for many surpass you. However, as for your father, I am an exception, for I am the one regarded as the unparalleled in the hearts of all. Chapter 6. Bestowing an extraordinary weapon upon my daughter, Lu Zixuan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Father, you are truly shameless. Hee. What father said has a hint of truth, but not much. Lu Miao Miao tilted her head back and laughed. Lu Qing'an gazed at his two daughters, their joy dispelling the shadows from his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. No longer entangled in past matters, he felt no need to prove anything to them. Looking towards the celestial realm behind him, he found newfound courage to depart from this place. With his daughters by his side, he was certain they would accompany him through the trials of love. This family, after all, had not truly fallen apart. All right, let's be off. Father will take you to the demon realm for some fun. Yes, Father. Are there many delicious foods in the demon realm? Qing'an replied with a smile. There are indeed many delectable treats. I happen to know an old demon who is an exceptional cook. Once I return and give him a good thrashing, he will be compelled to prepare meals for you every day. What do you think? He, really? Then Father, please give him a good beating. The sparkle of culinary delight shone in Lu Miao Miao's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Qing'an stepped forward. In the next moment, he crossed the barrier and entered the demon realm. Both the celestial realm and the demon realm impose restrictions on each other. For instance, when he, possessing demonic power, entered the celestial realm, his strength would wane significantly due to the influence of the surroundings. However, given his overwhelming prowess, even diminished, he remained invincible. Now, back in the demon realm, it felt akin to returning home, the sensation distinctly different. His demonic abilities and physique were no longer constrained, eagerly absorbing the abundant demonic energy around him. The environment felt so familiar. The demon realm and the celestial realm exhibit some differences. For example, the trees here tend to be a darker red, evoking a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Having been away for a millennium, he pondered whether the old ones or the new generation had made any advancements. Qing'an's thoughts wandered as he glanced at his two daughters, who appeared rather anxious. Noticing Lu Zixuan's darting eyes, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, and feeling Lu Miao Miao's grip tighten around her, he smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I will first lead you to a safer place. Since they had arrived here, and his daughters might reside in this realm for an extended period, he needed to alter their living and training habits, particularly for his eldest daughter. She had always practiced the celestial realm's techniques, which would be ineffective here. The celestial realm relies on spiritual energy for cultivation, while this realm draws upon demonic energy. He would need to find a technique suited to his eldest daughter's constitution. Lacking such a technique himself, he would visit several major factions in the demon realm, seeking one that aligns with her unique attributes. Father, where are we going? Lu Zixuan inquired. Before leaving the demon realm, I concealed many treasures in a certain location. My weapons, various artifacts, and contract beasts, among other things. He first refined a portion of his cultivation within his sea of consciousness, compensating for the recent loss of half of his power. Once he restored his complete state, he extended his divine sense, meticulously sensing his surroundings until he discerned the direction. When he had departed from this vicinity earlier, he had skillfully concealed certain treasures in a nearby location. Let us proceed. He transformed into a shooting star, soaring in a specific direction alongside his two daughters. Before long, he halted above a chasm filled with surging magma. Subsequently, despite his daughter's bewilderment, he plummeted straight downwards. An overwhelming amount of demonic energy coalesced around the three of them. As they plunged into the magma, they continued to descend at a rapid pace. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao gazed in astonishment at the surrounding molten rock, gasping in wonder. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at a depth of 1,000 miles beneath the Earth's surface. Here, an expansive hollow region emerged, vast enough to accommodate dozens of football fields. Below, magma still churned. Father, where is this? They inquired. Consider it my treasury. Just now, did your brother not acquire an extraordinary sword? The weapons of my past are yours, Qing'an replied. After uttering this, he cast a glance downward, muttering to himself, "Where has that little black creature gone? I left it to guard here, yet it has vanished." The little black creature he referred to was his contracted beast, a black dragon. Qing'an extended his divine sense and quickly pinpointed the equipment submerged in the magma. He recited a spell, and in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The magma erupted violently, and a crimson light burst forth like a bloodthirsty star from the abyss. It was a blood crystal longsword. The blade appeared forged from eons of demonic blood, its spine entwined with abyssal runes. With every tremor, it emitted a soul-stirring wail. Where the sword's edge passed, even the void was cleaved, leaving behind ethereal rifts. The very heavens and earth trembled, as if they feared the emergence of this weapon that had once drunk the blood of both celestial and demonic beings. Following closely was a suit of obsidian armor. The surface of the armor shimmered with dark red, demonic patterns akin to molten lava, with grotesque bone spikes embedded at the joints. As the pieces of armor clanged together, demonic energy coalesced into 9 spectral black dragons that coiled around its wearer. 2 points of crimson light ignited beneath the helmet, reminiscent of an ancient demon god awakening. The entire lake of magma surged in turmoil due to their presence, and the subterranean space quaked under the overwhelming aura of malice. This complete set of equipment was none other than Lu Qing'an's blood-soaked battle gear, which had once reigned supreme in the demonic realm. After a millennium of silence, it was reignited by the destined master, burning with a fierce infernal flame. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Zixuan felt her throat involuntarily constrict. She had never beheld such terrifyingly powerful equipment, particularly the sword, which seemed to transcend the 10th rank, giving her the impression that it had reached an unparalleled level beyond her comprehension. If her brother's blade was an extraordinary weapon, then this sword was a divine armament. As for the suit of armor, it radiated demonic energy, seemingly capable of withstanding any harm. Once the sword flew before Lu Qing'an, it trembled violently, as if imbued with sentience. An overwhelming excitement and joy radiated from him, accompanied by a low humming sound. The armor shared this sentiment. Lu Qing'an smiled and remarked, "Old friends, it has been quite a while." He found himself in a predicament. If he were to bring this formidable gear to the immortal ruins, its overwhelming presence would betray him, making concealment impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to leave it in storage here. Extending his hand, in the next moment, the sword gleamed with a flash of crimson light, transforming into a beam that instantaneously appeared in his grasp. As he savored the familiar sensation, he gently waved it, and the well-known feeling surged back. Zixuan, this exquisite sword is called the Nine Hells Immortal Slayer, though I prefer its original name, Grass Sees Sorrow. Today, I bestow this sword upon you. Grass Sees Sorrow, this is my precious daughter. Be sure to assist her well. Do you understand? The sword seemed to pause momentarily before responding with a slight tremor, as if in agreement. Whatever Lu Qing'an commanded, it would obey. He nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Lu Zixuan to take the sword. However, Lu Zixuan shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. "Father, no, this sword is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Moreover, with my current level of cultivation, I am unworthy of wielding such a blade." She was astounded. The aura of this sword surpassed that of her brother's extraordinary blade by a staggering margin, hundreds, if not thousands of times stronger. She had witnessed her mother's sword and even Lin Qingshu's blade. In comparison, those weapons paled into insignificance beside this sword. And now, this magnificent sword was to become her weapon. Just by virtue of being my daughter, with my blood coursing through your veins. There exists nothing in this world that you are unworthy of, only things that you may not desire. Chapter 7. A Millennia of Departure. The return of the Demon Emperor now. He had but 2 daughters left. When they desired the stars, he would pluck them from the sky. When they longed for the moon, he would bring it crashing down. There was nothing unworthy of them. Rather, it was the world that fell short of their magnificence. Lu Zixuan gazed at her father, who spoke these words with such gravity, a stark contrast to the amiable and kind-hearted figure she had always known. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a soft chuckle. "Father, while your words are undeniably striking, I must confess they strike me as rather amusing." Lu Qing'an, unfazed by his daughter's reaction, merely smiled with indulgence. "You must acclimate to this reality, for in the demon realm, your father may need to adopt a different persona, revealing facets of himself you have yet to witness. Here, the rules are far more ruthless, and strength reigns supreme. In the realm of the immortals, there were societal norms to navigate. Here, it is the might of one's fist that dictates destiny." Having been away from the demon realm for a considerable time, he had set certain contingencies in place upon his departure. Yet after all these years of silence, he surmised that the foundational rules he had established may have been disrupted by others. It was also plausible that some of the new generation of formidable beings, unaware of his prowess, might flaunt their strengths before him. Thus, he would likely need to exhibit a resolute demeanor to re-establish his footing within the demon realm. Moreover, he had numerous adversaries here. Those he had previously subdued might now believe themselves emboldened in his absence. Cunning as they were, they might attempt to use his daughters as leverage against him. Hence, he felt compelled to provide them with certain gifts. Without allowing his daughter to decline, Qing'an directly placed a divine weapon into the hands of his eldest. "Father, is this truly acceptable? You must have what your brother possesses. Did you not proclaim that you too could ascend to the realm of the emperors? Just recently, you declared that in the presence of so many, it is time you put forth the effort. Let us see who among you and your brother can break through to the emperor realm first." Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan felt a surge of determination. Clutching the divine weapon, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. "Thank you, father. There is no need for formalities between us." Qing'an affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair before turning his attention to his youngest, Lu Miao Miao, still nestled in his embrace. "Miao Miao, I have a splendid gift for you as well." Casting a glance at the armor, he signaled it with his eyes. The armor suddenly shrank in size, transforming into a form perfectly suited for Lu Miao Miao. "Father, is this for Miao Miao? It looks rather unattractive." Upon hearing her remark, the armor, endowed with a spirit, quivered slightly. Qing'an could not help but chuckle. "Bloodslaughter battle garb, did you hear that? My daughter finds your current appearance displeasing. You must change yourself to something more appealing to a child." Responding to his command, the ominous armor shimmered with dark energy before morphing, transforming into delightful pink bubbles. Its hue shifted from dark red to a charming pastel pink. In an effort to delight his daughter, he adorned the armor with charming little hearts in various places, which surprisingly emitted a gentle glow. Wow! Witnessing the once formidable battle attire transform into something so adorable with its radiant embellishments, Lu Miao Miao was utterly enchanted. Observing his little girl's joy, Qing'an gave the bloodlust armor a thumbs up. "This fellow seems to understand the heart of a young girl. Do you like it now, Miao Miao? I love it. I adore it. Especially." Qing'an smiled and bestowed another approving glance upon the armor. In response, the bloodlust armor shimmered and swiftly enveloped Lu Miao Miao. When the brilliance faded, she found herself clad in the dazzling armor. His primary concern remained the safety of his daughter. While Qing'an could protect his elder daughter, its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the prowess of the bloodlust armor, which could withstand attacks from even the most formidable peak of the Emperor realm. Clad in this armor, his daughter could remain stationary, impervious to the assaults of the realm's greatest powers for an extended duration without sustaining harm. "Miao Miao, why not bestow a new name upon your gift? You can converse with it, alter its colors, render it invisible, and even adjust its size. It shall serve as a cherished toy for you." "Wow, is it truly that fun? Then I shall think of a name." Lu Miao Miao, brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy, pondered with her finger on her lips before exclaiming, "I've got it. Let's call it Donut." Is that name perhaps a tad hasty?" Lu Zixuan chuckled upon hearing her sister's choice. "Not hasty at all. Look, it wraps around me, which makes it a circle, right? And since it's so adorable, sweet fits perfectly," Lu Miao Miao earnestly explained. Qing'an, with a tender smile, gently tapped the tip of her nose, saying, "Very well, we shall name it as Miao Miao suggests. It seems to appreciate the name as well." "Really? It likes it too." Qing'an cast a glance at the bloodlust armor, which remained still, his expression suddenly turning serious. In the next moment, the armor vibrated with a quick tremor. "See? It's showing excitement. I sent it?" Qing'an turned back to his daughter, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "It does seem so." Lu Miao Miao laughed joyfully. Lu Zixuan, bloodlust armor. After gifting his daughters, Qing'an retrieved several items from the molten lava, which included a spatial storage treasure containing various magical crystals for cultivation, along with other assorted treasures. That little rascal, ignoring his master's commands, should have been guarding this place. Where could it have wandered off to? If I find it, I'll surely have its hide. He had initially hoped that his contracted beast would adequately protect his two daughters. To my surprise, upon arriving here, the contracted beast was notably absent. It seems it could not withstand the solitude and ventured out to frolic. This contracted beast is a magical dragon, possessing the strength of an emperor. When he departed, the black dragon was at the late stage of the emperor realm. Now a millennium has passed, and one wonders whether it has ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Very well, dear ones, allow me to guide you through the enchanting realm of demons. Let us proceed. After securing his belongings, he ascended into the sky and soon returned to the ground. Choosing a direction, he transformed into a shooting star, soaring towards that destination. The path he took led to the nearest grand city of the demon realm, known as Mullen City, one of the 10 most prosperous cities in this domain. If all goes as anticipated, the black dragon has likely sought amusement within that city. The lord of this city is one of my former adversaries, whom I subdued. Upon my ascension to Demon Emperor, I entrusted this grand city into his stewardship. This old fellow has honed his magical skills quite adeptly, seemingly aligning with my daughter's innate constitution. I intend to bring her here for cultivation and ascertain its suitability. However, this individual tends to be rather loquacious. It is likely that upon seeing me, news of my return will swiftly spread throughout the entire demon realm. Nevertheless, this is a fortuitous turn of events. After all, having returned, I have no intention of departing again. Chapter 8. An unusual father in the bustling streets of Demon City. Lu Zixuan walked alongside Lu Qing'an, her petite and charming face adorned with astonishment as she gazed upon the surroundings. Father, this city in the demon realm is quite different from what I had imagined. I expected chaos and incessant fighting everywhere. Lu Qing'an replied, in truth, the cities here are not vastly different from those in the immortal ruins. The cultivation system is merely distinct. One must be cautious when absorbing demonic energy, for it is all too easy to fall into madness and give rise to inner demons. Consequently, the inhabitants here tend to be somewhat more combative than those in the immortal ruins, leading to a greater frequency of conflicts. Is that so? Lu Zixuan, like a country bumpkin entering a city, looked around in wonder. Lu Miao Miao, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. Upon entering the urban area, she spotted numerous small shops selling an array of unfamiliar items. Father, can that be eaten? Yes, dear, I shall buy it for you. And that one? That is for play. I shall get you that as well. For his beloved daughter, he felt compelled to indulge her, striving to divert her thoughts from the recent unsettling events. As he strolled through the market with her, they gradually made their way toward the city lord's residence. It was not until a moment later that they came to a halt. Father, there's a battle happening. Lu Zixuan, having never witnessed a fight among the denizens of the demon realm, was filled with curiosity. Lu Qing'an also observed the scene. 5 men, their faces twisted with lewd grins, surrounded a young woman clad in a flowing red dress, launching their attacks upon her. The young woman appeared to be around 16 or 17, her fiery attire accentuating her snow-like skin. She possessed a striking figure, her waist slender like a willow and her curves captivatingly graceful. As the hem of her dress fluttered, her long, delicate legs became momentarily visible, each step exuding an enchanting allure. With bright eyes and a radiant smile framed by cascading black hair, she embodied the vivacious beauty of youth. Brother, we must capture this lovely maiden. Tonight, we shall have our fun. Fun is trivial. What matters is what she possesses. Though, I must admit, this maiden is indeed quite stunning. The 5 men communicated telepathically. Father, it seems these 5 individuals have set their sights on this beauty. Lu Zixuan frowned as she observed a girl of her age cornered by a group of men, clearly at a disadvantage. Their enmity stemmed from a certain object, yet the girl's beauty ignited other wicked intentions within them. Lu Qing'an remained calm, having intercepted the conversation of the men through his formidable demonic powers. What, do you wish to assist this girl? He asked, sensing the righteous fervor within his daughter. A conventional father would advise his daughter to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. However, he was different. He understood his daughter's capabilities, a prodigy in combat, and recognized that these men were of a similar cultivation level. Allowing her to engage with these petty ruffians would serve as an excellent opportunity for her to hone her skills, enabling her to adapt to the unique combat style of the demon realm. The methods of attack employed by its inhabitants differed from those of the immortal ruins, as they often wielded peculiar demonic techniques, such as those that target the mind, mental attacks, and demonic powers. Perhaps it is best not to interfere too much. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zixuan decided against causing trouble for her father. Lu Qing'an, however, chuckled, stating, "What trouble could there possibly be? With your father here to support you, even the gravest of issues pale in comparison." Yet, she expressed concern, "But with my current strength from the immortal ruins, if I engage, will I not attract a multitude of assailants from the demon realm?" Lu Qing'an maintained his composure, replying, "No matter how many come, I shall vanquish them all. You need not fret over any troubles." Hearing this, Lu Zixuan hesitated. It was not until she witnessed a sixth figure emerge from the void, successfully ambushing the woman in the red dress, that her eyes narrowed and she made her decision. 5 ruffians bullying a single woman was one thing, but to have another lurking in the shadows, launching a surprise attack, was intolerable. "Father, I shall go." "Very well, do test your new weapon." Lu Zixuan nodded, her form flickering as she ascended into the air. Both the demon realm and the immortal ruins have 10 realms of cultivation: the Qi condensation realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, divine transformation realm, integration realm, great ascension realm, tribulation crossing realm, Saint King realm, and the emperor realm. Blessed with extraordinary talent, Lu Zixuan had already reached the divine transformation realm at a tender age. Armed with her newly acquired divine weapon, she soared into the sky. Just as the red-dressed woman was ambushed and slightly injured, on the verge of being relentlessly pursued by her attackers, Lu Zixuan struck from behind. "Fellow cultivator, I am here to assist you." Enveloped in spiritual energy, her divine sword shimmered with its own aura. With a single stroke, she cleaved one assailant into 2 perfectly symmetrical halves. Observing his daughter's fierce and decisive actions, Lu Qing'an nodded with satisfaction. She indeed carried his spirit. However, when he glanced at his younger daughter, he felt a swell of joy upon seeing her captivated by the unfolding scene, unperturbed by the bloodshed. Truly, she was his daughter. A tiger's progeny does not bear a dog. Taken aback by Lu Zixuan's sudden intervention, the remaining 5 men from the demon realm were momentarily stunned, especially upon seeing the exquisite sword in her grasp. Is that not a legendary 10th grade sword? Damn it, are they in league together? No, this young lady wields spiritual energy, not demonic. She hails from the immortal ruins. The woman in red, witnessing Lu Zixuan's timely arrival, was astonished. Yet, upon recognizing the weapon in Lu Zixuan's hand and the spiritual energy surrounding her, her surprise deepened. Is she truly from the immortal ruins? This is dire. The arrival of someone from the immortal ruins to rescue me is no different from a curse. After her initial strike, Lu Zixuan did not hold back, charging towards the remaining men from the demon realm. With each blow, she felt the formidable power of her divine weapon, enhancing her strength exponentially. The 5 men, realizing Lu Zixuan was upon them, hastily shifted their focus, attempting to unite against her. Together, they managed to withstand her second strike, albeit barely. As time passed, they soon realized that Lu Zixuan grew more formidable with each confrontation. It was as if there had been restrictions moments ago, which now began to wane. "No, if this continues, we shall perish. Flee. There is no need to escape. She is from the immortal ruins. Call for help." The 5 swiftly surveyed the onlookers from the demon realm. "Fellow cultivators, this person from the immortal ruins has entered our demon realm, ruthlessly slaying our kin, and possesses such treasures. Let us unite to vanquish her. The treasures shall go to the worthy." Upon hearing this, some were immediately ensnared by desire, rushing forth to attack. "This sword shall be mine. Out of my way. It is mine." Lu Zixuan's expression shifted as she noticed a throng of attackers approaching. However, upon realizing their cultivation was comparable to hers, she felt a modicum of relief. "Father, I can handle this." Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Qing'an nodded. As long as they were the transformation realm, he did not impede her. Thus, Lu Zixuan engaged in a fierce battle with the group. At that moment, the woman in the red dress became a mere spectator, with no one paying her any heed. Watching Lu Zixuan besieged by a multitude, her heart was torn. After all, Lu Zixuan found herself in this predicament because of her. Turning to leave now would seem lacking in moral integrity. Yet, as she observed more cultivators of equal standing assaulting Lu Zixuan, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Fellow cultivators, let us join forces. The woman in red charged towards the fray. Lu Qing'an glanced at her, nodding in approval. Not bad. She possesses some sense of righteousness. She did not simply walk away. As he observed her for a moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her. Wait, this young woman has a trace of familiarity. Shortly after the woman in red joined the battle, a sinister voice echoed through the air. People of the immortal ruins. A 10th grade treasure sword. I never expected to encounter such fortune on this trip. Haha, little girl, hand over my treasured weapon. At the sound of this declaration, all combat ceased abruptly. This is bad. A Saint King level expert. The group that had been attacking Lu Zixuan, intent on seizing the treasure, was taken aback. With such a powerful figure present, the treasure was now beyond their reach. However, as they beheld a gaunt old man materializing in the sky, he suddenly appeared startled, swiftly turning his gaze in one direction. The moment his eyes locked with Lu Qing'an's, his frail form began to tremble uncontrollably. The Emperor Realm. You young ones are blind. Senior, please continue. I shall take my leave at once. Chapter 9. The casual annihilation of the Emperor-level powerhouse. The emaciated elder merely cast a glance at Lu Qing'an and immediately felt a shiver coursing through his soul. The presence that could evoke such a reaction from a mid-stage holy king was undoubtedly that of an Emperor-level powerhouse. It was no wonder that someone in the transformation realm could wield such a magnificent sword. Lu Qing'an mused that this individual possessed a modicum of discernment. Even without releasing his own aura, the elder could sense his formidable strength. Indeed, there was something noteworthy about him. However, he declared calmly, leave behind an arm. Even if this person had not harmed his daughter, a mere flicker of malicious intent warranted a price to be paid. With a grimace, the elder bit down and swung his right hand, severing his left arm as blood gushed forth. He hastily invoked a spell to staunch the bleeding, then bowed slightly to Lu Qing'an before turning to depart. Lu Qing'an made no attempt to impede him, his gaze fixed upon his daughter soaring in the sky. Proceed, he commanded. Those who dared to assault his daughter would meet their demise today. Of course, it would not be his hand that delivered their end, but rather his daughter's. None would escape. They were destined to become her first sparring partners in the demon realm. Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. Was this the exhilarating sensation of having an emperor-level father? Witnessing the holy king severing his own arm to flee. The onlookers from the demon realm were not fools. They turned their attention to Lu Qing'an, although they could not discern the peculiarities of his presence. They recognized that he was not someone they could provoke. Thus, they dared not harbor any further fanciful thoughts about the exquisite sword, quickly retreating from the scene. However, with merely a glance, Lu Qing'an invoked a dark frame that ensnared the entire expanse of sky, locking down the area. The group that had just besieged his daughter found themselves unable to escape the confines of this dark barrier. Panic ensued. Regret washed over them as they frantically attacked the barrier, yet their efforts proved futile. Lu Zixuan surged into action once more, charging towards the group. As for the woman in the red dress, witnessing these events, she too felt a wave of relief and rejoined the fray. Before long, through their combined efforts, the assailants who had previously soared to attack Lu Zixuan became mere souls claimed by their blades. Lu Zixuan took a deep breath, turning to her father with a radiant smile. Father, this sword feels remarkably suited to me. Lu Qing'an regarded his daughter, resplendent in her vigor, nodding with satisfaction and affection gleaming in his eyes. He needed to swiftly find her an appropriate cultivation method and employ certain means to cleanse her previous foundational practices, fully transforming her into a vessel of demonic energy. Utilizing techniques from the immortal ruins in the demon realm was rather conspicuous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling voice echoed from the void. The aura of a 10th grade absolute sword was sensed from afar. Initially suspecting a misperception, it turned out to be true. My trip to this side was not in vain. Upon the utterance of these words, a figure emerged from the void, clad in a black robe, appearing to be of middle age. A dark aura enveloped him, and his complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. Strapped to his back was a coffin. Is he from the walking corpse sect? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qing'an's mind conjured the image of an old man. The patriarch of the walking corpse sect had been among the army that besieged him when he ascended to his imperial throne. After becoming the emperor, he swiftly eliminated the patriarch of the walking corpse sect. Consequently, the sect languished for an extended period under his oppression, with no emperor-level figures emerging for many years. To his astonishment, during his absence from the demon realm for over a millennium, the walking corpse sect had produced such an emperor-level being. However, this individual appeared to be merely at the mid-stage of emperor-level cultivation. Following the emergence of this mid-stage powerhouse from the walking corpse sect, the entire street fell into an eerie silence. My goodness, not only has a Saint King realm practitioner arrived, but now a mid-stage emperor-level expert has also appeared. This person is none other than Luo Fenghai, one of the most prodigious talents from the walking corpse sect in recent years. The individual who had just managed to intimidate a Saint King realm expert was likely at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, or perhaps even at the emperor level. This promises to be quite a spectacle. If he truly possesses emperor-level cultivation, I have yet to witness a battle between such figures. The disparities among emperor-level cultivators are indeed vast. I suspect this person is merely at the early stage of emperor level, while the elder from the walking corpse sect exudes the aura of a mid-stage emperor. Moreover, the secret techniques of the walking corpse sect involve controlling corpses, which may also possess emperor-level might. Listening to the conversations around her, Lu Zixuan's expression grew serious. However, recalling her father's assertion of invincibility and the divine weapon he bestowed upon her that could evoke such excitement, she felt assured that her father must be significantly stronger than this individual. Thus, her worry dissipated, replaced by an eagerness to discover the extent of her father's strength. She long admired her father, perceiving him as a paragon of versatility, despite his relatively lower cultivation level. Now, upon learning of his formidable prowess, her admiration surged exponentially. The woman in the red dress had initially believed the crisis had passed, but upon witnessing the scene before her, her heart sank once more. She was uncertain of Lu Qing'an's true strength, merely speculating that he was at the emperor level. Yet she was acutely aware of the peculiarities of the walking corpse sect. It was entirely possible that a 1 versus 2 situation could arise. After all, the walking corpse sect could manipulate corpses to attack. This sword must belong to you, the walking corpse sect expert remarked, quickly recognizing Lu Qing'an's extraordinary presence. Bolstered by the discussions around them, when their eyes met, he discerned that Lu Qing'an was also at the emperor level. However, he had not encountered Lu Qing'an before. In the demon realm, there were several hundred emperor-level practitioners, and he could recall the formidable top-tier experts. Apart from a few enigmatic figures who had never revealed their true forms, he had committed the others to memory. Yet, this individual was unfamiliar to him. Thus, he surmised that Lu Qing'an must be a recent breakthrough in emperor-level cultivation. If that were indeed the case, then this sword could easily be seized. Lu Qing'an gazed with great interest at the member of the corpse sect. This is a gift for my daughter. What, do you desire it? He was perplexed by the inexplicable enmity he shared with the corpse sect. In the early days of his rise, the patriarch of the corpse sect harbored the deepest hatred for him, dreaming incessantly of killing him and transforming him into a corpse. After ascending to the throne, the first to meet his demise was indeed the patriarch of the corpse sect. Now, upon returning to the demon domain, the first obstinate fool he encountered was yet again a member of the corpse sect. It was unsurprising that this individual did not recognize him, as he had seldom revealed his true visage, always donning a mask. In the entirety of the demon domain, fewer than 10 individuals knew his true appearance, all of whom shared a close bond with him. Your daughter has surprisingly taken to the cultivation techniques from the immortal ruins? Fascinating. I shall grant your family a path to safety. Surrender this treasured sword to me, and I will allow you to depart. Otherwise what? Shall I turn your entire family into my corpses? Oh, it appears that, after years of silence, many in the demon domain are unaware of the former might of our corpse sect. If that is the case, let it be known today that we, the pinnacle of the corpse sect, have returned. Such prattle. Lu Qing'an, having grown weary of the exchange, extended his hand, a surge of dark energy manifesting within it. In an instant, the mocking smile of the formidable emperor of the corpse sect vanished from his face. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lu Qing'an, his neck firmly grasped in Lu Qing'an's hand. No, this cannot be. The corpse sect warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was utterly powerless against Lu Qing'an's grip. No matter how he summoned his strength, he could not break free from the binding of Lu Qing'an's hand, imbued with dark energy. How ironic. The words of your patriarch before his demise echo your own. It seems your lineage possesses a certain synchronicity. With that, Lu Qing'an's hand erupted with an overwhelming black flame, which swiftly engulfed the member of the corpse sect. The warrior's eyes widened in horror, unable to utter a single cry, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to black ash, scattering across the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 10. Farewell, old friend. All present were astounded by Lu Qing'an's prowess. A mid-stage Emperor Realm cultivator, utterly powerless before him. What does this signify? This individual is at least a late-stage Emperor Realm expert, perhaps even at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Lu Zixuan, witnessing her father's formidable strength, couldn't help but swallow hard, especially when she observed the ease with which he dispatched his foes. Was this truly the father she knew? He was magnificent. Their mother had often remarked that their father's greatest virtue was his unparalleled gentleness towards others. Yet, in this moment, he exhibited a ruthlessness she never anticipated. The woman in the red dress stood transfixed in the sky, initially fearing a calamity had befallen them. She was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this man was a late-stage, or even peak-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, what had just transpired? The black flames? They had instantaneously reduced a mid-stage Emperor Realm expert to such a state. It was commonly believed that Emperor Realm cultivators were exceedingly difficult to slay, possessing various escape techniques and formidable vitality. What she had just witnessed starkly contradicted all her previous understanding. Lu Qing'an, having slain the member of the Walking Corpse sect, did not incinerate the remains. After a brief probing with his divine sense and confirming the presence of valuable items, he waved his hand to collect them. He then turned his gaze to his young daughter, still cradled in his arms. To his surprise, she appeared not frightened by his lethal actions, but rather amused, as though she found it entertaining. "Meow meow, are you not afraid?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. "No, I'm not afraid. Daddy is so cool." Lu Meow Meow replied with a shake of her head. Observing his little girl, Lu Qing'an mused inwardly that she truly had a remarkable spirit. No wonder she bore his blood. He chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair with pride. At that moment, another presence suddenly emerged. An ancient voice boomed from the heavens, shaking the atmosphere. "Who dares to cause disturbance in my city? Are you courting death?" The sky was swiftly engulfed by dense thunderclouds, swirling in ominous purple and black hues, shrouding the sun. Lightning forked like a colossal serpent tearing through the firmament, its thunderous roar resonating with such intensity that the ground trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. A terrifying pressure cascaded downwards, causing all living beings to tremble. Even the air seemed to solidify. Those present were taken aback by this spectacle. It's the City Lord. The Lord of Mo Lin City is among the most formidable beings in the demon realm. A peak-stage Emperor Realm expert. It is said he was one of the few friends of the former demon emperor. This is bad news for him. I have resided in Mo Lin City for many years, yet I have never seen the City Lord in person. Today, I shall finally behold his esteemed presence. Many years ago, two formidable beings at the Emperor level clashed here, wreaking havoc upon numerous structures. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Demon City executed both early-stage Emperor-level warriors, displaying their severed heads before the city gates. He subsequently issued a decree forbidding all emperor-level cultivators from engaging in combat within the vicinity. Now, one wonders if this individual might also face the wrath of the Demon City Lord. Regardless, today's spectacle has certainly been exhilarating. A crowd of onlookers hastily distanced themselves, fearing that a battle of such magnitude could ensnare them in its chaos. The woman in the red dress had not anticipated such a convoluted turn of events. Gazing at the storm clouds above, her lips twitched. She was, after all, aligned with this father-daughter duo. Would the Lord of Demon City also take the opportunity to eliminate her? Why was her fate so tumultuous? She understood well the immense power of the Demon City Lord, a being who could be considered an equal to the previous Demon Emperor. Such formidable entities were exceedingly rare in the demon realm, numbering no more than a handful. It was inconceivable that even the earlier Emperor-level warrior from the Corpse sect, let alone this seemingly powerful Emperor-level figure, would not prostrate themselves and plead for mercy in the presence of such strength. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, her gaze fell upon Lu Qing'an, who bore no trace of fear upon his countenance. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced his lips. This old fellow still reveled in his theatrics. Lightning wove a net across the sky, and amidst the blinding brilliance stood a figure atop the clouds, enshrouded in destructive lightning, as if a creator deity surveying all existence. Every soul in Demon City was captivated by this sight, their spines weakening under its overwhelming presence. They dared not lift their eyes. The power was staggering. A peak Emperor-level warrior. With a full force strike, they could obliterate an entire city in an instant. Who dares to reveal their name? You insignificant insect. The figure in the sky spoke again, their voice resonating through the heavens. Lu Qing'an smirked. Your grandfather. You dare. The figure in the sky was about to erupt in furious rebuke when suddenly he seemed to sense something, abruptly halting. Wait, that voice. It sounds so familiar. The Thundercloud Emperor, Shao Qingyi, blinked in disbelief and quickly scrutinized the speaker below. At first glance, he was taken aback, completely bewildered by the familiar visage. No, am I mistaken? The once weathered voice transformed into one of sheer excitement. The immense pressure he had exerted moments before dissipated instantaneously with that voice. Subsequently, the storm of lightning began to vanish at a visible pace. Within mere moments, the sky returned to its serene state, clear and azure. The figure had vanished, leaving only a white-haired elder in a purple robe appearing before Lu Qing'an, his countenance kind, a lightning-shaped scar adorning his chin. Ha ha ha. It truly is you. Where have you been all these years? I have searched for you tirelessly. As Shao Qingyi approached, he firmly grasped Lu Qing'an's shoulder and shook him vigorously. Don't move. You're shaking my children. Lu Qing'an squinted his eyes, speaking in a tone that conveyed a subtle threat. Upon hearing this, Shao Qingyi halted, and the familiarity of the warning brought an even broader smile to his face. Wait a moment. Your daughter. Shao Qingyi swiftly glanced at the little girl in Lu Qing'an's arms. The moment he took a closer look, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You rascal. I wondered why I couldn't find you in the demon realm. It turns out you've gone to the fairy ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. Shao Qingyi was momentarily speechless. This fellow had vanished without a trace, and after all these years, he returned with a daughter. Is this really your daughter? TSK. She bears no resemblance to you at all. She doesn't have an ounce of ferocity. Lu Qing'an retaliated with a swift kick, causing Shao Qingyi to stagger backward. My daughter must look fierce. Just look at her eyes and nose. Do they not resemble mine? She indeed looks like me, yet she is gentle and sweet, evoking a desire to draw near. Shao Qingyi felt no anger at being kicked. Instead, the familiar sensation returned, and his smile grew even wider. Daddy, who is this? Lu Miao Miao tilted her head, inquiring about Shao Qingyi. Miao Miao, you can call him the old immortal. He is an old friend of your father. Shun Ti, I call him grandfather? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large, innocent eyes. Huh, yes. You should call me grandfather. I'm many times older than your father. Shao Qingyi's heart soared at being addressed as grandfather by Lu Miao Miao. Wow, you actually have such a delightful and understanding daughter. It's truly unfair of the heavens. Is this what children from the fairy ruins are like? They're so much more charming than those from the demon realm. Chapter 11. Heaven Has No Eyes. How could you have such a lovely daughter? Lu Qing'an felt a swell of pride at Xiao Qingyi's effusive praise for his daughter, for indeed, she was undeniably charming. My dear young lady, how may I address you? Xiao Qingyi inquired, striving to project a warm demeanor as he smiled at Lu Miao Miao and gently asked. Lu Miao Miao, always bold, beamed with two delightful dimples upon confirming that this gentleman was her father's friend. I am Lu Miao Miao. You may call me Miao Miao, grandfather. And how should I address you? Miao Miao. What a lovely name. I am Xiao Qingyi, and you may call me Grandpa Xiao. He yearned to pinch Lu Miao Miao's cheeks and embrace her, yet the stern visage of Lu Qing'an, seemingly aware of his intentions, compelled him to withdraw. What a pity! He, who had never taken a wife and had no children of his own, lamented, if only I had a daughter as adorable as this one. How could such a fierce man have sired such a delightful daughter? I am utterly envious. Father. At that moment, Lu Zixuan descended gracefully. Xiao Qingyi paused, astonished to hear Lu Zixuan refer to Lu Qing'an as father. Wait, you have more than one daughter? He glanced at Lu Zixuan and noted the familial resemblance in her features, combined with her striking beauty. Though still young, she stood poised, embodying the essence of a captivating woman. This fellow, a legendary killer, how could he be so fortunate? It hardly seems fair. Dear sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, a friend of our father. Lu Miao Miao cheerfully introduced her sister before Lu Qing'an could speak. Hello, Grandpa Xiao, Lu Zixuan greeted with a warm smile directed at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi quickly returned the gesture with a kindly nod. And what may I call this lovely young lady? Grandpa Xiao, I am Lu Zixuan. You may simply call me Zixuan, she replied, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Qingyi. She had keenly sensed the formidable strength that Xiao Qingyi possessed, even more powerful than their mother's master, Lin Qingxue. However, she was taken aback by how this mighty individual conducted himself in the presence of her father, who had just playfully kicked the formidable man. Though it was in jest, such behavior revealed much about her father's past treatment of this powerful figure. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words. I can no longer express my envy. Observing Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in profound reflection. The notorious killer had vanished for an extended period, only to return with two daughters so contrasting in nature. It was as if he had played a grand jest upon the entire demonic realm. This place is quite crowded. Let us find a quieter spot to converse. I intend to settle here and would appreciate your assistance in locating a suitable place for my residence. Lu Qing'an surveyed the surroundings, wishing to avoid reminiscing about old times with Xiao Qingyi in such a setting. Upon hearing that Lu Qing'an intended to reside in his vicinity, Xiao Qingyi's aged eyes sparkled with immense excitement, like a parched spring suddenly bursting forth with droplets of water. Excellent. You must not change your mind. Settle here with me. Ever since Lu Qing'an departed, he has spent his days either training or wandering alone in this city of Lin. Now that Lu Qing'an has returned, he not only intends to stay, but also brings with him two remarkably lovely daughters, which will surely enliven this place. Kulme, I happen to have a perfect spot for you to settle in. Utterly tranquil. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Wait a moment. As Lu Qing'an was about to leave with Xiao Qingyi, he recalled something and gazed up at the woman in the red dress who stood dazedly in the sky. Come down. His voice, imbued with an almost magical authority, left the woman in red no time to react. She instantly appeared before Lu Qing'an. Standing between Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the woman in red trembled, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of tension and pressure. Who on earth is she? To be so closely connected with the sovereign of Lin, the esteemed Lei Xiao Emperor, and even daring to kick him twice moments ago. She racked her brain, unable to fathom who in the realm of demons would dare treat the Lei Xiao Emperor in such a manner. Not even the demon emperor would be so audacious. What is your name? Lu Qing'an inquired. Esteemed senior, my full name is Sun Minzi. The woman in red struggled to articulate her words. Upon hearing her surname, Lu Qing'an felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Do you have a place to go? My daughter is visiting the realm of demons for the first time. You are of similar age and likely unfamiliar with many things here. I would appreciate it if you could help her acclimate, Lu Qing'an stated. Xiao Qingyi, having also sensed the demonic energy emanating from the woman in red, recognized her as a denizen of this realm, but had assumed she was connected to Lu Qing'an. Only upon hearing this did he realize they were strangers. However, he was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's willingness to introduce an unknown demon girl as a friend to his daughter. This was quite out of character for him. What makes this girl so special? Xiao Qingyi inquired through thought transmission. Lu Qing'an replied, "Did you not notice the unique aura surrounding her? And her surname is Sunday." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi scrutinized Sun Minzi for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. "Are you suggesting she is his descendant?" Lu Qing'an affirmed. "It is highly probable." Understanding dawned upon Xiao Qingyi. Shortly thereafter, the group vanished from their location, heading toward a serene place. After their departure, an unwavering silence enveloped the surroundings. All who had witnessed the scene remained in a state of stunned disbelief, struggling to regain their composure. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that they began to come to their senses. Good heavens! Who on earth is this individual? It appears he is quite familiar with the Emperor of Thunder. To think he is also a pinnacle powerhouse of the Emperor realm. No wonder he effortlessly annihilated that Emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. Just moments ago, he even kicked the Emperor of Thunder. And astonishingly, the Emperor of Thunder showed no signs of anger. Rather, he seemed to be lost in fond reminiscence. This is simply extraordinary. Wait, I recall that the Emperor of Thunder has few friends and often prefers solitude, only associating with the previous generation's Demon Emperor. Are you suggesting that the individual we just saw was the previous Demon Emperor? That cannot be true. The previous Demon Emperor was a veritable god of slaughter. He does not appear menacing at all. Chapter 12. Your father is actually the eternal night demon emperor in the heart of the city of Mo-Lin. Beneath a tranquil mountain within the Lord's estate lies a secluded courtyard with azure tiles and white walls, hidden deep within the misty clouds. A bronze wind chime, suspended from the eaves, rings softly without the need for a breeze, producing ethereal sounds that resonate in the air. In front of the courtyard, a jade-green pond reflects the sky, adorned with a few lotus petals, their hearts glowing with a gentle light, occasionally disturbed by a silver-scaled fish leaping forth, shattering the starlit surface. Bamboo groves flourish along the stream, with each verdant stalk glistening with dew, whispering softly as the wind caresses them. Behind the eastern window stands a stone pavilion, where a half-played game of chess casts shadows upon the bamboo, and a stone bench holds a half-filled cup of cold tea, its fragrance lingering faintly in the air. What do you think of this place? I usually live here alone, but now that you're here, it's yours. Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Lu Qing'an gazed at the courtyard, unable to suppress a second glance at Xiao Qingyi. You've rather copied it. It looks exactly like my old courtyard. Ahem, I couldn't help it. I became accustomed to your place and simply replicated it. Xiao Qingyi replied with a chuckle. Observing the surroundings, Lu Qing'an felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, as if he had returned home. Miomio, Zishuan, you two go find a room. As for you, Lu Qing'an said, glancing at the three children, just find a place to settle down. Okay, Daddy. Lu Miao Miao, filled with curiosity about her new environment, dashed towards the house without a hint of reluctance. Being young, she was arranged to share a room with Lu Zishuan, while Sun Minzi took residence in the house across from them. Daddy, it's getting dark, and I'm a bit hungry, Lu Miao Miao said, patting her growling belly and blinking her large eyes. Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi. It's time for you to showcase your culinary skills. My Miao Miao has quite the appetite. Huh, finally I can show off, Xiao Qingyi exclaimed. Miao Miao, I'll go prepare the ingredients. With that, he vanished in a flash. And before long, within mere moments, he reappeared, carrying a magical beast that was as large as the entire courtyard itself, hovering in the sky. Wow! Lu Miao Miao gasped in astonishment at the sight. Huh! Tonight, we feast on roasted meat, Xiao Qingyi declared joyfully. As night deepened, the group gathered around a flaming fire. Lu Miao Miao devoured the food like a glutton, unable to satiate her hunger, eagerly rotating the meat over the flames. Delicious! Delicious! Grandpa Xiao is the best, she exclaimed, showering Xiao Qing'an with praise, who was overjoyed and continuously grilled meat for her. Lu Qing'an watched Xiao Qing'an's unceasing smile with a hint of amusement. It was rare to see the old man so exuberant. Dad, I'm a bit curious. What exactly is your status here in the demon realm? Lu Zixuan inquired, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she looked at her father. She had overheard descriptions of Xiao Qing'an among the crowd earlier, and, combined with her father's words since arriving in the demon realm, she pondered, invincible. Could it be that my father has indeed been invincible for a long time? Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. You should ask him. Lu Zixuan quickly turned to Xiao Qing'an. Grandpa Xiao, is my father quite famous here in the demon realm? Sun Minzi sat at the edge of the bonfire, appearing as though she were an outsider, hesitant to utter a single word for fear of uttering a misstep that might invite calamity. Yet, upon hearing the conversation, she could not resist stealing a glance at Xiao Qing'an, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure. Xiao Qing'an chuckled. How shall I put this? You may not have heard his name, given your time spent in the immortal ruins. But those from the demon domain are undoubtedly familiar with your father's reputation. The Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor. In this realm, the only being slightly more formidable than myself is he. Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qing'an, remarking, only slightly stronger than you? You certainly know how to inflate your own ego. Cough, cough. Please grant an old man a modicum of dignity in front of the younger generation. Xiao Qing'an hastily communicated with Lu Qing'an through thought. Lu Qing'an refrained from exposing Xiao Qing'an's embellishments, choosing instead to show consideration for an old friend. Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor? Lu Zixuan echoed this title, then turned her gaze to her newly forged friend, Sun Minzi, and inquired, Minzi, you have been in the demon domain. You must have heard of my father's name, right? She felt a strong affinity for Sun Minzi, not merely because they had fought side by side, but also due to Sun Minzi's loyalty when she refrained from fleeing during a moment of peril. Furthermore, Sun Minzi exuded an admirable presence, fostering a bond between the two young women in just an afternoon. Additionally, Lu Zixuan had unwavering faith in her father. If he endorsed her friendship with Sun Minzi, then she deemed Minzi worthy of her trust. However, when she posed a question and turned to Sun Minzi, she was taken aback to see Minzi trembling uncontrollably, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Lu Qing'an. Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor. It's actually the Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor. Minzi, what's wrong? Lu Zixuan observed Sun Minzi's distress and quickly expressed her concern. Lu Qing'an glanced at Sun Minzi and asked, Am I truly that frightening? Sun Minzi promptly lowered her head, as if wishing to shrink into her garments, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. And no, it can't be. The Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor, the one who has caused rivers of blood to flow in the demon domain, an invincible existence. To think he stands before me, and has taken me under his wing, and allowed me to befriend his daughter. What incredible fortune have I stumbled upon? Seeing Sun Minzi's fear, Lu Zixuan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Minzi, my father is a good man. There is no need to be afraid. She had a sense that her father wielded considerable authority in this domain. I'm not afraid. Sun Minzi quickly lifted her gaze to Lu Zixuan, striving to muster a smile. Yet, the smile appeared exceedingly strained, giving off an awkward impression. Xiao Qing'an, upon hearing Lu Zixuan's assertion about Lu Qing'an's character, felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Ah, child, you remain blissfully unaware of your father's past deeds within the demon domain. Upon understanding this, one can grasp the reason behind the young girl's behavior. Is my father truly that renowned? Lu Zixuan inquired with increasing curiosity. The Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor, the most formidable genius in the demon realm for countless millennia. After ascending the throne, his power at the initial stage of the Emperor realm allows him to crush even the peak-level old demons. Throughout the demon realm, there is no soul who does not recognize the Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor. Sun Minzi responded, as if reciting from memory. After hearing this, Lu Zixuan blinked and turned her gaze towards her father. Observing him calmly savoring roasted meat, his expression as unchanging as ever, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She never anticipated her father was so formidable, truly invincible. Lu Miao remained silent, seated beside Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, particularly close to Xiao Qingyi. After finishing a skewer of roasted meat, she continued to gaze longingly at him, even as she occasionally glanced at her father, her eyes shining with admiration. "Father, why have you never mentioned your impressive past?" Lu Zixuan pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qing'an. He chuckled. There was no alternative in the immortal ruins. "It was unwise to reveal my identity. Regardless, you must remember that with me around, you need not fear pursuing your desires. I shall always support you." Sun Minzi, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of envy. If only her father were still alive, perhaps he would have cherished her in a similar manner. Chapter 13. The initial pursuer of the night was as dark as ink, with the stars concealed. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat opposite each other in a stone pavilion, a pot of fine wine and 2 green porcelain cups between them. The wine shimmered softly in the pale moonlight, its crisp and fragrant aroma wafting into the bamboo forest, mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. Outside the pavilion, fireflies flickered intermittently, while the 2 men clinked their cups within. The candlelight inside had extinguished, and Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao were already tucked in bed. "What are you staring at? Keep drinking. We're nurturing fish here," Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Xiao Qingyi, who merely gazed back, his cup of fine wine barely touched. "Hurry up," Xiao Qingyi replied. "I sense you are harboring something within." Their essay questioned that, if posed, may bring you discontent. I wonder if it is wise to ask. "Then do not ask," Lu Qing'an replied curtly. "But I am truly curious. Please do not take offense. Why isn't the mother of these 2 children here with you?" Having known Lu Qing'an for countless years, Xiao Qingyi was well aware of the turmoil within his friend. The mere act of Lu Qing'an drinking alone revealed as much. The absence of the children's mother was likely tied to matters of the heart. The notion that she had passed away seemed unlikely, for who would dare to touch a woman in the presence of such a formidable figure? No one could achieve that. Lu Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi and remained silent. "Very well. If you choose not to speak, I shall consider my inquiry unasked. Let's drink. I shall accompany you into inebriation tonight," Xiao Qingyi said, increasingly convinced of the weighty matters troubling Lu Qing'an. He wished to avoid stirring up any distress. Indeed, Lu Qing'an was suppressing a deep-seated frustration and yearned for a confidant. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his old comrade and finally decided to share. "She and I have separated." Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. "Separated? Has there been a rift in your relationship? Could it be that Lu Qing'an no longer harbors affection for her, leaving her behind? That cannot be right. The Lu Qing'an I know is not one to abandon someone. If he has not forsaken her, then a separation seems implausible. Such a gentleman could not be so foolish as to let her go." He pondered the situation, recalling how many holy maidens desired Lu Qing'an in this realm of demons. Surely, he did not covet these maidens. After careful consideration, he found himself increasingly perplexed. "Why? I'm a bit lost here. Please elaborate on what transpired." Lu Qing'an noticed the curiosity piqued in Xiao Qingyi, who was visibly intrigued. "She has broken through to the emperor realm, the unblemished emperor position." "Wait, you mean the unblemished emperor position? This is comparable to your eternal night emperor position." "But wait, the unblemished emperor position. What happened next? You do not mean to imply that she has grown stronger to the point of reaching your heights, and then chose to leave, do you?" Xiao Qingyi still struggled to comprehend the situation. Lu Qing'an did not leave Xiao Qingyi to untangle the matter on his own. Instead, he recounted all that had transpired recently in one breath. After sharing, he felt a slight relief in his heart. "Wait, hold on. Let me process this." Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes, channeling his energy to dispel the lingering intoxication in his mind. After careful contemplation, he opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at Lu Qing'an. "Are you implying that she was oblivious to your true strength, unaware that you are the eternal night demon emperor, and that she foresaw her ascension to the unblemished throne, thus premeditating her departure from you? Furthermore, after assuming the throne, she publicly sought a divorce from you at the first opportunity? You, disheartened by her actions, returned to the demon realm with your daughter? Lu Qing'an downed a glass of wine in silence. Xiao Qingyi, having articulated the entirety of the situation, observed Lu Qing'an's tacit agreement and fell into contemplation. In this world, how could there exist someone so foolish? She must not realize the caliber of man she has forsaken, the eternal night demon emperor, an unparalleled entity in existence, one who could single-handedly ravage the entire demon realm, let alone the immortal ruins. To obliterate the entire Qing'an continent would be but a mere utterance. Though the unblemished throne may rival the eternal night throne, it is merely a semblance of imperial equivalence. And Lu Qing'an's strength is not solely derived from his title. This individual has honed every aspect to perfection, rendering him truly formidable. In essence, this woman forsook someone who had already achieved invincibility in the world to become stronger herself? A fool. Appure, un adulterated fool. I raise a glass to you. After mentally berating himself, Xiao Qingyi lifted his cup and poured another for himself. So, you have truly resolved to let go of this woman? Given his understanding of Lu Qing'an's character, it seemed he had indeed made the definitive decision to sever ties with her, leaving no room for further chances. This young man is quite cunning. Yet, it is evident that he genuinely loves this woman, considering he did not return with a vengeful rampage. Of course, it is also possible that he refrained from violence out of concern for the child. He glanced toward the direction of the room. If he had such an adorable child, he too would be reluctant to expose them to such a scene. Departing with dignity might be the most prudent choice. However, would that woman ever realize what she has forfeited in return? Would Lu Qing'an's heart soften? After all, she is the mother of his child. Lu Qing'an gazed at the moon, shaking his head with a smile. You know my character well. The past is the past. Emotions are like a mirror, once shattered. They cannot be mended. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to keep the family intact. But the moment Su Qingying publicly sought a divorce, he had already made up his mind. This relationship cannot be salvaged. The only thing that presently anchors his emotions is the child. Very well, I unconditionally support you. You shall settle here from now on. Moreover, there are quite a few wonderful women in the demon realm. I must let you in on a secret. Several lovely ladies visit me annually in search of you, particularly that Snow Day concubine. In the realm of the demon domain, I have searched for you for a millennium. It is said that you ventured to the celestial ruins in search of me, but inadvertently revealed your identity as a formidable warrior of the demon domain. Consequently, you were besieged by the mighty emperors there, returning wounded and requiring an extended period for recuperation. This young lady truly harbors feelings for you. At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi poured a glass of wine for Lu Qing'an and winked at him, believing that Lu Qing'an could find a new mother for the two children. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an envisioned the visage of an extraordinary woman. She had indeed traveled to the celestial ruins? Yes, but you are aware that crossing the boundary would significantly diminish one's power. The fact that she did not perish there is a testament to her fortuitous fate. How could you possibly overlook such a woman? He had always presumed that Lu Qing'an would ultimately be with Princess Shuetian, yet Lu Qing'an steadfastly rejected her advances. Are you beginning to play matchmaker again? Lu Qing'an retorted, speechless. All right, forget I said anything. Xiao Qingyi replied. By the way, could you lend me a copy of your cultivation technique? I would like my daughter to try it and see if it suits her. That is easily arranged. If it is unsuitable, we shall seek out other techniques. Given our relationship, your daughter is as good as my own. Throughout the entire demon domain, I shall ensure she acquires the most fitting cultivation methods. The two continued to drink and engage in lighthearted conversation. Lu Qing'an, amidst the spirit wine named relief of worries, gradually buried his own sorrows. Within the confines of the room shared by Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao, the latter pouted and gazed at her sister lying beside her. Sister, I cannot sleep. What troubles you? Are you unaccustomed to sleeping? Lu Zixuan inquired softly. I clearly despise our mother, yet I find myself missing her a bit. Tears welled in Lu Miao Miao's eyes. Lu Zixuan embraced her sister, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze. Yet she persevered and declared with strength, forget about her. We have our father, and that is enough. But but I cannot help but think of the time she held me while I slept. From now on, I will hold you as you sleep. Sister, do you think we will never see our mother again? We will see her. When will we meet her? When we both reach the emperor realm in our cultivation. We shall go and see her together. Really? Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. She would stand before her, demonstrating with her strength that she was mistaken. All right, then I will begin to cultivate diligently. Yes, let us strive to cultivate together. Chapter 14. Bestowing the art upon my daughter the following morning. After both daughters had awakened, Lu Qing'an summoned his elder daughter and requested Xiao Qingyi to impart his skills to her. Old Xiao, please begin. Xiao Qingyi nodded, focusing on Lu Zixuan, who sat before him with poise. Extending his finger, a small orb of violet lightning materialized at its tip, aimed directly at Lu Zixuan's forehead. This energy would seamlessly transfer into her consciousness, allowing her to master the technique with remarkable swiftness, enabling her to ascertain its compatibility with her constitution in less than an hour. Wait, Grandfather Xiao! Just as the orb of lightning was about to make contact, Lu Zixuan hastily interrupted. What is it? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Could you perhaps make that orb a bit rounder? It looks somewhat awkward. The orb was generally spherical, yet had a couple of minor protrusions that disrupted its symmetry, causing her inner turmoil. Xiao Qingyi blinked, casting a glance at Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an cleared his throat and remarked, Surely, this minor adjustment is within your capabilities. Xiao Qingyan nodded. Moments later, he successfully conveyed the technique to Lu Zixuan, who quickly entered a state of comprehension, closing her eyes in meditation. Daddy, where's Miao Miao? Lu Miao Miao, having heard her sister's words the previous day, was eager to attain the emperor realm. Lu Qing'an glanced at his younger daughter, who had often shown reluctance towards cultivation. It was surprising to see her desire to practice now. Miao Miao, do you truly wish to cultivate? Lu Miao Miao nodded earnestly. I want to reach the emperor realm. Very well. Old Xiao, please impart the technique to Miao Miao as well, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Xiao Qingyi nodded in agreement. After conveying the technique, he took a seat beside Lu Qing'an. How long has Zixuan been in this state? He asked, his expression peculiar. Lu Qing'an sighed. It has been this way since childhood. ISNT that's somewhat similar to Shui Tianfei? Xiao Qingyi noted. Lu Qing'an shook his head. For now, she isn't as formidable as her. But this psychological issue is beyond my control. You initially rejected Shui Tianfei due to her personality, yet your daughter exhibits the same traits. This is quite the predicament. Enough, Lu Qing'an interjected. I neglected to ask you a question yesterday. Have you encountered my little Blackie over the years? Your contract beast? I actually have. That rascal stole my treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's neck flushed with anger. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow. What did it take from you? Approximately 500 years ago, it suddenly appeared in Demon City. I was overjoyed to discover it, thinking you were nearby, and sought it out to inquire about your whereabouts. However, that fellow insisted he did not know your whereabouts, and naturally, I did not believe him. I left him within the city, seemingly with nowhere else to go, and he resided there for a time. Yet, each day I sought him out to inquire about your movements. Perhaps he grew weary of this, for he suddenly vanished without a word. Subsequently, I discovered that my Thunder Flame sword was missing. This sword is the most formidable weapon in Xiao Qingyi's possession. Though it does not rival Lu Qing'an's divine sword in rank, it ranks among the top 10 treasures in the entire demon realm. Ahem, and then? Lu Qing'an was well aware of this little thief's tendencies, having a penchant for hoarding fine items. In fact, before he managed to capture the little thief and form a contract with him, that very thief had previously stolen his weapon. In a fit of rage, he employed various means to track down the little thief's whereabouts, expending considerable resources before finally capturing him. Ultimately, under duress, he compelled the little thief to become his contracted beast. Thus, Xiao Qingyi found his words credible. This little thief was born with the skills of a master thief. What else is there? I cannot find him at all. I must insist that you retrieve my Thunder Flame sword at once. It belongs to your contracted beast, but I have no idea where it is now. Do you not have contract? I have only partially released it. He cannot take the little thief to the immortal ruins without unbinding certain aspects of the contract, which would constrain the little thief. so he has released only part of it to grant the little thief some freedom. Yet unexpectedly, the little thief slipped away. Xiao Qingyi fell silent, choosing to trust Lu Qing'an. As long as the black dragon remained within the demon realm, with Lu Qing'an's abilities, recovering the black dragon would not be difficult. You must find him quickly. Without my thunder flame sword, my strength is severely diminished. Lu Qing'an nodded. At that moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixuan, how do you find this cultivation method? Did you experience any discomfort while practicing? Lu Zixuan replied, Father, I find this technique quite impressive. It is domineering and powerful. Yet I sense there is something amiss, though I cannot articulate it. Please run through it once more. I shall observe. Lu Qing'an placed his hand upon Lu Zixuan's head and closed his eyes. After a moment, he confirmed, this technique aligns with your physique at about 90%. It is slightly lacking. Very well. I shall assist you in seeking another method. Is your technique insufficient? Xiao Qingyi inquired at that moment. Those of their caliber understood well the significance of a powerful technique's compatibility with one's body. In their earlier days of cultivation, lacking the necessary conditions, they practiced whatever higher-level techniques they could find indiscriminately, often encountering numerous bottlenecks. I had her try when she was younger, and it was still lacking. Lu Qing'an replied, Father, I have no recollection of that. You were quite young then. In fact, I tried it with all three of you siblings. My technique was too domineering. Just as they were discussing this, Lu Miao Miao opened her eyes. Father, does this mean I am able to cultivate? As Lu Miao Miao concluded her words, she deftly flipped her small hand, conjuring a delicate orb of purple lightning in her palm. My goodness! Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, as though he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Lu Qing'an, equally taken aback by the spectacle, swiftly positioned himself before Lu Miao Miao, gently placing his hand atop her head. After a brief examination, he cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Qingyi. It appears that my dear Miao Miao is far more suited to cultivate this technique than you are. This is the first time I have seen someone capable of condensing purple lightning upon merely beginning their training. Among all the disciples I have taken, not one has achieved such a feat. Truly, she is your daughter. The significance of bloodline cannot be overstated. Father, is it truly remarkable that I can do this? Lu Miao Miao inquired, her large eyes blinking in surprise at Xiao Qingyi's praise. Indeed, you far surpass my own prowess when I first embarked on my cultivation journey. Lu Qing'an replied with a fond smile. Is that so? Does this mean I have a chance to ascend to the Emperor realm? Lu Miao Miao gazed intently into Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you dedicate yourself to your training, it is certainly within your reach. Yea, then I shall strive diligently every day. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled Lu Miao Miao's hair before turning his attention to his eldest daughter. Zixuan, it would be prudent for you to refrain from practicing this technique. I shall seek a more suitable one for you. Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement. Actually, I believe you should allow Zixuan to try the technique of the Snow Empress. Xiao Qingyi suggested suddenly through a mental transmission. Lu Qing'an regarded Xiao Qingyi with a quizzical expression. Here we go again. This suggestion is not for your personal affairs, but have you not noticed how similar they are? Perhaps the technique would resonate perfectly with her. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing'an responded through thought. Are you still in contact with her? Is it possible to sever ties? Ah, it's quite the predicament. Chapter 15. The obsessive pursuer arrives. Xiao Qingyi hesitated to speak, but ultimately could no longer contain himself and poured out his grievances. Shortly after Lu Qing'an departed from the demon realm, he was not the only one seeking Lu Qing'an's whereabouts. Xue Tianfei was also searching fervently. Xue Tianfei's persistence surpassed his own, and they had even searched together at one point. However, after an extensive period of fruitless searching, he eventually gave up. He understood Lu Qing'an well enough to know that he did not wish to be found. No matter how hard they searched, they would remain unsuccessful. Thus, he chose to lie back and resign himself to fate. Having collaborated with Xue Tianfei in the search for Lu Qing'an for some time, Xiao Qingyi's nonchalance eventually displeased her. She insisted that he continue the pursuit. Perhaps realizing that she had no leverage over him, she ultimately relented, but required him to send her messages daily, reporting any news regarding Lu Qing'an. At noon each day, He was obliged to transmit these messages punctually. Should he fail to do so even once, he would face a wrath. As he recounted this, the bitterness on his face intensified. Initially, he had thought she would not resort to violence against him. But to his astonishment, she was indeed quite mad. After neglecting to send her messages for a few days, she stormed into his vicinity and assaulted him several times. You are well aware that I was hardly a match for her, especially after my weapon had been stolen. She threatened that if, on any future occasion, I failed to report to her, she would strike me once. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an could ascertain that such behavior was characteristic of Shui Tianfei. This madwoman remained as unhinged as ever. Once he had achieved invincibility, he grew weary of a life filled with conflict and sought to find a woman he cherished, to marry and raise a family, pursuing a life of stability and tranquility. Shui Tianfei was exceedingly beautiful, even more so than Su Qingying, particularly with her icy demeanor, making her the dream of many top-tier warriors in the demon realm. However, he could see no hope for a stable life with her, and thus, he ultimately declined her advances. After all, who would want a wife who resorted to violence over a mere mismatch in clothing? I see now, you are always urging me to be with her. Were you also coerced or enticed by her? Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. That is not the case. Xiao Qingyi turned his head and whistled. Lu Qing'an, send her a message to come here. Fine, at last, I can cease that monotonous task. Xiao Qingyi had intended to message Shui Tianfei yesterday, but Lu Qing'an seemed reluctant to meet her, and fearing his own impulsive decision might cause Lu Qing'an to leave. He had held back. Now that Lu Qing'an had requested it himself, the matter was settled. At noon, just as mealtime arrived, the sky above the courtyard was a brilliant blue. The fierce sun scorched the earth, and the cicadas sang their exhausted song throughout the woods. The leaves drooped languidly, and even the wind seemed too lethargic to stir. Yet, at this unbearable moment of heat, the sky suddenly changed color. A cloud, whose origin was unknown, swiftly spread across the expanse, obscuring the blazing sun, and soon after, a bone-chilling cold swept in like a tide. The temperature plummeted abruptly, as if one had instantaneously plunged from the sweltering embrace of summer into the frigid depths of winter. Grandfather, how peculiar! It's suddenly snowing outside, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, pointing towards the window with palpable excitement. The once azure sky was now shrouded in leaden clouds, and delicate snowflakes began to descend. Initially, they were but a few scattered flurries, but in the blink of an eye transformed into a flurry of snow, drifting gracefully to the earth below. Both Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi were equally astonished. This sudden shift in weather was indeed magical. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, however, maintained serene expressions, for they understood this change heralded the arrival of the Snow Sky Empress. In the midst of the swirling snow, a white figure floated down from the heavens. She was tall and elegant, adorned in a flowing gown of purest white that danced in the wind, as pristine as the snow itself, yet as piercing as ice. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, swirling wildly in the tempest, each strand seemingly imbued with a frigid power. Her skin was fairer than snow, almost translucent. Her features were artfully sculpted, exuding an air of imperiousness that demanded reverence. Her ice-blue eyes were deep and cold, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. The subtle hue of her lips was pale, pressed together in a manner that conveyed an air of aloofness. She alighted gracefully in the courtyard, her toes barely touching the ground, as if the mere contact with the earth could tarnish her pristine attire. The wind and snow swirled around her, hesitant to encroach upon her presence, as even the forces of nature bowed before her. Xiao Qingyi, you mentioned an urgent matter. Have you gleaned his whereabouts? The Snow Sky Empress did not enter the house, seemingly disdainful of its confines, wary of soiling her garments. Won't you come in for a moment? At that moment, a voice, deep and resonant, emanated from within the dwelling. The Snow Sky Empress, upon hearing that familiar voice which haunted her dreams, momentarily froze in place. In a flash, she had already appeared inside the room. As she turned her gaze towards the speaker, that glance felt as though it spanned an eternity. You wretched soul, where have you been all these years? The previously frostbitten visage was now thawing, a blend of excitement and resentment mingling in her expression, with a hint of annoyance. The tumult of emotions caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "What does my whereabouts matter to you?" Lu Qing'an retorted. "It may not concern me, but could you not spare a word for me? Do you have any idea how distressing it has been searching for you all these years?" The Snow Sky Empress lamented. Xiao Qingyi observed the Snow Sky Empress's display of feminine vulnerability and shook his head. Only Lu Qing'an could manage to temper her spirit, and it was only in his presence that she transformed into a demure maiden. "Shall we sit and converse? Or as before, have you not shed any of your old habits?" Lu Qing'an inquired. The Snow Sky Empress glanced at the chair where Lu Qing'an was seated, her lips twitching. Yet she resolutely steeled herself. "No, I've changed quite a bit." With her feet finally touching the ground, she shivered slightly but held it together, inching closer to Lu Qing'an, only to discover a young woman already seated beside him. "Excuse me, young lady," she frowned. "Who is this girl sitting next to him?" Upon overhearing the conversation between Shui Tianfei and Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan became acutely aware of something amiss. "This woman is certainly not right. Could you not sit over there?" Lu Qing'an gestured to the empty seat across from him. "I haven't seen you in quite some time and wish to engage in a more extended conversation." Shui Tianfei's demeanor towards Lu Qing'an was remarkably gentle, even bordering on submissive. "Auntie, why don't you take my seat?" At that moment, a soft, endearing voice chimed in. The speaker was Lu Miao, who sat to Lu Qing'an's left. Shui Tianfei turned her gaze towards Lu Miao. "Auntie?" Lu Qing'an glanced at his youngest daughter, surprised that she would offer her seat to Shui Tianfei. "However, I do have one request. I noticed you seem capable of freezing things. Could you help me turn that watermelon outside into a frozen watermelon?" Lu Miao blinked her large eyes, filled with eager anticipation. She had observed that when Shui Tianfei's feet touched the ground, it had actually frozen beneath her. Frosty and sweet treats are simply delightful. Certainly, Xue Tianfei replied. "Yay, then come sit here. I could just sit on Daddy's lap." Lu Miao beamed. "Daddy?" Shui Tianfei's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is your daughter?" Chapter 16. Can I be their stepmother? Shui Tianfei observed in stunned silence as Lu Miao sat comfortably on Lu Qing'an's lap. Comparing the distinct features of the two, she was struck by their uncanny resemblance. Could it truly be her daughter? Her mind felt as if it were mired in thick mud, sluggish and perplexed. After disappearing for a millennium, she returned with a daughter. This implied he had married another woman. Who could it be? Who could have captured the heart of a man she had been unable to pursue herself? Miao, Zixuan, greet Aunt Shui, Lu Qing'an instructed after Shui Tianfei sat down. Still in a daze, Lu Zixuan nodded, addressing Shui Tianfei. "Hello, Aunt Shui." "Hello, Aunt Shui." Lu Miao chimed in with a smile. Shui Tianfei nearly choked on her own breath upon hearing Lu Zixuan refer to her as Aunt Shui. Not just one daughter, but two. And this daughter was already so grown. Why? Wait, there's another one. Could this one also be? Xiao Qingyi, noticing Shui Tianfei's gaze shift towards Sun Minzi, discreetly reminded her, she is not his daughter. She is a descendant of an old acquaintance. Even upon learning that Sun Minzi was not Lu Qing'an's daughter, Shui Tianfei's mood remained sour. How could 1,000 years pass, and upon her return, her daughter had grown so much? "Let us eat. We can talk after the meal," Lu Qing'an suggested. Lu Miao nodded, eyeing the delicacies laid out on the table, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Eat more. If it's not enough, I can cook more," she added. "Grandpa Xiao, it seems there isn't enough food," Lu Miao quickly remarked. "You little glutton, and you're already claiming there isn't enough before you've finished eating," Xiao Qingyi playfully retorted, fond of Lu Miao despite the teasing. He stood up and headed toward the kitchen. "Aunt Shui, you should try this." Lu Miao suddenly offered some food to Shui Tianfei, leaving her momentarily stunned. Such politeness from this child. However, she would not accept food from anyone but Lu Qing'an. "You needn't serve me. I can help myself," Shui Tianfei replied firmly. "Then, Aunt Shui, could you help me chill this dish?" Lu Miao tilted her head and asked. Shui Tianfei, "Wow, it tastes even better chilled." Lu Miao exclaimed with delight as she sampled the frozen dish. "Miao, don't bother your Aunt Shui so frequently." All right, the atmosphere during the lunch was peculiar. Had it not been for Lu Miao Miao's occasional interjections to lighten the mood, the meal would have been completed in an oppressive silence. Zixuan, take your sister back to play. Lu Qing'an instructed after the meal. Okay, Lu Zixuan replied, leading Lu Miao Miao away. Sun Minzi hurriedly exited as well. Before long, only Lu Qing'an and the two others remained seated. Shall I attend to some matters? Xiao Qingyi inquired, glancing at the two. You could just sit, Lu Qing'an replied. Seeing the children leave, Shui Tianfei took a deep breath, striving to maintain a smile as she turned to Lu Qing'an. Where have you been all these years? I have searched for you for a long time, yet you remain elusive. The realm of magic harbors no trace of your presence. However, I have ventured to the celestial ruins, where I nearly met my demise. As Shui Tianfei spoke, she cast several lingering glances at Lu Qing'an, her eyes betraying a sense of fragility. I heard this from old Xiao. How is your injury? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an inquire about her condition, Shui Tianfei's heart fluttered with emotion. After a period of recuperation, I have fully recovered. He cares for me. Yet, you have what over there? The weight of this question hung heavily on her heart. Lu Qing'an nodded. The two children are quite lovely and adorable. Truly, they are your offspring. As she uttered these words, Shui Tianfei lowered her gaze slightly, as if the old wounds had suddenly resurfaced, her voice diminishing in volume. She resembled Lin Daiyu in her sorrow. Her demeanor elicited a shake of the head from Xiao Qingyi, who observed nearby. A woman, usually fierce and unyielding. Now, feigning weakness. How shameless. Where is she? Shui Tianfei yearned to see the woman capable of achieving what she could not. Lu Qing'an. She remains in the celestial ruins. Why did you not bring her back? Shui Tianfei gazed intently at Lu Qing'an, still maintaining a gentle demeanor. Or is it that you have merely returned to visit us before departing once more? Lu Qing'an, we have parted ways. Shui Tianfei, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. You have truly parted ways. Really? Ah, that is rather unfortunate. As Shui Tianfei expressed her regret, she nearly burst into laughter, yet she stifled the smile that threatened to break free. Then, will you return in the future? Is there any hope for rekindling past affections? Xiao Qingyi feigned nonchalance as he sipped his drink, yet he discreetly observed the two, his gaze filled with intrigue. Thankfully, he did not leave earlier. Otherwise, he would have missed this captivating scene. Lu Qing'an shook his head. I shall not return. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. Indeed, when it comes to matters of the heart, once issues arise, they cannot easily be resolved. One must look forward. Shui Tianfei's voice grew slightly louder, yet it remained ever so gentle, akin to a devoted admirer. Upon learning of Lu Qing'an's children, her heart felt as if pierced by a dagger, a most unbearable sensation. However, now she felt a sense of relief. This unseen rival possesses some skill, but alas, she ultimately failed to grasp the heart of this man. She cared not whether Lu Qing'an had feelings for other women. As long as they were no longer present, everything would be manageable. After all, when one loves a man, why concern oneself with his past affections? Then, what are those two children? Are they to grow up without a mother? The elder child may fare well, but the younger one is still so small. Have you considered finding them stepmother? Shui Tianfei lowered her head once more, her fingers brushing her silvery hair from her forehead to behind her ears, her voice imbued with an alluring shyness. Xiao Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals, a subtle expression of lewdness creeping onto his face. It must be Shui Tianfei indeed. A decisive assault is in order. Let us see how Lu Qing'an responds. Lu Qing'an glanced at Shui Tianfei and calmly replied, I can manage raising the children. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei pouted, You can't possibly play both father and mother. Can you? I truly believe that children need a mother to nurture them, especially since there are two daughters involved. There are matters that you should refrain from meddling in. Lu Qing'an had grown somewhat immune to Shui Tianfei's advances and was reluctant to continue the conversation. Let us discuss this later. I have no thoughts on relationships after the recent divorce. All right, but if you ever wish to find them a stepmother, do let me know. I have an excellent candidate in mind. Shui Tianfei winked at Lu Qing'an, her intentions almost too clear to ignore. The reason I asked old Xiao to summon you today is primarily to request your assistance with a particular matter. Given our relationship, you need not be so formal. To speak plainly, Lu Qing'an interjected. My eldest daughter requires training in the art of demonic cultivation, and I'm currently seeking a method that would be perfectly suited for her. I would like to see if your techniques are compatible. That is quite simple. I shall transmit the techniques to her for trial. Thank you very much. I've mentioned before that you need not be so courteous with me. I will go find the child and see how it goes. Shui Tianfei rose, delightfully making her way to Lu Zixuan's room. She sought to cultivate a closer bond with the child, aspiring to secure the role of stepmother. Once the child grows fond of her, Lu Qing'an, that stubborn fellow, would have no choice but to heed the child's preferences. Chapter 17. Affection for the unlovable. Yet she had not spent much time with the children, and it proved to be somewhat challenging. She needed to treat these two little ones with utmost care. Furthermore, she harbored a slight sense of unease, as these children were, after all, connected to that woman. Nevertheless, she believed she could eventually dispel this discomfort. After all, these children were, in essence, Lu Qing'an's progeny. Anything that mattered to Lu Qing'an would earn her affection. Two beautiful and adorable princesses. Auntie Shui has come to see you. May I come in? Shui Tianfei knocked on the door, refraining from entering directly, instead calling out cheerfully. Behind Shui Tianfei stood Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, who exchanged glances at the striking contrast in her tone. Xiao Qingyi whispered, I've always told you that this woman has her flaws, yet she genuinely cares about you. She is a woman deserving of your kindness. Honestly, if it were any other man in this situation, given Shui Tianfei's temperament, she might have harmed the children. But with Lu Qing'an, it's entirely different. She is willing to embrace the role of stepmother to these two kids. Her treatment of them is nothing short of miraculous. Lu Qing'an did not retort to Xiao Qingyi this time. Instead, he observed Shui Tianfei with a growing complexity of emotions. In truth, her earlier statement held merit. His two daughters were girls, and certain matters were indeed beyond a father's purview. Boys avoid their mothers, and girls their fathers. If pressing circumstances arose, having a woman to assist in raising the children could prove quite necessary. Yet, having gone through a previous relationship, he found himself lacking in expectations for the next. He was uncertain how long it would take to move on. He could only wait and see. Auntie Shui, please come in, Lu Zixuan said as she opened the door, somewhat surprised to see Shui Tianfei. If it were her mother seeking her, she would have barged in regardless of whether the door was open or closed. The fact that Shui Tianfei knocked and awaited her permission made her wonder if this was a performance for her father's sake. She had already discerned Shui Tianfei's fondness for her father, a fondness so intense that it seemed she wished to penetrate her father's heart while he was vulnerable. What was she up to? Shui Tianfei clasped her hands behind her back and entered the room. Upon stepping inside, she was momentarily taken aback by the cleanliness and orderliness of the space. Any lingering discomfort she had felt vanished in an instant. Then, she noticed Lu Zixuan's attire and grooming, both impeccably symmetrical. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty. This child was quite remarkable, bringing her immense satisfaction. I am familiarizing myself with the situation in the demon realm. Minzi has written a manual about various aspects of this place, Lu Zixuan explained. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Auntie Shui. I am well acquainted with the demon realm. Or, if you wish to take a stroll, you can invite Auntie Shui along. I will be delighted to show you around. Thank you, Aunt Shui. It's nothing, truly. This is what Aunt Shui is meant to do. By the way, your father has asked me to impart a technique to you for you to practice. Do you have a moment now? Lu Zixuan gazed at Shui Tianfei with immense tenderness, not merely in her expression, but also in her eyes, which radiated profound warmth. She felt somewhat taken aback. This seemed quite genuine. I have time. Very well, please sit cross-legged on the bed, and I shall transmit the technique to you directly. All right. Once Lu Zixuan was seated, Shui Tianfei inquired if she was prepared. Confirming Lu Zixuan's readiness, she commenced the transmission. A sphere of white light, resembling delicate snowflakes, appeared at her fingertips. Lu Zixuan fixated on the snowflake-like luminescence, unexpectedly discovering its remarkable symmetry. which bestowed upon her an overwhelming sense of comfort. She had anticipated a sensation akin to the first time she received the technique from Xiao Qing'an, where she would need to remind Shui Tianfei or endure some irregularity as it entered her mind. To her astonishment, it was quite the opposite. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed Shui Tianfei. All right, the technique has been successfully transmitted. You may begin practicing now. Should you encounter any difficulties, you can always consult Aunt Shui. She will be patient in guiding you. Lu Zixuan nodded. Lu Qing'an observed the light-hearted interaction between the two with an expression of bewilderment. Shui Tianfei seemed remarkably at ease with the child. He had often witnessed her abruptness when conversing with others, sometimes resulting in violence or even death. This demeanor was indeed a rarity. After acquiring the technique, Lu Zixuan began her practice. Before long, she paused. Father, this technique is far more pleasurable to cultivate than that of Grandpa Xiao. It feels utterly devoid of discomfort. After stopping, she quickly turned to Lu Qing'an, smiling brightly. Lu Qing'an approached, gently placing his hand atop Lu Zixuan's head, channeling his energy to inspect her. In an instant, he confirmed that his eldest daughter was perfectly attuned to the technique imparted by Shui Tianfei. Indeed, this technique aligns splendidly with you. From now on, dedicate yourself to its cultivation. Really? So, I can simply convert the energy cultivated in the immortal ruins to this technique? Lu Zixuan inquired. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. You cannot convert it alone. I shall assist you. An hour will suffice. Is that true? When shall we begin? Lu Zixuan took a deep breath. Having arrived in the demon realm and resolved to reside here long-term, she wished to convert all her previously cultivated energy into that suited for this realm. The incongruity of her past energy left her somewhat unsettled, akin to a circle with a small gap. Let us commence immediately. You may step outside for now. Lu Qing'an directed towards Shui Tianfei and the others. Father, should I also go outside? Lu Miao asked. Indeed, do not disturb your sister. Do you not wish to savor a refreshing slice of watermelon? Excellent. Shui Yi, let us venture forth. Lu Miao trotted over to Shui Tianfei, eagerly grasping her hand. It was the first time Shui Tianfei had ever held hands with another, causing her to tremble slightly. However, she suppressed her discomfort and nodded repeatedly. This rare opportunity to bond with Lu Qing'an's child must be seized. After all, caring for Lu Miao is of paramount importance, especially since she is still so young and in need of a stepmother's affection. Then, Miao, let us go outside. Once they were free from interruptions, Lu Qing'an sought to enhance his daughter's cultivation by directly extracting a fraction of the millionfold cultivation stored within the system. Extract 1 fold of cultivation. This world should still be able to bear it, should it not? It can indeed. Then, let us extract another fold. He dare not take too much, for the risk of inadvertently shattering this world would be dire. Chapter 18. The arrival from the immortal ruins in front of the courtyard on a snowy day. Shui Tianfei first enchanted a watermelon for Lu Miao, who eagerly embraced it and began to devour it with delight. Miao, if you wish to enjoy this type of watermelon again, you may speak to Aunt Shui. Here, take this sound transmission jade slip. You can infuse it with your magical energy to communicate with Aunt Shui. If you have any heartfelt words to share, you can convey them through it as well. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Tianfei endeavored to cultivate a closer relationship with Lu Miao. All right. After her enthusiastic response, Lu Miao continued to relish the watermelon. Once she finished a piece, Shui Tianfei resumed their conversation, eager to uncover more about Miao's preferences. Miao, do you particularly enjoy icy treats? No. As long as it's delicious, I love it all, Lu Miao replied, prompting a glimmer of mischief in Shui Tianfei's eyes. Ah, a little foodie. Such children are the easiest to manage. Miao, Aunt Shui may not be an expert in the kitchen, but I can learn. I'll cook for you often in the future. What does that sound? No need. Grandpa Xiao cooks wonderfully. We can just let him handle meals, Lu Miao stated, surprising Shui Tianfei momentarily. Then, how about Aunt Shui finds you a plethora of delectable treats from the demon realm? There are so many delightful things here that you won't find in your immortal ruins. For instance, there are the magical orbs, exquisite treasures, and some fragrant elixirs. Shui Tianfei hurriedly rummaged through her memories of delicious foods and enthusiastically shared them. Really? Aunt Shui, can you truly procure these delightful delicacies I've never even heard of? Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Absolutely. However, our relationship isn't particularly close yet. Only when our bond deepens can I assist you in acquiring these treats. Shui Tianfei smiled. Then from now on, Aunt Shui will be my second best friend in the demon realm. Second? Who is the first? It wouldn't be your father, would it? Shui Tianfei blinked playfully. My father is certainly not a friend. He is the one I cherish most. My number one friend is Grandpa Xiao. Lu Miao Miao grinned widely. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Xiao Qing'an, stealing my top spot. At that moment, Xiao Qing'an, who had just stepped out of the house, felt a chill run down his spine. No, miss, what is this murderous intent you're directing at me? I have not wronged you. Shui Tianfei made her way to the stone pavilion alongside Xiao Qing'an, having a question she needed to pose. Once seated, she cut straight to the chase. Do you know any detailed information about that woman? Xiao Qing'an observed Shui Tianfei's transformation as she distanced herself from the Lu Qing'an family, her demeanor shifting to one of icy indifference, causing his old face to twitch. Actually, I'm also a friend of Lu Qing'an. Could you perhaps treat me with the same courtesy as you do them? A little gentleness and a smile while speaking would be appreciated, perhaps. Shui Tianfei scoffed. Can you match them? Hurry up. After our conversation, I still need to spend some time with Miao Miao. Xiao Qing'an. I am utterly exasperated. I have praised you endlessly in his presence. Yet you dare to commend me? How can I possibly believe that? Enough of this. It seems I have misjudged this good person. Spare me your chatter and swiftly divulge all the information you possess. Xiao Qing'an ceased his trivialities and replied. The woman you speak of is the first one that Lu Qing'an encountered upon arriving at the immortal ruins. She possesses remarkable talent and is indeed a gentle soul. What, am I not gentle? Is my talent lacking? Shui Tianfei interjected, unable to restrain herself. Ahem, how should I put it? You are quite gentle with him, but towards others. Shui Tianfei furrowed her brow. Is it possible that I falter in this regard? What gives? In truth, from his descriptions, I surmised that her becoming his partner was largely a matter of coincidence. At a time when he sought a stable existence, she appeared. Is it merely her good fortune? Xiao Qing'an spoke with a hint of uncertainty. After all, Lu Qing'an's ex-wife seems to have a charmed life. Without his secret assistance in enhancing her cultivation and talent, she could not have ascended to the emperor realm so swiftly. And what else? Shui Tianfei gritted her teeth. Why am I not so fortunate? A stable life, you say? I too can change for him. Previously, I could not tolerate any discomfort within myself, plagued by obsessive cleanliness and compulsions. Yet now I have adjusted for his sake and can endure more. Eventually, they were together, marrying and having children, 2 daughters and a son. And what of the son? He is with his ex-wife. Why? With a father like a demon emperor. Such a formidable figure. Why not stay with him instead of his mother? Shui Tianfei paused momentarily. This child must be mentally challenged. Ahem, it is indeed a rather peculiar situation. Let me elaborate. Xiao Qing'an, feeling a sense of camaraderie in venting, recounted how Lu Qing'an had to conceal his identity as a demon emperor in the immortal ruins, and how not long ago, Su Qing'an had broken through to the emperor realm and attained the title of pure emperor, and so forth. After listening, Shui Tianfei was left utterly bewildered. This, she found it exceedingly hard to believe. Truly unbelievable, Shui Tianfei exclaimed. Indeed, when I first heard him say those things, I wore the same expression as you. Xiao Qing'an slapped his thigh, relieved to find someone who understood his sentiments at that moment. How could this woman have ever been with him? Shui Tianfei could no longer contain herself and stood up. Yes, that was exactly what I thought at the time. The pure emperor title, while admirable, it is akin to the eternal night title. But no matter how much she cultivates, can she ever match his strength? Ultimately, if she does not achieve breakthroughs in other areas, can she even hope to equal me? Given such circumstances, to desire greater strength and leave him. That is utterly foolish. Yes, I thought the same at that time. Xiao Qing'an, as if playing the role of comic relief. clap his thigh once more. No, no. Ha! I should not speak of her. Why am I even mentioning her? Had it not been for her lack of appreciation, had it not been for her foolishness, had it not been for her sudden desire to grow stronger, how could I have been afforded such an exquisite opportunity? Shui Tianfei quickly regained her composure, her face illuminating with a joyous smile, akin to a vibrant blossom blooming amidst the icy expanse. Judging by my understanding of Lu Qing'an, it is nearly impossible for him to look back. The likelihood of you successfully winning his affection is quite substantial. You must strive for it. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. I must admit, you are becoming somewhat agreeable. Quite commendable. Keep it up. Shui Tianfei responded with a grin. Xiao Qingyi remarked, I have always supported your relationship with him and have urged him to be with you multiple times. Why do you not believe me? Very well. This time, I shall reluctantly trust you. I will refrain from hitting you in the future. Xiao Qingyi. At that moment, Shui Tianfei turned her gaze toward Lu Miaomiao, who was indulging in watermelon not far away. These two children, unlike their brother who chose to be with that woman, clearly possess a deep affection for Lu Qing'an. Now, he has only these two children upon whom he can rely emotionally. He must love them dearly. Therefore, if she can truly win the satisfaction of these children, she will undoubtedly be able to penetrate his heart. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully refined his eldest daughter's cultivation to align with the standards of the demon domain. All right, Zixuan, turn your focus inward and familiarize yourself with the cultivation power of this realm. Wow, I have truly transformed my cultivation to fit the demon domain. Moreover, I have even ascended a significant level. Father, what has transpired? Lu Qing'an smiled. In the entire demon domain, only your father can assist you. Had you been the daughter of another, you would have had to start your cultivation anew. As for this breakthrough, I simply imparted a portion of my own cultivation to you, but I cannot transmit too much for fear that your foundation may become unstable. You must solidify your base well. Wow, my father is the best. Lu Zixuan exclaimed with glee. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile and returned to the hall. Upon witnessing Shui Tianfei playing with Lu Miaomiao, he momentarily lost his train of thought. Your relationship seems to have grown quite close. Lu Qing'an inquired. Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. The child is both adorable and intelligent. How could it be otherwise? Miao Miao, tell your father. Who is your best friend in the demon domain? Annie Shui. Lu Miao Miao promptly declared. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, both unable to contain their astonishment. They could see the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. Shui Tianfei certainly possesses a unique talent in nurturing children, Lu Qing'an mused. Subsequently, Shui Tianfei endeavored to bond more closely with the two children, engaging them in conversation. It was evident that she was earnestly pursuing her inner aspirations. The arrival of Shui Tianfei introduced a lively commotion to the once quiet courtyard. This slight disturbance alleviated some of the emotional pain that had plagued Lu Qing'an. At that moment, a transmission jade slip hidden within his spatial treasure from the immortal ruins suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that the sender was none other than his good friend, He Hong, from the immortal ruins. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to connect the call. Old He, Qing'an, I find myself disinclined to remain in the Xinshu any longer. It feels rather pointless. May I venture over to the demon realm to seek you out? Chapter 19. The arrival of my sister-in-law Lu Qing'an was taken aback upon hearing He Hong's words. What has transpired, He Lao? For him, He Hong represented a cherished friendship that transcended age, and their bond had always been strong since their first encounter. This relationship contrasted sharply with his somewhat tumultuous rapport with Xiao Qingyi, which had evolved from a rivalry into friendship. With He Hong, however, their camaraderie had remained steadfast throughout the years. When you departed, many were aware of your status as a formidable emperor-level expert from the demon realm, and our relationship is well known throughout the immortal ruins. People speak of my betrayal, claiming I have lured individuals from the demon realm into our midst. In my eyes, the inhabitants of both realms are not so different. They merely belong to opposing factions. I remain indifferent to such gossip, yet it still vexes me. After listening to He Hong's account, Lu Qing'an chuckled, You two possess emperor-level prowess. They dare only to whisper behind your back. You are welcome to come here. I have secured a place to settle. Do you intend to stay for a while, or make this your permanent residence? He was delighted at the prospect of his good friend visiting, as it would provide companionship for conversation, now that his strength had reached its zenith. And with the system storing an immense amount of power within him, he could draw upon it at will, akin to having a substantial fortune in a bank, albeit with the necessity of discreet withdrawals to avoid destabilizing the world. With no need for cultivation, his only responsibilities lay in caring for his two daughters and aiding them in their training. Qing'an responded with a grin. If I am not discovered and hunted down by those from my previous realm, settling here is indeed an option. After all, you know I have no other friends here. You are my closest companion. Moreover, my two favorite girls are with you. As for your son, alas, we seem to lack compatibility in conversation. His words implied a longing for Lu Miao Miao and the others. Lu Qing'an smiled. In that case, as long as I am here, you may reside for as long as you wish. No one would dare lay a hand on you. Ha! Your assurance suffices. You truly possess remarkable qualities. I am astonished that you have concealed your peak emperor-level strength for so long. Even I, an elder, failed to notice. When Qing'an finally perceived Lu Qing'an's true power, he was genuinely astounded. Having known Lu Qing'an for a millennium, he had spent countless hours over tea and chess with him. Though he himself was at the mid-level of emperor strength, he should have sensed the aura of a peak expert. It could only be said that Lu Qing'an excelled in the art of concealment. Of course, Qing'an did not hold this against him. He understood the challenges a powerful demon realm expert faced in the immortal ruins. Without proper discretion, one could easily fall prey to the onslaught of immortal ruins experts. Centuries ago, a peak emperor from the demon realm had ventured into the immortal ruins and, despite his formidable strength, was nearly vanquished by the combined might of the immortal ruins' numerous emperors. On that day, he caught a distant glimpse of the fierce battle among a group of top-tier warriors. If Lu Qing'an were to reveal his identity, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, possibly even extermination. Lu Qing'an remarked, "Your lack of awareness indicates you have never suspected me. Haha, you certainly possess a way with words. Very well, I shall gather my belongings and prepare to depart. How shall I find you then? Or will you come and fetch me?" Qing'an inquired earnestly. After 2 days of contemplation, he had arrived at this decision. The situation in the demon realm mirrored that of the immortal ruins. Once he arrived, even with Lu Qing'an, a peak emperor-level protector, he could not afford to expose his cultivation from the immortal ruins. Otherwise, he risked being besieged by a host of emperor-level warriors. Therefore, caution was imperative upon his arrival. Lu Qing'an instructed, once you reach the location where the immortal ruins connect with the demon realm, send me a message. I shall personally come to receive you. He felt uneasy in trusting this task to another. By going himself, he could ensure Qing'an's safety. Qing'an responded with a smile, "Very well. I will message you when the time comes. Now I must prepare." After concluding the communication, Lu Qing'an turned his gaze to the approaching Lu Zixuan, whose face radiated excitement. "Father, is Grandpa he coming here? And he might stay for a while." Although she could not hear Qing'an's message, she surmised from her father's words that Qing'an intended to visit. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. "Wonderful," Lu Zixuan exclaimed joyfully. Upon arriving here, she still felt somewhat out of place. Having a familiar face around would certainly ease her adjustment. She quickly dashed off to find Lu Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, I have great news. Grandpa, he will be coming to our place soon." Upon hearing this delightful news, Lu Miao Miao jumped with glee. "Really? That's amazing." Shui Tianfei, overhearing, inquired, "Grandpa he? Who is he?" Lu Zixuan replied, "He is my father's good friend from the immortal ruins." The mention of a good friend plunged Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qingyi into contemplation, sparking their curiosity about this individual from the immortal ruins and who he truly was. Not long after, Lu Qing'an received another message from Qing'an, who had additional news to share. His former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, wished to make a visit as well. However, she did not intend to stay long. She simply wanted to check on the two children, concerned about any psychological issues they might face after leaving home. Upon learning this, Lu Qing'an said nothing, recalling how well Su Yuni had treated him in the past, especially towards the 3 children. He readily agreed, instructing them to message him once they reached the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. When Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao learned that Su Yuni would also be visiting, their excitement soared. Is Annie coming too? That's fantastic. Lu Miao bounced with joy, as if she had just received a delightful treat. Lu Zixuan chimed in, I will tidy up the rooms for Annie and Grandpa. Lu Qing'an observed the two children with a heart full of contentment, feeling a sense of relief. He had been apprehensive that they might struggle to adapt to this new environment, feigning comfort solely for his sake. Yet, he could discern a hint of discomfort in Lu Zixuan's demeanor. Now, witnessing the joyful expression on his eldest daughter's face, it was evident that she was genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei exchanged glances upon hearing this news. Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law was also coming. Xue Tianfei's beautiful eyes narrowed in intrigue. Sisters often not only share a striking resemblance, but also exhibit similar temperaments. Very well, I shall see what this woman's sister is truly like. Chapter 20. Arrival at the demon realm. In front of a grand hall in the mystical ruins, Su Yuni, clad in a flowing blue dress, gracefully descended. Upon entering, she found a strikingly handsome youth, no more than a teenager, seated cross-legged at the center of the hall. Under the guidance of an enchanting woman radiating a brilliant white light behind him, his cultivation surged rapidly. Moments later, he broke through 3 minor realms. Lu Zhengran opened his eyes, gazing at his hands in sheer excitement. Mother, have I truly surged through 3 realms in an instant? Indeed, this is all the assistance I can offer you. From here on, you must diligently solidify your foundation and continue your ascent, Su Qing'an advised. Understood. Thank you, Mother. Lu Zhengran replied, savoring the changes in his cultivation. In less than half a day, he had made such remarkable strides, an achievement he had never dared to imagine before. Now, his cultivation was already a level above that of his sister. Is there room for me? At that moment, Su Yuni's voice resonated from behind them. Su Qingding, having sensed her arrival, nodded and asked, Are you here for something specific? Aunt. Lu Zhengran turned to Su Yuni, beaming as he declared, Aunt, look at my cultivation. I've just broken through 3 realms. He bore a magnificent sword on his back, choosing to carry it rather than stow it in his storage ring, a testament to his deep affection for the weapon. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then turned her attention back to Su Qing'an. Sister, I intend to accompany Elder He to the demon realm. What purpose do you have there? It is fraught with peril. Su Qing'an's brow furrowed instantly. Elder He is visiting my brother-in-law. No, my former brother-in-law. I find myself with some free time and wish to accompany him, while also checking on Zixuan and Miao to see how they are adapting, Su Yuni explained. Su Qing'an's expression darkened. The demon realm is exceedingly dangerous, and you have yet to reach the emperor realm. It is far too perilous for you to venture there. I cannot allow it. Sister, with Elder He accompanying me and my brother-in-law to receive us, as long as we conceal our cultivation, we should be fine. After ensuring that Miao and the others are doing well, I will return, Su Yuni reassured her. Su Qing'an remained troubled, contemplating for a considerable time. Mother, let Aunt go. Father is also of the emperor realm. There should be no significant issues. Lu Zhengran interjected. Aunt, when you see my sister, remember to tell her that I have broken through 3 realms. He could already envision his sister's astonishment upon learning of his rapid advancement. Very well, sister. Do you have any messages for the children? Su Yuni inquired, for her visit was not merely to seek her sister's consent, but also to consider the feelings of the 2 children, wondering if her sister had any words to convey, believing the children must miss their mother. Su Qing'an closed her eyes, remaining silent for a while. Ultimately, unable to resist, she said, Tell them that their mother has her own life, and they should not resent me. Furthermore, do take care of yourself and return promptly. The longer you remain there, the more perilous it becomes. When you come back, your prowess in the formation should be commendable. If the children have anything they wish to convey to me, please capture their words on video. She is aware that her sister has devised a recording formation. Very well, but do you truly have nothing to say to the 2 children? I shall give you these recording formations. I will only set out tomorrow morning. If you have anything to express tonight, Simply inscribe it within the formation. All right, I shall return to pack my belongings. After Su Yuni finished speaking, she left the formation behind and departed. Su Qing'an gazed at the formation, waving her hand to draw it closer. Zhengran, return and solidify your cultivation. If there is anything you do not comprehend in your training, seek your mother again. Understood. Once everyone had departed, Su Qing'an looked at the formation in her hand and ultimately recorded a message. The following morning, He Hong sought out Su Yuni and subsequently bid farewell to those with whom he maintained amicable relations. He found Su Qing'an and, gazing at her, felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was he who had introduced Su Qing'an to Lu Qing'an, a relationship fraught with complications, one he had unwittingly orchestrated. Qing'an, as I depart, I am uncertain when I shall return. It is only fitting that I bid you a proper farewell, He Hong said. Su invincibility, he lao. Are you truly determined to settle over there? It remains far too dangerous. My decision is resolute. Do not attempt to dissuade me. Would you like me to deliver a message? He Hong looked at Su Qing'an, harboring a flicker of hope, wishing to hear her ask him to convey a few words to Lu Qing'an. However, he was met with her head shaking in refusal. Very well. He Hong sighed in resignation. It appears that these two cannot return to what once was. Grandfather He, will I truly never see you again? Lu Zhengran inquired, furrowing his brow. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Focus on your training, and we shall see who among you and your sister first breaks through to the Emperor realm, He Hong replied. Lu Zhengran nodded. Then I shall take my leave, He Hong declared. Second sister, are you truly going to follow him? Su Xuanyu gazed at Su Yuni, feeling quite helpless. It is far too dangerous over there. Enough. We will communicate through sound transmission when the time comes. Sister, we are leaving. After bidding their farewells, the two ascended into the sky, heading towards the demon domain. Su Xuanyu looked towards the horizon, solemnly remarking, I wonder if that fellow can truly protect second sister. And the two children have already practiced the techniques of the immortal ruins. Alas, had I known he was from the demon domain, I would never have allowed him to take the children away. Sister, is there any way to retrieve them? Su Xuanyu turned to Su Qing'an. She merely cast a glance at her brother, then feigned ignorance, turning to fly back to the main hall. Sister, pay attention to me. He Hong, a seasoned emperor-level cultivator, was not slow in flight. After an hour, he finally arrived at the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon domain. Observing the ominous landscape beyond the boundary wall, both felt a twinge of anxiety. Qing'an, I have reached the boundary. Where are you? He Hong retrieved the communication jade slip and transmitted a message to Lu Qing'an. Shortly after sending the message, he observed a figure soaring rapidly towards them, ultimately halting at the boundary wall. It was none other than Lu Qing'an, who had come to escort them. Upon witnessing this, He Hong and his companion smiled as they traversed the boundary wall and entered the realm of the demon domain. Coming to a stop before Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, Su Yuni exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an returned the smile with a nod before turning to He Hong. Is this your first visit to the demon domain? It must be, He Hong replied with a hint of nervousness. You must ensure our safety, my friend. Rest assured, in this realm, no one can harm you, Lu Qing'an assured them. Now, follow me. The children are eagerly awaiting your arrival. He signaled for them not to resist, then harnessed his formidable powers to tear through the void, leading the two of them as they soared at full speed towards Lin City. His current cultivation had more than doubled, and their journey progressed with astounding swiftness. In less than 2 breaths, they had traversed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at Lin City. Su Yuni and He Hong, carried aloft by Lu Qing'an, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Qing'an, just how far did you take us in such a short time? He Hong could not help but inquire rapidly as Lu Qing'an came to a halt. Several tens of thousands of miles, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. At his words, both He Hong and Su Yuni were left utterly flabbergasted. What level of cultivation could possibly yield such incredible speed? Even those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm could not achieve such feats. Chapter 21. Arranging a bright future for old friends, both individuals found themselves immobilized in midair, captivated by a single utterance from Lu Qing'an. In their understanding, The swiftest pace achievable by a peak emperor-level expert was merely a myriad of miles in a heartbeat. They were acutely aware that they had traversed several spatial passages, covering at least a distance of over 100,000 miles. The exact figure, possibly reaching several 100,000 miles, remained uncertain. Yet, there was no reason for Lu Qing'an to deceive them. Qing'an, could it be that your imperial status is connected to space? He Hong pondered, attempting to voice his curiosity. Lu Qing'an regarded his old friend with a smile, saying, "Old He, refrain from your inquiries. The children have awaited you for quite some time. Let us proceed and converse upon our arrival." Suppressing his curiosity, He Hong nodded in agreement. Su Yuni, however, gazed intently at Lu Qing'an's profile. Previously, she had perceived her brother-in-law as meticulous, principled, and amiable in his dealings with others. Now, she sensed an air of inscrutability surrounding him. The more elusive a person becomes, the greater the desire to uncover their truths. This time, Lu Qing'an needed not shatter the void. A brief flight brought them to a tranquil mountain range. "We have arrived," Lu Qing'an announced, guiding them towards a serene courtyard below. There, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao awaited, standing amidst the open space, their faces alight with anticipation. "Grandfather He, Ani," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, bounding forward with arms waving in sheer delight. Lu Zixuan smiled, eagerly awaiting their descent. Upon landing, the two children transformed into gusts of wind, rushing towards the newcomers, embracing Su Yuni and greeting the two adults. "Good children, are you adapting well in the demon realm?" He Hong inquired, his aged eyes radiating warmth. "We're doing splendidly. Eating well and sleeping well," Lu Zixuan replied with a grin. "And what a Miao Miao. Very well. Just missing you a bit. Grandfather He, would you like some ice-cold watermelon? It's absolutely delicious." Lu Miao Miao chimed in joyfully. "Ha! Let's hold off for now. Old He, Ani, my sister and I have prepared rooms for you. Cool me. Let's enter." Lu Miao Miao took their hands, leading them into the house. Lu Qing'an observed this scene with a smile, following closely behind as they entered. "Qing'an, who are these two?" He Hong asked upon settling down, glancing at the silent figures of Xiao, Qingyi, and the others. "They are my friends here. Would you care to introduce yourselves?" Lu Qing'an prompted. Xiao Qingyi smiled and said, "I am Xiao Qingyi, a top-tier expert in the demon realm, also a longtime friend of his." "And what are your names, esteemed friends?" "Also, it is fellow Taoist Xiao. I am He Hong, merely an old man with respectable skills in artifact forging from the immortal ruins." "Su Yuni, it is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Xiao." At this moment, Shui Tianfei also introduced herself, striving to present a gentle demeanor after hearing He Hong's words. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei, one of the paramount figures in the demon realm, also happens to be his admirer. The introduction of Shui Tianfei was laced with personal bias. As these words were spoken, the previously budding atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Qing'an cast a silent glance at Shui Tianfei, finding her words trivial. He Hong, after a moment of surprise, quickly broke the tension with a laugh, exclaiming, "I never expected Qing'an to be even more popular here." He could not help but glance at Shui Tianfei again. Both had just claimed to be among the top powers of the demon realm, which might imply that they possessed peak emperor-level strength. Wait a moment. This woman, how does she resemble that demon realm powerhouse who was besieged by a group of Xinshu experts that day? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You have traveled a long way, so please take some time to rest. Lu Qing'an put an end to this peculiar topic of conversation. Shui Tianfei, sensing Lu Qing'an's interruption, felt a twinge of resentment and discreetly turned her gaze towards Su Yuni. At that moment, she realized Su Yuni was also looking at her, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Su Yuni, who had yet to reach the emperor level, though possessing a pleasant appearance, still lacked the grace that Shui Tianfei exuded. Furthermore, her strength was incomparable. It was likely that Su Yuni's sister was of a similar caliber. That foolish woman. She must have relied solely on luck to capture this man. He Hong and Su Yuni moved into the tidied room to set their belongings down. Shortly after, He Hong beckoned Lu Qing'an to join them in the room. "Qing'an, I have many questions I wish to ask you." Observing his old friend, Lu Qing'an said nothing and sat at the edge of the bed, signaling for He Hong to proceed. The bond between them was forged through mutual stubbornness. Both were engrossed in their respective studies to the point of neglecting their own needs. Lu Qing'an saw a reflection of his late friend in He Hong, who had also shared such fervor. After over a millennium of companionship, He Hong had treated him with sincerity, and thus Lu Qing'an regarded him as a true confidant. Is there truly no hope between you and Qing'an? If you need me to intervene, I shall assist you with all my might. He Hong's expression was earnest. Lu Qing'an, anticipating He Hong's words, shook his head. There's no need. Let that matter rest. Very well then. Do you truly intend to remain here and not return to Xinshu? Lu Qing'an nodded. All right, then I have made my decision. I shall settle here. After all, this old man enjoys researching weapon forging, and I am indifferent to matters of the outside world. Just provide me with a space for forging, and most importantly, I wish to see these two children grow up healthy. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow shone in He Hong's eyes. Lu Qing'an understood that He Hong had once lost a daughter in a tragic accident at a tender age. These two children are quite fond of you, old friend. I will arrange for a forging room for you during this time, and should you require any materials for forging, just let me know. As you are new to the demon realm, I will ensure everything is in order for you. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong on the shoulder. Isn't this rather troublesome? He Hong remarked with a smile. In this unfamiliar place, you can only rely on me. What? Do you think you can manage it on your own? Clearing his throat, Lu Qing'an replied, Well, I shall reluctantly oblige. However, I cannot take advantage of you. If you wish to forge weapons in the future, simply command me, and I shall do so without charge. He Hong laughed in response. Very well, you have made this promise, and I shall undoubtedly require your free labor in the future. Yet, Lu Qing'an had no need for He Hong's assistance in weapon forging. In the realm of demons, there existed a plethora of top-tier blacksmiths eager to offer their services to him. The blacksmith who had originally crafted his treasured sword had attained great renown after forging such a magnificent weapon, which Lu Qing'an wielded to upheave the demon realm, vanquishing countless foes. Consequently, the creator of this divine weapon rose to become one of the most celebrated and sought-after blacksmiths in the demon realm. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law is more mysterious than one could imagine while He Hong engaged in a private conversation with Lu Qing'an. On the other side, Su Yuni was settled into an impeccably clean room, devoid of even a speck of dust, arranged meticulously by Lu Zixuan and her companion. Auntie, how long do you plan to stay here? Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile, hoping that Su Yuni would linger a little longer. Su Yuni gently patted the heads of the two girls and replied, It depends on the circumstances. Annie will try her best to accompany you both for a while. But once you adapt to life here, I shall return. Then we shall never adapt. Lu Miao Miao quipped mischievously. You little rascal. Su Yuni affectionately pinched Lu Miao Miao's cheek. Lu Zixuan was aware that Su Yuni would eventually depart, and there was no way to prevent it. She could only cherish the time they had together. Auntie, look at my cultivation. Lu Zixuan cast aside her thoughts of impending separation, embracing the present, and joyfully showcased her progress over the past 2 days. Su Yuni had not noticed this before, but now, as Lu Zixuan deliberately revealed her advancements, she could clearly perceive the transformation. What? You've broken through a major realm? Su Yuni was astonished by Lu Zixuan's progress, questioning her own eyes. It had merely been 2 days. How could such a significant breakthrough occur? Furthermore, my cultivation has already transformed into that of the demon realm. Lu Zixuan demonstrated a surge of demonic energy, exuding a formidable aura. Su Yuni was left speechless. What on earth had transpired? She had heard that for a celestial being to cultivate in the demon realm, one must forsake their original powers to succeed. What had Lu Zixuan experienced to achieve such a remarkable change? Zixuan, please tell Annie how you accomplished this. It's simply incredible. It's all thanks to my father. He even helped me ascend a major realm. Lu Zixuan eagerly shared her discoveries from the past 2 days, brimming with pride over her father's formidable strength. Until now, she had found no one to share her joy and excitement. But now that her aunt was present, she felt compelled to share. Indeed, he is powerful. I never expected him to be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yet, even so, he shouldn't be able to facilitate such a transformation in your cultivation, should he? Su Yuni was still struggling to comprehend the situation. My father said that throughout the entire Tsangyan continent, only he can achieve this. Are you certain he said that? Andy, Daddy also mentioned that he has long been invincible. Lu Miao Miao chimed in, her smile adorably radiant. Invincible? Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. The two children had no need to deceive her, and Lu Zixuan's transformation was undeniably evident before her. However, regarding the notion of invincibility, it was likely just Lu Qing'an's playful banter with the children. After all, it is widely known that there is always someone stronger beyond the horizon. Yet her brother-in-law was indeed terrifyingly formidable. She felt certain that neither her sister nor her sister's master could have accomplished the remarkable transformation that Lu Zixuan had undergone. It seemed that her brother-in-law was truly one of the most elite warriors in the demon realm. Su Yuni mused. By the way, Aunt, look at this divine weapon. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, recalling something and hastily retrieving the 9 Abyss exterminating sword from her storage ring. Upon catching sight of the sword, Su Yuni was taken aback. Her breath caught in her throat. What is this? Zixuan, where did you acquire such a divine weapon? It's utterly terrifying. Just a glance at it made her soul tremble. She had never encountered such a fearsome artifact before. The most powerful weapon she had seen was her sister's master's sword. Yet in comparison to this celestial weapon, that sword was akin to a child's toy. And this divine weapon was in the hands of her niece. Seeing her aunt's shocked expression, Lu Zixuan smiled. Aunt, this divine weapon was given to me by my father. It's called the 9 Abyss exterminating sword. Isn't it impressive and powerful? Su Yuni's mind momentarily faltered, as if struck by lightning for an entire day and night, leaving her questioning the very fabric of her existence. Your father gave you this? She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Zhongran, who had become enamored with a treasured blade, carrying it everywhere and showcasing it to others, eager for attention. Now, in comparison, the distinction was glaring. Zixuan, are you certain this truly was a gift from your father? Even I, with some experience, have never seen a weapon of such caliber in the entire celestial ruins. The fact that he would bestow it upon a child is astonishing. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Initially, I felt my current strength was unworthy of this weapon, but my father insisted that it was the weapon unworthy of me. Su Yuni was left speechless. This weapon must undoubtedly be her brother-in-law's primary armament. He had directly gifted it to his daughter. Her assessment of Lu Qing'an was further elevated. To possess such a terrifying divine weapon indicated that his prowess was even greater than she had initially presumed. No wonder he had dared to challenge Lin Qingxue that day, claiming he had the ability to kill her. It was not mere bravado. He truly possessed the capability. Clearly, he had restrained his murderous intent that day. What remarkable emotional stability he exhibited. Were it anyone else, they might have unleashed a massacre on that day. Aunt, look, I have one too. Just as Su Yuni was lost in her thoughts, she felt a gentle poke on her back from Lu Miao Miao. As she turned around, her heart froze. There stood Lu Miao Miao, adorned in a charming little suit of armor that radiated a similarly terrifying aura. She was at a loss for words. The formidable aura emanating from the suit of armor is akin to that of the divine weapon, clearly of the same caliber. With just a fleeting glance, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping her heart. It seemed that no matter how fiercely she attacked her little niece, her formidable strength would not even dislodge a single hair from the girl's head. Dear Aunt, look, I can actually make it disappear. Lu Miao Miao eagerly demonstrated, causing the armor to intermittently appear and vanish. See? It's gone, isn't it? It can even change colors. Su Yuni was left dazzled, feeling slightly lightheaded. Her brother-in-law was shrouded in mystery. Just how formidable was his power within the entire demonic realm? Judging solely by these two treasures, such items were certainly non-existent in the immortal ruins. Yet, her brother-in-law had bestowed 2 such terrifying artifacts upon his daughters. She pondered whether her sister would share such treasures with her own children. The answer was a resounding no. How fortunate the children were to have such a father. Chapter 23. The stubborn competitor. Upon observing the current state of the 2 children, she felt a sense of solace. They appear to be faring well. At that moment, she noticed the communication jade slip vibrating. Upon retrieving it, she saw that the message was from her sister. Your mother has sent a message. Would you like to speak with her? Su Yuni inquired with a smile at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao. However, the two children, who had just moments ago been joyfully showcasing their belongings, suddenly fell silent. Their heads bowed. Noticing this, Su Yuni offered a wry smile before connecting the communication. Sister, where are you? Have you encountered any dangers? No. I have arrived at their residence, and the children are doing quite well. Oh, that was rather quick. Are they nearby? Yes. Is there anything you wish to discuss with them? Su Yuni asked. Su Qing'an paused for a moment before responding. Ask the children if they wish to talk to me. Throughout the conversation, Su Yuni kept the sound on speaker, allowing Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao to hear. Yet when she glanced at them, she found them still sulking, heads downcast and silent. It seems they have little to say. Su Qingding Vima? Very well. Su Qing'an took a deep breath, and then her voice suddenly shifted, adopting the tone of Lu Zhengran. Aunt, is my sister and little sister there? Upon hearing her brother's voice, Lu Zixuan let out a low grunt. Sister, how are things over there? Lu Zhengran asked eagerly upon recognizing his sister's voice. Lu Zixuan, however, chose to ignore him, her disappointment in her brother profound. Sister, please respond. Lu Zixuan remained silent. Miao Miao, are you there? Second brother misses you. Lu Zhengran called out. Lu Miao, in a fit of pique, turned her head away, refusing to speak. Zhengran, if there is nothing else, I shall end this communication. Su Yuni interjected, feeling embarrassed for her nephew. Aunt, please don't hang up just yet. Sister, you must be able to hear me. I've just broken through to the 3rd level of cultivation. Lu Zhengran announced cheerfully. Su Yuni thought to herself, what significance does your 3rd level breakthrough hold when your sister has transcended an entire realm? Unable to contain herself, Lu Zixuan finally spoke, her voice low but firm. Oh, is a 3rd level breakthrough truly impressive? Forgive me, dear brother, but you remain just a brother. I have just ascended an entire realm. Moreover, Father gifted me a divine weapon, far superior to your sword, countless times stronger indeed. Indeed, countless times. Sister, you're just boasting. You must be feeling quite disgruntled from being surpassed by me. Lu Zhengran replied with a sense of pride. Foolishness. I shan't converse further. Inquire with Aunt, if you wish. Lu Zixuan laughed lightly, deeming it unnecessary to continue. Aunt, is my sister merely boasting? Lu Zhengran questioned incredulously. A breakthrough of an entire realm? A divine weapon? Countless times stronger? Who would have thought that after venturing to the demon realm, my sister's ability to boast has indeed increased significantly? He had long awaited the moment to surpass his elder sister. When Su Yuni was asked about it, she helplessly replied, when has your sister ever boasted? It's all true. Lu Zhengran. Su Qingding. Su Qing'an, who had been listening attentively, perked up at the sound of her eldest daughter's voice. However, after hearing her words, she, like her son, felt dismayed that her eldest daughter had learned to lie. But upon hearing her sister affirm those words, she furrowed her brows. Had her sister also succumbed to deceit? Could the demon realm corrupt one so swiftly? Breaking through a major realm in just 2 days sounded implausible, let alone possessing a divine weapon far more powerful than her son's treasured blade. Countless times more powerful. What does that even mean? Even a top-tier artifact could not be deemed countless times superior. Auntie, please assist my sister in deceiving me. I shall not converse with you any longer. Lu Zhengran remained convinced they were deceiving him, and, in a huff, returned the communication jade slip to his mother. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment, but chose not to expose her sister. Be cautious over there. All right, sister. If there's nothing else, I shall conclude our communication. After their conversation, they both simultaneously ended the transmission. Lu Zhengran turned to his mother and exclaimed, Mother, my sister has learned to lie. There was a surge of resentment within her. Perhaps that was why she behaved thus. You are siblings. Do not harbor excessive competitive feelings, Su Qing'an advised. Lu Zhengran fell silent, then nodded. Su Qing'an remained troubled, saddened by her children's disregard for her, yet she ultimately brushed aside the gloom and began her cultivation. In the demon realm, after concluding the transmission, Su Yuni turned to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, I understand your dissatisfaction with your brother's choices. Yet, each individual possesses their own path. Life is such that we all make different decisions along varied roads, and that is immutable. Regardless, you are bound by blood as kin. As you mature and encounter more people, you will come to recognize the significance of familial bonds. She spoke from experience. After years of navigating the cultivation world, she discovered that, in the end, it was her closest kin who treated her the best. Thus, she approached these relatives with utmost tenderness. Cherish what you currently possess. She was well aware that her sister had erred in this matter, but ultimately, that sister had raised her and her brother since childhood, akin to a mother. Her visit was not solely to see the children, but also to sincerely apologize to Lu Qing'an on behalf of her sister. Lu Zixuan nodded, refraining from further comment. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Here are 2 items. They are recordings from your mother intended for you. You may decide whether to view them. Su Yuni produced 2 formations and handed one to Lu Zixuan and the other to Lu Miao. The 2 individuals gazed at the formation presented by Su Yuni, remaining silent for a moment before casting it aside with evident reluctance. However, Su Yuni discerned that they had not dismantled the 2 formations, likely due to a sense of pride. Thus, she rose and departed, granting the 2 children their space. As she exited the room and noticed that the children had not followed, she realized they were still curious about what their mother wished to convey. Much like her sister, they were rather obstinate. Su Yuni chuckled softly, shaking her head. At that moment, she happened to spot Lu Qing'an and He Hong emerging from another room. Brother-in-law, may I have a word with you privately? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement and stepping outside the courtyard. Su Yuni gracefully followed in his wake. Shui Tianfei, observing this scene, narrowed her eyes as she watched them exit the house. She then turned to Xiao Qingyi and remarked, her sister has already divorced him. Why does she still refer to him as brother-in-law? Moreover, a private conversation? Is she not aware of the impropriety of such interactions between men and women? Xiao Qingyi casually replied, what is the harm in that? It's often said that a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. A day as a teacher makes one a father for life. She has called him brother-in-law for a millennium. It's not something that can be easily changed. Whose side are you on? Shui Tianfei retorted sharply. Xiao Qingyi responded, if I told you, you wouldn't want to hear it anyway. Perhaps I should remain silent. Chapter 24. The Fallen Demon Cave in the verdant tranquility of the serene courtyard. Lu Qing'an and his companion paused beneath the stone pavilion. As he gazed at his former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an surmised the nature of her impending words. In the next moment, he witnessed Su Yuni bow deeply at a 90-degree angle, offering him a formal apology. Brother-in-law, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Lu Qing'an sighed, please rise. You have done nothing wrong. Su Yuni was inherently kind-hearted. Since their acquaintance, the most frequent words he had heard from her were expressions of apology, not for herself, but on behalf of others, particularly for Su Xuanyu. Whenever his brother-in-law spoke ill of him, Su Yuni would wear a bittersweet smile, offering her contrition. Brother-in-law, you are well aware of my sister's temperament. Having been raised by her, I understand her insatiable desire for strength. However, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, nor did I foresee her willingness to relinquish everything she possessed. Seeing Su Yuni remain in her bowed position, Lu Qing'an could not help but step forward, grasping her shoulders and gently urging her to stand upright. There is no need for further words. We have reached a point of no return. Moreover, your apologies are futile. This matter bears no relation to you. You are a good girl, but at times, you are perhaps too good for your own sake. Looking at Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an found himself at a loss for words. He did not seek anyone's apologies. Having arrived at this juncture, he would not look back. With the 2 children still present, his family had not entirely disbanded. Su Yuni lowered her gaze, feeling a profound sense of guilt toward Lu Qing'an on behalf of her entire family. Well then, is what you wish to discuss merely this matter? If there is nothing else, shall we return? Lu Qing'an inquired. With a wry smile, Su Yuni responded, brother-in-law, I also wish to apologize on behalf of Zhongran and my brother. Lu Qing'an replied with a hint of exasperation, this girl. Are you inherently a being of perpetual apology? Very well. If you wish to express your contrition, you must demonstrate some sincerity or at least a gesture of goodwill. He could not suppress a smile. Su Yuni nodded earnestly. What must I do for you to accept my apology? Truly, she was quite single-minded. Lu Qing'an remarked. Then from this day forth, you shall remain here and not return. Can you manage that? He intended merely to tease Su Yuni. However, upon hearing his words, her expression became conflicted, yet she ultimately responded with determination. May I first return a bid farewell properly? Lu Qing'an covered his forehead. All right, I shall cease my jest. I accept your apology. Is that sufficient? Let's not dwell on this any longer. You are quite a conundrum. He turned to walk back into the house. Su Yuni watched his retreating figure, her brow furrowed, before she hastened to catch up with him. Upon returning indoors, they found the atmosphere decidedly unusual. Hong was holding the little Lu Miao Miao, clad in an adorable pink armor. In one arm, while brandishing the divine weapon Lu Qing'an had gifted to Lu Zixuan in the other, gazing at it as if it were a cherished muse. His eyes wide with admiration, exclaiming in awe, incredible, truly remarkable. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an return, Hong quickly approached him, exclaiming, Qing'an, are these treasures truly yours? Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. You possess such extraordinary divine weapons. How did you come by them? Such remarkable craftsmanship. I have never witnessed anything like it. It is simply astounding. Hong continued. The mere fact that these two treasures exist is not solely due to the unparalleled skill of the craftsman who forged them. The materials utilized are genuinely worthy of the Qing'an continent. This metal I have never encountered before. Hong appeared as a fervent enthusiast, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Qing'an replied, to be honest, the craftsman who forged these treasures indeed possesses a level of skill far superior to yours. If you're interested, I can introduce you to him later, and you may seek his guidance. Alternatively, I could arrange for him to teach you directly. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing'an decided to gift both treasures to his two daughters while realizing he currently lacked a suitable weapon for himself. Soon, he planned to establish a crafting chamber for Hong, allowing the craftsman to personally create a weapon for him. Hong, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Really? A master craftsman like that? And I could learn at his side? Lu Qing'an responded calmly. If he is unwilling, I shall persuade him otherwise. It is a trivial matter. Persuade him? That might not be wise. Moreover, I suspect that a person capable of crafting such treasures must possess formidable strength, at least at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Are you certain you are capable? Hong did not underestimate Lu Qing'an. Rather, he was acutely aware that the strength of a craftsman should not be taken lightly. Each craftsman was robust, wielding their specialized hammers in battle, rendering even the strongest adversaries as mere iron to be forged. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Hong, are you still unaware of how formidable your friend truly is? As long as you trust him, you need not worry. Throughout the demon domain, no one dares to disregard his words, lest they face dire consequences. At this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. The notion that no one in the demon domain would dare to defy Lu Qing'an's commands was staggering. Hong and Su Yuni exchanged astonished glances, pondering Xiao Qingyi's words, which they felt contained an element of exaggeration. While Lu Qing'an was indeed a peak emperor powerhouse, Xiao Qingyi likely intended to convey that Lu Qing'an shared a close camaraderie with the domain's top craftsmen, characterized by a brotherly rapport filled with playful banter. Splendid. I shall earnestly seek to learn from this formidable master. Hong genuinely felt the potential to grasp techniques of crafting he had never before encountered within these two treasures. His journey to the demon domain had proven worthwhile. Very well, in that case, I shall make a trip to the Fallen Heaven Demon Cave to procure some fine materials. By the way, all of you who have not reached the Emperor Realm should accompany me. In that distant place, there exists a sanctuary capable of purifying one's essence, thereby facilitating the path to achieving the realm of the great emperor. The materials for the two treasures possessed by Lu Qing'an were procured from the abyss of celestial descent, a venture that nearly cost him his life. Now, with his enhanced prowess, returning to that domain to gather materials poses no challenge. Should the need arise, He could even draw upon his cultivation from within his sea of consciousness. Indeed, there lies a particular location that would greatly benefit his two daughters. Although Su Yuni has yet to ascend to the great emperor realm, she may accompany them. Upon hearing the term abyss of celestial descent, Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei could not suppress a slight tremor in their throats, for they had endured considerable hardships in that very place, even facing the brink of mortality. The depths of the abyss left them with lingering psychological scars, prompting them to abstain from participating in this endeavor. Chapter 25. The Black Flame of Su Xian Lu Qing'an had never intended to bring along Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei. Including them would only serve to complicate matters. Given their cultivation levels, venturing to the depths of the fallen demon abyss without his protection would expose them to grave dangers. Old Xiao, you should possess Wang Duanshan's communication token, correct? Please contact him and request his presence here. Inform him that I require his assistance in constructing a refining chamber. He soon would need his expertise in crafting. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, noting that his communication artifact had been submerged in the magma for an extended period and appeared somewhat damaged, rendering him unable to reach many of his previous contacts. Understood. Xiao Qingyi nodded. You two take good care of my friends. I shall return shortly. Upon concluding his words, Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni and the others. Follow me. He not only brought Su Yuni and his two daughters, but also included Sun Minzi. As long as 1S cultivation was below the great emperor realm, they would be able to gain tempering in that place. He led the four away, embarking on their journey. After Lu Qing'an's departure, Xiao Qingyi produced a communication jade slip. Hello, Wang Duanshan. Yes, it is indeed me again. Wang Duanshan replied, all right, goodbye. Wait, what do you mean goodbye? I have matters to discuss with you. No, rather, someone seeks your assistance. Who? Wang Duanshan inquired. Naturally, it is the individual you previously inquired about, the one whose whereabouts you wish to know. He has returned. Come here swiftly. He requires your help in refining and also wishes to establish a refining chamber here. Are you attempting to trick me again? Last time you claimed he had returned, luring me over under false pretenses to assist you in crafting weapons, and now you wish to ensnare me once more? Will you not discover the truth upon your arrival? If I deceive you this time, I shall be your grandson. Haha, you have already played the role of my grandson once. A foolish grandson. Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had indeed said something similar before, though he could not remember it clearly. Ask Xue Tianfei. She's right beside me, he urged, turning to her. Indeed, he has returned. You must come quickly. Xue Tianfei affirmed. Wang Qingyi, are you imitating Xue Tianfei's voice? This time you did not directly mimic Lu Qing'an's tone, demonstrating a bit more cleverness. Yet I find it hard to believe you. Do you know how busy I am? A throng of peak Great Emperor Realm experts beseech me daily for assistance in refining. I am utterly overwhelmed. Please do not trouble me further. Xiao Qingyi remained silent. Xue Tianfei shared a similar sentiment. In the desolate expanse of the Eastern Demon Realm, Lu Qing'an and the four women appeared above the barren landscape. From their vantage point, a gaping wound, a scar that had not healed for millennia, marred the earth below. The fallen demon abyss was, in truth, a colossal pit formed by the impact of a gigantic meteor from beyond the heavens. With a diameter stretching 100 miles, the walls of the pit rose steeply like knife-edged cliffs, while dark red veins of molten lava coursed through the obsidian rock layers. At the bottom of the pit, a swirling mist of deep purple and black perpetually churns, occasionally coalescing into distorted phantoms and emitting piercing shrieks that seem to devour the very sunlight. Surrounding the pit's edge, the silhouettes of practitioners from the demon realm are scattered, yet none dare approach the precipice. Occasionally, a bold soul attempts to venture forth, only to be violently cast away by the sudden eruption of demonic energy. Countless weathered bones dangle from the rocky walls, some still clad in rusted armor. The most chilling aspect is the low-frequency tremor emanating from the pit's depths, as if some slumbering behemoth breathes, each vibration causing sand and stones to cascade downwards. At this moment, Lu Qing'an stands high above, his garments billowing as he cuts through the chaos like a blade. Observing this familiar terrain, a subtle smile graces his lips. It has been quite some time since his last visit. His true transformation into the strongest of the demon realm began here, where he encountered fortuitous events and acquired the exquisite black flame, the very flame that obliterated the powerful emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. Following the fall of a meteorite in this location, many emperor-level warriors flocked to explore its depths. Unbeknownst to some of them, peril lay within. They sensed that treasures were hidden deep within the abyss and hastily descended into its depths, eager to claim its riches. However, to their dismay, half of those who entered perished, consumed by the pit, becoming sustenance for the raging flames below. Fortune smiled upon him, as he not only escaped death, but also gained the exquisite black flame through adversity. He subsequently rose to prominence, breaking through to the Emperor realm, achieving the title of Eternal Night Emperor, slaying gods and annihilating Buddhas. Now, upon his return, he feels a sense of nostalgia. You all stay close to me. Once we delve deeper, do not stray from my protective energy, lest you be swiftly consumed by the demonic flames within. Lu Qing'an's gaze fixates on Su Yuni and the others, his expression particularly earnest as he regards his two daughters. Upon entering the depths, he must place them in a designated area, forming an energy shield to safeguard them, allowing them to temper their bodies without harm. Zishuan, keep a close watch on your sister. Do not let her wander off. Lu Zishuan understands the gravity of her father's seriousness and nods vigorously, wrapping her arms around Lu Miao Miao, who also nods obediently. Su Yuni follows suit, though she remains unaware of the circumstances. A mere glance at the ominous abyss of fallen stars below sends a chill down her spine, such a terrifying aura. It is clear that peril abounds within. Among the four, Sun Minzi is most acutely aware of the dreadfulness of the abyss of fallen stars, having buried countless Emperor-level warriors. The number of peak Emperor-level beings that have perished here exceeds a mere handful, some left with lasting afflictions. She has previously trained nearby, feeling the flame's essence refine her body from a distance of several dozen miles, resulting in significant changes. At this moment, she wonders if the Eternal Night Demon Emperor intends to lead her into the depths. As if delving into a profound abyss, Lu Qing'an declared, "Let us descend." With that, he and the four others transformed into a luminous streak, plunging straight downwards. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the formidable beings of the demon realm lingering around the abyss of celestial ruin. What on earth are they doing? They're daring to fly directly towards the heart of the abyss. Are they courting death? Even in the upper regions of that core area, without the cultivation of a Saint King, one could easily be reduced to mere ash. Do they not perceive that the aura is unmistakably that of an emperor? Even an emperor's presence is no trifling matter. A careless descent into the depths could result in grievous injury. Wait, they have actually entered the abyss. Before they could deliberate further, they witnessed Lu Qing'an and Su Yuni along with the four others, boldly flying into the chasm, rapidly descending into its depths. This scene left the cautious cultivators of the demon realm, who had been training a few miles from the abyss, utterly astounded. Chapter 26. Delving into the depths of the abyss, as Lu Qing'an plunged into the vast pit, he did not pause. Instead, he quickened his descent, enveloped by a shroud of demonic energy, which manifested as a faint black shield, encompassing himself and Su Yuni along with the other three. At this moment, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, should this black shield dissipate, the three, aside from Lu Qing'an, would instantly be reduced to ashes. Sun Minzi observed as Lu Qing'an led them swiftly downward, surpassing the depths typically achievable even by formidable emperors. Her throat constricted. Remarkably, she felt nothing at all. It was rumored that at such depths, even mid to late-stage emperors would experience considerable distress, with the risk of death looming. Was this the true might of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an halted within the central region of the heavenly abyss. Approximately 3 miles deep, he sought out a suitable spot for the four to sit in meditation. With a grand motion of his hand, a larger black shield enveloped an area spanning 10 zhong, instantly quelling the surrounding waves of flames, creating an environment akin to the outside world. Naturally, This would not allow Su Yuni and the others to reap the benefits of body tempering. Thus, he needed to adjust the shield to permit a modicum of the fiery waves to penetrate. As the flames surged into the black shield, it filtered out the most threatening elements, retaining only those conducive to their refinement. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The very center, where you stand, offers no tempering effect, allowing you to rest comfortably. The second domain, extending about a zhang outward, will impart a pronounced burning sensation upon entering. Fear not, as it will not cause serious harm. Rather, it will induce discomfort, refining your physiques. Enduring this will yield significant rewards, and perhaps even insights into your cultivation. Beyond this, as long as you remain within the black shield, you will be safe, albeit with a more potent tempering effect. Do you understand? Lu Qing'an inquired earnestly, gazing at the 4. They all nodded in understanding. Even Lu Miao Miao grasped the essence of Lu Qing'an's explanation. Very well, give a try. Lu Qing'an remained beside them, observing attentively. Su Yuni and the others advanced. Upon reaching the boundary of the second domain, they were suddenly struck by an intense burning sensation coursing through their bodies. Instantly, beads of sweat formed and streamed down their faces. "Daddy, it's so hot," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed. Lu Qing'an replied, "Miao Miao, do you recall what I told you? One must endure hardships to rise above others. If you cannot withstand this minor discomfort, you may never surpass others in the future." "Understood. Miao Miao can endure," she resolved, steeling herself. Su Yuni, possessing a cultivation level significantly higher than the 3 children, found the experience bearable and continued to press forward. As she ventured into the next realm, an overwhelming wave of terror surged towards her. She halted abruptly, engulfed by an intense discomfort, yet devoid of any imminent danger to her life. After enduring this sensation for a moment, her eyes widened in sudden realization. She discovered that her body was swiftly expelling various impurities. Simultaneously, she found clarity regarding some perplexing cultivation and formation concepts that had eluded her understanding until now. Lu Qing'an observed that the 4 individuals comprehended his intentions, which reassured him. "All right, remember to stay within this black shield. Even if someone appears nearby, pay them no mind. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot breach this barrier." Before departing, he reiterated his caution, then turned to his 2 daughters, Zixuan, Miao Miao. "I have matters to attend to and may be away for a while. Focus on your training here until I return." "Understood," Lu Zixuan replied earnestly, gritting her teeth against her discomfort. "We will await your return, father." Lu Miao Miao chimed in. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then soared beyond the black shield, delving deeper into the depths of the heavenly fallen demon abyss. This area merely represented a slightly perilous section at the center of the abyss, accessible to most late-stage Emperor Realm cultivators. The materials he sought could only be found in the deepest regions of the abyss. Prior to his breakthrough to the Emperor Realm, he had exhausted all means to reach the abyss's depths, which extended 20 miles down. It was there that he had acquired the celestial slaying black flame. Yet, the abyss was not confined to this 20-mile depth. Its true extent remained a mystery, as no one had ever ventured further. Now, having returned stronger than before, he felt equipped to explore these unfathomable depths. He hoped to uncover more refining materials in the abyss's innermost reaches. Should he gather sufficient resources, he could craft additional treasures for his 2 daughters, a suit of armor for his eldest, and a divine weapon for his youngest. In that moment, he thought of his son. Although his son had chosen to follow Su Qingying, he remained his child, and should he possess surplus materials, he would fashion a suit of armor for him as well. Transforming into a streak of black light, Lu Qing'an raced deeper into the heavenly fallen demon abyss. Within the 10-mile radius of the abyss, 2 individuals, drenched in perspiration, propelled themselves further into the depths. Their movements resembled a leisurely stroll, appearing as though captured in slow motion. They descended almost in unison, laden with various treasures, formations, and a torrent of demonic energy. Both were peak cultivators of the Emperor Realm. "Old fool, look, I've taken another step ahead of you," cackled one man, clad in a black robe, as he turned to taunt the white-robed figure trailing him by a step. The latter, drenched in sweat and seemingly incensed, had smoke billowing from his head. "Just wait. I'm about to take my step," he exclaimed. The middle-aged man in the white robe finally took that decisive step, once again aligning himself with the middle-aged man in the black robe. "Huh, did you see that? I've caught up with you once more," he exclaimed triumphantly. "Oof, just wait. Soon, I shall advance even further." The two engaged in a contest of wills as they continued their slow descent. However, amidst their fierce rivalry, they suddenly turned their heads with alarm. "Wait, why do I feel someone approaching swiftly?" the man in the black robe exclaimed. "No kidding. I sense it too. But it can't be possible. Who could be coming so fast? At this depth, even someone of our cultivation level could easily be obliterated with a single misstep." As they pondered this perplexing situation, a shadow suddenly appeared behind them, darting past in the blink of an eye, racing deeper into the abyss with astonishing speed. Akin to a shooting star, both men were momentarily stunned, forgetting their perilous surroundings. And only after being seared by a sudden burst of flames did they react swiftly to defend against the oncoming inferno. Chapter 27. Likely the Evernight Demon Emperor, the two individuals employed numerous techniques before finally stabilizing their condition. Once they were able to exhale a sigh of relief, they swiftly turned to gaze at one another, rendered speechless in that fleeting moment. What just transpired? It seemed as though there was but a single person. Indeed, it was one individual. Yet, I failed to catch a glimpse of their true appearance. It all unfolded too rapidly, utterly too swiftly. Their astonishment was palpable. Despite having recently ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they were indeed at the zenith of their strength. With such prowess, one must tread cautiously in these depths. Yet, that person had flown downward at full speed, seemingly unaffected. This was preposterous. Could it be one of the most elite beings? Inquired the man in the black robe. Impossible. No one at such a level could achieve that unless they were the Demon Emperor, replied the man in the white robe. The Demon Emperor? Isn't he confined within the Demon Palace? Had he ventured here? The black-robed man questioned. I am not referring to that Demon Emperor. The one I speak of is rumored to have descended to the deepest parts, which is merely 20 to 30 miles deep. Thus, he could not exhibit such flight at this depth. The white-robed man clarified. Surely, you do not mean the previous generation's Demon Emperor, the Evernight Demon Emperor? Indeed, it is said that before he even ascended to the Emperor realm, he could reach depths of around 20 miles within this abyss of fallen stars. Just imagine, after breaking through to the Emperor realm and attaining the pinnacle of that power, how far he must be able to delve. But the Evernight Demon Emperor has been missing for over a millennium. Perhaps he was simply in seclusion all this time. Has he emerged now? Could it be that the Evernight Demon Emperor has been in this realm throughout? Their intense discussion did little to quell the shock surging within them. Meanwhile, Qing'an continued to soar deeper with remarkable speed. His expression remained serene as he surveyed his surroundings. Why are there so few practitioners within the abyss of fallen stars? And those two at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm appear unfamiliar. Have they just recently broken through? They seem rather inadequate. Struggling even at a depth of merely 10 miles, Qing'an mused, shaking his head. He was oblivious to the myriad changes that had transpired in the demon realm during his absence of 1,000 years. Countless newcomers must have emerged, yet they seemed rather ordinary. After a while, in the blink of an eye, he reached a depth of 20 miles within the abyss. At this juncture, he abruptly decelerated. He located a marker he had left behind during his previous visit. Observing this marker, a faint smile graced his lips. The marker still remained. When he had entered this abyss, it had been solely to elude pursuers, never anticipating that the possessions he bore would grant him substantial immunity against the consuming flames. Thus, despite lacking the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he had managed to reach this depth, a stroke of extraordinary fortune indeed. Upon his ascension to the realm of the great Emperor and attaining the pinnacle of such power, possessing an unprecedented combat strength within the abyss of demons, he returned once more to this place. It was during this visit that he uncovered the materials required to forge two treasures, located over 30 miles deep within the celestial abyss. Indeed, even in his most formidable state, he could only venture 30 miles deep. Now, with a cultivation level twice as potent as before, He deemed it sufficient to reach the innermost depths of the celestial abyss. Yet, if that proved inadequate, he would amplify his power further, threefold, fourfold, or even fivefold, as long as the world did not collapse. He would summon forth his strength until he could penetrate the deepest recesses of the celestial abyss. Logically, the deepest part should harbor ample celestial abyss gold. He hoped to acquire at least twice the amount he had obtained previously. He gazed momentarily at the marks he had left behind, then dismissed them, continuing his swift descent. Once more, he transformed into a streak of black light, racing deeper into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed another 5 miles. However, at that moment, his speed diminished slightly as he unexpectedly encountered another individual. How could someone have reached such depths? He quickly discerned the reason for this person's presence, an intricate formation. Yet, the skill displayed in this formation was astonishing, and to his surprise, the individual was not the old acquaintance he had known, a peak great emperor who had risen in power over the past millennium. He realized he did not recognize this person. After becoming the eternal night demon emperor, vanquishing all his enemies, he had entered a period of seclusion for approximately 10,000 years. Following his breakthrough, he had roamed the abyss for nearly another 10,000 years, ultimately undergoing a change of heart and deciding to live a more grounded life, which led him to quietly depart from the abyss. Thus, unless they belonged to his own generation of peak great emperors, he was largely unfamiliar with these new figures in the abyss. There remained a slim possibility that this individual was among those who had secluded themselves or hidden away during his rise, remaining absent from the world for millennia. The likelihood of this, however, was minimal. In his recollections, the most formidable formation master of the abyss was still an old friend. Perhaps the person before him had some connection to that old acquaintance. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to disregard this thought. His current mission was to swiftly obtain the celestial abyss gold and return to his daughters. Thus, he bypassed the individual and accelerated his flight into the deeper abyss. At that moment, a young woman with fiery red hair, cascading like flames, and a white dress as pure as snow stood amidst a multitude of formation lights, gradually stepping into the deeper realms of the celestial abyss. She murmured her steps to herself, exclaiming, "At last, I have reached a depth of 25 miles. I have once again transcended my limits. Here, I shall cultivate the formation." Her youthful visage radiated pride as she halted, settling into a meditative posture. Surrounding her, myriad formation patterns swirled, intertwining golden brilliance with silver radiance, resembling a galaxy descending into the mundane world. With a gentle touch of her fingertips, runes fluttered like a swarm of butterflies, each formation light containing the power to shatter mountains and part seas. Just as she reveled in her recent breakthrough, a sudden flash of black light streaked past her side. She quickly turned her gaze forward. The multitude of formations surrounding her obscured her awareness, and it wasn't until that figure darted swiftly before her that she realized it was indeed a person. A person. Impossible. She focused intently on the silhouette of the figure that had just passed. However, in the blink of an eye, that individual had vanished from her sight. The terrifying waves of scorching flames restricted her ability to discern the figure clearly. It was undeniably human. Yet, at such depths, how could anyone possibly descend so swiftly? Is this truly human? Her own presence at this depth was solely due to her formidable mastery of array techniques. Had it been reliant merely on cultivation, she would have halted long ago at a depth of less than 20 miles. Moreover, the person she had glimpsed was enveloped in a thin layer of demonic energy, lacking any other protective measures whatsoever. This was utterly astonishing. Chapter 28. The mysterious life form in the depths she yearned to pursue and uncover the truth. Yet her abilities constrained her to merely stare in astonishment. If it were indeed a person, what kind of power could they possess? Is there truly such an existence within the demon realm? She could scarcely fathom the level of strength required to achieve such feats. Not even the current demon emperor, let alone the long-vanished eternal night demon emperor, could accomplish such a thing. After all, It was said that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could only descend to depths of 30 or 40 miles. At such depths, achieving this kind of flight speed would be impossible. Qing'an soared rapidly for a considerable distance, eventually reaching the depth he once attained, 35 miles deep. Here, he beheld the markings he had made after becoming the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. All the celestial gold he had collected at this depth was gone, and he found no trace of it remaining. Now, he pondered how far he could descend with his doubled strength. He refrained from hastily drawing upon more of his cultivation or flying at a breakneck pace. Instead, he descended at a more measured speed. As he ventured deeper into the abyss of the demon cave, the opening gradually shrank in size. The space he occupied was now merely the size of a circular basketball court. Yet ahead, the chasm below loomed like the gaping maw of a terrifying beast. Continuing his descent, the pit would invariably diminish further until at the very bottom, it would become a mere small hollow. There, he anticipated, lay a considerable amount of celestial gold. After descending for a while longer, he suddenly halted, captivated by an object affixed to the adjacent rock wall. It was a piece of celestial gold the size of a fist. Its surface was as black as ink, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns that glimmered like flowing lava. The texture lay somewhere between metal and crystal, creating an illusion of immense weight, with a strange warmth faintly emanating from it. Occasionally, arcs of purplish-black electricity flickered at the edges, distorting the surrounding air into a vortex. Most astonishing was the core, where a mass of liquid shadow rotated slowly, resembling fragments of a sealed abyss. Gazing at it for too long could induce dizziness. A smile crept upon Qing'an's lips. This small piece could be forged into a relatively diminutive dagger. Indeed, it would be perfect for Meow Meow. Upon grasping it, he felt the celestial gold alternately chilling and searing, with mysterious energies attempting to cling to his hand. It was akin to an untamed beast, striving to retaliate against its captor. However, with just a flicker of black flame from Qing'an, the celestial gold immediately quieted, returning to a state of serene stillness. Onward. This small piece was insufficient. He believed there must be more to be discovered deeper within. He continued his slow descent, meticulously scanning the surroundings with his consciousness. As he ventured deeper, the unique energy formed a wave that transcended mere heat, alternating between searing warmth and bone-chilling cold, creating a stark contrast. For an ordinary Peak Emperor Realm expert, a moment's carelessness could lead to demise in this place. However, for Qing'an, the current environment resembled an ordinary space. The potent demonic energy erupted around him, effectively isolating all threats to his being. He descended further and once again beheld a piece of celestial meteorite gold, roughly the size of a human head. Delighted, he swiftly collected this precious find, sufficient to forge a divine weapon. With aspirations to acquire more, he continued his descent. Repeating this process, after flying approximately 10 miles, he discovered a piece of celestial meteorite gold nearly every mile. The size of the gold did not increase with depth. Rather, it was contingent upon fortune. In the deeper regions, he might find pieces as small as a fingertip or perhaps as large as a grinding stone. Over this 10-mile stretch, he had amassed 2 pieces the size of grinding stones, ample for crafting weapons for himself and armor for his eldest daughter, as well as weaponry for his younger daughter. It appeared he was nearing the innermost depths of this demonic cavern, hoping to uncover more of the celestial meteorite gold. At that moment, the space surrounding him was roughly the size of a small pond. It seemed that a mere mile deeper would bring him to the abyss. Yet, his vision was obscured by chaotic energy, leaving him unaware of the precise depth. Presumably, the entire celestial meteorite cavern extended over 50 miles deep, a truly formidable depth. As he continued his descent, the scenery began to transform. The opening narrowed considerably. To his surprise, he noticed the absence of celestial meteorite gold clinging to the rock walls. At this depth, even double his strength seemed insufficient. It appeared he would need to triple it. Qing'an drew upon his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, his power surged to 3 times its original capacity. At that moment, the discomfort he had just experienced vanished without a trace. Ahem! It was indeed exhilarating to possess greater strength. He had to concede that the system's endowment of such formidable power held its own merit. Noticing the lack of celestial meteorite gold on the rock walls, he accelerated his descent. After a quarter of an hour, he came to a complete halt. It was then that he finally glimpsed the innermost depths of the celestial meteorite cavern. The deepest part resembled a cramped space akin to 3 wells. The surrounding rock walls, eroded by chaotic energy, were smooth as mirrors, glimmering with a ghostly purple light. In the center, a piece of celestial meteorite gold, the size of a cart, floated majestically. Upon seeing this magnificent treasure, Lu Qing'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he had discovered a substantial piece of celestial meteorite gold. In this realm, I possess enough resources to forge a multitude of creations. However, upon closer inspection of this celestial meteorite gold, he discerned an intriguing distinction between it and the celestial meteorite gold he had previously collected. This immense piece of celestial meteorite gold remained as obsidian as night, its surface adorned with dark golden veins pulsating like veins of life, while sharp edges emitted flickers of purple-black lightning, distorting the surrounding space into a spiraling void. Yet, the most enigmatic aspect lay at the core of the celestial meteorite gold, where a translucent, silver-gray energy entity slowly rotated, exuding a lifelike rhythm of illumination and dimming as if it were breathing. With each fluctuation of light, star-like blue points emerged, only to swiftly transform into crimson threads that danced about. The space surrounding the energy entity continuously collapsed and reformed, occasionally projecting translucent, tentacle-like ripples that, upon contacting the rock walls, produced a deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of a slumbering giant murmuring in its dreams. What manner of being resides within this? It feels almost alive. Filled with curiosity, Lu Qing'an leaned closer. Just as he took a step forward, the energy entity at the center of the celestial meteorite gold suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura that surged toward him. A small creature, it truly possesses life and such ferocity. Faced with the incoming aura, Lu Qing'an merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispersing the terrifying presence. Had he still been at merely twice his strength, he would have likely sustained serious injuries from this sudden assault. Yet now, this entity posed no threat to him. I'm keen to uncover what you truly are. With a profound curiosity, he pressed onward. Chapter 29. Extraterrestrial Life. Lu Qing'an approached step by step. With every stride he took closer, the energy entity within the divine metal, Tianyuan, emitted a powerful aura that surged forth, attempting to thwart his advance. It certainly possessed a temper. However, did it truly believe it could harm him? Throughout the relentless onslaught of the energy entity, Lu Qing'an remained unfazed, effortlessly dispersing the attacks as one would swat a mosquito. Ultimately, as he drew near to the divine metal and extended his hand to touch it, a fierce burst of the black flame of extermination erupted forth, and the energy entity within suddenly fell silent. It was as though it had been subdued, relinquishing its previous fury. This peculiar entity seemed to harbor a fear of the black flame of extermination. Each time he collected a piece of Tianyuan, he had to employ this flame to neutralize the harmful properties of the divine metal on the human body. Today was no different. However, he was taken aback when, after using the black flame, the once frenzied energy entity became utterly tranquil. It resembled a dog that, perceiving him as an adversary, barked furiously upon his approach. Yet, when he drew near, gun in hand, it ceased its barking. Nevertheless, this entity still exuded an undeniable sense of vitality, pulsating with a vigorous life force. It appeared to be a life form primarily composed of energy, a phenomenon Lu Qing'an, the well-traveled and knowledgeable demon emperor of eternal night, had never encountered before, leaving him perplexed about its nature. The divine metal, having descended from the heavens, had not been witnessed or documented on the Qing'an continent, which was entirely understandable. While he might be oblivious to its identity, perhaps others would recognize it, and he could take it back for further examination. Since it had calmed, he encouraged it to emerge. Lu Qing'an struck the divine metal with a palm, enveloping the entire energy entity in a formidable magical aura, as if encasing it in a layer of black plastic wrap. His primary intention was to gather the divine metal for weapon forging, necessitating the containment of the energy entity within another vessel. He produced a finely crafted box, roughly the size of his palm, which possessed a considerable interior space. However, just as he was about to confine the energy entity within the box, it underwent an unexpected transformation. No longer did it attack him. Instead, it trembled slightly, emanating a strange, indistinct thought. This thought conveyed a sense of confusion, akin to the incoherent musings of a child lacking sufficient intellect. The general sentiment seemed to express its discontent with the box. He could sense the energy entity's aversion to the box. Are you suggesting that you dislike this box? If so, perhaps you could convey that more clearly, Lu Qing'an remarked. In response, the energy entity quivered gently. It appears that I have indeed grown disenchanted with this box. However, I cannot allow you to continue guarding the celestial meteoric gold, as it is of great utility to me. Thus, I insist you enter within. Lu Qing'an did not grant this energy entity the opportunity to refuse. He forcefully confined the mass of energy into the box. Once this was accomplished, he clapped his hands together. This entity evokes a sensation akin to that of a child. Nevertheless, it is unique and formidable, possessing at least double the power I once wielded. This implies that if this entity truly is a life form and merely a child, yet possesses twice the strength of my former capabilities, it becomes quite alarming. It could effortlessly annihilate those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. And this is merely in its juvenile state. How powerful would it become once fully matured? I shall take it back for further study. I harbor no fear that it could inflict harm upon me, as I still retain a millionfold cultivation strength. Regardless of its might, it cannot surpass mine. Lu Qing'an stowed away the celestial meteoric gold and then scanned the depths of the cavern, utilizing his divine sense to ensure he had not overlooked any valuable treasures before ascending. It was time to check on how the children were faring in their refinement. As he soared upward, a red-haired woman situated over 20 miles deep suddenly experienced the shattering of several formations surrounding her. It seems I can no longer remain at this depth. My mental state has shifted, and I must exit the celestial meteoric cavern to recuperate for a while before continuing my cultivation. The presence she had glimpsed moments ago had greatly altered her mindset, leaving her quite distracted. Ultimately, after confirming she could not persist here, she cast a lingering glance downward into the abyss but saw no one ascending, compelling her to manipulate the formations and ascend. Her departure was swift. As she rose, the pressure upon her diminished. Upon nearing a depth of approximately 3 miles, she abruptly halted, her gaze darting toward a corner. There, she beheld a black luminous shield. Lu Zixuan and her companions were obediently cultivating within the black luminous shield. Among them, Lu Miao Miao, the weakest, could only sit cross-legged about a yard from the shield center. Her small face bore a pained expression, her body drenched in layers of sweat. Yet, she diligently persevered in refining her physique. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi cultivated a bit farther out, while Su Yuni sat almost directly before the black shield, immersed in her practice. Not only was she allowing the energy to temper her body, but she was also honing her mastery of formations. This expedition had proven to be exceedingly fruitful for her. Not only had her body been refined to an extraordinary degree, facilitating smoother future cultivation with fewer bottlenecks, but most importantly, she had discovered the awakening of a unique constitution, a constitution linked to formations. As her understanding of formation arts deepened, this constitution grew stronger, and at this moment, she radiated waves of ethereal brilliance. This is the innate formation body. What is this phenomenon? How is it that someone of such cultivation can survive within? The crimson-haired woman spotted a black luminous shield in the distance. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed intently in that direction. Just as she pondered the nature of this enigmatic shield, her gaze abruptly shifted. Wait, does this woman possess an innate array physique? Upon observing the radiant aura surrounding Su Yuni, the crimson-haired woman was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, it was an innate array physique. Even she, with her unparalleled talent in the arts of arrays, did not possess such a gift. Remarkably, This woman had not yet reached the realm of the emperor, and yet possessed an innate array physique. Those endowed with such a physique find the study of formations to be exceedingly effortless, akin to the simplicity of quenching one's thirst, a coveted trait among all array masters. Could it be that this black shield is, in fact, a formation I have yet to encounter? If that were the case, then this black shield would indeed be this woman's formation. What a splendid talent! If she were to become my disciple, my legacy would surely find a worthy successor. For years, she had been on the lookout for a disciple, having scoured the entire demon realm without finding one who truly satisfied her expectations. Little did she anticipate that her journey here for cultivation would yield such a remarkable discovery. She swiftly made her way towards that direction, her approach capturing the attention of Su Yuni and her companions, who instantly became alert. Chapter 30. Waiting for my brother-in-law's return, the crimson-haired woman, known as Luo Danhong, discerned an unusual aspect of Su Yuni as she moved closer to the black shield. Wait, why does the aura emanating from this woman resemble the spiritual energy from the immortal ruins? Su Yuni had no time to conceal her own aura as Luo approached. She hurriedly attempted to suppress it, but it was already too late. The two women locked eyes through the black shield, a moment of silence enveloping them. Su Yuni could distinctly sense the overwhelming presence of a peak emperor-level cultivation radiating from Luo Danhong. With such power, it would be effortless for her to obliterate them. A wave of concern washed over Su Yuni. She began to doubt whether the black shield set up by her brother-in-law could truly protect them. If she had foreseen this, she would have refrained from practicing the formation here. Given the relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon realm, being discovered would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. Regret washed over her for having immersed herself so deeply in her cultivation moments ago. However, among the four, she was the only one troubled. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi remained unfazed, even in the presence of Luo Danhong, displaying no signs of concern. They recalled Lu Qing'an's words, "As long as they remain within the confines of this shield, nothing could harm them." You hail from the immortal ruins? Luo Danhong's brows furrowed. It was rare to encounter someone with the aptitude to inherit her legacy, only to discover that this individual was from the immortal ruins. This realization left her hesitating, perhaps even reluctant. Despite having glimpsed the answer, she found herself unable to resist inquiring further. Su Yuni took a deep breath, remaining silent. Her only course of action now was to buy time. The question posed by Luo might indicate her uncertainty about Su's origins. Noticing Su's silence, Luo Danhong's frown deepened. "Are you unable to speak?" Su Yuni replied, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I have no intention of causing you harm." Observing Su Yuni's wary demeanor, Luo Danhong recalled something and deliberately allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, signaling Su not to worry. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. No intention of harm? Wait. The abrupt shift from a frown to this demeanor was clearly a calculated display. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Luo Danhong, realizing that no matter how she spoke, Su Yuni remained unresponsive, felt at a loss. What was this woman's issue? If she had not misjudged, this woman indeed hailed from the immortal ruins. Yet how could someone from the immortal ruins be present here? This was perplexing. Clenching her teeth, she decided to disregard whether Su Yuni truly originated from the immortal ruins. The rarity of innate formation bodies was such that it surpassed even the probability of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor breaking through to the Emperor rank and attaining the Eternal Night throne. This kind of talent was one she could not afford to overlook. If necessary, she could cultivate her in secret, nurturing her away from prying eyes. Alternatively, she might have this woman recultivate, adapting to their demon realm's techniques and relearning the formations. After all, this woman had yet to break through to the emperor level. I have discerned that you possess an innate formation body, and, as the strongest in the realm of formations in the demon realm, upon encountering such an exceptionally gifted individual, I am compelled to take you as my disciple. Do you have any thoughts on accepting my lifelong array inheritance? Luo Danhong boldly expressed her intentions. Upon speaking, various array lights flickered around her, showcasing her profound mastery of the array arts. Su Yuni was taken aback. She had indeed awakened her innate array body, a remarkably rare constitution. The array masters with such a physique in the immortal ruins were merely remnants of ancient tales. Could it be that this individual genuinely wished to take her as a disciple? As she beheld the myriad arrays behind Luo Danhong, she was momentarily captivated by the aura and array mastery emanating from them. What formidable arrays! What intricate designs! She had witnessed the strongest array master in the immortal ruins. Yet when compared to the one before her, that master seemed like a mere novice, utterly incomparable. Was this truly the mightiest array master from the demon domain? Why were there so many talents in the demon domain? Regardless of strength or various matters, they surpassed those in the immortal ruins. Were it not for the restrictive barrier, the immortal ruins would likely have been obliterated by the powers of the demon domain long ago. Are you truly certain you wish to accept me as your disciple? Su Yuni inquired hesitantly, feeling a stirring within her. With such mastery in the array arts, if she were to become the disciple of this individual, she would undoubtedly learn a great deal. I have already ascertained that you hail from the immortal ruins, which will affect my future teachings. As long as you agree to abandon your current cultivation and embrace our demon domain's techniques, I shall pass on my lifelong inheritance to you, Luo Danhong replied. Su Yuni's expression darkened. Recultivation. I have painstakingly reached this level, not far from the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan quickly interjected, Aunt. No. She rushed to prevent her aunt from discarding her cultivation. Fully aware that since her father could assist her in transitioning her cultivation from the immortal ruins to the current demon domain, he could likely help her aunt as well. If her aunt were to forsake her cultivation, how long would it take to rebuild? Su Yuni swiftly turned to Lu Zixuan, urgently communicating, Zixuan, have you discovered something amiss? Lu Zixuan replied, Aunt, let us wait for my father to return before making a decision. She did not express the entirety of her thoughts, fearing that if her father were unable to deliver, it would be problematic. Her father should return shortly. Su Yuni's eyes flickered as she glanced at Luo Danhong beyond the black shield, cupping her hands in respect. Senior, I shall await my brother-in-law's return before making a decision. When will your brother-in-law return? Where has he gone? Luo Danhong asked after a moment of silence. Moreover, is this black shield your array? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the black shield possessed a unique energy that felt entirely unlike an array. It should indeed be an array to exhibit such peculiar effects. The only array master present was Su Yuni, who had considerable strength. Thus, it was highly probable that this array had been arranged by her. My brother-in-law has gone out to attend to matters and should return shortly. Su Yuni was uncertain whether Luo Danhong was truly a good person. When asked about Lu Qing'an's intentions, she could only respond vaguely. Is this your formation? What's its name? Luo Danhong continued to inquire. Su Yuni shook her head. This is my brother-in-law's technique. Is your brother-in-law also a formation master? Luo Danhong asked, somewhat surprised. She had never encountered such an extraordinary formation before, highlighting its rarity, especially since she was the most formidable formation master in the demon realm. I don't think my brother-in-law is one, Su Yuni replied, unsure if Lu Qing'an might be concealing other secrets from her. It was possible he had some knowledge of formations, but she truly could not be certain. Luo Danhong furrowed her brow, then, driven by curiosity, reached out to touch the blacklight shield. Given enough time, she could decipher and even unravel any formation. Since she was waiting anyway, she thought she might as well investigate this formation. As her fingers made contact with the blacklight shield, she suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Formation activate, she shouted, her body radiating a dazzling array of spells. Boom, boom, boom. As she touched the blacklight shield, a terrifying pressure surged towards her, exuding immense aggression and destructive force. She quickly activated her formations to defend herself, but was shocked to find that her 10 supreme top-tier defensive formations were shattered in an instant, with only the last one managing to withstand the overwhelming force. What is happening here? Luo Danhong gazed in disbelief as a single wave of pressure obliterated 9 of her defensive formations, plunging her into a sea of doubt. Chapter 31. A frightening revelation. Luo Danhong found herself engulfed in an abyss of shock doubting whether the events she had just experienced were mere figments of her imagination. Despite her repeated examinations, the truth remained. Her formation had indeed been shattered, obliterated in less than a breath's time. Is this truly the handiwork of your brother-in-law? Luo Danhong swiftly cast her gaze towards Su Yuni, her eyes still wide with disbelief. Su Yuni, equally stupefied, had never anticipated the terrifying might of this black, light shield. As a fellow formation master, she understood all too well how Luo Danhong had conjured 10 defensive formations in the blink of an eye, their prowess undeniably formidable. Yet astonishingly, these powerful formations were rendered utterly powerless against the energy emanating from her brother-in-law's shield. In the blink of an eye, 9 of these formidable formations were dismantled. What on earth had transpired? What kind of technique did her brother-in-law possess? Such terror was unfathomable. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes, glancing at Luo Danhong, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Shaking her head, she indicated her own confusion. "Senior, what did you just do?" She found herself questioning whether Luo Danhong had staged this entire performance. Had the formations truly been dismantled by her own hand? Otherwise, how could a mere touch of the energy radiating from this black wield such catastrophic power? The instantaneous obliteration of 9 such formidable defensive formations suggested that even a peak Emperor-level expert would be annihilated upon contact with this black. After all, these 9 defensive formations were equivalent to the full defensive strength of a peak Emperor-level cultivator. Luo Danhong, taken aback by Su Yuni's inquiry, was even more perplexed. "I did nothing. It is attacking me. Can he even attack? And with such ferocity?" Su Yuni rapidly recalled the words uttered by Lu Qing'an before his departure. He had stated that as long as the 4 of them remained within this, no matter how powerful an individual might be, they could not penetrate its defenses. At that moment, she had thought perhaps it could deter stronger individuals, considering her brother-in-law was also a peak Emperor-level expert. Yet, it seemed that his assertion was indeed truthful. Could it be that even the mightiest peak Emperor-level cultivators could not breach this barrier? Contemplating this, a slight tremor graced her lips as she recalled the conversation she had overheard not long ago in the courtyard, where Xiao Qingyi and the others had spoken of her brother-in-law as unrivaled presence in the demon realm. Could it be that he was truly invincible, capable of defeating anyone? Had he concealed his power so deeply over the years? "Senior, perhaps you should quietly await my brother-in-law's return." Su Yuni, observing Luo Danhong's demeanor, sensed that she was not merely acting. For Luo Danhong's sake, she offered this advice. She had fully recognized the superiority of Luo Danhong's mastery of formations. The disparity was vast. If she could indeed receive a legacy from Luo Danhong, it would represent an extraordinary opportunity for her. Luo Danhong pondered for a considerable time, her gaze fixated on the black light shield. Ultimately, she nodded. At that very moment, she suddenly noticed a little girl behind Su Yuni, her face alight with joy. "Daddy is back." Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni, upon hearing Lu Miao Miao's exclamation, swiftly turned to the direction she indicated, but found no trace of Lu Qing'an. When they shifted their attention back to Luo Danhong, only then did they catch sight of Lu Qing'an, who had quietly appeared behind her in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Luo Danhong seemed oblivious to the presence of the dashing man in black attire standing behind her. "Daddy! Dad! Brother-in-law!" The sudden shouts from Su Yuni and the others startled Luo Danhong. "Huh? Calling me daddy and brother-in-law? Wait, could there be someone behind me? Impossible. I am a peak Emperor-level powerhouse, equipped with formidable array premonitions. No one should be able to approach me unnoticed. Who are you?" Before she could mentally prepare herself, a robust male voice echoed from behind her, startling her greatly. "No, what is happening?" Luo Danhong turned around at lightning speed, her array radiance flashing wildly as numerous formations enveloped her, deploying the utmost defense. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an and sensing no malice from him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after gazing at Lu Qing'an for a moment, her expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, this figure resembles that one from earlier." She quickly turned her head back toward the blacklight shield, and in an instant, it felt as though an electric current surged through her mind. Everything fell into place. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Who on earth is this? Why is he so terrifying? When did such a formidable being emerge in the demon domain? I'm asking you, who are you? Lu Qing'an inquired coldly, having realized that the blacklight shield he had set up had been tampered with. Surely, it must have been this woman. He had briefly encountered her earlier. Her array skills were impressive. However, if she were to act against him, it would be unnecessary for her to remain alive. Nevertheless, he did not sense hostility from her, which was partly why he refrained from striking her down immediately. The second reason was that her array prowess might be connected to an old acquaintance of his. Could she be the disciple of that old friend? I am Luo Danhong. Under Lu Qing'an's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Danhong felt an inexplicable tremor within her soul, as if she were being observed by a primordial beast. Unconsciously, she responded to Lu Qing'an's inquiry. What have you done to the demonic energy shield I set up? Are you attempting to sabotage it? Demonic energy shield? Impossible. How could this be the lowly magic barrier technique? Such a rudimentary spell can be so terrifying? No, it must be that the practitioner possesses an extraordinary strength, which could indeed explain it. Recalling the scene she had witnessed earlier in the depths below, she swallowed hard once more and hastily exclaimed, "No, I was merely curious about what it was and touched it lightly. You can ask them if you don't believe me." As she spoke, she found herself, inexplicably, adopting a tone of reverence. Lu Qing'an glanced at his two daughters, and upon seeing Lu Zixuan gently nod, he retracted his oppressive aura. At this moment, the sheer magnitude of his cultivation was sufficient to instill fear in even the weakest of individuals. "Did she say anything to you?" Lu Qing'an asked, dismissing Luo Danhong and soaring into the black light shield to stand before his daughters. "Sister-in-law, she was primarily speaking to me just now," Su Yuni quickly replied. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni and inquired, "What did she say?" Chapter 32. The senior sister of an old friend, Su Yuni remarked, "Not long ago, I awakened my innate array body here. This esteemed senior discovered it and wishes to take me as a disciple. But it requires me to forfeit my cultivation from the immortal ruins and start anew with the magic domain's practices." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an cast a discerning glance at Luo Danhong. Since his return, he had sensed a peculiar aura emanating from his sister-in-law, indicating a significant transformation in her constitution. If it were indeed the innate array body, then her journey here was undoubtedly fortuitous. He had carefully observed Luo Danhong earlier and detected no hostility. Furthermore, her prowess in the realm of arrays was commendable, enabling her to delve into the depths of the heavenly fallen demon abyss with greater skill than even his old friend's understanding of formations. There's no need to abandon your cultivation, but do you wish to become a disciple? If you choose this path, you may find it difficult to frequently return to the immortal ruins, Lu Qing'an inquired, regarding Su Yuni with respect for her decision. Should Su Yuni desire to pursue mastery in more advanced array knowledge, he would assist her in transitioning her cultivation to align with that of the magic domain, a task he found not overly burdensome, especially as she had yet to reach the Emperor realm. Should she ascend to that level, it would indeed present a slight complication. Su Yuni replied awkwardly, "I am somewhat inclined, but I cannot remain here indefinitely." During this visit to the magic domain, she had informed her sister and brother that she would return soon. If she suddenly conveyed that she would not be going back, it would surely raise suspicions that she had encountered some misfortune, thereby causing unnecessary worry. If your concerns stem from your sister and brother, I advise you not to dwell on them. Your sister values strength greatly. If you express your desire to improve here, she would undoubtedly support you. As for your brother, cough cough, Lu Qing'an left the thought unfinished. He held a modicum of selfishness. If Su Yuni could linger a while longer, his two daughters would surely be delighted. Before Su Yuni and He Hong's arrival, he had noticed smiles on his daughters' faces, yet he felt they were merely feigned, as they had grown up and did not wish to burden him with concerns. However, after their arrival, particularly Su Yuni's, he perceived their smiles to be far more genuine, radiating true happiness. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni found Lu Qing'an's reasoning compelling. "Then, perhaps I should consider it? After all, there is no rush to return," she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Lu Qing'an nodded. As the one intending to take on a disciple, Luo Danhong felt a bittersweet pang as she listened to their exchange. Is it not I who wishes to take a disciple? Why am I not included in this conversation? At that moment, Lu Qing'an shifted his gaze back to Luo Danhong. Do you genuinely wish to take her as a disciple? You must already be well aware of my capabilities. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards her, there would be no refuge for you in the entire magic domain, nor across the vast expanse of Qing'an continent. As Luo Danhong listened to the threatening words, she quickly assured, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Rest assured. She was convinced that Lu Qing'an was not merely boasting. Seeing Luo Danhong's genuine desire to take him as her disciple, Lu Qing'an made a decision. Very well. I intend to depart from this place and journey to Mullen City. Will you accompany me? Or do you have other matters to attend to? If you have pressing business, leave a sound transmission mark. I have no pressing matters. All right, let us proceed. With a single wave of his hand, Lu Qing'an retracted the blacklight shield, enveloping Luo Zixuan and her companions once more in demonic energy. Just before leaving the Skyfall Abyss, he turned to Luo Danhong and inquired, What is your relationship with the most formidable formation master in the demon domain, Huang Hao? Are you his disciple? In his perception, Luo Danhong appeared quite youthful, while Huang Hao was an old man with white hair. If they were indeed connected, it would likely be a master-disciple relationship. If they were truly master and disciple, then Huang Hao was quite impressive for training someone of her caliber. In his assessment, Luo Danhong's prowess and formations had already surpassed that of Huang Hao. I am not the most formidable formation master in the demon domain. Upon hearing the name, Luo Danhong's lips twitched slightly before she replied. I am not his disciple. He is my junior brother. Lu Qing'an was taken aback by this revelation. He is your junior brother? I had never heard of Huang Hao having an elder sister. However, Luo Danhong had no reason to deceive him, nor would she dare to. This implication opened the door to a hidden narrative between the two. When Lu Qing'an had first encountered Huang Hao, the old man was already renowned as the most formidable formation master in the demon domain. Whether this was self-proclaimed or conferred by others remained unclear. Seeing Lu Qing'an's confusion, Luo Danhong promptly elucidated their relationship. I have been his peer since childhood. My age is significantly greater than his, yet my talent in formation surpasses his, allowing me to grasp the fundamentals more swiftly. Thus, I am his elder sister. I am not particularly concerned with external opinions, in stark contrast to my ostentatious junior brother. I am more devoted to the study of formations, which has allowed my skills to remain superior to his. For a period, I reached a plateau in my abilities, and thus withdrew for 3,000 years of solitary cultivation. Luo Danhong recounted the specifics of her relationship with Huang Hao, detailing her training and accomplishments over the years. My strength exceeds his by a considerable margin, yet upon my return from seclusion, I found everyone proclaiming him the most formidable formation master in the demon domain. Lu Qing'an was left speechless at this point. That old man truly lacks shame. He is fully aware of someone stronger than him, yet continues to boast of being the strongest formation master. Nevertheless, this behavior was indeed in line with his character. He had encountered many who relished in pretense, but few could rival Huang Hao. Since he is your junior brother, it would be fortuitous if you could send him a sound transmission to summon him to Mullen City to meet me. Upon hearing this, Luo Danhong was taken aback and asked, Do you know my junior brother? We have a good relationship. You may have heard of my name. Lu Qing'an gazed calmly at Luo Danhong. Upon hearing this, Luo Danhong abruptly realized something, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Lu Qing'an. After emerging from her retreat, her junior brother had been boasting about a particular matter, that he was a close companion of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be? No, that couldn't be right. Surely, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could not be that formidable. Was it not said, could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far stronger than the rumor suggests? Luo Danhong swallowed hard, then cautiously inquired, Could it be that you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an nodded. Luo Danhong continued, I never expected you to be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. My junior brother may not be able to meet you for a while. Why is that? Last time I fought alongside him, I accidentally injured him, and now he is in seclusion to recuperate. He may not emerge anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. "Very well. We shall wait until he finishes his retreat. I'm not in a hurry to see this old friend. All right, let us depart." He gathered Lu Zixuan and the others. Casting a glance at Luo Danhong, rather than waiting for her to catch up, he decisively took her along as they soared into the skies. With a whoosh, he propelled the 5 of them above the abyssal demon cave, and then, with a tremor of his form, the void ahead collapsed, revealing a passage through the emptiness. In a mere step, he transported the 5 of them back to the air above the courtyard of Demon Lin City. Luo Danhong, who had followed Lu Qing'an throughout, stood in stunned silence at the sight before her. Was this truly human? Chapter 33. The Tsundere blacksmith. As Lu Qing'an returned to the courtyard, a diminutive figure clad in a black robe and bearing a massive hammer appeared above it. This newcomer was half the height of an ordinary person, sporting a receding white hairline, and possessed remarkably muscular arms, his countenance exuding an air of arrogance as he gazed down upon the courtyard. Upon his arrival, Shui Tianfei and her companions exited the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi, spotting Wang Duanshan, soared into the air with a smile. "Old Wang, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" Wang Duanshan regarded Xiao Qingyi with disdain. "If you attempt to deceive me once more, you'll find yourself in dire straits." While he might entertain the idea of being deceived, he was certain that Shui Tianfei would never stoop to such treachery. Instead of joining the aerial greeting, Shui Tianfei remained aloof and spoke with a cold demeanor. Wang Duanshan's gaze shifted towards her. His visit was indeed prompted by Shui Tianfei. Although Xiao Qingyi could mimic her voice, he could never replicate her experiences. After inquiring about the number of weapons he had forged for her, he received a definitive answer that convinced him of her identity. He believed that Shui Tianfei was unlikely to deceive him. Disregarding Xiao Qingyi, he swiftly descended to stand before Shui Tianfei. "You truly haven't deceived me. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor has returned?" Wang Duanshan scrutinized Shui Tianfei, hoping to discern a flicker of emotion on her face to validate the truth of her words. However, her expression remained as frigid as ice, devoid of any subtlety. "He has returned, having merely stepped out for a while, and he has asked for your assistance in crafting a smithy for this esteemed friend." Shui Tianfei was more than willing to assist Lu Qing'an in this endeavor, and she resolved to aid in the construction of the smithy. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, He Hong's face instantly brightened with a warm smile as he hurriedly extended his hand, grasping Wang Duanshan's. "Greetings, esteemed friend. I am Yi Hong, also a blacksmith. I have seen your forged weapons and am utterly amazed." Wang Duanshan frowned and withdrew his hand with a haughty demeanor. Wang Duanshan. He held no interest in forming an acquaintance with Yi Hong. His purpose here was singular. He had no intention of assisting anyone in crafting a smithy. In his eyes, no blacksmith in the entire demon realm could rival his prowess, and Yi Hong was merely an ordinary craftsman. Observing Yi Hong's warm approach met with Wang Duanshan's cold dismissal, Xiao Qingyi patted Yi Hong on the shoulder. "Don't take offense. This old fellow has always been like this, as if everyone owes him money." Yi Hong quickly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. I appreciate individuals with character. Wang Dao, you please come inside." He understood that most blacksmiths possessed stubborn temperaments, with some exhibiting particularly eccentric traits. Yet, it was undeniable that the more peculiar their disposition, the greater their forging prowess. "Let us forego sitting inside, Wang Duanshan. Let us commence the construction of the smithy directly." On a snowy day, Snowy Empress halted Wang Duanshan, wishing for Lu Qing'an to witness the successful completion of the refining chamber before his return. She aspired to embody the role of a true virtuous wife and mother, supporting him in every endeavor. Ahem, a sip of tea is always welcome. Xiao Qingyi cast a glance at Snowy Empress, pondering how she could demand labor from guests upon their arrival. Yet, as soon as Xiao Qingyi uttered his thoughts, he was met with a fierce glare from Snowy Empress. "Hurry up, you can drink after the work is done," she asserted. "Humph, who said I came here to assist you in building the refining chamber? Do you not comprehend my worth? I am not at your service," Wang Duanshan retorted. "Currently, Requests for his refining skills stretched from the easternmost to the westernmost parts of the demon realm. To demand he assist in constructing a refining chamber was akin to using a treasured sword to dig for wild vegetables. What? Do you not heed my husband's words? He has made it clear that should you disregard him, he will make you listen, Snowy Empress stated gravely. Oh, since when did the eternal night demon emperor become your husband? Have you lost your senses? Moreover, I remain skeptical that you are not deceiving me. I have yet to see his presence, Wang Duanshan replied, disliking any form of coercion, although his strength paled in comparison to Snowy Empress. He was not easily outmatched in a confrontation. Do you wish to spar with me? Snowy Empress's temper flared at Wang Duanshan's words. What did he mean by saying she was infatuated? Can one's affection for another truly be labeled as such? Xiao Qing'an, observing the escalating tension between the two, felt a headache coming on. Yearning was equally taken aback by the rapid emotional shifts among the three, standing in place, dumbfounded. Qing'an, when will you return? Yearning thought to himself with a wry smile. Ultimately, through the mediation of Xiao Qing'an and Yearning, a confrontation was averted. Wang Duanshan retreated indoors and took a seat. Wang Daoyu, I have a query regarding refining. May I trouble you for some guidance? Yearning ventured, noting the silence that had befallen the group. He indeed had a pressing question about refining, and he was well aware that Wang Duanshan possessed far superior skills in this domain, making such an opportunity for guidance rare. I have no time. Wang Duanshan shot a glance at Yearning, his expression haughty. Yearning thought, how can one be too busy to sit idly? Nevertheless, he disregarded Wang Duanshan's curt response and posed his question directly. It is this: when I refine, I consistently encounter an issue just before completion. Though Wang Duanshan claimed to be busy, he still listened as Yearning articulated his problem. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wang Duanshan's brow twitched slightly, though he concealed this subtle change in expression. The ignorance of such basic refining knowledge was laughable. Wang Daoyu, do you know the answer? Could you possibly enlighten me? Yearning implored with a smile. All you need to. Wang Duanshan, lifting his head with pride, began to relay an array of refining knowledge and experience, then glanced at Yearning, mockingly stating, you likely do not comprehend any of this, do you? He Qing sat in place, his eyes darting rapidly. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly clapped his fist against his palm. Of course. How did I not think of that? Thank you, Taoist Wang, for your enlightening guidance. Your experience is truly commendable. Hearing He Qing's praise, Wang Duanshan was somewhat taken aback that He Qing had comprehended his words. Yet he still felt it was due to his own clear instruction, raising his chin slightly in pride. By the way, Taoist, I have another question. This one has left me even more perplexed. He Qing swiftly posed another question regarding weapon forging. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan's brows furrowed in contemplation. Xiao Qing'an, noticing Wang Duanshan's sudden silence, remarked with amusement, Old Wang, you can't possibly be stumped as well. Nonsense. Is there a forging question I do not know? Be quiet. I am organizing my thoughts. Wang Duanshan frowned. He was indeed challenged by He Qing's inquiry, which presented a forging problem he had not previously considered. After a moment's reflection, he formulated an answer and articulated it. Upon hearing his response, He Qing once again clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Wang Duanshan, relieved by the perfection of his answer, felt a shift in his gaze towards He Qing. This fellow possesses quite a depth of insight. Thank you, Taoist. This last question has troubled me the longest. He Qing never anticipated having the opportunity to resolve such a dilemma. He would willingly forfeit thousands of years for this chance. His decision to venture into the demon realm was undoubtedly the most prudent choice of his life. You have more questions? An even more challenging one. Wang Duanshan began to feel a twinge of anxiety. How had this fellow unearthed so many peculiar forging inquiries? And now, an even more difficult one? He Qing scratched his head and chuckled wryly. I spend a considerable amount of time pondering aimlessly. This question is... After finishing his query, he continued to gaze at Wang Duanshan with eager anticipation. Wang Duanshan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He did not understand the question at all. Wang Duanshan stammered for a moment when suddenly a familiar aura appeared above the courtyard. They're back. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed with a smile. Wang Duanshan sensed the powerful and familiar presence of Lu Qing'an, his eyes brightening with excitement. Indeed, he had not been deceived. This fellow had truly returned. Chapter 34, The Unforgettable Experience of the Refiner Wang Duanshan and his companions stepped out of the courtyard, gazing skyward, and indeed, they saw Lu Qing'an and his group returning. However, Shui Tianfei's attention was swiftly captured by a strikingly beautiful woman with crimson hair, Luo Danhong. No, how could he have gone out for such a brief moment and returned with a woman in tow? The corners of Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man possesses an overwhelming charm, easily attracting admirers, especially now, as she observed Luo Danhong. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Lu Qing'an. Something felt amiss. Could he have bewitched this woman? Moreover, why had she never encountered this woman before? With an aura steeped in demonic energy and peak emperor-level prowess, she should have been familiar to her. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, Lu Qing'an's lips curled into a smile as he and his companions gracefully descended into the courtyard. Old Wang, you've arrived? Lu Qing'an greeted him calmly. Huh, I thought I had been deceived. I'm so glad you returned. Wang Duanshan's previously proud demeanor softened upon seeing Lu Qing'an. I have already instructed them to inform you of my intentions for your visit. How have you managed that? Lu Qing'an inquired. Xiao Qingyi interjected quickly. This old fellow just doesn't believe us. You have no idea how many times I've been tricked by this old Xiao. After being deceived so many times, I can't help but distrust him. You can't blame me for that. Wang Duanshan replied hastily. Lu Qing'an chuckled. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao approached Lu Qing'an, tugging at his sleeve with her small hand and asking Daddy, who is this? This is Wang Duanshan. You may call him whatever you like. Lu Qing'an responded. We are old friends. Oh, then he must be Grandpa Wang. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, beaming. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Wang Duanshan was taken aback. Huh, this is your daughter? After a millennium of absence, I return with such an adorable daughter. Grandpa Wang. Lu Zixuan chimed in as well. Recovering from his astonishment, Wang Duanshan quickly donned a kind smile. Ha, what delightful little girls. I had no idea you existed, so I didn't bring any splendid gifts. How about this? You may choose any of these weapons. Consider them a token of our meeting from Grandpa Wang. Having spent much time refining weapons, he presented items of the highest caliber, each a peerless treasure. This immediately captured Sun Minzi's attention. Such generosity is truly enviable. I want one too. Yet, she felt too shy to voice her desire. Lu Miao Miao and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, seemingly seeking Lu Qing'an's approval. Lu Qing'an, maintaining a composed demeanor, smiled gently. Feel free to take whatever you like. Your Grandpa Wang may lack in many respects, but he certainly has an abundance of weapons. Yes, yes. Take whatever you fancy. I may not have much, but I have plenty of weapons. Wang Duanshan was genuinely dazzled by Lu Qing'an's two daughters, one so charming and the other so beautiful, especially as they affectionately addressed him as Grandpa Wang. The sound of Grandpa Wang was music to his ears, resonating deeply within him. Upon hearing the words, Lu Zixuan and her companion were not shy about their desires. Who would ever disdain an abundance of fine weaponry? One of them stepped forward to select an item, only to hear Lu Qing'an's reminder. Each of you should take one more. Your grandfather Wang truly lacks not for such arms. Indeed, indeed. Take more. Wang Duanshan chimed in. Thus, the two complied obediently, each selecting an additional piece. Once they had made their choices, they expressed their gratitude to Wang Duanshan in sweet, melodic voices. Thank you, Grandfather Wang. Ha! No need for thanks. No need at all. Wang Duanshan beamed with a smile. This scene left Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei in silence. The proud elder, who had carried his arrogance for a lifetime, revealed a softer side today. Moreover, they had never witnessed such a smile upon Wang Duanshan's face before. As Xiao Qingyi contemplated this, he glanced at Lu Qing'an's two daughters and suddenly comprehended Wang Duanshan's demeanor. It was inevitable. Lu Qing'an's daughters were indeed charming. Who could resist their allure? Go! Each of you give your aunt a weapon, and one to Minzi as well. Lu Qing'an instructed his daughters telepathically. Upon hearing this, The two instantly understood their father's intent behind urging them to select an additional weapon. So that was the reason. "Aunt, I have an extra weapon for you." Lu Miao Miao, who was closer to Su Yuni, cheerfully presented a beautifully crafted celestial-grade sword to her. Su Yuni was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Zixuan approached Sun Minzi and offered her the additional weapon. "Minzi, this is for you." Is this appropriate?" Sun Minzi was stunned, her expression one of delightful surprise. "Take it. It's yours. After all, it's a gift," Lu Qing'an said calmly. "Well, then, thank you very much." Sun Minzi swallowed hard, hastily expressing her gratitude. Su Yuni initially intended to decline, although her current weapon was merely of the 10th grade. She felt it improper to accept her niece's offering. However, upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, she reconsidered and ultimately decided to accept it. "Thank you, Zixuan." Lu Zixuan smiled. "No need for thanks, Aunt. By the way, who are these two?" Wang Duanshan inquired, turning his gaze towards Sun Minzi and Luo Danhong. He could discern that Lu Miao Miao and Lu Zixuan bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an, and having heard Lu Miao Miao refer to Su Yuni as aunt, he was able to deduce her identity. Yet, he remained unaware of the connection between Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an. "Indeed, who is his friend?" Shui Tianfei echoed, specifically referring to Luo Danhong. "You need not concern yourselves with that. Allow me to introduce you to my good friend from the Immortal Ruins, Hihong. Did you learn anything from our earlier discussion?" Lu Qing'an stepped forward to stand beside Hihong, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wang Duanshan was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's friendly gesture. He had never experienced such familiarity from Lu Qing'an himself. Xiao Qingyi felt a twinge of envy. He too had never enjoyed such camaraderie. Shui Tianfei, unsure of the situation, felt a pang of discontent. She too wished to be the recipient of such warmth. "Ah, we just made each other's acquaintance a moment ago." Wang Duanshan was taken aback by the close relationship between Hihong and Lu Qing'an. "My friend possesses commendable forging skills, although there exists a slight disparity when compared to yours. I have invited you here today to assist me in crafting a few treasures, while also imparting some of your wisdom to my good friend," Lu Qing'an suggested. "Oh, you wish to forge? Is there an abundance of fine materials this time?" "Ahem. Your friend seems quite capable. He can lend me a hand, and the extent of his learning will depend on his own fortune." Upon hearing that Lu Qing'an sought his assistance in forging, Wang Duanshan could hardly contain his delight, though he quickly masked his emotions, mindful of the numerous onlookers who could tarnish his reputation. "It's not different materials. It's the celestial fallen gold we discussed last time you aided me in forging," Lu Qing'an explained. "How splendid. How much do you have this time? Is it possible to forge a weapon?" Wang Duanshan could not suppress his excitement upon hearing this. As a blacksmith, he relished the opportunity to work with such enigmatic materials. Even after all these years, he could not forget the experience of helping Lu Qing'an forge. It was akin to a first love, a feeling that lingered for a lifetime. To his astonishment, after all these years, he would once again have the opportunity to forge a weapon with such materials. "There's a fair amount this time. Take a look and see what can be crafted." Lu Qing'an revealed the entirety of the celestial fallen gold acquired this time. In an instant, a massive quantity of celestial fallen gold materialized, hovering in the air. As Wang Duanshan beheld this scene, he was so overwhelmed that he fell to the ground with a thud. "My goodness." Chapter 35, Sister. "I wish to reside here permanently." Wang Duanshan was utterly astounded by the scene before him, his mind momentarily incapacitated, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Such an immense piece of celestial meteorite gold. Was he dreaming? Where could it have possibly come from? Could it be from that meteorite cavern? Had Lu Qing'an ventured deeper, perhaps even to the very depths of that place? Xiao Qingyi, though not fully comprehending the significance of celestial meteorite gold, sensed its extraordinary nature. Gazing at such a colossal fragment left him astounded as well. At that moment, witnessing the usually proud Wang Duanshan retreat in shock and fall to the ground, he hastily assisted him to his feet. Wang Duanshan, however, swiftly extricated himself from Xiao Qingyi's grasp and lunged toward the celestial meteorite gold, his hands caressing it. It was real, truly real. This was his fortune, he murmured to himself, his face alight with ecstasy. Hong, a formidable artificer, immediately recognized this as the material used for Lu Qing'an's weapons and armor. Now, beholding the celestial meteorite gold, he too was entranced. Moving forward to touch it alongside Wang Duanshan, it was as if they were caressing something exquisite, both men lost in their reverie. They seemed rather peculiar, though. Shui Tianfei thought to herself, bemused. Their discerning eye was commendable. Lu Qing'an smiled and shook his head, addressing the two. All right, aside from this celestial meteorite gold, I have some additional fragments here, all of which are for you to refine into armor and weaponry. As before, please assess how many treasures you can forge and provide me with the blueprints for my selection. Only upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words did Wang Duanshan snap back to reality, promptly nodding earnestly. All right, leave everything to me. Shao Qingyi interjected, what? You're crafting weapons for him without receiving anything in return? Isn't that a bit too lenient? Wang Duanshan disdainfully glanced at Shao Qingyi, retorting, you clearly lack foresight. Just watch. After this, I shall no longer be the strongest artificer of our time. I will ascend to become the most powerful artificer in history, one whom future generations will eternally aspire to emulate. A legend without predecessor or successor. He would become a figure of myth. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction, handing over the celestial meteorite gold to Wang Duanshan. He then produced a sphere of energy he had meticulously preserved, revealing it to the gathered audience. Behold, what do you make of this? I have never encountered anything like it, and I'm uncertain if any of you have. Those present here are among the most elite in the demon domain. Perhaps someone among you has seen it before. As soon as the energy sphere appeared, it captivated the attention of everyone present. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. It gives me the impression that if it wished to harm me, I might not even withstand a single strike. I have never seen anything like it, but it feels overwhelmingly powerful. What is happening? Is this a living entity? Where did you acquire it? The crowd, having sensed its presence, was left in a state of astonishment. Lu Qing'an recounted earnestly. I discovered a substantial piece of celestial fallen gold enveloping this object in the depths of the celestial fallen demonic cave. Initially, it resisted and attempted to attack me, but after I dealt with it, it fell silent. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, the crowd was rendered speechless. Those familiar with the perilous nature of the celestial fallen demonic cave widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at him. The deepest part of the celestial fallen demonic cave. You ventured there? After a brief moment of distraction, Luo Danhong looked at Lu Qing'an with a gaze filled with reverence. She believed his words wholeheartedly. He undoubtedly possessed the strength to reach the deepest depths of the cave. However, Shao Qingyi expressed skepticism. You must be exaggerating. Didn't you previously claim you could only reach about 30 to 40 miles? Now you've returned claiming to have reached the very bottom? He was convinced that Lu Qing'an must have found this object somewhere within the cave, and that his claim of having reached the bottom was merely a fabrication to boast. Wang Duanshan and Shui Tianfei regarded Lu Qing'an with curiosity, their disbelief not entirely absent. They had both ventured into the celestial, fallen demonic cave. And while Lu Qing'an was indeed stronger than them, he could not possibly be that formidable. Lu Qing'an chose not to refute their doubts or provide explanations, instead stating, is there truly no one who knows what this object is? One thing is certain, it is of extraterrestrial origin. It appears to be a form of life, and I sense that it remains in a state of undevelopment, not yet having reached its complete form. At that moment, Luo Danhong attempted to voice her thoughts. Lu Qing'an turned to her and asked, could this possibly be a beast of some kind? I'm not sure, Luo Danhong replied, shaking her head. Observing that no one else was willing to share their opinions, Lu Qing'an decided to stow away the energy entity. Never mind, I'll keep it for now. We'll eventually discover what it truly is. Now, let us commence the construction of the refining chamber. Let us work together to expedite its completion. Lu Qing'an began assigning tasks to those present before turning to Su Yuni and Luo Danong. You two should discuss your own matters. If you find it difficult to make a decision, feel free to consult your sister and brother through sound transmission. Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Yuni, hoping she would agree with Luo Danong. If you decide to stay here for an extended period, come back to me, and I shall assist you in converting your cultivation. Su Juini notet anzai. Upon hearing this, Qing'an exclaimed with delight. Yuni plans to reside here long-term? This friend wishes to take her as a disciple. Let her make her own choice. Qing'an cast several glances at Luo Danhong before smiling, hoping that Su Yuni would indeed stay. Having another acquaintance around would be quite beneficial, and it was evident that coming here was a particularly wise choice. With Lu Qing'an's assistance, their endeavors and strength would surely advance further. The group of men, including Lu Qing'an, began to fly towards the mountainous region at the back, seeking an optimal location for the construction of the refining chamber. Meanwhile, Su Yuni and the others invited Luo Danhong inside the dwelling. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei initially intended to remain by Lu Qing'an's side. However, upon glancing at Luo Danhong, she quelled her desire to follow Lu Qing'an and chose instead to probe into the depths of Luo Danhong's character. She sensed an unsettling vibe. This woman might very well compete with her for a man. Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? I do not believe I have encountered you in the demon realm. Shui Tianfei inquired coldly as Luo Danhong took a seat. Luo Danhong, you must be the renowned Shui Tianfei. Luo Danhong replied. Oh, you are acquainted with me? My junior brother has mentioned you a few times. He is Huang Hao. You are Huang Hao's senior sister? Yet, I have never heard of him having a senior sister. After conversing for a while, Shui Tianfei discerned the essence of Luo Danhong's identity. It turned out she was indeed the senior sister of that fellow Huang Hao. No wonder she had been brought back by Lu Qing'an. Casting a glance at Su Yuni, Shui Tianfei noticed that Su Yuni had begun to take out a communication jade slip to send a message to the Xinshu. Presumably, she was reaching out to that woman. The thought of the woman who had once been with Lu Qing'an filled Shui Tianfei with an icy dread. That foolish woman had better not allow Su Yuni to remain here. If so, Luo Danhong would also have to vacate the premises. As she observed more and more women arriving in the room, a sense of pressure began to mount within her. Moments later, upon establishing the communication, Su Yuni turned to Luo Danhong and the others, stating that she would step away for a while and entered her own chamber. Once assured that no one was nearby, Su Yuni said, "Sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you. I am considering making this place my long-term residence." Far away in the Xinshu, Su Qing'an suddenly froze upon hearing her sister's words. What? You intend to stay there and not return? Chapter 36. The unique identity of my brother-in-law. Previously, Su Yuni found herself at a crossroads in the heavenly abyss, uncertain about her choices due to the limited time she had to decide. Hence, she expressed her desire to consult her family back in the immortal ruins. However, during her journey back, and especially after receiving that weapon from Lu Miao, clarity dawned upon her. She had made up her mind to stay. From her perspective, Lu Qing'an had assured her that he could assist in converting her cultivation to the standards of the demon realm without compromising her strength. Moreover, she was confident that under Luo Danhong's tutelage, she would acquire a wealth of knowledge in the art of formations, significantly enhancing her capabilities. Additionally, her two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao, were also her kin. With family on both sides and a more promising future here, why not choose to remain? Thus, as soon as she connected the communication, she articulated her thoughts. However, she soon realized that her sister had fallen silent. Sister, can you hear me? Su Yuni knew that her sister must be in a state of confusion. After taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an quickly transmitted a message to her brother Su Xuanyu while responding. Is something happening over there? Are you in danger? Suddenly deciding not to return and to stay there sounds like you've encountered difficulties, but do not wish to worry us. At that moment, she regretted allowing her sister to venture there. She truly couldn't protect too many people. Su Yuni quickly shook her head, managing a wry smile. There's no danger. Rather, I have encountered a tremendous opportunity thanks to my brother-in-law. Sister, I recently awakened my innate formation body. Innate formation body. Just as Su Qing'an processed this revelation, her brother Su Xuanyu arrived with Lu Zhongran. Upon hearing that his second sister had awakened such a rare physique, Su Xuanyu was equally astonished. Wasn't this a trait only spoken of in legends? Are you certain? Su Qing'an inquired. Absolutely. Moreover, a remarkably powerful master of formations here in the demon realm. Upon seeing my physique, wishes to take me on as her disciple. Her mastery in formations is vastly superior, far beyond what I possess. Interestingly, she is also the senior sister of a formidable ally known to my brother-in-law, Su Yuni explained. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? This sounds too coincidental. A senior sister, a friend of his? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Sister, you can't be falling for a trick, can you? Are you certain everything is genuine? Su Xuanyu, concerned, tightened his brows. He had hastened to this location upon learning from their elder sister that the second sister intended to reside in the demon realm indefinitely. Now, it all felt like an elaborate ruse concocted by Lu Qing'an. Su Yuni replied, My brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Sister, you should know his character better than I do. Moreover, it is quite reasonable that this array master knows her brother-in-law, for his identity is indeed quite extraordinary, a revelation I have only recently come to understand. As she spoke, a bitter smile crossed her lips. Who could have imagined that her brother-in-law was none other than the renowned Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm? No wonder he is acquainted with so many formidable figures from that realm. The Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor, is not only a household name in the demon realm, but also holds considerable fame in the celestial ruins. Her sister, having attained an imperial position through rigorous cultivation, aspires to reach a level that rivals the Eternal Knight's domain. This implies that the realm her sister seeks to achieve is already possessed by her brother-in-law. She felt a pang of reluctance to relay this information to her sister. What status could he possibly hold? Is he not merely a peak emperor of the demon realm? Surely, my sister will surpass him in strength and become the most powerful entity in the celestial ruins, standing alongside the might of the Eternal Knight, Demon Emperor. Su Xuanyu declared. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Yuni's emotions became exceedingly complex as she contemplated whether to disclose the truth. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, for blood is thicker than water. She did not wish to disturb her sister's resolve. Whether her sister would eventually uncover the truth through other means was left to fate. After all, her brother-in-law was quite celebrated and formidable, earning respect from many and nearly knowing all the top-tier experts of the demon realm. Su Yuni remarked, Well, even if what you say is true, what about your cultivation in the celestial ruins? Are you certain you can truly comprehend the array techniques when studying under a top array master of the demon realm? The cultivation systems of the two realms are inherently different, which will have significant repercussions. Su Qing'an understood well that the individuals from both realms differed. Her sister relied on absorbing spiritual energy to create formations, yet there was hardly any spiritual energy in that place. Utilizing spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy would pose considerable challenges. Therefore, my brother-in-law will assist me in converting my celestial ruins cultivation into that of the demon realm. Suidrini Asut. Nonsense. Second sister, you are not usually so foolish. How can you believe his absurd claims? Su Xuanyu was convinced that his second sister had been deceived by Lu Qing'an. A rational person would recognize that the cultivation of the celestial ruins could not possibly be converted into that of the demon realm, even if someone possessed extraordinary methods. Such a conversion could only be feasible for those of lower cultivation. How could his second sister's sacred king-level cultivation be transformed? It would require a life for such a transition. Su Yuni, however, had complete faith in Lu Qing'an. Her niece had successfully undergone the conversion. Thus, her brother-in-law must possess the requisite abilities. Suidrini Insi. No, second sister, have you been bewitched by that fellow? Why do you place such unwavering trust in him? Su Xuanyu's scalp tingled with anxiety. Why did it feel as if his second sister had returned from that place, utterly changed? Do not speak ill of my brother-in-law. We both know the kind of person he is. I have absolute faith in him. Upon hearing her brother's continued disparagement, Su Yuni felt a surge of anger. Her brother-in-law is immensely powerful, with unmatched capabilities, and possesses a kind heart. Why must this brat continually slander him? If Su Xuanyu were by her side at this moment, she would undoubtedly strike him with her palm. Su Xuanyu felt utterly wronged by Su Yuni's furious reprimand. Sister, look at our second sister. How can she not trust her own brother, but instead choose to believe someone with a different surname? I am doing this for her own good. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. After over 1,000 years of companionship, she believed she truly understood Lu Qing'an. Yet after all these events, she began to question whether she truly knew him at all. He had concealed far too many things from her. Uni, please do not rush into a decision. Take the time to contemplate whether all of this is reasonable. Right now, we are unclear about your situation, and only you can make that judgment. Su Qing'an composed herself and earnestly advised Su Uni. Su Uni replied, Sister, I am fully aware of what I am experiencing. This may very well be the greatest opportunity of my life. Very well, let us pause this matter for now. Take another day to reflect, and we shall communicate again tomorrow. Su Qing'an felt it necessary to put this matter on hold. She needed to reach out to He Hong once more and inquire with him in detail. Chapter 37. Su Uni returns to the immortal ruins after some contemplation. Su Uni acquiesced to her sister's request. Very well, I shall deliberate for another day, and we shall reconvene to discuss this matter. She understood that this abrupt decision might be difficult for her sister and brother to accept, and thus felt it necessary to provide them with a period of adjustment. Upon concluding the transmission, Su Uni exhaled deeply, pondering whether concealing her identity from her brother-in-law was advantageous or detrimental. She had only recently learned this information from a conversation with Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an, leaving her utterly bewildered at the revelation. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, a legendary figure in the demon realm, an invincible presence. Initially skeptical of Lu Qing'an's earlier assertions, she had dismissed them as jest, only to discover the truth. After careful consideration, she resolved to maintain her silence for the time being, lest it disrupt her sister's resolve. As for how long she could keep this secret, she could not be certain. It would depend on her sister's fate. Her sister might inform Elder He. It would be prudent to give Elder He a heads up first. Su Uni quickly transmitted a message to He Hong. Meanwhile, He Hong, who was merrily selecting a site for his future refining chamber, was taken aback upon receiving Su Uni's transmission and hearing the unfolding events. He turned to Lu Qing'an, staring at him as if he were a specter. Qing'an, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Upon hearing his words, the others present regarded him with bemusement. Did you not disclose your true identity to him? Xiao Qingyi inquired of Lu Qing'an. It seems I have not, Lu Qing'an replied. Wing duan shan chakud. You only just found out? How amusing. In the demon realm, the only individual capable of commanding our utmost respect is none other than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He Hong exclaimed, My dearest friend is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? In the immortal ruins, within a grand hall, Su Qing'an concluded her transmission and promptly reached out to He Hong, only to discover that her transmission was unsuccessful. Why is my transmission not going through? Sister, I increasingly sense that this situation is far from simple, Su Xuanyu declared through gritted teeth, pacing anxiously. I shall attempt to contact him once more. Perhaps there was an interruption earlier, Su Qing'an suggested. Mother, surely father is not that kind of person. Lu Jingran's lips twitched. Although he favored his mother, he could not believe that his father would orchestrate such a nefarious scheme. Zhengran, do you truly think you understand your father? You are his son. Do you not realize he hails from the demon realm? Su Suani Guestin Stenli. In an instant, Lu Zhengran found himself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an suppressed her inner turmoil and transmitted once more, this time successfully reaching He Hong. Elder He, are you busy? Qing'an, is there something you need? I am indeed occupied. Please be brief. Su Qing'an relayed the situation she had just learned from her sister, inquiring, Is this matter genuine? Indeed it is, came a response. Your ex-husband possesses a rather unique capability. His strength is formidable, and he can indeed assist your sister in transforming her cultivation. You needn't worry. Your eldest daughter has successfully undergone the transformation as well, which I can attest to personally. Furthermore, I will ensure her well-being during our time here. Is there anything else? If not, I must attend to my own matters. He Hong spoke with a hint of irritation, fully aware of Su Qing'an's transgressions against Lu Qing'an. The fact that Su Uni remained here served as a form of retribution against Su Qing'an. Nonetheless, he understood that Su Uni's choice to stay was her own. Lu Qing'an had treated them with such kindness. Who wouldn't wish to remain under such favorable circumstances? Upon hearing this, Su Qing'an furrowed her brows. Ilao, are you certain that everything you have said is true? You are not deceiving us, are you? Qing'an, that is quite unfair. When have I ever misled you? If you doubt my words, why did you bother to consult me? Hong replied. Fine, I believe you. Su Qing'an conceded. If there is nothing else, you may go about your business, and we shall keep in touch. Very well, he agreed. After concluding their communication, Su Qing'an remained troubled. Is it truly genuine? Su Xuanyi, who had been listening intently, ceased his pacing and uttered with a grave tone. How could that possibly be true? Su Qing'an pondered for a moment, then declared, It is imperative that Yuni returns. Exactly. I fear that if she does not come back. Su Xuanyi sighed. As long as she does not return, it would be false. If she truly comes back and reaffirms her earlier decision, then so be it, Su Qing'an asserted. In the demon realm, as dusk approached, Lu Qing'an, having selected a site with Wang Duanshan and the others, found the ensuing matters no longer within his purview. Wang Duanshan indicated that they would work overnight to construct the largest and most exquisite forging chamber in the demon realm. With their task complete, they returned to the courtyard. Upon his return, Su Yuni appeared before him. Brother-in-law, I have made my decision. I will remain here from now on. However, my sister fears that this decision may not be entirely of my own volition, so I may need to return for a brief visit. I might require your assistance to take me back to the boundary wall. Lu Qing'an smiled warmly. Not a problem. It's a minor matter. When shall we depart? The prospect of Su Yuni staying was delightful. Let us set off immediately. I will notify you when to return, Su Yuni replied. Lu Qing'an nodded. Should we inform the two children? I have already done so, she responded. Very well, then let us be on our way. He took Su Yuni with him, ascending into the sky and breaking through the void, arriving at the juncture between the demon realm and the celestial ruins. I shall not accompany you further. Do take care on your journey back. He chose not to return to the celestial ruins, content to leave her at this point. In the mystical realm of the immortal ruins, I find no peril. Su Yuni smiled and nodded. After exchanging farewells, she traversed the boundary and returned to the immortal ruins, while Lu Qing'an made his way back to the courtyard. Approximately an hour later, Su Yuni hastened to her sister's presence. Sister, I have returned. As she gracefully descended upon the grand hall, she discovered the presence of several individuals within. There were 5 in total. Su Qing'an, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue were among them, accompanied by 2 pinnacle experts of the Emperor realm from the immortal ruins. Upon noticing these 2 eminent figures, Su Yuni let out a sigh. One was the most formidable formation master within the immortal ruins, while the other specialized in the mastery of the soul. It seemed her sister harbored suspicions regarding whether her soul had been ensnared. The summoning of the strongest formation master in the vicinity likely aimed to have her take him as a mentor, ensuring her continued presence in the immortal ruins. Second sister, Gulme, have a seat. Su Xuanyu, relieved by his sister's return, beckoned her. Su Yuni, pulled into a seat by Su Xuanyu, retorted, all right, I can sit by myself. However, upon witnessing her younger brother, a surge of unexplainable irritation welled within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few firm taps upon his head. Chapter 38. Fabricating false results. Upon taking her seat, Su Yuni observed that all eyes in the room were fixed upon her, inducing an unsettling sensation akin to that of a criminal under scrutiny. Sister, my primary purpose for returning this time is to bid you both a proper farewell. As I may not have the opportunity to come back often, she declared, having made her decision to say goodbye to her sister and brother. Once her cultivation transformed into that of the demon realm, her return would render her susceptible to being treated as one of their kind. Yuni, your return signifies that you have not encountered peril over there. However, we cannot completely dismiss the possibility that you have been deceived. Su Qing'an expressed her desire for her sister to remain with them. Regardless of the outcome, whether her sister had been tricked or not, she endeavored to persuade her to stay. Su Yuni replied, my presence here is proof that I have not deceived you. Moreover, take a look. Is this not the innate array body? Suddenly, a unique aura emanated from her, followed by a dazzling glow enveloping her form. The onlookers, upon witnessing this, swiftly confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, it was the innate array body. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were momentarily taken aback. She truly has awakened the innate array body. Could it be that everything she said is true? Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The most formidable array master of the immortal ruins was momentarily stunned. A flicker of intense light flashing in his eyes, accompanied by a deeply concealed greed. Second sister, congratulations on truly awakening the innate array body. However, are you certain he can successfully transform your cultivation? Have you seen him attempt this with anyone else? Isn't old he over there? Why not let him try it first? Su Xuanyu remained skeptical of Lu Qing'an's capabilities. If a trial were necessary, he would prefer it be conducted on He Hong rather than his own sister. Su Juini Zetponde. Oldie has already attained the Emperor realm, which is different from my situation. However, whether my brother-in-law can assist old he in transforming his cultivation is contingent upon his own judgment. Regardless, I have faith in my brother-in-law. Second sister, please refrain from calling him brother-in-law. He is no longer our brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu, witnessing Su Yuni's unwavering stance, grew increasingly exasperated. With a resounding clap, Su Yuni could no longer contain herself, striking Su Xuanyu on the head. I will call him brother-in-law. What concern is it of yours? Second sister, you, Su Xuani, clearly overwhelmed by the blow, merely clutched his head, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Yuni, your brother is merely looking out for your best interests. Su Yuni took a deep breath to compose herself, responding with a calm tone. Sister, I have reiterated this to you countless times, and I am no longer a child. The choices I make, I will accept the consequences of any repercussions. Su Qing'an cast a lingering gaze upon Su Yuni, letting out a sigh. At that moment, Lin Qingxue interjected. Yuni, I have watched you grow, and I know you are not one easily deceived. However, you must recognize that the individuals from the demon realm differ from those here in the immortal ruins. They cultivate using demonic energy, which alters their state of mind, leading many to harbor sinister thoughts. It is wise to exercise caution. Upon hearing her disciple recount the matter, Lin Qingxue became convinced that there was something amiss. It was inconceivable that anyone could transform the cultivation of a saint king from the immortal ruins into that of the demon domain. Even the mightiest of the demon domain, the eternal night demon emperor, would be incapable of such a feat, unless, of course, there existed someone even more formidable than him within the demon domain. Su Juini, observing the profound implications this person had on her sister and brother-in-law separation, felt a twinge of disdain. She was certain that her sister's decision to leave her husband had been influenced by Lin Qingshue's manipulations. Ultimately, it was her sister's choice. Yet she could not summon any fondness for Lin Qingxue. I am acutely aware of my own decisions and confident that I have not been deceived. In confronting Lin Qingxue, she displayed newfound resolve. Very well, even if I have not been misled, is it truly necessary for you to study formations there? Allow me to introduce you to our most esteemed formation master in the immortal ruins, Taoist Zhang Huairan. With your innate formation body, why would you seek a mentor in the demon domain? Are the formation masters there truly superior to ours? As Lin Qingxue spoke, she turned to Zhang Huairan with a smile, inquiring, Taoist Zhang, are you satisfied with Yuni's innate formation body? If she were to become your disciple, would you impart all your knowledge to her? Zhang Huairan replied with a grin. This young friend possesses exceptional talent. I shall certainly share my entire lifetime of learning with her. Furthermore, what is the strongest formation master of the demon domain? Should he stand before me, I would crush him like an ant. Su Yuni regarded the boastful Zhang Huairan with silent incredulity. She had witnessed his prowess in formations, and, while she once deemed him quite formidable, he paled in comparison to the capabilities displayed by Luo Danhong. The disparity was stark. It was not that the immortal ruins were inherently weaker than the demon domain, but rather that the two bore no comparison. She felt that upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, she would have the capacity to catch up to Zhang Huairan through her own endeavors. Yet, she remained uncertain whether, despite her innate formation body, she could ever match Luo Danhong. This sentiment weighed heavily upon her. Senior Zhang, I beg your pardon, but I have witnessed the prowess of that formation master from the demon domain, and she indeed surpasses you slightly. Su Yuni spoke in a measured tone, wishing to avoid offending Zhang Huairan. However, as her words left her lips, she saw his expression darken instantaneously. You possess an innate formation body, which is undoubtedly exceptional. Yet your cultivation is still lacking, and your understanding of formations is insufficient. How could you discern the strengths and weaknesses between me and those from the other side? Zhang Huairan's demeanor only strengthened Su Yuni's conviction. It was only natural that the individuals from the demon domain were somewhat stronger, for they revered strength above all else. Their prowess was paramount, fostering fierce competition. In contrast, the social intricacies of the immortal ruins often took precedence, resulting in a different kind of strength. The formidable individuals from the demon domain had been forged through true trials, rendering them genuinely powerful. Senior, if the words of a junior have displeased you, I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my beliefs, Su Yuni said, bowing respectfully. Upon the utterance of Su Yuni's words, the entire grand hall fell into a profound silence. Lin Qingxue remarked, Taoist Zhang, do not take offense. Why not demonstrate your strongest formation for Yuni to witness? Very well. I shall showcase my most formidable formation, Zhang Huairan declared before decisively exhibiting his strongest array in front of the gathered assembly. How is it? Su Juini Zetponde. Your most powerful formation pales in comparison to even the simplest of others. Moreover, it is diminished by a factor of 10. Senior, never mind. My decision is resolute. Su Yuni endeavored to temper her words to minimize their sting. Zhang Huairan was left speechless. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow, inquired, Yuni, are you truly certain that this individual surpasses Taoist Zhang in mastery of formations? Su Yuni remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Lacking discernment. Very well. I'm not particularly inclined to take on a disciple. Solitude suits me just fine. Zhang Huairan struggled to suppress his vexation, seeking to find a way to extricate himself from the situation. Observing this, Lin Qingxue felt compelled to shift the topic, turning her gaze towards Su Yuni. All right, if you persist in this choice, then to ease your sister's concerns, allow this Taoist to assess your spirit. We must ensure you have not fallen victim to any malevolent practices that might cloud your mind. What do you think? Fully aware of her circumstances and unafraid of the examination, Su Yuni nodded decisively. Taoist Jia, proceed. Of course. The elder clad in black robes stepped forward, positioning himself before Su Yuni, invoking the most advanced method of spirit detection from the immortal ruins. After a brief moment, he halted, a frown creasing his brow as he glanced toward Lin Qingxue. Taoist Lin, there appears to be no issue. His thoughts were conveyed solely to Lin Qingxue, imperceptible to others. Upon hearing this result, Lin Qingxue's expression soured. No issues at all. Is that truly the case? She narrowed her eyes slightly before making a decision, responding through thought. Taoist Jia, proceed as I previously instructed. Are you certain? Certain. You shall receive benefits in return. Following their silent exchange, the black-robed elder then turned his attention to Su Qing'an, his demeanor grave as he stated, Taoist Su, your sister has been subjected to a peculiar spirit secret technique. Su Qing'an's expression hardened at this revelation. Are you sure? Su Yuni sprang to her feet, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. Lin Qingxue spoke in a low, serious tone. I told you that the matter is far from simple. Qing'an, we cannot allow your sister to return to the demon realm. Chapter 39. Desperation. Su Yuni cast a glance at Lin Qingxue and the elderly man, and she could ascertain that the two had conspired together to keep her here. It was even possible that her sister was complicit in this scheme. Swiftly, she turned her gaze towards her sister, and upon observing her serious expression, she realized that returning was not a viable option this time. Yuni, I have an unsettling feeling about your situation. Why don't you stay in the immortal ruins for a while? Su Qing'an suggested. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu slapped his thigh. I knew it shouldn't have come to this. This is precisely what I meant. That rascal is truly malicious, employing such underhanded tactics. Su Yuni shot her brother a fierce glare, then turned to her sister with a grave expression. Sister, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, but your circumstances indeed have nothing to do with whether you are lying or not. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Do you truly think that my brother-in-law would resort to such means against me? Why must he keep me there? After all these years with him, do you still not comprehend his character? Su Yunyi's fury intensified with each word. What had happened to her sister? How had she transformed into this? Taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an resolutely stated, regardless, you shall remain in the immortal ruins for now. We will address the subsequent matters later. Indeed, Yuni, you must understand that we are all acting in your best interest. Had you not awakened the innate formation body, you might not have encountered such troubles. However, now that you have awakened, this extraordinary talent will undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Furthermore, are you not concerned that his words could be deceitful? Attempting to alter your cultivation? What would you do if something went awry? Your sister is only looking out for you. Lin Qingxue spoke earnestly. Yet, in Su Yunyi's eyes at that moment, Lin Qingxue had become nothing but a hypocrite. Lin Qingxue, my sister's current state is greatly influenced by you. And now you still wish to sway me? Su Yunyi glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue, fully revealing her disdain. Lin Qingxue's expression darkened instantly. Do you have any sense of propriety? I have none. I have long harbored discontent towards you. I am acutely aware of my situation. I have even been subjected to demonic arts that have affected my soul. It is you and your entire family whose souls have been compromised. Su Juni Zito Vementin. This was the first time Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu had witnessed Su Yunyi in such a manner, leaving them stunned. Lin Qingxue, too, was taken aback by such accusations. Well then, Qing'an, do you see this? Is this still your sister? Look at what she has become. After merely one visit to the demon realm, she has returned like this. Do you still dare to let her go again? I advise you to confine her quickly, lest she attempts to return. Lin Qingxue ground her teeth in frustration. Yuni, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Su Qingjing at Monitz Stenli. I am fully aware of my actions. I am denouncing a hypocrite. Su Juini Zito Defianti. You are driving me to madness. It seems I have neglected to discipline you properly for quite some time. Leading to, Su Qing'an stood up, poised to speak, when she suddenly beheld her sister drawing a weapon, a 10th grade extraordinary sword. Moreover, she discerned that the aura emanating from this blade was significantly more potent than her own. How could there be such a vast disparity in aura despite being of the same grade? And from where did her sister acquire such a sword? You wish to strike? Come fort. If you have the capability, then in my life. Su Yunyi was uncertain of what Lin Qingxue would do next, but it likely pertained to her innate array body. If she could not escape this place, the trials that awaited her were beyond her control. This night, she must flee. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Su Qing'an had never witnessed her sister in such a state, rendering her unrecognizable. In her eyes, her sister had always been gentle and refined, her words soft and endearing. Yet now, she seemed as if she were an entirely different person. What her master had said must indeed be true. The secret arts of the demonic realm had been unleashed. She had to stay. Yuni, lower your weapon, otherwise. Do not blame your sister for being unkind. Su Qing'an wished to avoid harming her sister, but at this juncture, she had no choice but to press on. If all else failed, she would have to incapacitate her. Elder sister, do you realize what you are doing? Su Xuanyu was momentarily stunned before urgently calling out. I am fully aware of my actions. Su Yunyi retreated, seeking to leverage the formation to escape swiftly. Qing'an, intercept her. If necessary, incapacitate her. Lin Qingxue spoke in a low tone. Su Qing'an nodded, the aura of a sovereign bursting forth from her. Su Yunyi immediately sensed a terrifying presence approaching. She understood that in the face of such a power disparity, resistance was futile. Yet she also knew that remaining here would mean relinquishing control over her own fate. Gritting her teeth, she brandished the 10th grade sword, positioning it against her neck. Very well. If it must come to violence, then I shall die here today. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Yuni, you must not act foolishly. Su Qing'an exclaimed in alarm, hastily retracting her aura back within her. Su Xuanyu was equally taken aback, nearly losing his balance as he shouted, Elder sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? It is you who are acting. I possess my own freedom. My destiny is mine to govern, Su Yuni retorted, continuing her rapid retreat. Lin Qing'an was taken aback by Su Yuni's drastic resolve, her expression darkening. While they certainly overwhelmed Su Yuni in strength, she was still a sacred king. Should they act too forcefully, they might not be able to prevent her from taking her own life. She wished to keep Su Yuni safe. If she were to cause Su Qing'an to harbor animosity towards her, it would be a loss beyond measure. Yuni, you, Su Qing'an, seeing her sister about to exit the grand hall, quickly flew closer. Do not approach. If any of you take another step closer, I will end my life before you. Elder sister, do not move. Let's all remain still. Su Xuanyu was taken aback, witnessing his second sister in such a state for the first time. He understood all too well how resolute she could be once she made a decision. She would undoubtedly follow through. At this moment, Su Qing'an also dare not move, clenching her fists tightly. After Su Yuni exited the grand hall, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she hurriedly summoned a formation. It was not enough to merely depart from this place. She still needed to fly for an hour to reach the boundary. Some measures were imperative. She would utilize the formation to escape. As she fixed her gaze ahead, her left hand tirelessly arranged the formation. After a while, she finally completed it. Turning to her sister and brother, she took a deep breath and spoke with utmost seriousness. I shall not return after I leave this time. If you still consider me your sister and sibling, trust me, Lin Qing'an cannot be relied upon. This is my final piece of advice. At this juncture, she shot Lin Qing'an a fierce glare. Wait for me. When my strength surpasses yours, I will return to find you. With that, she no longer wasted time and swiftly activated the formation. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped her. The teleportation array was initiated. A beam of light descended from above, swiftly transporting her into the sky, darting off in a particular direction. At the moment of ascension, Su Yuni produced a communication jade slip and quickly transmitted a message to Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, I'm about to head towards the boundary. Come to retrieve me. Lin Qing'an quickly turned to Zhang Huairan and urged, Hurry, break the formation. We must pursue her. Chapter 40. I leave my younger sister in your care. Su Qing'an swiftly glanced at her master and said, Master, never mind. Let her go. I know her well. If we truly pursue her, she may very well harm herself. Indeed, do not chase after her. Su Xuanyu also feared that his elder sister might act foolishly. Zhang Huairan cast a glance at Lin Qing'an, seeking her opinion. Su Qing'an's talent was exceedingly formidable. Should he disregard her warning and recklessly pursue, it could provoke her and lead to future calamities. Lin Qing'an furrowed her brow and said solemnly, Qing'an, are you truly going to let her depart for the demon domain? Are you not afraid that you may never see your sister again? Su Qing'an clenched her fists, pondering momentarily before responding. Let her go. The sword her sister had brandished earlier was evidently not hers, but obtained after venturing into the demon domain. It was clear who had provided it. Before Lin Qing'an could utter another word, Su Qing'an turned to Su Xuanyu and instructed, Xuanyu, please return and see if you can send a message to your sister. I have matters to discuss with my master. Su Xuanyu nodded obediently, swiftly taking out a communication jade slip to contact his elder sister. Once Su Xuanyu had departed, Su Qing'an gazed at Lin Qing'an and inquired, Master, was the result we measured earlier false? Lin Qing'an, under Su Qing'an's earnest gaze, refrained from answering immediately and instead looked toward Zhang Huairan. Is it still possible to pursue her now? The formation was on the verge of dissipating, making it quite difficult. After all, her aptitude in array techniques was indeed remarkable. Zhang Huairan glanced at the remnants of the formation, which had already faded by half, and shook his head. Lin Qing'an sighed, then turned to Zhang Huairan and the other, saying, Friends, let us conclude our discussion for today. You may return. I shall fulfill my promise to you. The two nodded in acknowledgement and exited the grand hall. The hall soon fell silent. Lin Qing'an took a seat and looked at Su Qing'an. Qing'an, since you already possess the answer, why do you still inquire, your master? Su Qing'an inhaled deeply and replied somberly, Master, why must it be this way? She is my sister. She struggled to restrain the tumultuous emotions within her. Lin Qingxue, with utmost seriousness, countered, "Your sister has awakened her innate array body. Such talent, if retained on our side, would significantly benefit your future and our plans. Do you not see this?" Su Qing'an retorted coldly, "But she's my sister, not a tool. If what you have done leads to her encountering any peril or losing her life, you shall never find peace over this matter. You are too attached to your emotions." Lin Qingxue asserted, "I have told you before, to possess unparalleled strength, one must cast aside all distractions." The atmosphere between them plummeted to an icy silence, lingering for a considerable time. Ultimately, Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and spoke first to ease the tension. "Very well. It is your decision. But you must understand, allowing your sister to venture into that realm may not truly be for her benefit. We both know that Lu Qing'an cannot successfully assist her in transforming her cultivation. No matter how powerful he is, or even if he were to summon the mightiest of the demon domain, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, success is still unattainable. Are you not afraid that he might ruin her cultivation? Nonetheless, it is better than her demise." Su Qing'an remarked, adding, "Moreover, what angers me most about your actions this time is your failure to inform me in advance." Lin Qingxue sighed, "All right, I concede my mistake. Remember, if you continue to act in this manner, especially concerning my family, without consulting me beforehand, do not blame me for reciprocating in kind." Hearing Su Qing'an's veiled threat, Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow. How audacious of her to threaten me, in the realm where the demon domain meets the immortal ruins. Su Yuni exerted every ounce of her strength, finally utilizing the formation to reach the boundary wall with unprecedented speed. Upon her arrival, she spotted Lu Qing'an waiting on the opposite side. The moment she saw her brother-in-law, Su Yuni felt a surge of security wash over her, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. "Brother-in-law," she called out with a smile as she soared over the boundary. Lu Qing'an inquired, "Why the haste in returning? Has something occurred?" Earlier, Su Yuni had mentioned she would return the following day, yet here she was, summoning him to this location shortly after her departure. He sensed a note of urgency in her voice, as if she had genuinely encountered trouble. He offered to enter the immortal ruins to fetch her, but she declined, instructing him to wait there. "It's nothing serious, just a minor disagreement with my sister." Su Yuni reflected, choosing her words carefully. She wished to spare Lu Qing'an any unnecessary concerns, especially since her sister had already divorced him. Their ties had been severed. The earlier incident was a family matter, and it would be inappropriate to burden him further. Noting Su Yuni's reluctance to elaborate, and recognizing the issue pertained to his ex-wife, Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment before refraining from pressing her. "Have you truly decided to remain in the demon domain?" Su Yuni's gaze was resolute. "Yes, from now on, I will reside here." "Brother-in-law, is it really possible for my cultivation to be transformed?" Lu Qing'an smiled reassuringly. "Indeed, if you have the time, I can assist you with that shortly." Observing Lu Qing'an's unwavering confidence, Su Yuni felt a surge of admiration. Such is the confidence that strength brings. And indeed, a self-assured man possesses a certain charm. Yet, she pondered, how could her sister? Alas, after reuniting with Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an traversed the void once more, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought her back to the courtyard. "Aunt, I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Su Yuni. "It's only because your aunt wanted to sleep beside you that she hurried back," Su Yuni teased, pinching Lu Miao Miao's cheek with a smile. Lu Zixuan sensed a subtle unease and surmised that her aunt had encountered some distress during her brief absence. Perhaps she had quarreled with her mother, prompting her swift return. "Aunt, are you truly going to stay here permanently and not return?" Lu Zixuan asked. Su Yuni turned to Lu Zixuan, smiling and nodding. "Indeed, from now on, your aunt will be living with you. Will you find her bothersome?" Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head, smiling. "Of course not." Su Yuni Juka then turned her gaze to Luo Danhong, taking a deep breath and decisively kneeling in respect. "Esteemed master, I bow to you." The encounter with the formidable array master, Zhang Huiran, had further solidified her determination to strive for excellence. Yet, she could not forget what Lin Qingxue had done to her moments ago. She was resolute in her desire to grow stronger and become the most powerful array master. Luo Danhong's eyes brightened as she hurried to assist Su Yuni to her feet. Haha, my disciple, please rise. At that moment, Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze upon Luo Danhong, calmly stating, Friend Luo, from this day forth, you shall be her mentor. Teach her well, aside from array techniques. I do not wish to see any distractions. He was acutely aware of the unique nature of the innate array body, which could easily attract unwanted attention. As he spoke, he emanated a subtle aura of power, directed solely at Luo Danhong. In an instant, she felt as though the very fabric of reality had shifted, standing before her. Lu Qing'an seemed like a divine sovereign of a post-apocalyptic world. Luo Danhong understood Lu Qing'an's concerns and quickly conveyed through thought, I harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally patted Luo Danhong's shoulder, saying, Good, teach her diligently. If she excels, I shall generously reward you. As Lu Qing'an's hand descended, Luo Danhong felt an overwhelming lightness sweep over her, as if she had been resurrected, releasing a long sigh of relief. How could there exist such a powerful individual in this world? Chapter 41. Because the brother-in-law is the eternal night, Demon Emperor Shui Tianfei stood quietly to the side. Her eyes, framed by long lashes, narrowed to mere slits as she observed Lu Qing'an gently patting Luo Danhong's shoulder, her teeth clenched tightly. However, her unease stemmed not only from Luo Danhong, but also from Su Yuni. Why had she suddenly remained here? Moreover, why was Lu Qing'an treating his ex-wife's sister with such kindness? Was it out of loyalty to his ex-wife or affection for Su Yuni? The prospect of these two stunning beauties, who were hardly inferior in appearance to herself, living under the same roof was daunting. Could she truly fulfill the role of a stepmother? Listening to Lu Qing'an's words and observing the shift in his expression, Su Yuni felt a warm current surge through her heart, effectively dispelling the coldness that had settled after her earlier experiences in the immortal ruins. Such a remarkable man. And her sister had let him slip away. Yuni, if you have a moment, I can help you with your cultivation, Lu Qing'an said, turning towards Su Yuni. She nodded decisively. I have time right now. Then come inside. He beckoned as he entered the room. Shui Tianfei could only watch in disbelief. You two aren't planning to be in the same room. Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged behind Su Yuni, channeling his energy as he began to assist her in transforming her cultivation. His current prowess had multiplied several times over, and he was now capable of effortlessly facilitating cultivation transformations for those below the Emperor realm. The logic behind transformation was quite straightforward. It resembled a blood transfusion. He would cleanse Su Yuni's meridians with powerful magical energy, and then, through formidable means, convert her dantian into one suitable for magical cultivation. The key to success lay in his strength being significantly greater, by 1,000 or even 10,000 times, than that of the individual undergoing transformation. Given Su Yuni's current level, he could easily accomplish this task. After a period marked by the burning of incense, Lu Qing'an completed the transformation, his countenance serene as he withdrew his energy. Now, take a moment to examine your dantian and see if you feel any discomfort, he instructed as he stood. Su Yuni opened her eyes, astonished as she gazed at her hands. A dense magical aura emanated from her palms as she cultivated. I did it. It's real, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you so much, brother-in-law. Rising to her feet, her excitement palpable, she bowed deeply to Lu Qing'an. He hastily interjected, No need for such formality, you little one. We are beyond that. But I must show my gratitude. After all, we're not truly related, Su Yuni replied with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. Yet you are still the aunt of Zishuan and Miao Miao, are you not? Indeed, she blinked in realization. So our relationship remains unchanged. Do not harbor any resentment due to my sister's situation with you. Live well here. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to approach me. There is nothing I cannot handle. Lu Qing'an said with a warm smile. Su Yuni gazed at Lu Qing'an, who was currently in a peculiar state. A wave of unique emotions washing over her, prompting a soft hum. Very well, from now on, you shall train in formation with Luo Danhong. Let her assist you in selecting the appropriate cultivation techniques. She possesses a greater understanding of which demonic arts suit you best. If there are no pressing matters, take your time to acclimatize to your current condition. I shall take my leave. After speaking, Lu Qing'an exited the room. Upon encountering Lu Zixuan and the others, who had gathered to inquire about the outcome, he responded with a smile, informing them of their success. Hearing that Lu Qing'an had indeed facilitated Su Yuni's successful conversion of her cultivation, Luo Danhong regarded him with newfound respect. How astonishing! The ability to convert the cultivation of a holy king. Allow her to rest, Zixuan. This evening, tend to your sister and ensure she sleeps well. Do not disturb your aunt. Understood? In a serene chamber, moonlight filtered through the gauzy window, casting a gentle glow beside the bed. Su Yuni sat cross-legged atop the bed, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally radiant. She exhaled deeply, fully adapting to her newfound demonic cultivation. I knew my brother-in-law could do it. A smile graced Su Yuni's face, but thoughts of her sister and brother soon clouded her expression. Ever since she departed from the immortal ruins, the communication jade had been vibrating incessantly, a signal from her brother. At that moment, the jade vibrated once more. Upon checking, she realized it was indeed her brother reaching out. Never mind. This matter does not concern my younger brother. He must be quite worried about me now. Su Yuni channeled demonic energy to activate the communication jade. Second sister, you finally responded. Have you returned there? Su Xianyu's anxious voice echoed from a jade. Hearing her brother's tone, Su Yuni replied, My brother-in-law has brought me back. The children were overjoyed to learn I remained here. Upon hearing that Su Yuni was safe, Su Xianyu sighed in relief. That is good, as long as you are well. You truly frightened me earlier. His heart was still heavy with trepidation, having not anticipated such a strong reaction from his sister. Is sister nearby? Su Juini inquired. No, I am in my own quarters, Su Xianyu responded. Had I not acted as I did, I might have been confined for an extended period with no assurance of future freedom. That Lin Qingxue is no benevolent soul, Su Yuni declared with utmost seriousness. So, second sister, you truly were not subjected to Lu Qing'an's demonic secret techniques? Su Suan Yu Guidit. Of course not. I told you. Just a moment ago, my brother-in-law successfully helped me convert my cultivation. It went splendidly. Not a single issue arose. Recognizing her brother's genuine concern, Su Yuni felt no need to conceal her circumstances. You are not deceiving me. The conversion was genuinely successful. Su Xianyu asked in astonishment. Indeed, it was successful. Oh, little brother, you have harbored too many preconceived notions about my brother-in-law. He is truly a wonderful person. Su Yuni couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice on Lu Qing'an's behalf. She wasn't necessarily displeased with her younger brother. Rather, every time she witnessed him treating her good brother-in-law in such a manner, she couldn't help but feel compelled to correct him. Yet, this lad truly showed no signs of improvement. Su Xuanyu fell into silence. Sister, to be honest, I am equally perplexed at this moment. However, I possess a modicum of common sense. You have already reached the sacred king realm. How can this be permissible? Su Xuanyu scratched his head, his intellect not particularly sharp to begin with, and often subjected to his sister's reprimands, leaving him utterly at a loss for how to think. Su Yuni took a deep breath, realizing there was no need to conceal the truth from her brother any longer. Little brother, if you promise me not to divulge what I am about to say to our eldest sister, I shall reveal to you something that will instantly clarify everything. Not tell eldest sister? Sister, what do you wish to say? Do not question me. Just assure me, preferably by swearing an oath. If you tell eldest sister, you will never be able to pursue the woman you cherish most. Su Yuni compelled Su Xuanyu to make a vow that felt rather sinister to him. Sister, are you out of your mind? Can one casually make such an oath? Su Xuanyi et Galim, will you swear or not? If you refuse, I shall ignore you. Su Juini Tfit Dan. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth and began to swear. All right, I've completed the vow. Can you now speak? Indeed, brother-in-law, it is not merely that he is a peak emperor-level expert in the demon domain. He possesses another identity. He is the eternal night demon emperor of this realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the two jade slips fell into a profound silence, with not a sound uttered for 2 breaths. Chapter 42. The Brother-in-Law. My idol Su Xuanyu found himself utterly bewildered by a single statement from his second sister. The Eternal Night, Demon Emperor? He is actually the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. How is that even possible? The Eternal Night, Demon Emperor is not just a renowned figure in the demon realm, but a terrifying existence whose reputation resonates throughout the entire Qing'an continent. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon is, in fact, the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor? Surely this is some kind of cruel joke. Yet, as he gazed at the silent communication jade slip, confirming that the person on the other end was indeed his second sister, his silence deepened. Having grown up alongside her, he knew all too well that she was not one to indulge in deceit. It might very well be true. However, logic compelled him to remain silent for a considerable time before voicing his skepticism. Sister, you must be joking with me. Su Juini, noticing her brother's delayed reaction and his incredulous inquiry, understood his shock. When she first learned that her brother-in-law was the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, she too was overwhelmed, feeling as though the heavens were playing a grand joke on her. From a young age, she had heard tales of the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, and held a slight admiration for the formidable man. Little brother, when have I ever deceived you? Moreover, think about it. Why was I so confident in my brother-in-law before he even helped me transition my cultivation? It is because I already knew he was the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanyu quickly retorted, Then why didn't you tell our eldest sister that you knew he was the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor? Perhaps so many things wouldn't have happened. Are you foolish? Consider this. If our eldest sister will learn that her husband is the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, what would happen? They have already divorced, and he no longer harbors any feelings for her. What if her heart shatters upon this revelation? This is precisely why I urged you to keep it from her. Su Xuanyu fell silent, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Their eldest sister possessed an untainted imperial status and had cultivated herself to the utmost limit, capable of rivaling the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. If she were to discover that her former husband was, in fact, the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, it would be catastrophic. Sister, I still find it hard to accept this information. How could he be the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor? Su Xuanyu struggled to reconcile the two identities of Lu Qing'an, the seemingly gentle man, with the formidable figure he had heard countless tales about. One appeared exceptionally gentle and unremarkable, while the other was the most powerful and invincible assassin of the demon realm. How could they possibly be the same person? It was utterly fantastical. Moreover, he had idolized the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor since childhood. Even now, he aspired to emulate him. Every time he practiced, he fantasized about one day becoming invincible across the Qing'an continent, striving to match this paragon. And now, his second sister reveals that the man he had always deemed insignificant is, in fact, his lifelong idol. His worldview was crumbling. Did you happen to see the weapon I retrieved earlier? Su Yuni was aware that conveying this information to her younger brother would be somewhat challenging, as she knew he had always idolized the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. The thought brought a faint smile to her lips. How amusing it was that the man he had often criticized with his sarcastic remarks turned out to be his childhood idol. At that moment, Su Xuanyu grasped his sister's intention. The gifts from her husband were now possessed by both Zixuan and Miao Miao, who each bore treasures of even greater significance than the sword he had previously brandished. These were likely the most formidable weapons and armor bestowed by her husband. Su Juini Zimak? Su Xuanyu could not help but recall how his nephew, Lu Zhengran, had boasted incessantly after acquiring that renowned blade. Well, Zhengran, your sister and cousin have casually obtained items that utterly eclipse your precious sword by hundreds of times. He was beginning to accept the surreal revelation presented by his sister. The brother-in-law he had long disparaged was, in fact, the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. As he pondered, he recalled that the Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, who had ruled the demon realm for many years, had mysteriously vanished over a millennium ago. It was rumored that he had entered seclusion to attain an even higher, invincible realm, disappearing from the world for many years. Now, connecting the dots from his first encounter with his brother-in-law and the timeline of his eldest sister's first meeting with Lu Qing'an, He realized the coincidences were far too aligned to be mere happenstance. Sister, if he truly is the eternal night demon emperor, does that mean I have completely lost any favorable regard in his eyes? Su Xuanyu spoke, his lips trembling with the weight of his thoughts. He had disparaged this brother-in-law for nearly 1,000 years, the very figure he had idolized. Upon hearing her brother's lament, Su Yuni could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Ahem, little brother, well, your brother-in-law is quite a decent person. I believe he doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. Su Yuni struggled to suppress her amusement, yet her attempt to console lacked conviction, for she was uncertain. Her brother had mentioned Lu Qing'an far too many times. Enough about brother-in-law, Su Yuni declared. Let's leave that topic behind. Wait, sister. Please tell me more. Su Xuanyi Pulit Izali. After a tumultuous internal battle, he set aside his pride, allowing his admiration to overshadow his reason. What would you like to know? Su Juini Inquied. Well, could you share what you learned about just how powerful brother-in-law truly is? Last time, my brother-in-law showcased a bit of his prowess here, and it did not seem overwhelmingly formidable. He was merely a shade stronger than Lin Qingxue. Of course, this could be attributed to the constraints of the boundary, which prevented my brother-in-law from fully displaying his capabilities. Listening to my younger brother attempt to defend Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni couldn't help but smile. This lad is quite innocent at heart, though he does have a tendency to speak thoughtlessly at times. As for the strength of my brother-in-law, let me put it this way. I have not been here long, yet I have already encountered 4 formidable beings from the demon domain who far surpass Lin Qingxue. The demeanor of these powerful individuals upon meeting my brother-in-law was quite remarkable. How should I describe it? Allow me a moment to ponder. Su Xuanyu's eyes sparkled as he suggested. Revered like a deity? Not quite, as my brother-in-law is genuinely a good person. They seem to be both in awe of him and eager to cultivate a closer relationship. Fearing to displease him while simultaneously wishing to befriend him, Su Yuni remarked. I see. That makes sense. They must feel that way. Besides this, what other impressive feats has my brother-in-law accomplished? Su Xuanyu inquired further. Moreover, I have awakened my innate array body, and my brother-in-law led us to a place known as the celestial falling abyss. There, even those of us with lesser cultivation could enter and refine our bodies. Even Meow Meow, with her modest skills, was unaffected. I too awakened my innate array body because of this, all thanks to my brother-in-law. Furthermore, I later heard him mention that he managed to reach the very depths of the celestial falling abyss and discovered a mysterious entity that seemed to be a form of life. Su Yuni spoke in great detail, her face filled with admiration. Su Xuanyu, listening intently, felt a surge of excitement. The celestial falling abyss. I have heard of this place. Was it not said that my brother-in-law could only venture 30 to 40 miles deep into the demon domain? Yet now, he has reached the very bottom. How terrifying. It is simply astonishing. Chapter 43. The regret of the brother-in-law. Is there more? Is there more? Su Xuanyu was completely captivated, eagerly urging for more. Indeed, there is more. When my brother-in-law shattered the void to travel, he could traverse hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Both He Lao and I have experienced it personally. It is truly astonishing. Su Juini Zipli. This. Su Xuanyu gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. How could it be that his brother-in-law seemed far more powerful than the tales they had heard about the eternal night demon emperor? Could it be that the rumors circulating outside were merely a diluted version? It must be so. After all, my brother-in-law is extraordinarily strong, Su Yuni stated with utmost seriousness. TSK. Suddenly, I find myself yearning to explore that place. Su Xuanyu's face lit up with dreams. Better not. If elder sister learns of this, she would certainly confine you. Moreover, your brother-in-law might not even wish to host you. Without protection, you would be courting death here. Su Yuni hastily deterred her brother from such thoughts. She was genuinely uncertain if Lu Qing'an would overlook past grievances and welcome her brother. Su Xuanyu, filled with regret, slapped his own face in frustration. I am such a fool. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of hope returned to his reddened cheeks. Second sister, please help me. Since you live with my brother-in-law, Could you say a few flattering words for me when you have the chance? Just tell him I regret my actions. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. What do you say? As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, I will do my best to speak kindly on your behalf in front of my brother-in-law. Yet, I cannot guarantee that he will cease to dislike you, Su Yuni replied. Thank you, second sister. You are indeed my favorite. Su Swani et gleam joyfully. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile, finding her brother rather endearing when he wasn't being annoying. Their bond had always been strong. By the way, what about He Hong? Given his close relationship with my brother-in-law, he must be living splendidly. Su Xuanyu's throat tightened with excitement. Ah, He Lao, with my brother-in-law's assistance, should soon possess the finest refining chamber in the Qing'an continent. Furthermore, he has the most powerful refining master from the demon domain, imparting to him superior refining techniques. Su Yuni elaborated. Wait, the most powerful refining master in the demon domain. Is he not the one who crafted the strongest armor and sword for the eternal night, demon emperor? He must be overjoyed. I am so envious. Su Xuanyu raked his fingers through his hair. As their conversation reached this point, Su Yuni knew it was time to conclude. All right, I shall not speak further. Remember what I previously told you about my brother-in-law's identity. Do not mention it to elder sister. Otherwise, you will never win the heart of the woman you desire. Moreover, it could potentially disturb elder sister's Dao heart. For now, let us keep this a secret for as long as possible. Su Juini Gaotion. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. I will remember. His emotions were complicated. His elder sister was separated from the eternal night, demon emperor, and this. And remember to be wary of Lin Qingxue. She likely won't do anything to the eldest sister, but I fear she may treat you as she did me. Also, please take good care of Zhongran. Protect him well. I have a lingering suspicion about Lin Qingxue. Whenever Su Yuni thinks of Lin Qingxue, her expression turns cold. Previously, she hadn't perceived any issues with Lin Qingxue, but after the recent events, she has seen through her true nature. She is undoubtedly a villain. Su Suani notet ao sesti anzai. I will take care of myself and Zhongran. Very well. Let it be so. By the way, second sister, may I inform the eldest sister about your situation? She genuinely cares for you. Now that you have successfully transitioned your cultivation, I believe it would be wise to let her know, lest she continues to worry. Of course, I won't mention the identity of the brother-in-law to her. Hearing her younger brother's words, Su Yuni felt a surge of emotion. Despite the unpleasant experiences they had endured, the bond among the three siblings remained strong. That's fine, but do be careful not to let anything slip. Hee. Rest assured, your clever brother won't make any mistakes. Su Suani Chuka. Su Juini. With that brain of yours, clever? Well, just take care of yourself. After ending the communication, Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, stored the communication jade slip, and closed his eyes to meticulously sort through all the information he had just received. Alas, in the end, he could only let out a long, deep sigh. He then left his residence and flew towards the grand hall where his eldest sister was. Upon arriving at the hall, he found that Lin Qingxue was no longer in sight. Only Lu Zhongran was there, meditating with closed eyes. Su Qingying, upon seeing her brother arrive, immediately inquired about Su Yuni's situation. Have you contacted her? Su Suani Zipli Hapfi Maisi. Really? How is she now? Su Qingying eagerly asked. Observing the concern etched on Su Qingying's face, Su Xuanyu managed a bittersweet smile. Eldest sister, the second sister is doing exceptionally well, perhaps even a bit too well. Just recently, she returned to her residence over there and successfully transitioned her cultivation. What? Are you sure? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes widened slightly. So soon. The second sister has no reason to deceive me. Judging by her tone, it must be true. Perhaps you could communicate with Elder He and inquire. Su Xuanyu suggested. At that moment, Lu Zhongran also opened his eyes, astonished by the news. Su Qingying pondered for a moment and said, No need to ask. It's best if she has indeed succeeded in her transition. Indeed, she may not return after this. Eldest sister, it's really nothing. Once I reach the Saint King realm, I will go and see them over there. Su Xuanyu suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. Nonsense. What would you go there for? Su Qingding Zepi Man Stanley. Seeing his sister's anger, Su Xuanyu quickly recoiled his head. He truly yearned to make that journey. It was not merely concern for his second sister. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and stated, "If you must go, it shall not be you who ventures forth. If absolutely necessary, let Zhengran go." She was acutely aware of the nature of her brother's relationship with Lu Qing'an. Should Lu Qing'an indeed commit any harm against her sister, sending her brother would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he would never lay a hand on his son. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhengran spoke up, "Mother, I shall heed your wishes." He found himself somewhat longing for his sister and younger sibling. Su Xuanyu cast a glance at his nephew, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. He too wished to embark on such an adventure. "We shall discuss it later. In a few days, your mother will procure that time treasure for you. Within it, the flow of time is 30 times swifter than in the outside world. One day outside equals a month inside. You must diligently enhance your cultivation, so when the time comes to visit your sister, you shall not be looked down upon." Su Qingding advice. During this period, she had been urging her son to cultivate diligently, hoping he would make significant progress. When the siblings finally reunited, she wished for her eldest daughter to witness her son's rapid advancement in cultivation and reconsider her choice to return to his side. Lu Zhengran nodded, resolute. When he next encountered his sister, he was determined to ensure that she could not surpass his cultivation. Chapter 44. The Enchanted Willow Academy the following day. At the break of dawn, Wang Duanshan and He Hongkai returned to the courtyard, only to find that it was occupied solely by Lu Miaomiao and Xue Tianfei. With the others absent, Wang Duanshan gazed at Xue Tianfei, who was engaged in playful activities with Lu Miaomiao, and inquired, "Where is Lu Qing'an?" Xue Tianfei replied, "He has gone over there to instruct the two children in combat techniques." Nodding in understanding, Wang Duanshan and He Hongkai soared towards that direction. Shortly thereafter, they beheld Lu Qing'an standing aloft in the sky, imparting wisdom to Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi as they sparred. "Have you returned? Is the forging room completed?" Lu Qing'an inquired, glancing at the approaching duo. Wang Duanshan responded with a smile, "It has been successfully crafted, and it is undoubtedly a forge that every smith in the demon realm, nay, across the entirety of the Sanyan continent, would cherish. Moreover, we two old friends meticulously assessed the heavenly meteor divine gold you entrusted to us last night. Here are the blueprints for the treasures that can be forged. Please select 10 from among them." 10? That is quite a number, Lu Qing'an remarked, a glimmer of excitement sparking in his eyes as he smiled. "Ha! If I forego the armor, I could perhaps choose more. Armor is essential. I must procure a piece for my eldest daughter as well," Lu Qing'an stated, perusing the blueprints presented by the two men. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected 10. "These 10 shall suffice. By the way, old Wang, which faction in the demon realm currently possesses a temporal treasure?" "I wish to acquire one for the children," Lu Qing'an inquired. In truth, he was keen to ascertain whether Wang Duanshan had such a treasure in his possession, as these artifacts were exceedingly difficult to forge, requiring an abundance of rare materials and intricate processes. Being the most formidable smith in the demon realm, Wang Duanshan might indeed possess one. Did you not once possess a temporal treasure that altered time flow to a ratio of 1 to 100? I do not have one at present, but not long ago, I dedicated several hundred years to crafting one specifically for the Enchanted Willow Academy. Its time flow is comparable to the one I forged for you. However, I have heard that when combined with their Academy's treasure, the time-reversing Enchanted Willow, the time flow can reach an astounding ratio of 1 to 300. Wang Duanshan explained, "When I departed from the Demon Emperor's palace, that temporal treasure remained there, gifted to my disciple. It is inappropriate to request the return of something I have bestowed," Lu Qing'an replied. Upon hearing this, a profound understanding flickered in Wang Duanshan's aged eyes, especially upon the mention of Lu Qing'an's disciple. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi, who had been observing the two children sparring, also exhibited a flash of unusual emotion. "I see. Would you like me to dedicate some time to forge another for you? However, you are aware that it is quite challenging to produce one in a short period. The process is indeed cumbersome, unlike the more straightforward forging of weapons and armor," Wang Duanshan remarked. "Never mind, I shall contemplate other alternatives," Lu Qing'an said, shaking his head, before gesturing for the two to diligently pursue their craft as he ascended back into the sky. Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an and remarked with a smile, "Both are prodigies in combat. One is your child, and the other his. Yet, they still lack the honing that comes from real battle experience. Old Xiao, I recall that you previously sent several of your disciples to the Magic Willow Academy for cultivation. It appears that your disciples have fared quite well, and you must have some connection with the Academy's principal. Do you think it would be beneficial for me to send my 2 children there for a period of training, allowing them to interact with peers of comparable talent?" Lu Qing'an inquired. He had once nurtured a genius disciple in a similarly isolated manner, who subsequently rose to prominence and attained imperial status with remarkable speed, just a fraction below his own position as the Eternal Night Emperor. However, that child, having been solely under his tutelage, had developed a temperament strikingly similar to his own, steeped in a heavy aura of slaughter. Furthermore, due to a lack of interaction with contemporaries of similar caliber, the child became exceedingly reclusive, devoid of friends, and lacking the ability to socialize. When he decided against continuing as the Demon Emperor, he bequeathed his position to his disciple, who now reigns as the Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm. Henceforth, he became a hands-off manager, confident in his disciple's capability to hold the title, leaving behind a letter of farewell as he departed from the Demon Realm. Now, faced with the task of nurturing 2 daughters, he felt a twinge of apprehension about employing his former methods. This hesitation was one of the reasons he had sought out Sun Minzi after seeing her, ensuring his daughters would not remain friendless. Xiao Qingyi remarked earnestly, "I believe it is imperative for children to engage with a wider circle of individuals." Surprised by Xiao Qingyi's serious and resolute demeanor, Lu Qing'an responded, "All right. When you have the chance, take me to meet the principal of the Magic Willow Academy. That's quite agreeable." Others claim that old fellow is elusive, akin to a wandering cloud, difficult to locate, but for me, finding him is rather simple. Xiao Qingyi replied with a smile. The principal of the Magic Willow Academy is somewhat of an anomaly in the demon realm, where many individuals, driven by the necessity of cultivating demonic energy, exhibit impatience. The number of those with combative natures is countless. In contrast, the principal of the Magic Willow Academy is renowned for his erudition within the demon realm and possesses formidable strength, being one of the top 10 experts. However, he shuns conflict, embodying a gentle demeanor, vast knowledge, and has established the unique Magic Willow Academy to impart wisdom and cultivate various talents of the demon realm. Over the years, numerous powerful individuals have emerged from the Magic Willow Academy, flourishing throughout the demon realm. These talents are remarkably unique, each endowed with special abilities and perspectives that surpass those of mere combatants, offering greater potential. Even Lu Qing'an, having proven himself through acts of violence and becoming the strongest demon emperor, has encountered the principal of the Magic Willow Academy only once. As the saying goes, those on different paths do not conspire together. His method of proving his path through violence is precisely what the principal disapproves of most. Then assist me in locating him, so that my children may cultivate at the Magic Willow Academy in the future, Lu Qing'an stated, exposing the children to a broader array of individuals. The Magic Willow Academy serves as the ideal environment, far less perilous and bloody than the various regions of the demon realm, making it a commendable choice for novice adventurers. Certainly, he would also educate the children after their studies at the academy, ensuring their progress would be accelerated. I shall reach out to him. Xiao Qingyi nodded with a smile, reassuring Lu Qing'an. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Qingyi brought forth delightful news. He had successfully made contact, and, coincidentally, the individual was preparing to return to the Magic Willow Academy. When are you available to accompany me to intercept him? To meet him. Xiao Qingyi quickly corrected himself, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Intercept him? Why do I sense that you haven't truly contacted him? I'm always available. Lu Qing'an replied. Very well. As soon as darkness falls, we shall set out. Xiao Qingyi squinted his eyes and chuckled mischievously. Lu Qing'an felt a strange unease about Xiao. Chapter 45. Dean blocking the entrance, taking the back door. Lu Qing'an, unafraid to voice his uncertainties, directly inquired, Lao Xiao, do you harbor any secrets from me? Just tell me plainly. My purpose in seeking the dean of the Magic Willow Academy is not solely to enroll my child. I also wish for them to have unfettered access to the Academy's time treasures. I intend to secure a backdoor entry into the institution and ensure my child can utilize these time resources extensively. With my capabilities, it is only fitting that I provide my child with the utmost resources. Xiao Qing'an, aware that he could not conceal the truth from Lu Qing'an, donned a somewhat mischievous smile as he replied, "My little disciple has achieved great success. After graduating from the Magic Willow Academy, he became a teacher there and has taught for many years. He maintains a good relationship with the dean. However, you know well that the old fellow's whereabouts are elusive, and he is disinclined to meet with most people. Fortunately, I learned from my disciple that he will return to the academy tonight. We can confront him directly. With our strengths, if he refuses to see us, we shall certainly meet him nonetheless." Lu Qing'an had initially believed that Xiao Qing'an could indeed arrange a direct meeting with the dean of the Magic Willow Academy, only to realize that it would be through such a means. Nevertheless, Xiao was indeed resourceful, and this was a valid approach. "Very well. Shall we first visit your little disciple? It has been quite a while since I last saw him. These young rascals have not returned to see me in years. When they were younger, they would visit me annually, yet now decades pass before I see them again." At this point, Xiao Qingyi's expression turned wistful, evoking a sense of loneliness akin to that of a solitary elder. "Let us depart after lunch," he suggested. Agreed. The group enjoyed a hearty lunch together. Before setting off, he first sought out Wang Duanshan, then informed his two daughters that he would be stepping out for a while and would return later. His daughters, well-behaved and content at home, did not express a desire to accompany him. Just before leaving, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. "I intend to send my child to the Magic Willow Academy for training. If you have the time, could you assist me in establishing a teleportation array that connects both sides? This would allow my child to travel back and forth with greater ease. It is impractical for me to fetch them every day. Having a direct teleportation array would greatly facilitate their return." Luo Danhong smiled. "That is not difficult." "Excellent. Then I shall rely on you." With that, he departed the courtyard alongside Xiao Qingyi. In a quarter of an hour, the two figures appeared above the Magic Willow Academy. Under the blazing sun, Lu Qingyan stood suspended in midair, his robe billowing in the fierce heat. Below, the Magic Willow Academy resembled an ancient giant beast lying in repose among the mountains. The staggered structures, built from obsidian stone, featured eaves that soared skyward like willow blades slicing through the air, while layers of palatial buildings were shrouded in a delicate lavender mist. At the center of the academy stood a massive willow tree, entirely black, reaching into the clouds. Its trunk was adorned with intricate silver runes, and its branches cascaded like curtains of time, each leaf shimmering with starlit brilliance. This was indeed the Academy's prized possession, the time-reversing magic willow. At that moment, the willow branches swayed without wind, stirring the magical energy within a 10-mile radius to form a vortex, enveloping the Academy in a boundary of intertwining realities. At this moment, could the time-flowing willow, in conjunction with the temporal artifact, truly achieve a time-flow ratio of 1 to 300? If so, how many individuals would vie desperately to gain admission to the Willow Academy? Lu Qing'an pondered aloud. However, entry into the Willow Academy was not a simple matter of desire. Even the strongest must undergo both written and martial examinations. Of course, some formidable individuals attempted to use backdoor means or threats of force, but invariably, the outcome was the same, futile. The headmaster of the Willow Academy was one of the 10 foremost powerhouses of the demon realm, and in addition, there was another formidable graduate from the Academy who also ranked among the top 10. Whenever the time-flowing willow presided over the Academy, even other top experts had to tread carefully. Moreover, numerous graduates mingled within various factions of the demon realm, rendering the Academy a force to be reckoned with. It could be said that they had numerous esteemed disciples scattered across the land, and none dared to offend the Willow Academy lightly, unless they were invincible beings. As an invincible entity himself, Lu Qing'an would not provoke the Academy. First, because its intentions were commendable, and second, it had never wronged him. "Xiao Su, your master has arrived. Come out and greet me." In midair, Xiao Qingyi smiled, his lips curving upwards as he communicated via a sound transmission jade slip. Momenslate. A middle-aged man swiftly ascended from below the Willow Academy. Clad in elegant azure robes, his demeanor was calm and composed, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement and righteousness. Lu Qing'an had not seen his young disciple, Song Su, for quite some time, and upon this reunion, he was somewhat taken aback. He appeared even more righteous than those from the immortal abyss. Master, Song Su approached quickly, a smile adorning his face. Ha, Xiao Su, it has been a while since you last visited your master. You deserve a good scolding. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Master, I have been preoccupied with teaching. Truly, I have been quite stretched thin. As Song Su spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Qing'an nearby, and suddenly his words faltered, his eyes widening in surprise. Foolish boy, have you forgotten who this is? Do not forget to greet him. Xiao Qingyi admonished. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder of eternal night. It has been far too long. Song Su exclaimed with excitement, quickly bowing respectfully. The elder of eternal night had vanished for over a millennium. Who would have thought he had finally returned? Lu Qing'an smiled and remarked, Indeed, it has been a considerable time since we last met. You have changed quite a bit over the years. No, the younger generation remains the same. It is the elder who gives off an even more distinguished presence. Song Su suddenly became more reserved, his demeanor shifting to one of sincerity as he scratched his head. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I have been to the immortal abyss for a while. A bit of change is only natural. I have come to trouble you this time. I recall you practiced the sword, so take this sword. Upon his arrival, he had obtained a top-grade sword from Wang Duanshan. It was only fitting to present a gift to his younger counterpart while seeking assistance. I cannot accept this, senior. Upon witnessing the weapon that Lu Qing'an had unveiled, Song Su was astounded to find it was a top-tier, 10th-grade artifact, seemingly crafted by the most formidable blacksmiths of the demon realm. Such a sword was indeed exceedingly precious. Xiao Qingyi, with a beaming smile, urged, Why are you being so courteous, my lad? He has plenty of these trinkets. Quickly put it away. Is that appropriate? Song Su glanced at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at him. Ultimately, Song Su complied and stowed the sword away. Thank you, esteemed senior. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Now, shall we proceed into the academy? The Demon Willow Academy was shrouded in a formidable array, often guarded by the Demon Willow itself, making it exceedingly difficult for even peak Emperor-level experts to breach its defenses. Of course, he could manage, but there was no need, as the child would eventually need to train within its confines, and it was prudent not to strain their relationship. Very well. Please, esteemed senior. Song Su promptly smiled and led the way. Chapter 46. Deliberate Provocation. Song Su, accompanied by Lu Qing'an, stepped into the formation, gracefully landing in a serene residence within the Magic Willow Academy. At the tea table, Song Su poured tea for the two, his face adorned with a cheerful smile, though his movements were tinged with a slight awkwardness. Xiao Su, how had you been faring at the academy lately? Xiao Qingyi inquired with a warm smile. He was quite pleased with his apprentices, particularly this young one, who had already ascended to the rank of a 2-star instructor at the Magic Willow Academy and was diligently striving towards becoming a 3-star instructor. I am preparing to compete for the position of 3-star instructor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be assured, Song Su replied with a smile. Oh, that is splendid news. Xiao Qingyi nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he asked directly, if you become a 3-star instructor, would it be possible to exempt someone from the assessment and arrange for a child to enter the academy for training? Unaware of his master's true intentions for visiting, Song Su only understood that both his mentor and Lu Qing'an wished to meet their dean. Upon hearing this question, he quickly realized something. An awry smile crept across his face. Master, even if I were to become a 3-star instructor, or even a department head or vice dean, it would still be impossible. Only the dean himself could grant such an exemption. Lu Qing'an, not wishing to put Song Su in a difficult position, interjected, Old Xiao, do not press your disciple. We shall wait for the dean's return and approach him directly. Agreed. Xiao Qingyi nodded, then turned to his disciple with a teasing remark, Xiao Su, Strive to become the dean of the Magic Willow Academy. If you achieve that, we shall avoid all this trouble. Me as the dean? Even becoming the vice dean or merely a department head would be a dream come true. Xiao Su, are you truly certain that the dean will return tonight? Lu Qing'an queried. Scratching his head, Song Su replied, Respectfully, Senior, I heard the department head mention this, so it should not be mistaken. However, I cannot guarantee it. Very well. We shall wait here, Xiao Qingyi decided. Lu Qing'an nodded, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Senior, who is it that you wish to have enter the academy for training? After a long absence from Lu Qing'an, who had been away for over a millennium, it seemed peculiar that he would return with intentions of arranging someone as admission. My daughter. Huh? Song Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Daughter? You have a daughter? Xiao Qingyi hastily transmitted information to his disciple, elucidating the general circumstances surrounding Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing this, Song Su was left even more dumbfounded. It turned out he had ventured to the immortal ruins and had married. Now, fathering 2 daughters. To better nurture them, sending them to the Magic Willow Academy would indeed be a wise choice. The 3 continued to sip tea and engage in conversation while awaiting the dean's return. At a certain moment, Lu Qing'an glanced up at the time-reversing magic willow in the sky, contemplating that since the children would be training here in the future, and with nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well stroll around the academy to observe the surroundings. Xiao Su, since we have some leisure time, guide me through your academy. Of course. Thus, the 3 began to wander around the Magic Willow Academy. Lu Qing'an strolled about and found the environment to be quite splendid, elegant, and tranquil. Occasionally, he observed students of various grades seated in meditation at different spots, or groups engaged in discussions regarding their cultivation. The atmosphere was delightful. Indeed, his daughters would surely have ample opportunity to interact with many others here. He did not wish for his 2 daughters to tread the same path as his disciple. Many students, upon seeing Song Su, approached to pay their respects, addressing him as instructor, evoking a nostalgic feeling in Lu Qing'an reminiscent of his own school days in a past life. Etsai, Xiao Su, lead me to your academy's treasure time willow, and let us take a look, Lu Qing'an expressed, primarily hoping for his eldest daughter to cultivate there, as the time acceleration of 1 to 300 would greatly enhance her training. Certainly, came the reply. Before long, the trio arrived at the base of the colossal time willow. It was a vast square, paved with azure stones, where various distinctive structures were erected around the roots of the time willow. Numerous students were seated in meditation within. The upper buildings, however, concealed their interiors from view. A mere glance was enough for Lu Qing'an to discern that the time flow there was significantly swifter than in the distance. Indeed, with the temporal treasures, the maximum time flow can reach 1 to 300, Lu Qing'an murmured. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a slight tightening of his expression. His consciousness swiftly entered a box within his treasured possessions, the very box containing the energy entity. At that moment, the energy entity was thrashing violently, seemingly attempting to break free from its confinement and soar out. With a flicker of his will, the energy entity instantly ceased its struggles, rendered powerless. Nevertheless, he could still sense the entity's profound yearning. Was it yearning for the time willow? Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze upon the time willow ahead. To verify his suspicions, he prepared to approach the magnificent tree and assess the situation. This mysterious energy entity hailed from beyond the heavens, understanding it might not serve him greatly, yet it could potentially benefit his children. Stop! Just as Lu Qing'an was about to advance, a figure suddenly flashed from a void, materializing before him and extending a hand to block his path. Lu Qing'an turned to regard the newcomer, who appeared to be of similar age and cultivation level to Song Su, both being early-stage emperors. However, this individual lacked the refined aura of scholar, exuding instead a more formidable presence. Song Su hurriedly stepped forward. Lu Hong, what are you doing? You dare to impede the eternal night demon emperor? This Lu Hong was indeed a 2-star instructor at their Magic Willow Academy. Who are these 2? As they are not affiliated with our Magic Willow Academy, they must not approach the Time Willow. Lu Hong stated expressionlessly. Do you not know who I am? Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat. placing his hands behind his back to project an image of a sage. His identity as the Thundercloud Emperor was well known throughout the demon domain, and few were unfamiliar with him. Yet Xiao Qing'an, eager to assert his presence, found himself momentarily taken aback by a remark from Lu Hong. "I did not comprehend. Regardless, my duty today is to guard this place. Those who are not affiliated with our academy are strictly forbidden from approaching the time-warping demon willow. This is the rule of the academy," Lu Hong declared. "How can it be that you do not recognize me?" Xiao Qing'an furrowed his brow. Was this fellow genuinely unaware of his identity, or was he feigning ignorance? Lu Hong indeed recognized Xiao Qing'an, yet what of it? The Emperor of Thunder, while formidable, was in the realm of the Demon Willow Academy. Since the Eternal Night Demon Emperor ascended to power, no forces from the demon domain had dared to cause disturbances at the Demon Willow Academy. A mere Emperor of Thunder paled in comparison, perhaps even falling short of their esteemed principal, rendering him devoid of any prestige here. Moreover, Xiao Qing'an was the mentor of Song Su. How is it that I have never heard of such a regulation? Liang, could it be your intent to vex me as I am poised to compete with you for the position of the 3-star instructor? Song Su inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Lu Hong. He was genuinely unaware of any such rule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing'an experienced a moment of clarity. It was not a lack of recognition. Rather, Lu Hong had acknowledged him, yet, due to the competitive relationship with his disciple, chose to feign ignorance. Chapter 47. Are today's youth so audacious? Upon facing Song Su's inquiry, Lu Hong remained silent, a hint of disdainful amusement appearing on his otherwise expressionless visage. It was simply repugnant to him that he had to compete with me for the position of the 3-star instructor at the same time. In this contest, only one of them could emerge victorious, and it was undeniable that his teaching prowess fell slightly short of Song Su's. This realization filled him with profound dissatisfaction, as the likelihood of outshining Song Su seemed exceedingly slim. Xiao Qing'an, noticing Lu Hong's taciturnity and his demeanor, fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, there must be a formidable elder backing you. Pray, enlighten me as to their identity." Recognizing him and observing his attitude, it was clear that an elder of considerable standing must be behind Lu Hong. In the entirety of the demon realm, there were only a handful of individuals who could be compared to him. It was evident that the dean of the Demon Willow Academy could not be one, as he had always been a solitary figure. Lu Hong continued to remain reticent. Song Su then interjected, "Master, his uncle is the vice dean of the academy. So it is, you are indeed the nephew of that old curmudgeon, Lu Qingxiu? Do you realize that even when he encounters my true self, he must greet me with cordiality, addressing me as Taoist Xiao?" As Xiao Qing'an spoke, his countenance grew cold, and he unleashed the aura of a peak Emperor Realm cultivator, hoping to intimidate Lu Hong. He could not fathom how he could not subdue this young man. Yet Lu Hong maintained his calm, stating, "Elder, I am merely adhering to the rules. Are you attempting to frighten me with your strength and seniority?" Seeing that Lu Hong was impervious to intimidation, Xiao Qing'an felt a surge of irritation. This young man, even if there were rules, could at least exhibit some decorum by turning a blind eye and permitting them to enter for a brief moment. Clearly, this matter was now deeply intertwined with his disciple. "We shall merely take a stroll and then depart." At that moment, Lu Qing'an spoke calmly, not wishing to impose difficulties upon the younger generation. Lu Hong turned to Lu Qing'an, having never encountered him before and unable to sense his cultivation aura. However, deducing that he was present alongside Xiao Qing'an, it was reasonable to assume he too was a cultivator of the Emperor Realm. Yet, as long as it involved Song Su, regardless of who appeared today, he would not permit their entry. Let's not even discuss it. As long as I am here today, even if the Eternal Night Demon Emperor himself were to arrive, he shall not set foot inside, Lu Hong declared resolutely. At these words, the atmosphere around them suddenly fell into a profound silence. Xiao Qing'an and Song Su regarded Lu Hong as if he were a fool. "Do you truly dare to say such things? If your uncle were here, would you utter those words? And to address me in such a manner?" Coughing slightly, Xiao Qing'an added, "Calm yourself. it would be wise not to wreak havoc within the Demon Willow Academy. After all, you still need to allow the children to cultivate here. At that moment, Xiao Qingyi noticed Lu Qing'an's gaze upon Lu Hong, and hurriedly moved beside him, grasping his hands and communicating soothingly. I'm not angered, merely a bit perplexed. Has the name of the eternal night, Demon Emperor, become a jest for the younger generation after a millennium? Lu Qing'an was indeed not incensed, merely taken aback. This young man, being a 3-star instructor of the Demon Willow Academy, ought not to be a fool. In the past, he was a formidable figure in the realm of magic, his reputation for ruthlessness preceding him. Although several millennia have elapsed since those days of decisive slaughter, the echoes of his fearsome name should still instill dread in future generations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured, perhaps, this fellow is a bit naive. He had begun to contemplate a certain possibility. Lu Qing'an sensed that Xiao Qingyi was concealing something from him and inquired telepathically, are you aware of some insider information? Xiao Qingyi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and responded, do you truly wish to know? Cut to the chase. With no other option, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath and said, it seems to be somewhat related to your disciple. Related to him? Lu Qing'an was taken aback. Xiao Qingyi continued telepathically, the story is rather lengthy. Essentially, after your disappearance for over 500 years, your disciple proclaimed himself stronger than you and demonstrated considerable power. He even claimed that if you were to return, he could defeat you decisively. Now, he believes that the title of Demon Emperor is rightfully his. Subsequently, he gathered a group of followers in the realm of magic, suggesting that the Lu Hong faction is somewhat intertwined with your disciple. Perhaps he has been brainwashed. After all, these are merely the younger generation who have not witnessed the terror of Lu Qing'an, the god of death. Lu Qing'an fell silent upon hearing this. His disciple. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Forget it. Seeing Lu Qing'an's reaction, Xiao Qingyi telepathically reassured him, do not be angered. He is still your disciple. His actions may be influenced by your sudden departure. Having watched Lu Qing'an's disciple grow, he hoped for a more favorable development between the master and his disciple. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. It's fine. This lad's ambition is quite commendable. Xiao Qingyi remained silent. Then, Lu Qing'an turned his gaze towards Lu Hong, choosing not to dwell on the matter with this younger generation. Without further ado, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the time-reversing Demon Willow in the blink of an eye. He sought to discern the precise desires of that life form. Once he had completed his task, he intended to depart from that place. Upon witnessing Lu Qing'an's instantaneous disappearance, Lu Hong was immediately convinced of Lu Qing'an's peak emperor-level prowess. Regardless of whether Lu Qing'an truly possessed such strength, the audacity to intrude was an affront to their academy. His expression turned cold as he quickly pursued Lu Qing'an. Addressing him with a stern voice, I hereby command you to retreat at once. Leave this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to force. At that moment, Lu Qing'an was fully engrossed in sensing the anomalous energy within the box, paying no heed to Lu Hong. Very well. Do not blame me for being impolite, Lu Hong declared in a deep voice. He then channeled his power, reaching out to grasp Lu Qing'an. He was unperturbed by Lu Qing'an's superior cultivation. He believed that if Lu Qing'an dared to retaliate and attack him within the confines of the Magic Willow Academy, it would mean opposing the entire institution. Even a formidable figure like Xiao Qingyi had to weigh his strength when faced with such a colossal entity as the Magic Willow Academy. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Lu Qing'an, the latter suddenly turned his head, casting a cold glance in his direction. It was this singular gaze that caused Xiao Qingyi to halt abruptly, and then, inexplicably, he found himself overwhelmed, as if he bore the weight of the entire Qing'an continent. Crashing to his knees, the sound echoed as his knees struck the bluestone ground, creating two deep impressions. This sight left him wide-eyed, a chilling sensation enveloping him, his mind swirling in chaos as hellish visions danced before him. Both Xiao Qingyi and Song Su, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. They had never encountered someone so reckless. They could only ponder whether Lu Qing'an, in his current state, would still take lives so casually. Should he choose to eliminate Lu Hong, it would surely place him in direct opposition to the Magic Willow Academy. Chapter 48. The Master and Apprentice share watermelon at this moment. The Master and his disciple found themselves powerless to halt the unfolding events. Their strength paled in comparison to Lu Qing'an's, leaving them with no choice but to observe from the sidelines. Should Lu Qing'an become enraged, any rash attempt to intervene might only provoke his ire. Disciple, would you care for some? At that moment, Xiao Qingyi produced a watermelon from an unknown source. With a gentle twist, he split it in two and offered half to his apprentice. Song Su nodded and accepted it. Thus, the pair began to enjoy their watermelon while watching the situation develop. After releasing a mere fraction of his overwhelming pressure, Lu Qing'an disregarded Lu Hong and continued to focus intently on the energy entity before him. Devouring? He could faintly discern that this energy entity was organizing its intent, broadly conveying a singular thought: to consume. As Lu Qing'an stood quietly, observing the time-flowing demon willow, Lu Hong, who had been kneeling, finally snapped out of the apocalyptic vision that had entranced him. He realized he was drenched in sweat, yet when he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly unable to do so, as if he had lost all control over his body. Trembling with rage, he thought, damn it, this person must be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and not just any ordinary emperor. How dare he humiliate me with such high cultivation? How audacious to act against me in the Demon Willow Academy. Noticing that his mouth could move slightly, he hurriedly cast a spell to communicate the situation to those within the academy. Come quickly. The spell surged forth. Moments later, a figure appeared swiftly above the time-flowing demon willow. Clad in white, with long black hair billowing, he exuded a formidable presence, a middle-aged man brimming with power. Who is this? Xiao Qingyi, upon witnessing the late-stage Emperor Realm figure in the sky, realized he did not recognize him. As he spat out a few watermelon seeds, he turned to Song Su and inquired. He's a hall master from our academy. The deputy dean's disciple, with remarkable talent, Song Su replied, leisurely nibbling on his watermelon, unconcerned with appearances. Oh, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Upon arrival, the newcomer noticed Lu Hong kneeling beneath the time-flowing demon willow, alongside the composed Lu Qing'an. Who are you? How dare you attack our academy's instructor? Lu Qing'an paid no heed to the intruder. He had closed his eyes to better perceive the energy entity's condition. Such audacity! The newcomer bellowed, preparing to descend to rescue Lu Hong. Simultaneously, he unleashed a secret technique of the demon domain sound waves to assist Lu Hong in breaking free from his control. But at that moment, Lu Qing'an uttered two words, noisy. As his tranquil voice resonated, a sound wave erupted forth, colliding with the intruder's sound wave technique. The attack from a newcomer was instantly swallowed, akin to raindrops meeting the vast ocean. A chilling sound wave abruptly swept over the middle-aged man, followed by two resounding thuds. Astonishingly, the newcomer knelt in midair, and as his knees struck the void, it shattered into fragments. The man in white experienced firsthand everything that Lu Hong had previously felt. Witnessing that even his considerably more powerful senior could not withstand Lu Qing'an, Lu Hong was taken aback. It seemed that only his uncle's personal intervention could teach this fellow a lesson. He had already disseminated the events occurring here, and he believed that his uncle would arrive shortly. Xiao Qingyi, observing the scene, remarked, Disciple, do not blink. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. Oh, is my watermelon nearly finished? Save that piece for me. All right. Song Su nodded promptly, though his pace of consuming the watermelon only quickened. No sooner had they spoken than an elderly man clad in a pale blue robe appeared in the sky. His arrival instantly rendered the vast expanse of void tranquil. The previously restless winds ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence enveloped the area, reminiscent of a desolate graveyard at midnight. He has arrived. Xiao Qingyi smiled as he recognized the newcomer. The man was Lu Qingxiu, the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, known as the Emperor of the Clear Nether. Holding the title of the Clear Nether Emperor within his domain, all senses would be rendered null, plunging everything into an abyss of nothingness. Upon his arrival, Lu Qingxiu quickly assessed the situation, particularly noting his nephew and disciple kneeling before him, which indicated a formidable adversary was present. Consequently, he swiftly unleashed his domain, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius into a realm of void. His gaze fell upon two figures. One was Shao Qing'an, who seemed detached from the conflict, and the other was the unfamiliar presence of Lu Qing'an. At that moment, Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, and upon being drawn into Lu Qingshu's domain, the mass of energy ceased its movement. They stood in opposition, one high above and the other below. In that instant of eye contact, Lu Qingshu, who appeared godlike in the sky, suddenly trembled. This gaze. He hastily retracted his domain, moving with such urgency that it felt as though a moment's delay would spell his doom. "Oh, have you recognized me?" Lu Qing'an mused, for he had little impression of Lu Qingshu, and only a handful knew his appearance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps Lu Qingshu had gleaned his likeness from his disciple? Lu Qingshu swallowed hard. The calm demeanor he previously held vanished in an instant, replaced by trepidation. He had lived through the era of the god of death. What are you doing here?" Lu Qingshu dared not remain suspended in the air, swiftly descending to stand before Lu Qing'an, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in salute. Lu Qing'an regarded Lu Qingshu and said, "I merely came to take a stroll. Is there an issue?" What Lu Qingshu truly wished to inquire was not this question, but rather how Lu Qing'an had returned. This god of slaughter, who had mysteriously vanished for a millennium, had suddenly re-emerged. Moreover, his reappearance occurred within the hallowed grounds of their Magic Willow Academy. Undoubtedly, there were no issues at hand. A forced smile of discomfort crept across Lu Qingshu's face. Lu Qing'an cast a glance at Lu Hong, who was kneeling on the ground, and at the middle-aged man in white, prostrated in the sky, and inquired, "Are they your juniors?" The bitterness on Lu Qingshu's face intensified manifold. "What have you done to provoke this god of slaughter?" "Yes," Lu Qingshu replied. At this moment, Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his uncle's display of trepidation, plunging him deeper into confusion. What on earth was happening? Was this still his uncle, the pinnacle powerhouse of the demon realm? Even in the face of the renowned demon emperor Dugu, his uncle had never exhibited such a countenance. Chapter 49. Letting go of personal qualities. When a younger generation fails to show respect to their elders, it is imperative to guide them properly. With those words, Lu Qing'an retracted his magical powers. The two individuals still kneeling felt an immediate release from the pressure weighing upon them, finally able to rise. Observing that Lu Hong and his companion were about to stand, Lu Qingshu hastily conveyed through a mental message, "Remain kneeling." Lu Hong and his companion were bewildered. Remain kneeling? They suspected that the mental communication did not originate from Lu Qingshu, but rather from someone else trying to stir trouble. "I will discipline them thoroughly, and they shall not repeat such an error in the future," Lu Qingshu assured earnestly. "Very well, I take my leave." Lu Qing'an wished for his daughters to come here for cultivation, not wanting to strain their relationship too much. This incident could serve as leverage for future negotiations. After many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed he had grown accustomed to a more tranquil existence, dulling the once fervent bloodlust. Furthermore, having recently undergone a significant ordeal, this minor incident elicited no other emotions from him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. No longer concerning himself with Lu Qingshu, he had gathered a general understanding of the energy entity's intentions and deemed further investigation unnecessary. It was not yet the appropriate time to experiment with this energy entity. He was uncertain of what this entity might do to the temporal rewind demon willow. Releasing it recklessly could jeopardize the entire tree. In the future, he would rely on the temporal rewind demon willow to assist his daughters in enhancing their cultivation. Lu Qing'an made his way towards Shao Qing'an. As Lu Qingshu observed Lu Qing'an disregard him and depart, he lowered his gaze, quickly contemplating the events that had transpired. What did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor truly mean? Had it been the former Eternal Night Demon Emperor, this place would have been drenched in blood long ago. "Uncle, may we rise now?" Lu Hong's voice interrupted Lu Qingshu's thoughts. Lu Qingshu turned to Lu Hong and his companion, saying, "You may stand." Once they were on their feet, The two swiftly approached Lu Qingxiu, their astonishment still palpable. What exactly had transpired? Uncle, what happened? Why did you treat him with such deference? Who is he? This was the first time Lu Hong had witnessed his uncle display such behavior toward someone. As the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, he had never shown such respect, even in the presence of the esteemed president. Just moments ago, he had referred to that man as Sir. You two fools. In the past, you would have met your demise 100 times over for such insolence. You nearly brought calamity upon me. Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend Lu Qing'an's return and his purpose here. Though he could not fathom it, he was furious with Lu Hong and his companion for provoking this harbinger of death. No, uncle, why are you scolding me? He was the one bullying us due to his superior cultivation. Then why did he not take advantage of his greater power to bully me? You must have offended him in some way. Thankfully, I recognized him. Otherwise, my life would be forfeit. The more Lu Qingxiu pondered, the more he felt a chill of dread. Had he acted against Lu Qing'an impulsively, it would have escalated into a grave situation. Following the path of those ancient demons, they could have been annihilated in an instant. Master, he is indeed formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. However, within the entire demon domain, there are few who could rival you, I presume, remarked the middle-aged man in white, furrowing his brow. Even that Xiao Qingyi, when faced with his master, should find their strengths evenly matched, making victory uncertain. Have you all become foolish from your years of study? What ties does Xiao Qingyi have that could possibly surpass my own power? Lu Qingxiu regarded the two, his indignation intensifying. This time, trouble had not befallen him. But who knows what greater calamity they might bring upon him in the future? Lu Hong exchanged a glance with the other, and, simultaneously, a singular answer emerged in their minds. No way. Hasn't he vanished for quite some time? Lu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. The middle-aged man in white trembled slightly. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor? That individual just now was indeed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Who else could it be? Yet upon this encounter, I sense some change in him. It appears his murderous intent has lessened somewhat. Lu Qingxiu muttered to himself. Given the temperament of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor back then, he would have already unleashed a massacre over such matters. Uncle, even if he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we need not fear him. We are currently under the command of the Duga Demon Emperor, who is no less powerful than he. Moreover, the two have long since turned into bitter enemies, haven't they? Slap. Lu Qingxiu could no longer contain himself and struck Lu Hong across the face. What do you know? Do you truly wish to see me come a harm? Lu Hong stood frozen, staring blankly at his uncle. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised by Lu Qingxiu, and their bond was akin to that of father and son. His uncle had always indulged him and had never laid a hand on him before, making this the first instance of punishment. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions, and spoke calmly. You have not witnessed the era in which he existed. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far more complex than you imagine. Furthermore, the master and disciple have yet to engage in battle. The outcome remains uncertain. Besides, if he seeks to kill us, without the Dugu Demon Emperor present, who could possibly stop him? Lu Qingxiu felt helpless regarding his nephew's mindset. Were it not for his own connections, he would undoubtedly not have remained at the academy as an instructor. Starting today, you shall enter seclusion. Another seclusion? Moreover, I am soon to compete with that Song Su for the 3 stars. Before Lu Hong could finish, Lu Qingxiu intoned sternly. Then you shall forfeit the competition. Uncle, how can that be? I have awaited this day for so long. I shall strike you if you persist. In an effort to prevent his nephew from causing further trouble, Lu Qingxiu ultimately took the time to patiently convey his understanding of Lu Qing'an to Lu Hong. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an, after accompanying Song Su on a tour of the Demon Willow Academy, returned to Song Su's residence. I had thought you would unleash a massacre. Unexpectedly, you refrained from striking, suggesting considerable change over the years. Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. I suspect the senior intends to leverage this for better negotiations with the dean. At that moment, Song Su suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an and said, Oh, quite impressive. Was your intention truly as such back then? Lu Qing'an smiled silently, and this only reinforced Xiao Qingyi's suspicions. They perceived that Lu Qingshu's nephew was nothing short of a fool, yet he somehow managed to secure a teaching position at the Magic Willow Academy. Xiao Qingyi chuckled sarcastically. Song Su remarked, he and I were admitted to the academy simultaneously. Honestly, I found it peculiar at the time. His examination results far surpassed mine. Yet his teaching abilities were significantly inferior and decidedly unprofessional, lacking any sense of teacher's ethics. Xiao Qingyi asserted decisively, that explains everything. It's all about connections. Lu Qing'an maintained a serene expression. Since you have such connections, would you utilize them? Xiao Qingyi casually replied, naturally. There's a saying I hold as truth. Forsake personal integrity and relish a life devoid of morals. Rather than compromising oneself, it's better to trouble others. Living without a moral compass is undeniably exhilarating. Indeed, he was still the old rascal I knew. Lu Qing'an smiled faintly. With such connections, why not to take advantage of them? This was precisely why he had come here. If the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy could facilitate his nephew's teaching position, surely he could arrange for his daughters to come here for training. Master, you don't mean to say that your admission here was also due to connections? Song Su asked, his expression one of confusion. Xiao Qingyi blinked. Ah, little Su, your abilities are commendable. There's no need for self-doubt. As for me, I have no ties to the Magic Willow Academy. Even if I wished to leverage connections, it would be futile. Upon hearing this, Song Su finally exhaled, relieved, as he had feared his own position was merely a result of favoritism. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an after this incident. I trust your disciple will soon seek you out. How do you intend to address your disciple? Lu Qing'an replied calmly, when master and disciple meet, we shall simply engage freely. Chapter 50. The Academy cannot set this precedent. After departing from the vicinity of the Demon Willow, Lu Qingshu returned to his abode. Upon entering, he promptly retrieved a communication jade slip to convey a message to the current Demon Emperor, Dugu. Your Majesty, I have encountered an individual of great interest to you. As the transmission connected, Lu Qingshu, despite knowing that the other party could not perceive his expression, involuntarily wore a semblance of a false smile while reporting. In a grand hall deep within the central region of the demon realm, Dugu, the Demon Emperor, sat solemnly. The air was thick with demonic energy, his demeanor as frigid as steel, and his gaze rendered all things silent, akin to a god of slaughter descending upon the earth, his oppressive aura suffocating. Upon receiving Lu Qingshu's message, the demonic energy surrounding him surged violently, as if stirred by an unseen force. You not lie. He has returned. Your Majesty, I would never dare deceive you. He is with Xiao Qingyi and should currently still be at our Demon Willow Academy. Excellent. I shall remember this great merit. After concluding the transmission, the tumultuous demonic energy surrounding Dugu continued to whirl chaotically, yet he remained steadfast in his cultivation. Once I have completed another week of training, my power shall elevate further. He had awaited this day for far too long. Compared to the past, his strength had increased by more than tenfold. He should have long surpassed him. Lu Qing'an, just wait. I shall make you aware of my prowess as twilight enveloped the sky and darkness descended. Lu Qing'an and his companions awaited the arrival of night. When the stillness of deep night settled, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi simultaneously opened their eyes from a meditative state. He has returned. I sense a faint presence, though I cannot be certain it is him, Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an nodded decisively. It is he. It seems he is aware of our presence at the Demon Willow Academy and has deliberately concealed his aura to return, likely wishing to avoid us. Let's proceed to meet him. With that, the two figures flickered and, leaving Song Su behind, they swiftly arrived before a secluded courtyard at the Demon Willow Academy. Before the courtyard lay a unique formation, shrouded in various intricate arrays that could easily lead one astray. It was a place where one could easily lose their way. However, to Lu Qing'an, who had significantly enhanced his strength, these trivial tactics were negligible. Friend, are you not coming out to greet your guests? Or shall we enter ourselves? Lu Qing'an called out into the void ahead. After a brief pause, an elderly man in white robes and white hair emerged from within the courtyard. His face, marked by vitality yet adorned with a frown, exhibited clear displeasure, resembling someone coerced into unwelcome duty. "Friend Liu, is such a countenance truly necessary?" Xiao Qingyi commented openly upon seeing Liu Xie's expression. Liu Xie remained silent, waving his hand to make all formations vanish instantaneously before turning without a word and retreating into the house. Liu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi entered the courtyard and followed him inside. A flickering candle cast an unsteady glow, rendering the hall somewhat dim. Xiao Qingyi, as if familiar with the place, immediately found a seat and settled down. "Speak your mind. I have matters to attend to," Liu Xie stated in a deep voice. "You know who he is, right?" "No need for introductions," Xiao Qingyi inquired. Liu Xie glanced at Liu Qing'an, fully aware without needing to look that the individual capable of instilling such a sense of urgency in him was scarce within the entire demon realm. Noticing Liu Xie's tacit acknowledgement, Xiao Qingyi intended to continue but was interrupted by Liu Qing'an. "Friend Liu, I have a request to make of you. I would appreciate your assistance in allowing my daughter to come to your Demon Liu Academy for training," Liu Qing'an articulated. Liu Xie was taken aback by Liu Qing'an's unexpected request, momentarily stunned. This fellow, who had vanished for over a millennium, now had a daughter? Regaining his composure, he decisively replied, "Very well." "Huh, friend Liu, splendid. We shall bring the child tomorrow," Xiao Qingyi remarked, surprised that Liu Xie, whom he had presumed to be a rigid traditionalist, was capable of flexibility. Indeed, in the presence of Liu Qing'an, one must adapt. "Thank you, friend Liu," Liu Qing'an smiled, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Tomorrow won't suffice. The next assessment for new students will be in 3 years. Only upon passing the examination may she come to train with us," Liu Xie interjected abruptly after the two had spoken. At this pronouncement, the courtyard fell into an abrupt silence. Xiao Qingyi's lips twitched as he remarked, "Old Liu, that's rather unkind, isn't it? Are you toying with us? Rules are rules. Many of the top powers and peak emperors of the demon realm come here, and I am merely following suit. One must pass the assessment to enter our academy," Liu Xie stated, his gaze fixed on Liu Qing'an with unwavering resolve. "Are you truly offering no leniency? If there are any conditions, please state them," Xiao Qingyi said in a serious tone. Liu Xie solemnly responded, "I cannot set a precedent." Liu Qing'an stood up. Xiao Qingyi was startled and quickly grasped Liu Qing'an's arm, exclaiming, "Wait, we are all on the same side." Liu Xie was also taken aback, feeling a flicker of apprehension, yet he managed to maintain an expression devoid of fear, fortified by years of cultivation. "What are you implying? If this path is blocked, then I shall return. My daughter must be missing me," Liu Qing'an remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Qingyi. He was not one to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. He then turned his focus back to Liu Xie, who remained composed and unflinching in the face of adversity, stating, "Then I shall return in 3 years." A flash of surprise gleamed in Liu Xie's weathered eyes. Was the Evernight Demon Emperor truly so accommodating? Xiao Qingyi blinked, equally astonished that Liu Qing'an had walked away without taking any action. He hurriedly followed Liu Qing'an out of the courtyard, asking, "Is it really over just like that? 3 years may not be long for us, but for the child, it can be missing out on so much. If all else fails, we could at least give him a good thrashing, right?" Inside, Liu Xie's face twitched at Xiao Qingyi's words. "That old rascal," Liu Qing'an remarked. "If he is so concerned about the rules, striking him would be futile. I possess a strategy. This entity seems eager to consume something from the time-flowing demon willow. If I discreetly release it, given his strength, he will be utterly incapable of handling it. In due course, he may come seeking my assistance. If he does not plead for help, then the rules are immutable. And so should the tree be." Xiao Qingyi glanced at the terrifying energy entity that Liu Qing'an had suddenly produced, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I thought you were truly about to depart." Within the room, Liu Xie immediately sensed a chilling and formidable aura of impending danger. His awareness entirely focused on the energy entity in Liu Qing'an's grasp. In an instant, he could perceive the overwhelming desire for consumption emanating from this entity, aimed directly at the time-flowing demon willow. "Ha! Then let us discreetly place this thing over there before we leave. Come on. Xiao Qingyi, appearing somewhat furtive, cast a glance behind him, yet his voice remained undiminished. Cough, cough. Gentlemen, please hold on. Upon reflection, I believe some rules might indeed be subject to a degree of flexibility. Chapter 51. Terrifyingly strong, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi turned their heads, observing an unusual expression on Lu Xie's face, one that should not have appeared there. They exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. This old fellow seemed to defy their expectations. Clearing his throat, Xiao Qingyi chuckled as he walked back. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, following him into the room. Lu Xie regarded the two seated beside him and promptly inquired, "What was that just now?" The powerful aura he sensed was one that eclipsed even the intensity he felt when witnessing Lu Qing'an commit murder years ago, by a factor of 1 or 2. The mere embodiment of energy exuded such a terrifying presence. What was most astonishing was that Lu Qing'an could control such a force. What had the Eternal Night Demon Emperor experienced during his millennium-long absence? What was the extent of his current power? Lu Qing'an responded, "I am uncertain about its nature. All I know is that it desperately sought to devour something within your time-reversing magic willow. However, I have suppressed that impulse, so will not act recklessly." Lu Xie remarked, "Let us dispense with further pleasantries, old Lu. Speak plainly about this transformation. At our age, there is no need for circumlocution." Xiao Qingyi had already come to regard Lu Qing'an's daughters as family. Such delightful children deserve the finest cultivation environment. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, somewhat taken aback by his proactive assistance. Lu Xie produced a circular metallic object from his hand, its surface adorned with mysterious dark patterns. The artifact emitted no aura, resembling a relic that had weathered the ravages of time, a piece of antiquated scrap metal. "I have returned to retrieve this item, intending to venture into the celestial meteor abyss. I plan to take this treasure deep into the abyss, nearly 30 miles down, allowing the fierce energies within to refine and purify it," Lu Xie stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing'an. "Since you have returned, let us assist each other. You shall take this treasure as deep as possible and remain there for a full hour." Upon hearing the name, Celestial Meteor Abyss, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged incredulous looks. "What a coincidence! An hour, you say?" Lu Qing'an queried. For him, carrying out this task was as effortless as taking a sip of water. No, even simpler, comparable to a single breath. "It would be best to remain until the patterns on this treasure turn golden," Lu Xie added. Lu Qing'an decisively replied, "Very well, hand it over. I shall see to it immediately. Once completed, I will bring my daughters tomorrow, and thereafter they may freely utilize the time treasures upon your time-reversing magic willow." "Wait, freely utilize the time treasures? That is not advisable," Lu Xie interrupted hastily. "What's the problem?" Lu Qing'an inquired, bemused as he shot a glance at Lu Xie. "Activating that treasure to connect with the time-reversing magic willow requires considerable resources. We cannot expect the Magic Willow Academy to bear that cost alone," Lu Xie explained. Xiao Qingyi, rendered speechless, retorted, "Does our Eternal Night Demon Emperor truly lack such trivial resources?" Lu Qing'an cleared his throat and replied, "Upon my recent return, I discovered that the magic crystals I had previously concealed have all been incinerated. Indeed, we find ourselves somewhat lacking. Old Xiao, how many magic crystals have you managed to accumulate over the years?" Xiao Qingyi hesitated, suggesting, "How about we resort to robbery? With your prowess, you could pilfer at will." No one would dare to object. He had long ascended to a realm where magic crystals were no longer necessary for cultivation, thus neglecting to amass them over the years. "Let us assess the situation further. After all, we shall bear the cost of any resource depletion ourselves," Lu Qing'an replied. Only then did Lu Xie nod, handing the iron ball to Lu Qing'an. "Then let us depart at once." If his memory served him correctly, Lu Qing'an could reach depths of 30 to 40 miles within the Skyfall Demon Abyss. Presently, Lu Xie sensed that Lu Qing'an had grown somewhat stronger, perhaps capable of venturing even deeper. As Lu Qing'an grasped the iron ball, he weighed it thoughtfully and was surprised to find it remarkably light. The material was not iron, but a metal he had never encountered before. It bore no resemblance to the Skyfall divine gold, yet felt somewhat familiar, evoking a curious sensation within him. Just as he held the iron ball, he suddenly noticed the energy entity stirring with an unusual intent, seemingly yearning to consume. What is this little creature about? He pondered briefly, choosing not to dwell on it, and prioritizing his daughter's affairs. Thus, Qing'an ascended into the sky, forcefully shattering the void, and led Xiao Qingyi and Lu Xie toward the location of the Skyfall demon abyss. In an instant, the three emerged from the void, hovering above the abyss. Xiao Qingyi, having previously witnessed Lu Qing'an's formidable travel methods, displayed no further reaction. Lu Xie, however, maintained a stoic facade, while internally exclaiming in astonishment, "What kind of technique is this?" Lu Qing'an turned to the two, instructing, "Wait here, I shall return shortly." With a sudden burst of speed, he transformed into a streak of light and descended directly into the heart of the Skyfall demon abyss. Within less than 15 minutes, he reached its deepest recesses. Upon returning, the energy entity hidden within the box seemed to come alive, exuding a palpable excitement as if it had returned home. Ignoring the energy entity for the moment, Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow. The intense heat at this depth was noticeably diminished compared to before, evidently linked to the energy entity being taken away. After contemplating, he retrieved the energy entity and returned it to its original position. Instantly, he felt the fierce energy rekindle to its original intensity. The re-emerged energy entity quickly slithered toward Lu Qing'an, resembling a round, jiggly slime, playfully swaying in front of him. Lu Qing'an sensed the entity's complete focus fixated on the iron ball in his hand. Why does it seem to regard this object as a delectable treat? Naturally, he had no intention of relinquishing the iron ball to the energy entity. He gave a gentle nudge, urging it to keep its distance and refrain from encroaching on the iron ball. This matter pertains to whether his daughter can enter the esteemed Millennium Academy for cultivation. After being cast aside, the energy entity huddled in a corner, feeling quite aggrieved. It resembled a scene from an animated film that Lu Qing'an had once watched, where a large spherical figure sulked in a corner, drawing circles and muttering curses. Lu Qing'an chose to disregard the energy entity, his gaze fixated upon the iron ball in his hand. In less than 10 breaths, a point at the center of the iron ball suddenly shimmered with a golden light, igniting all the intricate patterns on its surface. In the blink of an eye, every design transformed into a radiant gold. The iron ball in his grasp had evidently been activated, glowing with brilliance. Is this what it means to succeed? Yet what purpose does it serve? He still could not discern the function of this precious iron ball. Perhaps it was a unique artifact requiring a specific incantation to fully awaken its powers. With a firm grasp on the iron ball, he turned his attention to the energy entity in the corner. Time to leave. Reluctantly, the energy entity began to slither towards Lu Qing'an. After securing the entity, he transformed into a streak of light and soared skyward. Moments later, he materialized above the Tianyan demon cave, standing before Lu Xie and her companion. What happened? Lu Xie inquired, frowning as she noticed Lu Qing'an's rapid return shortly after his descent. Lu Qing'an simply tossed the glowing iron ball to Lu Xie, stating, "It's done." Lu Xie. Chapter 52. Praise me. Lu Xie gazed intently at the treasure in his hand, which was radiating a golden glow, his heart filled with astonishment. How could it activate so swiftly? Based on his calculations, this treasure would typically require a stay of at least an hour at a distance of over 40 miles to be fully energized. Yet here he was, wondering how much time had truly passed. "How deep have you ventured?" Lu Xie quickly turned to Lu Qing'an and inquired. Such a speed of activation indicated that Lu Qing'an had certainly gone beyond the 40-mile mark. Lu Qing'an's expression was nonchalant as he replied, "The deepest point. Well, I have fulfilled my promise to assist you, so yours should also be considered completed." The deepest point. Lu Xie's emotions were indescribable. How could anyone reach the innermost depths of the celestial fall devil's cave? How much stronger had the eternal night demon emperor become after vanishing for over a millennium? Rest assured, my promise remains unchanged. You may bring your daughter at any time. Lu Xie took a deep breath, no longer probing into Lu Qing'an's strength. He recognized that he could never rival Lu Qing'an. Regardless of how much stronger Lu Qing'an became, it had no bearing on him. Lu Qing'an nodded with satisfaction. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Lu Xia nodded, watching as Lu Qing'an departed with Xiao Qingyi. Once the two had left, Lu Xia turned his attention back to the treasure in his hand. With this artifact, I could significantly enhance my strength. Yet I can't shake the feeling that no matter how hard I strive, I shall never catch up to him. After a brief moment, Lu Qing'an returned home with Xiao Qingyi. Zixuan, Miao Miao, your father is back. Daddy, you have finally returned. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Lu Miao Miao bounced out, leaping into her father's embrace. Lu Qing'an effortlessly lifted Lu Miao Miao, a tender smile lighting up his fatherly face. Did you miss your father? I did. No matter how many delicious dishes I had, I couldn't help but think of you, Lu Miao Miao replied with a grin. Ha, then give your father a kiss. Moo. Lu Qing'an chuckled and turned his gaze towards Lu Zixuan and the others. Father, how did it go? She already knew the purpose of her father's visit. Lu Qing'an smiled. You can now attend the finest academy in the demon domain for your studies. Lu Zixuan had already inquired about the situation of the Demon Willow Academy from Sun Minzi. Upon learning of the existence of temporal treasures there, she was eager to seize the opportunity. She longed to utilize every moment to break through to the Emperor realm, and hearing this news brought a radiant smile to her face. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei and said, I need to discuss something with you. Shui Tianfei's attention was solely fixated on the spot on Lu Qing'an's cheek where Lu Miao Miao had just kissed him. How she wished to plant a kiss there as well. Huh? What is it? Shui Tianfei snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked. I lack sufficient magic crystals. Do you have any on hand? They are intended for the children to use the temporal treasures at the Demon Willow Academy. He intended to take the children there tomorrow and conveniently provide Lu Xia with a resource contribution. This could be considered a sort of tuition fee. Xiao Qingyi had not saved any money, but Shui Tianfei surely had, as her family was engaged in business, operating a rather large branch that spanned the entire demon realm. How much do you need? I have as much as you desire, Shui Tianfei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling at Lu Qing'an's request. The prospect of assisting this man filled her with immense satisfaction. Let us have 1 billion supreme magic crystals, Lu Qing'an stated. Certainly. I will have someone deliver them right away, Shui Tianfei replied. All right, once my apprentice arrives, I shall return it to you. Lu Qing'an was too apathetic to snatch from others. He would merely ask his apprentice for a bit when the time came. What are you being so polite for? Moreover, these magic crystals are not for you, but for the children. So, refrain from saying such things, or I will ignore you, Shui Tianfei teased playfully. She then approached Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao, smiling. Aunt Shui will personally take you to the academy and pick you up in the future. How's that sound? That sounds wonderful. Aunt Shui, if you have time, could you accompany me to the academy? Lu Miao Miao asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Miao Miao, what are you planning to do? Lu Qing'an inquired. Lu Miao Miao, feeling a bit guilty, replied, if Aunt Shui is there, I can enjoy delicious food while cultivating. You little glutton, can't you focus on your cultivation? Don't you wish to swiftly break through to the Emperor realm? Lu Zixuan interjected before her father could respond, playfully pinching her sister's cheek. Lu Miao Miao pouted. I've found that when I eat delicious food while cultivating, my speed of cultivation is faster than usual. You can see for yourselves. With that, Lu Miao Miao confidently demonstrated her abilities. Moments later, all present were astonished, rendered speechless. Even Lu Qing'an, as a father, was unaware that his youngest daughter possessed such a talent. When she practiced Xiao Qingyi's cultivation technique, her speed was relatively steady and quick. However, while munching on an icy watermelon, her rate of absorbing magic energy noticeably accelerated, and her cultivation progress surged. See? I told you I wasn't lying. Lu Miao Miao smiled at everyone present. Lu Qing'an and the top-tier powerhouses of the demon realm were at a loss for words, encountering such an incident for the first time. Their horizons had certainly expanded. Lu Qing'an approached and gently ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, Miao Miao, try cultivating again. To be able to eat and cultivate simultaneously, with an accelerated speed of cultivation, is truly remarkable. He was eager to uncover the mystery behind it. Lu Miao Miao demonstrated once more. Lu Qing'an closed his eyes and focused for a while before discovering the underlying reason. When his daughter consumed food, her spiritual roots would actually expand. Additionally, there was a hidden, exceedingly mysterious cultivation physique that had yet to be developed. However, he could not discern how to activate this peculiar cultivation trait. Forcing stimulation could easily harm my daughter. I must wait until she matures and enhances her skills before reassessing the situation. Given this, Miao Miao, perhaps you can indulge in your meals while practicing. When Lu Qing'an uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment colored his expression. Previously, when he observed his young daughter practicing while sneaking bites of food, he had gently admonished her not to engage in such behavior during training. "Oh, Aunt Shui, would you accompany me to the academy? Although it's perfectly fine if you choose not to, I would appreciate it if you could bring along some delicious treats." Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Have you been consistently providing Miao Miao with delightful treats lately?" Lu Qing'an inquired, directing his gaze towards Shui Tianfei. "It's been manageable." Shui Tianfei averted her eyes, feeling shy about meeting Lu Qing'an's gaze. "What could I do to cultivate a good relationship with Miao Miao? I can only offer her an abundance of delectable food. Father, you mustn't speak ill of Aunt Shui. If it weren't for her, I might not have discovered this method of practice." Lu Miao Miao hurriedly positioned herself in front of Shui Tianfei, casting a protective glance at Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing Miao Miao's words, Shui Tianfei's heart brimmed with tenderness. "Oh, why isn't this child mine?" Lu Qing'an stepped forward with a smile, saying, "I was not speaking ill of your Aunt Shui, but rather expressing my gratitude towards her. Is that so? How will you show your appreciation to Aunt Shui? Surely, a reward is in order?" Lu Miao Miao queried. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei. "What reward do you desire?" "Huh? Really?" Shui Tianfei felt an overwhelming rush of happiness at the unexpected turn of events. Lu Qing'an nodded. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing this scene, wore a mischievous smile. "Shui Tianfei, seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you." Shui Tianfei's heart raced fervently. "Then, praise me, please." Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Just that?" Lu Qing'an, intrigued by Shui Tianfei's request, glanced at her again, expecting something more audacious. "Very well, you have done remarkably well," Shui Tianfei replied gently. "Thank you for the compliment." Chapter 53. The emergence of a couple's affection. The demeanor of Shui Tianfei took both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi by surprise. "All right, Miao Miao, Zishuan, come with Aunt Shui. I have prepared something for you that should be useful at the Maoyo Academy." After receiving Lu Qing'an's compliments, Shui Tianfei smiled and chose not to linger on the topic. Instead, she gently grasped the hands of Lu Qing'an's daughters and led them toward her room. Reminiscent of an elder preparing a mysterious gift to celebrate a child's admission to a prestigious university. At that moment, Xiao Qingyi stepped forward and lightly nudged Lu Qing'an. "Goodness, is this really the Shui Tianfei we know? She truly embodies the qualities of a devoted wife and nurturing mother." Lu Qing'an cast a glance at Xiao Qingyi, but remained silent. Indeed, Shui Tianfei's recent behavior had astonished him. In the past, she would have made excessive demands, pressuring them to advance their romantic relationship. Had she done so, he would have likely maintained a considerable distance from her, as he had before. However, her current demeanor instead prompted him to view her in a new light. "Look at you, haha, I see it now. No wonder you are Shui Tianfei. Quite impressive," Xiao Qingyi remarked with a grin. Lu Qing'an shot him a sidelong glance. "If you have nothing better to do, let us drink." "All right then, let us go." As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the rhythmic chirping of crickets filled the air. Inside a room, Lu Zishuan glanced at the adjacent small bed where Lu Miao Miao lay sprawled in a starfish position. She whispered, "Miao Miao, are you asleep?" Miao Miao, who had been lying still like a corpse, suddenly rolled onto her side. "Not yet. What is wrong, sister?" Lu Zishuan responded with exasperation. "I thought you were asleep. Were you pondering something?" "Not really." Lu Miao Miao struggled to conceal her thoughts, her eyes darting around as she spoke. "You seem to really like Aunt Shui. Is it truly just because she gives you delicious food?" Lu Zishuan inquired, fully aware that her sister was beginning to develop her own thoughts. At her sister's age, She too had gained a clearer understanding of many things. At this moment, Lu Miao Miao stealthily glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist. A gift from Shui Tianfei not long ago. It contained the essence of the ice spirit, capable of instantly freezing anything placed within. And it featured a compartment for storing items, preventing food from spoiling. Most importantly, her name was engraved upon the bracelet. I feel like Aunt Shui treats me just as well as father does, perhaps even better than mother. Lu Miao Miao pouted, lowering her gaze to the bed. Their mother was perpetually absorbed in her cultivation, often retreating to the mountains even during festivals for training. In contrast, they favored their father because he was always present, attuned to their likes and what mattered to them. Lu Zixuan fell silent, casting a glance at the ring on her own finger, lost in contemplation. Sister, I have realized that when I am with Aunt Shui, I think less of mother, Lu Miao Miao said with a hint of grievance. Upon seeing her sister on the verge of tears, Lu Zixuan approached her bed and embraced her tightly. Then let us cherish our time with Aunt Shui and not dwell on mother. The following morning, Lu Qing'an observed his daughters, who were already well prepared, and smiled. We shall set off for the Magic Willow Academy shortly. Are you feeling nervous? Not at all. It would be even better if father could accompany Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao replied, though her small face bore the expression of someone who had been glued in place. In contrast, Lu Zixuan exhibited no signs of anxiety and appeared eager to embark on the adventure. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Very well. I shall accompany Miao Miao on her first day of school. Great. You are the best, father. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, leaping into his arms with a radiant smile. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to son Minzi. Would you like to join us? Huh? Can I really? Son Minzi blinked in surprise. I have spoken to the headmaster of the Magic Willow Academy, allowing my daughters to practice there. You may pretend to be my daughter, and you will have free access to the treasures of time for your training. Is that really acceptable? I am but a humble individual. It may tarnish your reputation. Before son Minzi could finish, Lu Qing'an interjected. It is decided. You shall accompany Zixuan. You are friends, and it is beneficial for you to look out for one another. Lu Zixuan smiled. Minzi, listen to my father. With you here, I will feel more at ease. Yes, yes. Sister Minzi, let us go together. Lu Miao Miao said as she joyfully took son Minzi's hand. Then, I am profoundly grateful to you, esteemed senior. Son Minzi quickly bowed deeply to Lu Qing'an, overwhelmed by the unexpected opportunity. Brother-in-law, my master and I have created the teleportation array you required. Shall we set it up today on both sides? Su Yuni asked with a smile. Shall Annie also accompany us to the academy? Lu Miao Miao inquired eagerly, dashing to Su Yuni and grasping her hand. Lu Qing'an nodded yes. One of you will set up here, and the other will do so at the academy. By the way, Yuni, if you do not mind, you may also pretend to be my daughter and join the Magic Willow Academy. With this identity, you can freely enter the Academy's treasures of time for secluded training, experiencing a time flow rate of 1 to 300, allowing you to advance more swiftly to the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing. Brother-in-law, is that truly appropriate? At my age, can I convincingly play your daughter? At this, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Your audacity can rival mine. I can only imagine the expression on old Lu's face upon seeing you bring so many daughters. I merely suggested allowing my daughters to join the Magic Willow Academy. I did not specify a number. He agreed, and there is no turning back now. Lu Qing'an replied playfully to Xiao Qingyi. Moreover, it is likely that Lu Xie is aware of the incident involving Lu Hong that day. One of the reasons he spared Lu Hong was his intention to have Su Yuni join the academy as well. He turned his gaze towards Su Yuni and said, Take your time to contemplate. Do you prefer dignity or the cultivation of strength? You need not utter a word. Simply stand aside and await the completion of the admission procedures. Luo Danhong advised, disciple, with a time flow ratio of 1 to 300. Even I would yearn to utilize the temporal treasures on that side. Lu Qing'an glanced at Luo Danhong and remarked, If you are indifferent to reputation, you could pass as my daughter. At his words, Luo Danhong's cheeks flushed. Well, well, although many in the demon realm do not recognize me, there are inevitably some who do, especially my junior brother, who knows me. Ahem. Luo Danhong felt quite embarrassed. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, waiting for her response. Remembering her recent encounter at the immortal ruins, Su Yuni ultimately gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and blushed, saying, "All right then. I will give it a try." "Very well. Let us set off together," Lu Qing'an replied. "Father, wait a moment. Aunt Shui has not yet come out." Lu Miao interjected. Aunt Shui had promised to accompany her on the first day. Lu Qing'an turned his gaze towards Aunt Shui's room. Just then, Aunt Shui emerged. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, adorned with a delicate touch of makeup, and her natural beauty was now more pronounced, exuding elegance and charm. "Are we ready to depart?" "Let us go," Aunt Shui smiled. Lu Qing'an remarked, "Did you specifically dress up for this?" "It is the first time sending the child to the academy, and we must not allow her to lose face. It is only fitting to present ourselves well." Aunt Shui appeared quite solemn, as if today held significant importance for her. "Wow, Aunt Shui, you look so beautiful." Lu Miao hurriedly approached Aunt Shui, grasping her hand and bestowing emotional value. Aunt Shui smiled gently. Miao, your words are truly sweet." Lu Qing'an wore a peculiar expression. "Why do I feel as if we are a couple sending a group of children off to school?" Chapter 54. The super wealthy matron. Once everyone had gathered, the group commenced their journey. Except for Wang Duanshan and He Hong, who remained in the artifact forging chamber, only Luo Danhong was left behind. Moments later, Lu Qing'an, accompanied by a large entourage, arrived above the Magic Willow Academy. Song Su, who had been awaiting their arrival, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of individuals. Including his master, there were as many as 7 people. Who could possibly be the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly discerned 2 children among the women who bore resemblance to Lu Qing'an. These 2 must be the ones. As for the other striking young girl and the beautiful woman, their identities eluded him. "Master, Senior Lu, Senior Shui." Song Su hastily greeted those he recognized, having seen Shui Tianfei on several occasions. At that moment, Shui Tianfei was holding the little hand of Lu Miao, smiling and nodding at Song Su. This was the first time Song Su had seen Shui Tianfei smiling, and he was momentarily speechless. Is this truly the Shui Tianfei I know? Smiling? Wait, could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor fathered 2 daughters with Shui Tianfei? But that didn't seem plausible. He recalled his master mentioning that Shui Tianfei had pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor but had been unsuccessful. "Take us to meet your dean," Lu Qing'an instructed. Song Su eagerly nodded and led the group into the academy's magical formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan meticulously observed their surroundings. Upon sighting the enormous time reversal magic willow, they felt as though they had entered a dream. How magnificent! Henceforth, we shall cultivate within it, benefiting from a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Su Yuni recognized the terrifying nature of such a time flow. The most potent temporal treasures in the immortal ruins only offer a ratio of 1 to 30. No wonder there were more formidable beings in the demon realm. The comparison was indeed stark. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where Lu Xie resided. Having tinkered with the treasures throughout the night, Lu Xie sensed Lu Qing'an's aura, promptly stowing away the artifacts and stepping out to greet him. However, upon seeing the multitude of women accompanying Lu Qing'an, his brow furrowed in confusion. He recognized Shui Tianfei. The previous night, he had been curious about whom Lu Qing'an had fathered daughters with. Now, seeing Shui Tianfei holding a little girl's hand, whose features bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an, he was certain. Additionally, another young girl, slightly older and elegantly attired in a manner akin to Shui Tianfei, further confirmed his suspicions. It appeared that Shui Tianfei was indeed with Lu Qing'an. Had the 2 of them given birth to 2 daughters? Last night, he had thought Lu Qing'an had only 1 daughter. Discovering there were 2 was still within the realm of acceptance. Let us facilitate their admission to the academy. Lu, my friend, these are my daughters. As per our agreement from last night, please have them registered and admitted to the academy. Lu Qing'an indicated the women behind him, excluding Shui Tianfei. Lu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Do not be astonished. They're all my daughters. This is my eldest daughter, this is my second daughter, this is my third daughter, and this is my youngest daughter. Lu Qing'an casually assigned them a hierarchy according to Su Yuni and the others. Lu Xie replied, "You are placing me in a difficult position. Just last night, I believe you had but one daughter. Now, you expect me to admit all four of them into the academy at once. This is rather conspicuous." Lu Xie frowned. He had always refrained from granting favors to others. And while discreetly arranging for one or two was manageable, the sudden increase in numbers was too ostentatious. It would tarnish his reputation. Lu Qing'an asked, "What is the matter? Are you going back on your word?" Hearing this, Lu Xie's lips twitched. He felt powerless. He had indeed failed to clarify things last night. Moreover, he had only recently learned that Lu Qingshu's old acquaintance's nephew had provoked Lu Qing'an, and the latter had surprisingly refrained from eliminating Lu Hong. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill towards their academy, or perhaps a deliberate act of mercy. At this juncture, he could not afford to withhold the same courtesy. "How about you allow 2 daughters to join the academy first, and then let the other 2 in later?" Lu Xie proposed. "Old Lu, are you merely worried about what others might say behind your back? At your age, why concern yourself with such trivialities? Here's an idea. If you fear gossip, let Lu Qingshu bear the brunt of it. Let him take the blame." Xiao Qingyi approached Lu Xie, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He quickly grasped Lu Xie's concerns and thoughtfully conveyed a suggestion through a subtle transmission. "If Lu Qingshu's nephew is intent on meddling with your disciple, then he should not be surprised if you take this opportunity to turn the tables on Lu Qingshu. As the saying goes, it is better to trouble others than to suffer oneself. I bestow this wisdom upon you." Xiao Qingyi smiled broadly, transmitting his words to Lu Xie. Upon hearing this, Lu Xie's deep-set eyes flickered with understanding, and he found the reasoning sound. Lu Qingshu had indeed concealed many irregularities from him. "All right, I will heed your advice," Lu Xie replied through the transmission. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, playfully tapped Lu Xie's chest twice with his fists, as if to commend him for being teachable. "Ahem. Very well. I shall assist you in this matter. Please wait a moment." Lu Xie returned to his chamber to contact Lu Qingshu. After quite some time, he emerged and announced, "All is set. You may now approach Lu Qingshu. He will handle the arrangements." "Good." Lu Xie watched as Lu Qing'an and the others departed, then murmured to himself the phrase Xiao Qingyi had shared. It indeed held merit. However, he sighed, contemplating how he never imagined he would find himself in such a situation. Though it was rather exhilarating. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss the matter and return to his studies of his treasured artifacts. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and his companions arrived at Lu Qingshu's abode. Before their arrival, Lu Qingshu's expression had been dark. Yet, upon their entrance, he swiftly altered his demeanor, adopting an air of obsequiousness. "You have arrived. The dean has already instructed me, or rather, it was entirely my own initiative. I shall attend to the matter promptly. Thank you for your assistance, Taoist Lu." "Merely a trifling task," Lu Qingshu replied. After a brief interval, Lu Qingshu successfully completed the enrollment of Su Yuni and the other 3 into the academy. Furthermore, he provided each of them with an identity token. Each token is a precious artifact, endowed with various functionalities, such as recording lectures and facilitating communication with instructors to discuss cultivation queries. Naturally, many of these features require a periodic contribution of magical crystals to recharge the tokens with magical energy. How might I enable the children to utilize this spatial artifact at any time? Lu Qing'an inquired. "I have successfully upgraded the tokens for the 4 individuals. They may now access the designated area freely, without restrictions. However, to remain within the temporal artifact indefinitely, a sufficient amount of magical energy is required." At this, Shui Tianfei boldly asked, "How many magical crystals are necessary to allow the children continuous access?" Lu Qingshu held up 4 fingers. "Each person requires 100 million supreme quality magical crystals. Although this may seem considerable, it is indeed the necessary expenditure." Upon hearing this figure, Sun Minzi's eyes widened in shock. What? Such an alarming amount. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Shui Tianfei produce a storage ring and present it to Lu Qingshu. "This contains a total of 1 billion. I shall not burden your academy. Consider the remaining magical crystals as a contribution towards establishing additional classrooms," Shui Tianfei remarked. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao exchanged glances, blinking in astonishment. Aunt Xue is incredibly wealthy. Chapter 55. The incomparable women upon her arrival in the demon domain. Lu Zixuan inquired about various aspects of life here from Sun Minzi, particularly about the currency known as demon crystals, which bore almost identical utility to the spirit stones in the immortal ruins. She understood clearly that even a formidable peak emperor like Lin Qingxue would find it exceedingly difficult to produce 100 million top-tier spirit stones. To her astonishment, her Aunt Xue effortlessly presented 1 billion top-tier demon crystals without so much as a sigh. Truly a wealthy matron. At that moment, Lu Qing'an sent a message to Xiao Qingyi, asking, "Has Xue Tianfei been thriving in her business endeavors over the years? I recall she wasn't this affluent before." Xiao Qingyi replied, "In the past, she was busy pursuing you daily and neglected her power. Throughout this millennium, she has been searching for you, but she has also dedicated considerable time to managing her influence. Thus, her power now spans the entire demon domain, rendering her a veritable magnate. Is that so? 1 billion?" At this moment, upon receiving the 1 billion top-tier demon crystals, Lu Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. As he probed into the storage ring and confirmed the existence of the vast sum, he swallowed hard. Goodness, I thought I was here to bear the brunt of something. I never anticipated this burden would be so gratifying. Just a little greed, and I have struck it rich. Excellent. I shall promptly enhance the magical values of the 4 beautiful ladies' tokens to their maximum capacity. Lu Qingxiu chuckled. He retrieved the 4 tokens to attend to this matter. Lu Qing'an turned to Xue Tianfei, saying, "You have been most generous." In an instant, a gentle smile graced Xue Tianfei's previously expressionless face. "This sum is negligible. You have just returned to the demon domain and likely possess little in the way of demon crystals. If you find yourself in need in the future, simply let me know. I can procure as much as you require." Lu Qing'an mused. She truly is a wealthy matron. As much as you can procure? Aunt Xue, I had no idea you were so affluent. Lu Miao exclaimed, her large eyes wide with astonishment. Xue Tianfei replied with a smile, "It's quite all right. Whatever you desire, I can obtain for you. I'll let you in on a secret. The delectable treats you enjoy are all courtesy of Aunt Xue's generosity." Wow, being wealthy is wonderful. I shall strive to earn money, so I can buy whatever I fancy. Lu Miao exclaimed. "Haha, no need for you to earn it. Aunt Xue can simply provide for you. I have more than enough money." "Is that so? Then how much do you possess, Aunt Xue?" "Well, let's just say purchasing 1/3 of the demon domain's industries would be rather simple," Xue Tianfei replied with a smile. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi and messaged, "Is she being truthful? During my struggles, I never amassed this much in demon crystals." Xiao Qingyi responded, "She is downplaying her success. If you were to casually inquire in any store in a city, there's a 30% chance the owner is affiliated with Xue Tianfei's commercial consortium. After she devoted herself to managing her business, her consortium has grown increasingly formidable each year. Indeed, it has now ascended to become the most powerful trading house in the entire demon domain." Lu Qing'an was well aware that the Xue Tianfei family had been managing their business association for generations. However, he had not anticipated that during his millennium-long absence, Xue Tianfei's leadership would yield such remarkable achievements. Lu Miao, though uncertain of the extent of this greatness, was sufficiently impressed to bestow upon Xue Tianfei her emotional regard. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, comprehended the profound implications of this accomplishment, and her gaze towards Xue Tianfei shifted, infused with admiration. Unconsciously, she began to compare Xue Tianfei with their mother. In terms of prowess, Xue Tianfei surpassed their mother, exhibiting greater gentleness towards their father and themselves, all while thriving as a powerful businesswoman. To be candid, when she initially observed Xue Tianfei's proximity to her father, a slight discomfort arose within her. Yet at this moment, her feelings had begun to transform. Perhaps, having Aunt Xue with her father was indeed a favorable situation. Su Yuni also observed Xue Tianfei, her sentiments mirroring those of Lu Zixuan. She couldn't help but juxtapose her own sister with Xue Tianfei, only to bitterly realize the stark contrast. Most striking was Shui Tianfei's amiable demeanor towards the daughter of her rival. If Shui Tianfei's current disposition was genuine, devoid of any pretense or ulterior motive to impress her brother-in-law, then she had indeed eclipsed her sister. Lu Qing'an watched as Shui Tianfei engaged in pleasant conversation with Lu Miaomiao, feeling a shift within himself. He couldn't help but reflect on whether his previous prejudices against Shui Tianfei had been overly harsh. Perhaps his understanding of her had been insufficient. It seemed his discernment had not failed him after all. Shui Tianfei was, in truth, a commendable woman. At that moment, Lu Qing'an received a telepathic message from Xiao Qingyi. This time, he refrained from making any remarks about Xiao Qingyi. Initially, he had speculated whether Xiao Qingyi had been bribed by Shui Tianfei or threatened into facilitating their relationship. However, upon reflection, he realized that this old man genuinely regarded him as a close friend, hence his candid words. "Let us not speak of me. I have recently undergone a divorce. What about you? At your age, have you considered seeking a companion?" Lu Qing'an replied telepathically. A profound gleam flickered in Xiao Qingyi's eyes, as if memories from a distant past had resurfaced, before he shook his head with a smile. "I am a free spirit at heart. 3 disciples are more than sufficient for me. Besides, with your 2 daughters residing here, I am not lonely. What need have I for a partner?" A slight smile crept across Lu Qing'an's lips, and he chose not to pursue the conversation further. He had heard tales of Xiao Qingyi's past, and it was evident that this old rogue had buried within him a narrative he had never shared with anyone. Finally, Lu Qingxiu returned with the token, presenting it to Su Yuni and her companions with flattery, having memorized their appearances. He quietly remarked that should they encounter any issues at the academy in the future, they could directly seek his assistance. Upon confirming that his daughters had indeed joined the Moli Academy, Lu Qing'an inquired, "Now they are permitted to cultivate within the academy, correct?" "Indeed, they can freely attend classes. Our instructors are exceptionally professional and have delved into various cultivation realms and physical constitutions, emphasizing a tailored approach to education." Lu Qingxiu elaborated on the academy's offerings. Due to his concerns regarding his disciples, Lu Qing'an was hesitant to impart knowledge to his children indiscriminately. However, if he were to allow them to cultivate here, it was essential to assess the instructor's caliber. In his view, there was a hint of superficiality among some of the faculty, particularly regarding Lu Qingxiu's nephew. "Very well, I shall accompany the children to attend classes," he resolved. Thus, Lu Qing'an, along with Lu Zixuan and the others, set off to observe the lessons. He specifically requested Lu Qingxiu to refrain from following them, opting instead for a discreet observation to gauge the true proficiency of the Moli Academy's instructors. As they traversed various classrooms, they resembled leaders from a past life conducting inspections on students' learning conditions. Whenever they encountered instructors imparting knowledge, Lu Qing'an would pause, taking a seat at the back to listen intently. He discovered that several instructors possessed genuine expertise. Upon entering another classroom, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Lu Hong at the lectern. "This fellow," Xiao Qingyi squinted, "is indeed noteworthy." Intrigued, Lu Qing'an remarked, "Let us hear his lecture." Song Su had mentioned that Lu Hong's admission into the academy was likely facilitated through connections, suggesting he might be one of the less competent instructors at the Moli Academy. If he proved to possess real skill, Lu Qing'an would feel entirely at ease allowing his children to receive guidance here. A little additional guidance at home would ensure that no issues arose with their education. Chapter 56. Indulging your dark desires after listening for a while. Lu Qing'an unexpectedly turned to Xiao Qingyi. It seems there is some substance here. Indeed, the young man had displayed a certain level of proficiency when discussing the arcane techniques of the demon realm. However, he still paled in comparison to my disciple. Xiao Qingyi began to harbor doubts about whether his disciple had downplayed Lu Hong due to personal biases. Nevertheless, he would never admit to any shortcomings of his pupil. Lu Qing'an chuckled, reassured that Lu Hong possessed such capability. "All right, the lecture has concluded. Now, I shall randomly select a few individuals to respond to the questions I previously posed." Lu Hong spoke in a deep voice. A multitude of students instantly straightened in their seats. To discern Lu Hong's true abilities, Lu Qing'an had deliberately obscured their presence upon entering, rendering Lu Hong unable to see them. At that moment, he overheard several students whispering among themselves. Yesterday, Instructor Lu seemed to be in a foul mood, chastising those who had not paid attention in class. Today, with that expression of indifference, it seems he is about to scold someone again. Let's hope we are not chosen. The magical technique I am practicing is only truly mastered by Instructor Lu. Otherwise, with his temper, I would never attend his lectures. Upon hearing the students' conversation, Xiao Qingyi remarked, so this is where the young man's lack of professionalism lies. Taking out his frustrations on the students is indeed unacceptable. Lu Qing'an sneered, remove your concealment and give this young man another lesson. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an said nothing further and indulged Xiao Qingyi's mischievous whim, while also ensuring that Lu Hong remembered his daughter, lest he inadvertently scold her in class. He could never bring himself to reprimand his daughter. Thus, Lu Qing'an lifted the concealment. Coincidentally, Lu Hong had just selected a student, pointing toward a young man seated in the front row among Lu Qing'an's group. You. As soon as Lu Hong finished speaking, he was taken aback, having recognized Lu Qing'an and the others. What are these esteemed individuals doing here? His mind raced in shock. Zisuan. It seems the one I pointed to is you. Lu Qing'an glanced at his elder daughter. Lu Zixian blinked her beautiful eyes. Father, it appears that the instructor is referring to this gentleman in front of me. However, seeing her father's resolute gaze, Lu Zixian stood up. Instructor, please proceed with your questions, she said confidently. Lu Hong está mered. No, I did not mean to point at you. He was oblivious to the relationship between Lu Zixian and Lu Qing'an, but hearing Lu Qing'an address the girl so affectionately indicated a significant connection. Wait a moment. Why does she bear a resemblance? As he recognized her features, a chill ran down his spine. Instructor, are you not going to ask me a question? Lu Zixian smiled, gently reminding him, as she had been diligently taking notes throughout the lecture. At this moment, within the expansive hall, there were hundreds of students of varying abilities, all eyes fixed upon Lu Zixian. Upon laying eyes on her, both men and women were utterly captivated. How stunning! Wow! When did our academy have such a beautiful woman? Wait, look, the several women seated beside her are equally lovely. Do not just admire the beauties. Take a glance at Instructor Lu. Why is he drenched in sweat? Indeed, what has happened to Instructor Lu? Goodness, this is the first time I have seen him in such a state. Lu Hong was not only flustered, but his mind was also muddled. His mouth moved a couple of times, yet could not fully articulate. The questions he had just thought of escaped him entirely. It was not until Lu Qing'an unexpectedly spoke up that the silence was broken. Feel free to ask any questions. Lu Hong quickly regained his composure, swallowed hard, and stammered. Then I shall ask you. While he struggled with his words, he managed to convey the essence of his question. Upon hearing it, Lu Zixian took a moment to gather her thoughts and responded articulately. As you mentioned earlier, the most crucial aspect of this demonic technique is the mobilization of the internal energy and blood. Therefore, excellent. Splendid, the instructor exclaimed. This student articulated remarkably well. Let's applaud. Lu Hong, still in a state of confusion, did not pause to consider whether the answer was indeed correct. He quickly interjected. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Is this really Instructor Lu? Just yesterday, a few students had also provided commendable answers, yet they were critiqued by Instructor Lu. Now, he lavished such praise, calling for applause. The students, not daring to dissent, clapped enthusiastically. Lu Zixian blinked in surprise. Was my explanation truly that exceptional? Father, did I really do well? Why such a strong reaction, especially from Instructor Lu? She quietly inquired. Certainly. Who else could you be but my daughter? Lu Qing'an replied with a fond smile. Xiao Qingyi chuckled silently, thinking, how could this boy be any different? All right, this student, you may take your seat now. That will be all for today. Everyone, you may disperse. Lu Hong promptly stated, not daring to pose further inquiries. Instructor Lu, if a student has questions, would you be able to assist in answering them? Lu Qing'an asked. This, of course. Lu Hong's shirt was already soaked with perspiration. Grandfather. I shall call you grandfather. Please spare me. Meow meow. After listening to the instructor's teachings, Do you have any questions for him? Lu Qing'an turned to his youngest daughter. Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes. Huh, I don't have any. I was busy eating earlier and didn't pay much attention to the lesson. Father, may I refrain from asking the instructor? She said, revealing a set of big white teeth, feeling somewhat awkward. You may simply ask whatever you like. Thus, with no other option, Lu Miao Miao rose to her feet. Lu Qing'an's intention in prompting her to stand was twofold. Firstly, to ensure that Lu Hong would remember his two daughters and refrain from troubling them in the future. Secondly, to cultivate a sense of confidence and enthusiasm in the children amidst the crowd. Teacher, may I pose a question? Lu Miao Miao inquired, her eyes blinking innocently. When one is hungry, is there any detrimental effect to practicing the demonic arts you mentioned? Her question left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Hong's mouth fell agape. What kind of question is this? It is purely designed to put me in a difficult position. Yet it is indeed a pertinent inquiry. With a stiffened neck and no other recourse, Lu Hong forced himself to commend her. The audience collectively murmured in agreement. Indeed, this demonic technique should not be practiced while hungry. There exists a 10% chance of succumbing to madness during such times. This student has conducted thorough research. Let us all applaud. A chorus of applause erupted. Xiao Qingyi found his impression of Lu Hong subtly transformed. This is indeed a talented individual. Chapter 57. The enigmatic time treasure. The group of students present quickly discerned the reason behind Lu Hong's unusual demeanor. It was due to the charming middle-aged gentleman speaking. Lu Hong was none other than the nephew of the vice president, Lu Qingxiu. In the academy, he held a position of remarkable influence, fearing almost no one except the president himself. Who could this man possibly be? Quite extraordinary indeed. Moreover, what was the connection between these two young women and the middle-aged gentleman? It appeared they were also students of our academy. The fact that even Lu Hong treated them with such deference implied they were not to be trifled with. After achieving the desired outcome, Lu Qing'an rose and departed with Lu Zixuan and the others. Once outside the classroom, Lu Zixuan inquired, Father, did that instructor offend you? Lu Qing'an replied, Not particularly. The young man simply lacked discernment and slightly antagonized me. A little admonition will suffice. Oh, Lu Zixuan mused, having sensed her father's intention to challenge the instructor. It seemed there was more to it than merely the instructor venting his frustrations on the students. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Your father harbors another intention. You are still young and may not perceive it. Lu Zixuan blinked, taken by surprise. Subsequently, the group proceeded directly towards the time-reversing magic willow. Upon their arrival, they found Lu Qingxiu had been waiting quietly for them. Lu Qing'an's primary motive in enrolling his daughters in the Magic Willow Academy was to grant them access to the time treasure. At the center of the roots of the time-reversing magic willow, a vast, swirling white vortex loomed, a portal to the spatial treasure. At that moment, a gentle flow of pale yellow temporal energy surrounded the entrance, imbued with an air of mystery. Step inside and experience it for yourselves. Zixuan, keep a close watch on your sister, Lu Qing'an instructed, casting a glance at Su Yuni and the others. Only students possessing identity tokens could enter. Understood. Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. The four of them walked side by side, venturing into the white portal. As they crossed the threshold of the white vortex, they felt themselves enveloped by an invisible force, and their surroundings suddenly dissolved into a pristine white. Once the sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide, their vision expanded dramatically. An immense white dome stretched endlessly above them, gleaming with a luster reminiscent of mother of pearl. The ground and all architectural materials were composed of translucent, milky white crystal. What captivated their attention most was a 10-story circular cultivation tower, ascending like a spiraling staircase. Each level was separated by translucent white energy barriers, with the spatial time runes on the barriers becoming increasingly dense as one ascended. Each of these spaces served as individual cultivation rooms. The door of the cultivation room on the lowest level bore the character 1, with time ripples gently brushing like a veil. The time flow rate in the first cultivation room was 1 to 30. The second level's rate was 1 to 60. By the time they reached the 10th level, the time flow rate had accelerated to 1 to 300. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi both gazed upward toward the highest tier. They may freely utilize the training chambers within. Now, the magical willow value embedded within their identity tokens is abundant enough for them to continuously access the 10th tier training room. Shall we ascend to the highest level? Lu Zixuan inquired, a hint of impatience evident in her tone. With a time flow rate of 1 to 300, this implies that while a day passes outside, 300 days elapse within. Nearly a year has gone by. I heard it's merely a matter of thought. Let me give it a try, son Minzi remarked. She directed her gaze toward the highest tier, and with a single thought, she found herself instantly transported to the 10th level. Indeed, Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly attempted the same. It worked. Sister, come up. Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni swiftly materialized at the pinnacle level. Can we access all the training rooms within here? Lu Zixuan asked. We shall find out through experimentation, Su Yuni replied, approaching a training room that stood before her. Its door tightly shut, devoid of a handle, save for a white orb. It's a formation. She produced her identity token and pressed it against the orb. In the next moment, the door vanished, dissolving into a swirl of white mist. Let me investigate. Upon entering, Su Yuni emerged moments later. Her exit swift as if she had merely peeked inside. It's quite spacious, a unique space filled with abundant magical energy, and there are also various training facilities. She explored briefly, but due to the accelerated time flow, it felt as though she had just stepped in before stepping out again. Do give a try. All right. The three of them each selected a training room to enter. After their exploration, they reappeared outside. Sister, it's so vast and empty inside. I don't want to be alone in there. May I train with you? Lu Miao Miao implored. Let's see if that's possible, Lu Zixuan responded, attempting to enter the same training room with her sister. However, the answer was negative. Only one person could enter each training room. After their deliberations, they collectively departed from this space and returned to face Lu Qing'an and the others. How is it? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile, observing the four of them. Lu Zixuan and the others replied cheerfully, It was splendid. Father, Miao Miao feels a bit uncomfortable training all alone in such a vast space. Lu Miao Miao pouted. Miao Miao, you are still quite young, and there is no need for you to come here frequently to train. Wait until you turn 10, and then you can come here often. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled his little daughter's hair. Children are still young. Occasional training suffices. Indeed, leaving such a young child alone in a solitary space for training could lead to feelings of confinement. He couldn't help but recall his own disciple, at a young age, had secluded himself to break through. Perhaps that was why his temperament became so. Yay, you're the best, father, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, embracing Lu Qing'an with joy. Very well, Yin Yi. Your master has completed the arrangement of the teleportation array and mentioned a new innovation. Upon your return, you shall be able to link the formation to your identity tokens, allowing for swift transportation back home simply through the tokens. If you find yourself with free time now, please set up the teleportation array here as well, suggested Lu Qing'an. Certainly, Su Yun Yi began to arrange the formation. Before long, the teleportation array was completed. Now, you may practice your cultivation here. The optimal schedule would be to attend classes at the academy in the morning and dedicate your afternoons and evenings to training here. Returning home at night. Yes. Father, we shall first enter to cultivate for a while and return home later. Lu Zixuan exclaimed with a smile. All right, should you encounter any issues, simply contact me through the communication jade slip, Lu Qing'an replied. Understood. He observed the eager trio of Su Yun making their way towards the entrance of the training space and shook his head with a smile. Turning to his youngest daughter, he added, Miao Miao will return home with me. Okay. Before departing, Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Qingxiu and instructed, Do not tamper with the teleportation array over there. Everything else should proceed as usual. There is no need to give my children any special treatment. Understood. Lu Qingxiu thought to himself, Can one avoid special treatment? As Lu Qing'an and the others left, Lu Zixuan and her companions continued their training until nightfall, emerging from the temporal treasure with a sense of lingering excitement. Joy radiated from their faces as they returned to the courtyard. Still overwhelmed by the sensation of having trained for several months, despite only half a day having passed outside. Aunt, Minzi, I have successfully broken through 3 levels of cultivation. It feels exhilarating. Lu Zixuan joyfully shared. Su Yunyi took a deep breath, striving to contain her excitement, and remarked, "Not only have I advanced a small realm, but I have also thoroughly comprehended the formation I previously struggled to understand." Sun Minzi also experienced a breakthrough of 3 levels. The trio could hardly contain their eagerness to utilize the teleportation array to return to the courtyard and share their newfound achievements. Just as Su Yunyi was about to activate the teleportation array to return, she suddenly received a communication from her brother. Chapter 58, Zhengran. Do not bring humiliation upon yourself in a dwelling within the immortal ruins. Uncle, has my aunt not connected yet? Lu Zhengran, still bearing that treasured sword upon his back, wore an expression of unrestrained joy upon his distinctly angular visage. Evidently, he had encountered something delightful today, and at this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to share this joy with someone. She must be preoccupied with other matters. What exactly is it that you wish to convey to your aunt? Su Xuanyu, too, wished to communicate with his second sister, thus contemplating reaching out to her later that evening. Lu Zhengran replied with a grin. Did you not see? I have broken through yet another minor realm today. You have indeed been making swift progress lately, Su Xuanyu remarked, glancing at Lu Zhengran, who was at the 5th level of the transformation realm. And he began to understand what Lu Zhengran sought, validation from others. Ha! The highlight is that I have successfully gained admission into the most esteemed institution within the immortal ruins, the Qing'an Academy. I have managed to cultivate there for 2 full hours. The flow of time in that cultivation space is a ratio of 1 to 30. It is simply exhilarating. As Lu Zhengran spoke, his face remained alight with excitement, and his desire to share this news was undiminished. He felt an urgent need to inform his sister and was curious to learn her thoughts upon discovering that he had ascended to yet another level of cultivation. At his current proficiency, achieving a breakthrough within a single day would be met with disbelief from others. Su Xuanyu nodded with a smile. My sister is indeed capable. This will allow you to pass the entrance assessment at Qing'an Academy. Furthermore, it enables you to cultivate for 2 hours each day in that temporal treasure. Why is it that I do not enjoy such privileges as your uncle? By the way, do you know of an instructor at your academy named Nangongyan? At the mention of her name, Su Xuanyu's demeanor shifted, a light smile gracing his features. Uncle, you know Instructor Nangong? She is the most adored instructor at Qing'an Academy. Lu Zhengran exclaimed in surprise. She is the goddess of your uncle. Alas, were I not of such advanced age, I would wish for my sister to arrange for me to enter Qing'an Academy as a student. Su Xuanyi Zipli, he had pursued Nangongyan for several years. Their acquaintance had begun during a joint expedition. However, in comparison to Nangongyan, who hailed from the prestigious Nangong family, his own lineage was rather insignificant. The Nangong family stood as one of the most formidable clans within the immortal ruins, boasting 2 peak emperors among their ranks, alongside numerous other powerful figures. Though his sister had recently ascended to the emperor realm and held the title of pure empress, his status still paled in comparison to that of Nangongyan. Unless his sister were to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, becoming the most powerful within the immortal ruins, perhaps then he would be worthy of Nangongyan. In the midst of these thoughts, Su Xuanyu's mind wandered to Lu Qing'an. Oh! The sudden sigh weighed heavily, startling Lu Zhengran. He observed as Su Xuanyu momentarily lost his usual fervor, blinking in surprise. Uncle, I still find myself somewhat perplexed by matters of the heart. However, it seems that Nangongyan has yet to wed anyone, which indeed leaves you with a glimmer of hope. Lu Zhengran, under the impression that Su Xuanyu's melancholy stemmed from Nangongyan's situation, attempted to offer comfort. Upon hearing these words, Su Xuanyu let out a heavy sigh. Ah, Zongong, you do not comprehend. What I lament is the loss of your father, the perfect brother-in-law. He regretted the thought of slapping himself twice. If only Lu Qing'an were still his brother-in-law, he would be entirely worthy of Nangongyan. No, even more so, Nangongyan would scarcely be worthy of him. If he were to proclaim, the eternal night demon emperor is my brother-in-law, others would surely steer clear of him. Indeed, in the realm of Qinshu, the name of the eternal night demon emperor should command respect. Even with the barrier between realms, no one in Qinshu could possibly thwart the eternal night demon emperor's rampage. Just as Su Xuanyu was engulfed in his worries, he suddenly realized that the communication jade slip had been activated. At that moment, in the demon domain, Su Yuni had returned to the courtyard, exchanged greetings with Lu Qing'an and the others, and then entered a room to connect through the communication jade slip. What is it? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xuanyu's eyes brightened as he replied, "Second sister, how are things over there?" Su Yuni responded, "What situation could I have? Everything is quite well. If there is something urgent, speak quickly." Su Xuanyu was eager to ask his sister if she had spoken favorably of him to Lu Qing'an to ease their relationship. But upon seeing Lu Zhengran eagerly leaning in, he could only suppress his words. He was certain that he would not disclose the fact that his brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, but Zhengran might not be so discreet. "Zhengran has something to say to you." Su Xuanyu sighed inwardly, and after uttering this, he handed the communication jade slip to Lu Zhengran. "Aunt!" Lu Zhengran exclaimed with excitement. "Zhengran, what is it?" Su Yuni responded in a slightly more composed manner, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing his sister's suddenly gentle tone, Su Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "Second sister, am I truly so despised by you? Aunt, is my sister nearby?" Lu Zhengran asked with anticipation. Su Yuni replied, "She is in the hall, sharing joyous news with your father." Lu Zhengran inquired, "Sharing joy? What has occurred?" "Your sister has just broken through to the third minor realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengran fell into stunned silence. "Huh? Did I hear correctly? Aunt, you must be jesting." Lu Zhengran furrowed his brow, feeling that Su Yuni was merely teasing him like a child, pouting slightly. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing this, wore an odd expression. Had he been unaware of his brother-in-law's identity as the eternal night demon emperor, he too would have found his second sister's words, akin to Lu Zhengran's disbelief, utterly incredulous. After all, to break through 3 minor realms in a single day was, to say the least, rather astonishing. The realms above the transformation realm were notoriously difficult to traverse, not to mention the last time he heard his second sister speak. His niece had instantaneously broken through a major realm, reaching the composite body stage. The 3 minor realms of the harmonization stage are indeed significantly more challenging to transcend than the 3 minor realms of the spirit transformation stage, by at least tenfold. Su Yuni was aware of Lu Zhengran's thoughts. This child had always been in competition with Lu Zixuan, striving to demonstrate greater diligence in cultivation and swifter breakthroughs. Upon hearing this news, it was only natural for him to feel somewhat disheartened. Thus, she hesitated to deliver any discouraging remarks to her little nephew. "Just consider me jesting with you," she said with a wry smile, ultimately unable to bring herself to hurt this dear boy. Those who knew her understood that her heart was rather tender. Aunt, you are truly mischievous. I knew it couldn't be that terrifying," Lu Zhengran exclaimed, a look of melancholy on his face as he exhaled deeply. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile, uncertain of how to continue the conversation, when suddenly a knock echoed from the door. "Aunt, Senior Luo has provided us with identity tokens to join the formation. Could you hand me your token? This will enable us to better transport ourselves to the Magic Willow Academy." "Oh, Guomin," Su Yuni replied. Lu Zixuan entered the room, taking the identity token from Su Yuni's hand. Just then, a voice filled with excitement emanated from the communication jade slip in Su Yuni's possession. "Sister, are you there?" Upon hearing her younger brother's voice, Lu Zixuan frowned slightly. "Yes, what is it?" "Sister, I made a breakthrough in my minor realm today. I am now at the 5th layer of the spirit transformation stage." Su Yuni could not help but facepalm at Lu Zhengran's proud proclamation. "You rascal, truly a source of your own embarrassment." Hearing her brother's words, Lu Zixuan couldn't suppress a laugh. "Is that so? How impressive." Indeed, to be honest, my rapid advancement is largely due to my time spent at the Qing'an Academy, where I utilized a time flow artifact that allows me to train at a ratio of 1:30. Henceforth, I can cultivate there for 2 hours every day. Su Yuni. Lu Zixuan's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 59. You will deceive Qing'an Academy. You actually joined Qing'an Academy? Lu Zixuan exclaimed in a tone filled with astonishment, as if teasing a child. Indeed, my mother personally took me there, and with the approval of the Academy's dean, I was exempted from the entrance examination and directly admitted to Qing'an Academy. Lu Zhengran replied, raising his chin in pride while trying to suppress a grin. Impressive. In a time flow ratio of 1 to 30? 2 hours a day. Are you certain? Le Zixuan courrier, feigning surprise. Ahem. Ordinary students can only use the cultivation chambers with a 1 to 10 time flow ratio. However, due to my mother's connections, the dean allowed me to utilize the 1 to 30 chambers. I can practice for 2 hours daily, which is equivalent to over 50 extra hours of training. Almost as if I gained an additional 5 days compared to others, Lu Zhengran chuckled. That's truly remarkable. By the way, are you really at the 5th level of the transformation realm? Lu Zixuan pretended to cover her mouth in shock. Absolutely. I have indeed reached the 5th level. At this point, Lu Zixuan no longer wished to tease her foolish younger brother. While he was impressive, she confessed, to be honest, I recently joined the Magic Willow Academy in the Demon Domain. Have you heard of it? Su Yuni shook her head, feeling the urge to interrupt Lu Zixuan. She feared that Lu Zhengran might be heartbroken if this continued. Zixuan, perhaps you should refrain from saying more. After contemplating, Su Yuni discreetly conveyed her thoughts to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan glanced at her aunt and fell silent. Ultimately, she decided to hold her tongue. After all, he was her brother, sharing a blood bond. Despite his irritating demeanor, as an elder sister, she ought to be a bit forgiving. I haven't heard of it. I'm not very familiar with that side, but it must possess some strength. However, in my opinion, it cannot compare to Qing'an Academy, which is the most formidable institution in the Xianshu region. Lu Zhengran was well aware of his sister's intentions and suspected that she was about to embellish her words. What a coincidence that he had just joined Qing'an Academy, and now she claimed to have joined some academy in the Demon Domain. It was evident that she was unwilling to concede. Hearing her younger brother's irritating response, Lu Zixuan gritted her teeth and endured. Fine, you are correct. It indeed cannot rival your esteemed Qing'an Academy. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lu Zixuan thought to herself. After all, he was her brother. She would endure and not hold it against him. Ha, I told you so. You're not lacking in treasures of time, are you? Lu Zhengran boasted. As Lu Zixuan was about to return the communication jade slip to Su Yuni, she could not resist any longer. A brother is a brother. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Ah, feeling quite proud, are we? Well, let me seriously tell you that in the presence of Magic Willow Academy, Qing'an Academy can only be considered a younger sibling. Qing'an Academy would be crushed. Su Yuni sighed upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words. It appears that this brother and sister must settle their rivalry. Indeed, what is there to boast about? Huh, sister, you certainly did not say that just a moment ago. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lu Zhengran couldn't help but chuckle, as if he had finally triumphed over her for once, filling him with joy. Lu Zixuan, listening to her brother's laughter, wore a disdainful expression. Laugh all you want. Such ignorance, such utter ignorance. Have you ever encountered a time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 30? I have heard of one with a ratio of 1 to 300. Coincidentally, our Magic Willow Academy possesses such a treasure. Moreover, today, both your sister and our aunt have spent half a day cultivating within it. Indeed, half a day. As she spoke, Lu Zixuan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Go ahead and boast. Brother, I've noticed that ever since you arrived in the demon realm, your cultivation level may not have increased, but your talent for boasting has certainly multiplied, and with a time flow ratio of 1 to 300. Why not claim it to be 1 to 3,000 or even 1 to 30,000? Upon hearing his sister's words, Lu Zhengran couldn't help but scoff. A boastful braggart. Is it merely because her cultivation is slightly superior? Su Xuanyu, standing nearby, observed the peculiar exchange between the two cousins with an odd expression, his eyes darting. In the past, he would never have believed such claims from his niece. But now, he believed, especially since Lu Zixuan mentioned that his second sister had also gone there to cultivate. Sister, you two have entered the treasure with a time flow ratio of 1 to 300 for cultivation. Su Xuanyu snatched the communication jade slip from Lu Jingran's hand, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "How should I put it?" She was aware that her brother believed her, yet she felt somewhat reluctant for him to do so. This is utterly enviable. Why must it be so? I loathe myself. Su Xuanyu Wailet, clutching his head as if his wife had run off with another man. Lu Jingran furrowed his brows. Uncle, what is the matter? You cannot possibly believe this. Can you? Su Xuanyu glanced at Lu Jingran, his expression twitching. Jingran, you simply do not understand. Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. What your sister has said is highly likely to be true. A time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300. I have missed out on such an opportunity. Jingran, do not speak to me. In the communication, for I suddenly wish to be alone. Su Xuanyu covered his forehead. Uncle, isn't the woman you admire, Instructor Nangonyan? Who is this alone? Lu Jingran furrowed his brows. Su Xuanyu, sister, you may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. How could there possibly exist a time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300? And you claim to have cultivated for half a day. How could that be? The time treasures on our side allow only 2 hours of cultivation at most. Lu Jingran was increasingly discontent. What vexed him further was that his aunt completely sided with his sister. She was persistently aiding her in weaving lies. Continue in your ignorance, boasting about breaking through a level of cultivation each day, reveling in your delusions. You have yet to witness the grandeur of the world. Today, I have transcended 3 minor realms, and not merely the trifling realms of the spirit transformation stage, but rather the 3 minor realms of the integration stage. Lu Zixuan had grown weary of conversing with her foolish brother. How boastful! Why not claim you have already attained the emperor realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingran's disbelief intensified. In 2 months, I shall venture there, dare to wager, and we shall see whose cultivation is superior then. Lu Zixuan, momentarily taken aback by her brother's intention to visit, quickly regained her composure and scoffed. I cannot be bothered to wager with a fool. If you wish to come. Just ensure you don't drop your jaw in astonishment. Well then, I must attend to my affairs. Farewell. With that, Lu Zixuan dismissed her brother and, having retrieved her identity token from Su Yuni, hummed a cheerful tune as she strolled outside. You are simply too afraid. Truly a deceiver. Just wait. I shall expose your lies. After uttering these words, Lu Jingran waited for a response from his sister, but received a reply from Su Yuni instead. Jingran, your sister has gone to attend to her matters. Perhaps it is best you do not dwell on this. Focus on your cultivation at the Qing'an Academy and consider your sister's words as mere fabrications. Su Juini Gaosai, Aunt, you have only joined forces with my sister to deceive and bully me. I shall ignore you. Jingran. In the next moment, the voice of Su Xuanyu echoed from the communication jade slip. Second sister, do not worry. Jingran has run off. Su Yuni sighed. Oh, this child. Second sister, pay no heed to Jingran. He is still but a child, oblivious to the world. He will calm down in a day or 2. You must attend to your brother. I, at this moment, wish I could strike myself down. If only there truly existed a treasure that could accelerate time 100-fold. I too would yearn to enter and cultivate. Su Xuanyu lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Chapter 60. Matters of the disciple. Su Xuanyu had never heard of a treasure with such an extraordinary time-flow ratio. Even a 1 to 100 ratio was astonishing, let alone 1 to 300. Had he not learned of this from his elder sister, he would have dismissed it as unbelievable. Now that his sister confirmed the existence of such a treasure and mentioned that she had already ventured to practice with it, combined with his brother-in-law's unique status, it seemed highly probable that it was indeed true. Su Yuni remarked, it certainly exists. I was equally astonished when I first heard of it. The remarkable time flow of this treasure is related to the time-reversing willow, the treasured artifact of the Demon Willow Academy. Without the time-reversing willow, the treasure would only possess a 1 to 100 time flow ratio. Sister, I envy you so much. Now I understand why you're so determined to stay there. If I were in your position, I would be even more resolute. Su Xuanyu could only express his admiration. By the way, sister, can you truly go there to practice at your leisure? for however long you wish. Su Xuanyu could not help but ask. Indeed, my brother-in-law has made arrangements with the academy's head. Only the 4 of us are permitted, while others are not. Actually, there's something else that occurred. Su Yuni recalled the incident of posing as Lu Qing'an's daughter, her cheeks flushing slightly. This matter would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. It was exceedingly unique. Su Xuanyu closed his eyes and scolded himself internally for being foolish. Finally, he weakly implored, "Sister, I truly beg you, whenever you have the chance, please speak kindly of me to my brother-in-law. From now on, I vow to heed your every word. You are my most beloved sister. Can you do that for me?" As he spoke, he resorted to a charming display of affection. Su Yuni was at a loss for words. "Given how you previously offended my brother-in-law, it is quite challenging for me. I will do my best. By the way, did Zhongran mention that he would come here in 2 months? Was he speaking recklessly, or does he genuinely intend to come? Does my sister agree?" Su Xuanyu replied, "It seems that my elder sister is not concerned about Zhongran coming here. After all, he is my brother-in-law's son, and she trusts him. As for me, alas, even if I wish to go there, I cannot tell my elder sister. What if she fears that Zhongran might not want to return after coming here?" Su Yuni's expression turned peculiar. The conditions here were exceedingly favorable, irresistibly enticing. She could hardly withstand such a trial. One could only imagine how her little nephew would feel upon witnessing Lu Zixuan's cultivation and what decisions he might make thereafter. Cough, cough. My elder sister has always been quite confident, as we both know. In fact, I believe it would be quite beneficial for Zhongran to go there. My elder sister is solely focused on her cultivation and rarely attends to the children. If my brother-in-law can provide better guidance for the children, sending Zhongran, there would be a positive choice, Su Xuanyu stated. Su Yuni nodded in agreement with this perspective. It seems rather unkind towards my elder sister. While Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were engaged in a hushed conversation, Lu Zhongran had already departed from Su Xuanyu's side and entered the grand hall where Su Qing'an resided. Upon entering, Lu Zhongran squinted, his expression a mix of indignation and a touch of grievance. To his surprise, not only was his mother present, but Lin Qingxue was also there. He quickly extended his greetings to Lin Qingxue. "Zhongran, is there something amiss?" Su Qing'an had been discussing important matters with Lin Qingxue when she noticed her son, pausing her conversation and turning her attention to him. "Mother, my sister is truly full of deceit. She seems unable to bear my success and has been provoking me." He recounted the recent events in one breath, embellishing particularly on the notion of a treasure with a time-flow ratio of 1 to 300. "Mother, Senior Lin, do such treasures with a time-flow ratio truly exist?" Lu Zhongran was skeptical, hence his immediate inquiry. Lin Qingxue and Su Qing'an exchanged glances. "A time-flow ratio of 1 to 300? Lin Qingxue remarked. "Your sister likely heard about your admission to the Qing'an Academy and the opportunity for cultivation within such a treasure, feeling discontented and deliberately trying to rile you up. To my knowledge, there are those in the demon realm capable of crafting treasures with a time-flow ratio of 1 to 100. But 1 to 300 has never been heard of. There's a 99% probability that such a treasure does not exist." "Ah, I knew it was impossible. I told you my sister was deceiving me." Hearing this, a semblance of a smile finally graced Lu Zhongran's face, alleviating his discomfort somewhat. Su Qing'an also sensed that her eldest daughter tended to exaggerate. She understood that the 2 children had been secretly competing against each other, and it was normal for them to indulge in a bit of falsehood to provoke one another, as they were still merely children. "Zhongran, let me tell you, once your mother breaks through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, we will have a significant chance of acquiring a treasure with a time-flow ratio of 1 to 150. At that point, you 1T need to continue your cultivation in the time treasure of the Qing'an Academy," Lin Qingxue said with a smile. "What? A time-flow ratio of 1 to 150? Lu Zhongran was taken aback, his face brimming with joy. Su Qing'an added, "That is contingent upon me breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. For now, I must continue to strive. Qing'an, with your talent, I estimate that within 10 years, you will likely reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm," Lin Qingxue remarked with a smile. "Is that true? Wonderful. Mother, you are the best. Haha, can I use this time treasure freely? Can I cultivate there for an entire day? Lu Zhengran exclaimed with excitement. Of course. This treasure will belong solely to your mother, and you may use it at your leisure, Lin Qingxue responded. Wow, that's amazing. Mother, keep up the good work. Su Qingying nodded with a smile, gazing affectionately at her son. I have matters to discuss with your mother. You should return to your cultivation and strive to surpass your sister, Lin Qingxue urged Lu Zhengran to leave. All right, I will go and cultivate. Lu Zhengran arrived with a countenance full of defiance, yet departed with an air of triumph, humming a tune as he left. Su Qingying shook her head with a smile, then turned her gaze towards her master. Master, what brings you here today? Lin Qingxue replied, It pertains to that matter. Though your cultivation level is not particularly high at present, your innate talent and potential are exceedingly formidable. You are destined to reach the pinnacle and ascend to the zenith of the immortal ruins. However, for now, it is essential to cultivate your abilities and forge connections with other influential factions. Su Qingying nodded. I understand. I shall heed your guidance. Very well. The situation among the prominent factions in the immortal ruins is quite intricate. You must navigate these relationships with care. Among them, the Nangong family, the Xia family, and the Long family are the ones you should engage with most. I have devised a strategy for you to strengthen your ties with them. What is the strategy? They are already aware of your potential. You could take on 1 or 2 disciples from each of their families. Taking on disciples? Precisely. By accepting disciples from their families, you will establish a significant connection with them. Given your promising future, they will be more than willing to allow their most gifted members to become your apprentices. Very well. I shall follow your counsel. Then I will take care of this matter. Our plans will eventually involve these factions, so you must find a way to manage your relationships with them carefully. Until you reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, do not allow tensions to arise. Su Qingying nodded. I understand. In the demon domain, the afternoon sun was warm and inviting. In front of a stone pavilion, Lu Qingyan and Xiao Qingyi sat, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Your disciple must already be aware of your return. Why hasn't he come to see you yet? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Qingyan, equally curious, noted that he had been back for some time, and that Lu Qingxue and others seemed to have ties with his disciple. Thus his disciple should certainly know of his return. Based on his knowledge of the boy, he should have rushed over by now. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he is in seclusion? Lu Qingyan speculated. At that moment, Su Yuni finished her conversation with Su Xuanyu and exited the courtyard. Upon spotting Lu Qingyan by the stone pavilion, she approached him. Brother-in-law, I wish to speak with you. Chapter 61. The Daughter's Slave? What is it? Lu Qingyan inquired, observing the slightly awkward Su Yuni before him. Xiao Qingyi, noticing Su Yuni casting a glance in his direction, directly asked, Should I step aside? No need. Su Yuni collected her thoughts and, disregarding the momentary discomfort, felt compelled to assist her brother. Brother-in-law, it is as follows. My brother is already aware that you are the eternal knight, demon emperor. Is that so? And then? Lu Qingyan responded. Brother-in-law, you may not know this, but this lad has idolized the eternal knight, demon emperor, since childhood. Su Yuni said, stealing a glance at Lu Qingyan to gauge his reaction, and indeed, she noticed a hint of surprise on his face. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle. He considers me an idol? What an interesting notion. He was intrigued. This young man actually regarded him as a role model. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, became equally interested. With a flick of his wrist, a watermelon appeared in his hand. He deftly sliced it into several pieces and began to munch on it. The tales of your exploits in the demon realm have not only spread within that realm, but have also reached the immortal ruins. Consequently, there are individuals in the immortal ruins who admire your strength and unique style of conduct, and many consider you a paragon. My brother is one among them. Su Yuni ardently wished to express that she, too, was among those admirers. Oh, I see. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly. He had not anticipated that his reputation was so widespread. It appeared that he had quite a few young fans in the immortal ruins. He was particularly surprised to discover that his brother-in-law was one of them. Now that he knew the truth about Lu Qingyan being the eternal knight demon emperor, the situation had become rather amusing. This young man had often challenged him in the past. Of course, Lu Qingyan had also leveraged his brother-in-law. When he first arrived at the immortal ruins, seeking to purge the malevolence from his heart. He felt it had not been sufficiently cleansed. He sought someone to practice controlling his murderous instincts. Yet the individuals he encountered were all quite kind to him, leaving him without a suitable target. Unexpectedly, his brother-in-law had appeared just when he was in need, perfectly aligning with his intentions. Initially, he had nearly succumbed to temptation several times, but as time passed, he gained better control, ultimately assuring himself that his heart was devoid of malice. As long as certain taboos were not violated, his murderous instincts would remain dormant. Now that he knows you are the eternal night demon emperor, he is filled with regret, often wishing he could punish himself for his past actions against you. Su Yuni continued, her face flushing as she spoke. Xiao Qing'an, hearing this, quickened his pace in consuming the watermelon. He had sensed there was gossip to uncover. His brother-in-law had certainly been quite troublesome in the past. This made the situation all the more entertaining. Previously, he had boasted of Lu Qing'an's prowess. Now he must be feeling rather uncomfortable about it. Oh, and then he has been persistently asking me to convey his apologies to you, seeking your forgiveness. Su Yuni finally felt a sense of relief, having completed her explanation. I've finally said all. This lad, who had previously berated me on numerous occasions, is indeed a bit deserving of a scolding. However, I must admit he is not entirely insufferable. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Oh, brother-in-law, have you forgiven him? Su Yuni's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Qing'an shook his head. Forgiveness is not an option. This. Su Yuni began to sweat nervously. Lu Qing'an was merely teasing her, adding with a grin, I jest. In truth, this fellow no longer holds any significance in my life. Whether we meet again is of little consequence. Su Yuni whispered, what if he happens to come this way one day? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. If he does arrive, I shall certainly entertain him well. He deliberately emphasized the word entertain. A shiver ran down Su Yuni's spine. Brother, you really shouldn't come, she exclaimed. It could spell trouble. Lu Qing'an chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He genuinely regarded Su Xuanyu as inconsequential. While the lad had indeed been quite bothersome in their exchanges, he treated Lu Qing'an's children with kindness. Although he and Su Qing'an had parted ways, it did not alter the fact that Su Xuanyu remained the uncle of his 3 children. If Su Xuanyu wished to visit the children, he would be welcome. Nonetheless, he wouldn't mind playing a prank on the young man. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Yuni hurriedly excused herself and left. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile, then turned his attention to Xiao Qing'an. The two exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. You still possess that wicked sense of humor, Xiao Qing'an remarked, fully aware of Lu Qing'an's disposition. He knew that Lu Qing'an would never truly hold a grudge against his brother-in-law. He was merely teasing him. In response to Xiao Qing'an's comment, Lu Qing'an remained silent, merely smiling. Let us continue enjoying our tea. Haha, I have had my fill of gossip and shall refrain from drinking more. However, I do hope your brother-in-law pays a visit. It would certainly add to the amusement, Xiao Qing'an mused, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. The thought that this young brother-in-law idolized Lu Qing'an, despite having been so troublesome, was quite amusing. Life in the demon realm progressed warmly. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Yuni and the others visited the Magic Willow Academy daily for training and study, returning only in the late afternoon. After 2 days of acclimatization, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi had fully adapted to the Academy's rigorous training environment, embracing the industrious atmosphere. Lu Zixuan, in particular, had become increasingly diligent in her practice. On this day, upon their return, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi suddenly approached Lu Qing'an. Father, there's something I would like your assistance with. What is it? Lu Qing'an asked gently, noticing that his daughter had made significant progress in her cultivation, having advanced 2 levels. The speed of her breakthroughs was indeed impressive. As one's cultivation level increased, the pace of advancement typically slowed. Lu Zixuan's rapid progress was a testament to her remarkable talent. Recently, we have been in seclusion, making rapid advancements. However, I have found it increasingly challenging to gauge my strength and realized that more practical combat experience is necessary to fully comprehend my current abilities. Consequently, I have slowed my cultivation pace and focused more on real battles. It was during this time that Minzy and I discovered a unique treasure tower within the Magic Willow Academy. This tower possesses the remarkable ability to conjure magical beasts. Together, we attempted to ascend through its levels, but could only reach the 3rd floor. Is there truly such a tower for practical combat challenges at the Magic Willow Academy? Our primary concern now lies in our insufficient understanding of magical beasts. Although we have scoured the Academy's library for information, we still lack a comprehensive grasp of the weaknesses of various magical creatures. At this juncture, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, inquiring whether they could procure detailed information on all types of magical beasts from the demon realm. Shui Tianfei responded with a smile, "This is simple. I can issue a bounty to enlist some professionals to compile a detailed report." Lu Qing'an nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance." He understood that the children sought this information not solely for practical purposes, but also out of a burgeoning interest in the challenges ahead, eager to push further into higher levels. If it were he would not concern himself with the weaknesses of magical beasts. He would simply focus on enhancing his combat skills and overwhelm the challenges. Since the children needed this, he was more than willing to accommodate their requests. "Should you express your gratitude to Aunt Shui?" he prompted. "Thank you, Aunt Shui," they chorused. Shui Tianfei chuckled. "It's merely a trivial matter. I shall have it ready for you by tomorrow." "Excellent." The two happily retreated to their quarters. At this moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi. "When did the Magic Willow Academy acquire such a tower? I have never heard of it before. It is indeed peculiar. That fellow Lu Xie has somehow amassed numerous odd treasures, and much of what exists within the Magic Willow Academy has emerged over the past millennium." Regarding the tower mentioned by the children, known as the Beast Tower, it comprises 10 levels, each capable of manifesting various magical beasts. Upon acquiring this treasure, the Academy deemed it a vital tool for students to hone their practical combat skills. All students are permitted to team up for challenges, with a maximum of 3 in a group, and the conjured beasts match the trio's level. Upon successfully overcoming a challenge, all 3 members receive a reward of Magic Willow points. Moreover, the tower can analyze the combat techniques and strengths demonstrated by the students, providing rankings. Consequently, the Magic Willow Academy established a leaderboard, which incited a fervent desire among the young students to strive for recognition, thus intensifying their training and combat skills. After hearing about the Beast Tower, Lu Qing'an remarked, "This is indeed an intriguing development. With my daughter's prowess, she will undoubtedly claim the top spot eventually." "Huh, I see your true colors. You are nothing but a doting father," Xiao Qingyi teased. "How could one not become a devoted father with such a remarkable daughter?" Lu Qing'an retorted with a smile. "Indeed, that is only fitting," Xiao Qingyi replied with a grin. Chapter 62. The arrival of the disciple early the next morning. Before Lu Zixuan and her companions could make their way to the Magical Willow Academy, the materials they required had already been delivered by Shui Tianfei's associates. "Zixuan, here you go. Make sure to study it well." "Is it really here so soon?" Lu Zixuan gazed at Shui Tianfei in astonishment, taken aback by the extraordinary efficiency. Shui Tianfei chuckled softly. "In the future, if you need anything, simply reach out to Aunt Shui. There's no need to trouble your father." She assumed a maternal role, delighted to assist Lu Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan blinked, yet managed a wry smile. "All right, I will do my best. Thank you once again, Aunt Shui." Shui Tianfei nodded with a smile, watching as Lu Zixuan and her companions teleported away. Once they had departed, she let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Qingyi, who had been observing nearby, transmitted a message. "It has only been a short while, and you already wish for the child to accept you as a stepmother. Keep striving. The child will eventually embrace you fully." Shui Tianfei cast a glance at Xiao Qingyi and nodded in agreement. She could not help but acknowledge the wisdom in his words. At that moment, Shui Tianfei noticed Lu Qing'an emerging from a room, gracefully approaching him like a delicate maiden. She spoke softly, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Since returning, Lu Qing'an's perception of Shui Tianfei had undergone a transformation. He now regarded her with a gentler demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his features. "I may need to return to my family for a while. I cannot say how long I will be away. Shui Tianfei reported her absence, as if requesting leave. That's fine. Just take care of your matters and return when you're ready. By the way, you should inform the child in advance, especially Meow Meow. Ever since she came home, she hasn't rushed to me, but has sought you out first. Lu Qing inside at this point. After spending a day in the academy, the child, perhaps tempted by delicacies, had immediately sought out Shui Tianfei to inquire about treats before coming to play with him. Understood, Shui Tianfei replied with a nod. Is it nothing serious? Is it about the previous matter with the magic crystals? Do you need my assistance? Lu Qing'an ventured to ask. It is nothing concerning the magic crystals, merely some trivial family affairs. How could I trouble you, the eternal night, demon emperor, with such matters? Shui Tianfei giggled, covering her mouth. Very well. After their conversation concluded, suddenly, along with Xiao Qingyi, they turned their gaze skyward. Ah, your disciple has finally arrived, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Outside, the morning light once bathed the world in golden hues, the sky pristine and clear. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dewdrops on the grass blades to shimmer in the sunlight, enveloping the entire landscape in a tranquil, harmonious glow. Yet, without warning, a pitch-black rift tore through the distant heavens. Inky demonic energy surged forth from the fissure, swiftly engulfing the radiant morning light. The clouds churned as if boiling. The once resplendent dawn now tainted with murky purples and blacks, as if the heavens were drenched in putrid blood. A fierce wind arose, stirring sand and stones, and the very earth groaned under the unbearable strain. From afar, the ground trembled with thunderous footsteps, each stride splitting the earth like a spider's web. Through the dense, mystical fog, a figure of a man gradually emerged. He traversed the void, leaving a trail of withered flora in his wake. Even the air seemed to solidify into ice. When did this kid become so impressive? Lu Qing'an couldn't help but comment on the changing environment. Isn't it just a lesson learned from you? Xiao Qingyi teased with a smile. Lu Qing'an shot him a glance. Moments later, a silhouette appeared above the courtyard. Tall and slender, he resembled a drawn sword, lean yet exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. His face was as cold and chiseled as ice, with sharp brows and elongated eyes that seemed to harbor a crimson tide within. His thin lips were tightly pressed, devoid of warmth. Draped in a dark brocade robe that adorned his upright frame, the hem intricately embroidered with dark golden runes of magic. The most striking feature was the dark halo that floated menacingly behind him. This halo resembled an abyss that devoured all, its edges pulsating with a blood-red glow, sometimes morphing into a ferocious demon visage, at other times contracting into a pure black hole, exuding an aura of dread. Under the illumination of the imperial halo, his pale fingers were distinctly defined, as if a mere grip could shatter mountains and rivers. Lu Qing'an, Li Zongxuan called down coldly to Lu Qing'an below. Xiao Xuanzi, you are showing a lack of respect for your teacher. How could you address me by my full name? Lu Qing'an replied calmly. You are not my teacher, Li Zongxuan retorted through clenched teeth, his fists tightening as if Lu Qing'an had slain his entire family. Then who is your teacher? Lu Qing'an quipped. I have no teacher, Li Zongxuan declared emphatically. All right, you have no teacher. Then what brings you here today? Lu Qing'an inquired. What is it to you? Li Zongxuan shot back. You haven't changed much over the years. Why do you still act like a child? Lu Qing'an chuckled. Seeing you laugh makes me sick. Li Gangxuan shouta. All right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left without a word. Let us not throw a tantrum, shall we? Lu Qing'an coaxed as one would a child. I told you, I have no teacher, Li Zongxuan roared, causing the heavens to tremble. Under the shifting winds and clouds, countless beings bowed low to the ground. You little rascal, your temper is quite fiery. So tell me, what do you desire? I have come to take your head, Li Zongxuan declared, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the void, revealing a grotesque, scar-like fissure. He reached inside and emerged holding a blood-red longsword, emanating a terrifying aura that could rival Lu Qing'an's own treasured blade. This was the first time Lu Qing'an had laid eyes on this sword. He assessed it with a measure of surprise. Where did you acquire this sword? He asked. Not only is this sword comparable to your divine weapon, but my cultivation level has also reached a point where I can crush you. Today marks your demise. You truly wish to kill me? Are you really that ungrateful? Lu Qing'an remained calm and composed, inquiring with an air of nonchalance. How noisy! Come forth and meet your demise. Li Gunshuan Baluwa. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips, realizing that a confrontation was indeed inevitable. Very well, I shall see if you have made any progress during our years apart. Ha! To slay you is as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, my rebellious disciple. With a smile, Lu Qing'an's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens. Li Xuan snorted coldly, his figure also flashing as he pursued to the heights. The two stood 1,000 miles apart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi retrieved a chair and swiftly sliced open a watermelon, glancing at Shui Tianfei beside him. Would you like some? Shui Tianfei ignored Xiao Qingyi, her arms crossed and posture erect, remarking, Li Xuan has indeed grown significantly stronger. His aura now resembles that of his former self. It was true. After Lu Qing'an's disappearance, Xiao Xian had fervently devoted himself to training, showcasing an extraordinary talent that led to his current prowess. However, no matter how much stronger he became, it would be futile upon his return. Lu Qing'an had transcended humanity itself. Xiao Qingyi had witnessed the even greater strength exhibited by Lu Qing'an. This individual remained akin to a divine monarch, imposing enough to render all formidable adversaries incapable of standing tall. Chapter 63. Welcome home at the pinnacle of the sky. Li Xuan fixed his gaze fiercely upon Lu Qing'an, who was currently unarmed. Unable to restrain his irritation, he exclaimed, Do you still perceive me as the brash youth from before? Draw your weapon at once. The weapon had been relinquished. Yet against you, you insolent brat, it matters not whether I wield one or not. After all, your ambition to surpass me is utterly futile. Lu Qing'an, with a beaming smile, spoke in a tone reminiscent of playfully teasing a child. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor over the years. Today, your demise is inevitable. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Li Xuan, evoking the impression that Lu Qing'an had extinguished his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged and beckoned with his fingers. Come forth, let me see if you have made any progress over these years. Li Xuan ceased his prattle, his body radiating with formidable power as he unleashed his most potent cultivation. A tempest of demonic energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying domain enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Under the influence of the unique imperial position, time and space abruptly froze. Within this realm, he resembled an invincible deity. Do you not see? My unique imperial position now rivals your eternal night imperial position. Indeed, it can, yet in the eyes of my master, it remains rather ordinary. I am eager to witness how long you can maintain your bravado. Display your imperial position at once. To discipline a disciple, there is no need for an imperial position. Bring it on. Such audacity. When did you acquire such a habit of verbosity? Why not engage directly? Lu Qing'an interrupted, noticing Li Xuan's incessant chatter. Li Xuan's cheeks flushed with anger. Who is being verbose? Very well. You seek death, and I shall oblige. Without further ado, he unleashed his fury. With a furious roar, the demonic energy around him surged like a raging tide, coalescing into countless pitch-black demonic blades, each one tearing through the void with a piercing shriek. With a powerful tremor of his arms, he wielded his sword, and the demonic blades transformed into a cataclysmic storm of death, all converging upon the divine weapon in his grasp. Boom! He swung his hands, unleashing a colossal strike that hurtled towards Lu Qing'an. With a massive blade passed, the space shattered inch by inch, revealing chaotic currents. Lu Qing'an observed this strike, a slight smile gracing his lips. This young man had indeed grown significantly stronger. However, he still fell short. He extended his hand forward, gently sweeping it, and a black light shield materialized out of thin air, blocking the impending onslaught. In an astonishing turn of events, the seemingly fragile black shield withstood the terrifying blow. Li Xuan was taken aback, but quickly gritted his teeth. This is merely an appetizer. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. With that, he commanded the divine weapon to levitate before him, palms pressed together, his body trembling. In the next moment, a towering phantom of a demonic deity emerged behind him. With 6 arms, the demonic deity unleashed 6 world-destroying punches. And even before the wind of the fists arrived, the earth had collapsed for miles, and the sky was rent with countless fissures. The assault advanced relentlessly towards Lu Qing'an's black light shield. Not bad, but still lacking, Lu Qing'an remarked indifferently. Just as he had predicted, such a terrifying assault was utterly futile against his black light shield, which remained impervious. Li Zongxuan, taken aback, craned his neck and shouted, "I refuse to believe this." After cursing, a crimson wound suddenly split open on his brow, and a scarlet beam of blood pierced through the heavens and earth, annihilating the laws of the universe in its wake, even staining the river of time in a sanguine hue. With a sinister grin, he activated the Dugu imperial seat, causing everything within his domain to freeze, while the bloodlight surged towards Lu Qing'an with an unfathomable speed that transcended causality. The air resonated with wails of the damned, as if the strike could compel even the heavenly Tao to retreat in fear. At last, the black light shield shattered. Observing this, Lu Qing'an chuckled to himself. This lad possesses a hint of my former prowess. Ha ha ha! Is it truly so easy to break your techniques? Prepare to meet your end. Li Ganchuan Lauga Maniakali. After his cataclysmic assault breached Lu Qing'an's black light shield, it continued its relentless advance. Lu Qing'an slightly raised his gaze and, with a delicate motion of his right hand, gathered his 5 fingers as if plucking a flower, effortlessly dispersing the soul-devouring bloodlight, which trembled the very fabric of reality, into mere wisps of dust. As it burst forth at his fingertips, it coalesced into a small point of black void. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Qing'an's hair remained undisturbed. Is that all you've got? Lu Qing'an shook his head with a light-hearted smile. Li Ganchuan stu tutarli dumfunda. No, this is all you managed to counter. Xiao Swansea, do you have no stronger attacks? Come me again. Lu Qing'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not having moved an inch. Trembling with rage, Li Zongxuan ground his teeth in frustration. No matter how he pondered, he could not conceive of a technique more formidable than the last. He had already unleashed his most powerful 3 strikes. This should not be. I have clearly caught up to your strength. What on earth is happening? Li Zongxuan howled in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Noting his disciple's sudden madness, Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow and ceased his teasing, saying, "Indeed, you have nearly reached the level of my former self. I must commend you for that. You have worked diligently over the years. Your talent is truly remarkable. I do not seek your approval. I refuse to believe it. You shall perish." Once more, the imperial seat behind Li Zongxuan erupted with terrifying power, propelling him towards Lu Qing'an with ferocity. The colossal phantom of a demonic deity reappeared. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lu Qing'an, launching a frenzied onslaught. Yet his strikes could not touch Lu Qing'an, all thwarted by the demonic aura emanating from him. Countless imposing fists proved utterly ineffectual. Why? Li Zongxuan, consumed by madness, unleashed his fists with all his might, his eyes bulging, growing ever redder. In that moment, he resembled a venomous blade, its edge captivating yet marred by the ravages of time, fissures marring its surface. The sharp angles that threatened the world were but scabs formed from unhealed wounds, silently oozing pain in the shadows. Observing Li Zongxuan's extreme yet sorrowful demeanor, Lu Qing'an felt a twinge of compassion. He took a deep breath, stepping forward with his left foot, and a terrifying aura erupted from his being. In the next moment, Li Zongxuan, who was still in the throes of a frenzied assault, abruptly halted as an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, one capable of instilling fear in all living beings. Li Zongxuan appeared as if he were frozen in place. Xiao Xuanzi, my departure all those years ago was a reluctant necessity. I cannot take you with me. Furthermore, this is a trial you must endure. Seeing you now fills my heart with solace. You have indeed grown. He had initially intended to bid farewell to his disciple properly, but after 3 days and nights of contemplation, he chose to leave without a word. At that time, Li Zhangshuan was already formidable, yet he remained overly reliant on him, to the extent that he was the only one in the world with whom he could truly share his heart. Whenever a question arose, it was always directed towards him. For every matter, his opinion was sought. Had Li Zhangshuan known of his intention to depart from the demon realm, he would undoubtedly have clung to him fiercely. Now, upon seeing his disciple again, he felt both justified in his past decision and remorseful towards Li Zhangshuan, especially at this moment, watching him appear like a forsaken child, seemingly abandoned by all, projecting a facade of strength while internally suffering greatly. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zhangshuan could no longer contain his emotions, collapsing weakly to the ground, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. "Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without a word? I hate you. I hate you." Lu Qing'an inhaled deeply, crouching down to gently stroke Li Zhangshuan's head, reminiscent of their first encounter. Back then, Li Zhangshuan was the same age as Lu Miao. He was barely clothed, enduring the biting cold, having gone many days without food. When he saw a passerby drop a coin, he rushed to retrieve it, only to be met with a brutal beating, leaving him bloodied and curled up in a corner. It was in that moment of hunger and cold, as his body grew stiff and vitality waned, that a tall, warm figure suddenly appeared before him. "Child, what is your name?" "Li Xian. "Then I shall call you Xiao Xuanzi from now on. Come home with me." A large hand gently caressed his head. Above, the sky roiled with fierce winds. Li Zhangshuan looked up at Lu Qing'an, whose slender, handsome face was now smeared with tears. "Xiao Xuanzi, I left for personal matters, but I have returned now and will never leave again." The anger that had filled Li Zhangshuan's face was instantly overshadowed by a wave of profound grievance, as he gazed at Lu Qing'an's ever-gentle visage, still imbued with tenderness. The strongest hatred within him was swiftly shattered. "Master, welcome home." As those words left his lips, the turbulent, demonic clouds in the sky receded like a tide, and the golden rays of dawn pierced through the gaps in the clouds, cascading down upon the master and disciple. The icy tears on Li Zhangshuan's face gradually began to warm. Chapter 64. The object of unrequited love. Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Zhangshuan, who appeared as distressed as a child on the verge of tears, and his heart ached for him. To Lu Qing'an, Li Zhangshuan was akin to a son. He lifted Li Zhangshuan with a surge of magical energy, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he comforted him like a child, saying, There, do not cry. You are no longer a child. It is rather embarrassing for you to behave this way." Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zhangshuan hastily turned his face away, quickly wiping his cheeks with his hands. When he faced Lu Qing'an again, the tears had vanished, though his eyes remained reddened, still bearing a trace of grievance. However, there was also a hint of embarrassment and defiance upon his countenance. "I did not cry. It was merely a grain of sand that got into my eye." "Huh, you impudent boy. Come here for a hug." Lu Qing'an opened his arms wide. "I am no longer a child. What do you mean by hugging? Now I am esteemed as the demon emperor. What would others think?" Li Zhangshuan protested, yet under Lu Qing'an's encouraging gaze, he stepped forward and embraced him briefly. Lu Qing'an playfully patted his back a few times, eliciting a sharp sting. "You rascal, after more than 1,000 years apart, you have indeed grown much stronger. I'm quite pleased. Now, let me see what other changes you have undergone." As Li Zhangshuan observed Lu Qing'an circling around him, he unconsciously straightened his posture, appearing somewhat more mature, which was commendable. "Naturally. Enough of this banter. Let us sit down and chat. Come, let's discuss the events of these past years." Lu Qing'an was filled with joy. During his time in the immortal ruins, he occasionally thought of this young man, concerned about what might befall him alone in this realm. Yet, he understood that the boy had grown and must learn to stand on his own. In the blink of an eye, the two descended into the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei watched the duo, both wearing smiles as if sharing in the joy of the burgeoning relationship between master and disciple. "You still haven't changed much, have you? You still fail to address your elders properly," Lu Qing'an remarked, casting a glance at Li Zhangshuan, who, upon seeing Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei, lowered his head slightly, evoking a sense of bashfulness reminiscent of years past. Xiao Qingji Chakud. Ah, the child has grown. He need not be overly concerned with such formalities. Master Xiao, Aunt Shui, Li Zhangshuan finally murmured, his voice barely audible as he kept his head bowed. Both Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qing'an was equally surprised, then placed a hand on Li Zhangshuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha, you have indeed changed. Remarkable. Come, let's go inside and converse." Li Zhangshuan glanced at Lu Qing'an, noticing his warm and sincere smile, which brought a subtle curve to his lips. To be praised by his master was gratifying. The four of them returned indoors, where Lu Qing'an personally brewed tea, filling Li Zhangshuan's cup to the brim. "Xuanzi, come, tell your master about your experiences over the years." Clearing his throat, he began, "Primarily, I must inquire if there are any friends or perhaps a certain lady of interest." He bore a countenance full of expectation, reminiscent of a doting father. As Li Zhangshuan raised his cup to sip, the mention of a beloved woman caught him off guard, causing him to suddenly spew the tea he had just taken in. "I have no romantic interests," he protested, but then hesitated. "Wait. Old Xiao, did you see that? This lad seems to truly have something going on." Lu Qing'an was taken aback. If that were not the case, such a change in demeanor would be unlikely. "Ha! It appears there is indeed something afoot. Little Xuanzi, come, share with us your elders. Who captures your fancy? Do you require our ancient wisdom to assist you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's interest peaked, and he produced a watermelon from seemingly nowhere, preparing to indulge in the gossip. Li Zhangshuan wished he could bury his head in his chest, muttering, "I don't know what you all are talking about." The group engaged in merriment, their primary topic being Lu Qing'an's playful jabs at Li Zhangshuan. Lu Qing'an took the time to inquire into Li Zhangshuan's circumstances over the years. This young man had devoted himself to cultivation, managing the Demon Emperor Palace with great skill, and had even come to control several factions. As for any romantic inclinations, it was likely he had someone in mind, though Lu Qing'an refrained from pressing for specifics, as it was quite possible that this lad harbored a secret crush. "Master, I owe you an apology as well," Li Zhangshuan said shyly, scratching his head. "You have done nothing wrong. Why apologize?" Lu Qing'an replied, "Upon discovering your abrupt departure, I searched for you for some time. When I could not find you, I began to tarnish your name, claiming I had surpassed you, hoping to provoke your hidden self to emerge." A grim smile crept across Li Zhangshuan's face. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged knowing smiles. This was the very reason Xiao Qingyi had exhibited a peculiar gleam in his eyes when Lu Qing'an first mentioned Li Zhangshuan. "What is there to be concerned about? You have indeed grown to be nearly as formidable as I was back then. It is a testament to your diligent cultivation." Lu Qing'an regarded Li Zhangshuan with pride. This young man had matured into someone of remarkable strength, which brought him joy. Had it not been for the system's rewards enhancing his prowess, he would have had to exert considerable effort to claim victory over his disciple. Noticing that his master was not angry, but rather praising him, Li Zhangshuan finally managed a smile. "By the way, little Xuanzi, have you encountered little Haizi at the Demon Emperor Palace or elsewhere?" "That creature seems to have disappeared on some adventure," Lu Qing'an inquired. He was perplexed by the absence of his contracted beast. Li Zhangshuan shook his head. "Little Haizi? Hasn't it always accompanied you, master? I have not seen it. If I did, perhaps I could track you down." "How curious. Where could that fellow have wandered off to?" Lu Qing'an mused silently. "Master, I'm even more curious about your circumstances over the years. Why did you suddenly venture to the immortal ruins?" "No wonder I could not locate you," Li Zhangshuan suddenly inquired. Now it was Lu Qing'an's turn to be evasive. "This, cough, is not the time to divulge too much." He primarily wished to maintain his imposing image as a revered master in front of his disciple. "All right, speak to me when you feel ready," he remarked. Li Zhangshuan nodded decisively upon hearing this. Lu Qing'an smiled, noting that the child remained fundamentally unchanged. In his eyes, Li Zhangshuan possessed a somewhat reclusive nature, was not fond of socializing, and at times exhibited a certain stubbornness. Yet he was still a slightly proud, remarkably sincere child. "Qing'an, I must return for a while. You two continue your conversation, and I shall return shortly," smiled Shui Tianfei as she stood up. "All right, communicate if needed. By the way, remember to tell Meow Meow that I will regularly send someone to deliver delicious food. Understood. After bidding farewell to Shui Tianfei, Lu Qing'an continued his conversation with Li Zongxuan. The mentor and disciple appeared to have an endless array of topics to discuss. It was not until evening, when his daughter returned from the academy, that Lu Qing'an paused his discourse with Li Zongxuan. Lu Miao Miao rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Father, Miao Miao is back. Where is Aunt Shui?" After scanning her surroundings and failing to spot Shui Tianfei, she then noticed Li Zongxuan, who was currently resting his arm on Lu Qing'an's shoulder. "Oh, father, who is this older brother?" Chapter 65. Master, you actually have a daughter, father? Li Zongxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his once cold and handsome visage transforming into a comical expression as he fixated on Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. "Master, this is your daughter?" Lu Qing'an smiled warmly at his daughter, gesturing for her to come closer. Her full name is Li Zongxuan. Here in the demon realm, he is referred to as the solitary demon emperor and is my disciple. You should address him as Brother Xian. Father's disciple? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes and turned to Li Zongxuan, then broke into a bright smile. "Hello, Brother Xian. I am Lu Miao Miao. Pleased to meet you." Li Zongxuan blinked, momentarily dazed, and shook his head to regain his composure. "Hey kiddo, my daughter is greeting you. You should respond." "Oh, hello. My name is Li Zongxuan. Delighted to meet you." He awkwardly introduced himself, akin to a bashful young man. Wow, upon closer inspection, Brother Xian is really handsome. "Brother Xian, can I have a hug?" Lu Miao Miao approached him eagerly. Lu Qing'an chuckled, shaking his head. "This little girl, so young, yet already enamored with handsome boys? What about your father? Am I not handsome?" Li Zongxuan's mind short-circuited once more as he watched Lu Miao Miao come closer, his cheeks flushing crimson, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from his chair. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have embarrassed himself. Ultimately, he could no longer evade her and was caught by Lu Miao Miao's small hand. Gazing in her eager, puppy-like eyes, he swallowed hard before lifting her up. "Oh yay, higher!" Lu Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully. Li Zongxuan silently cried out for help. "Who will rescue me?" "Haha, all right, no more playing." "Oh." Li Zongxuan quickly set Lu Miao Miao down. "Brother Xian, has anyone told you that you are very handsome?" she suddenly asked, tilting her head inquisitively. Li Zongxuan blinked, scratching his head. "Perhaps. You are the second most handsome man I have ever met. So you are truly very handsome." Li Zongxuan felt as though he was completely at the mercy of this little girl. How can children today be so articulate? "Then, who is the most handsome?" he inquired, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Naturally, it is father. Father is the most handsome in the world." "Oh, indeed." Li Kanchun Nudda Biwuruzli Wuleartali Areng. He too believed his master was the most handsome in the world. "Exactly. I didn't expect Brother Xian to think the same as Miao Miao." Li Zongxuan grinned foolishly in agreement. Just then, 3 individuals entered from outside, striding into the room, Lu Zixuan and her companions. They were engaged in cheerful conversation, their faces alight with smiles, as if they had experienced a particularly fruitful day at the academy. As they entered the room and beheld a stranger seated beside Lu Qing'an, they hesitated momentarily. "Who is this person?" "Sister, come quickly. This is Brother Xian. He is Father's disciple." Lu Miao Miao dashed over to Lu Zixuan, grasping her hand and leading her toward the stranger. "Father's disciple? Brother Xian?" Lu Zixuan turned her gaze to Li Zongxuan, and soon realized that he possessed an aura of formidable power, strikingly different from their father's more subdued presence, instilling a sense of immense pressure. Li Zongxuan stared at Lu Zixuan, momentarily taken aback, and quickly glanced at Lu Qing'an. "Master, you have not one but 2 daughters? And they're both so grown up." Lu Qing'an chuckled and suggested, "You should introduce yourselves. We are all family here." Lu Zixuan regained her composure and smiled at Li Zongxuan, saying, "Brother Xian, my name is Lu Zixuan, the eldest daughter of my father. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, I am Li Zongxuan, Master's disciple. It is a pleasure to meet you too." This time, Li Zongxuan felt slightly less awkward, having had the experience of introducing himself to Lu Miao Miao. "Zixuan, If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, you may seek guidance from your brother Xian, as he is quite formidable as well, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile. All right, brother Xian, I shall come to you with any cultivation questions in the future, Lu Zixuan replied with a bright smile. Certainly, Li Ganshuan nuda enthusiastically. Master, and who are these two? At that moment, Li Zixuan suddenly communicated telepathically with Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an then remembered Su Yuni and son Minzi, smiling as he introduced them. This is my sister-in-law, Su Yuni, whom you can call Aunt Su, and this is son Minzi, Zixuan's friend. Oh, Aunt Su, Minzi, I am Li Zixuan said, slightly embarrassed. At this moment, Li Zixuan felt much like a modern child visiting relatives for the first time. Su Yuni notet vipiteng, a smile gracing her face as she was astonished by the formidable aura emanating from Li Zixuan. So powerful. In contrast, Lu Qing'an exuded no such pressure. His cultivation aura was incredibly restrained, leading many to perceive him as a rather moderate practitioner. However, the overwhelming force radiating from Li Zixuan felt as if he concealed a ferocious beast within, making him appear both shy and unassuming, like a bashful child. Yet, she found herself hesitant to meet his gaze. It was as if Li Zixuan could obliterate her with a mere breath, reducing her to mere fragments. The intensity was breathtaking. Sun Minzi felt this sensation even more acutely than Su Yuni. After hearing Li Zixuan's self-introduction, she had already deduced his identity. The current demon emperor of the demon realm. She had never encountered Li Zixuan, only hearing whispers of his name, and she was unaware of his appearance, for he often kept to himself, seldom leaving the demon emperor's palace. Nonetheless, the deeds he had accomplished over the years had instilled fear in many powerful beings within the demon realm. Not long after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, some began to doubt whether Li Zixuan possessed the strength befitting a demon emperor and sought to challenge him. To their astonishment, each challenger fell effortlessly to Li Zixuan's blade. None could withstand even a single strike. Certain factions, unwilling to accept Li Zixuan's supremacy, covertly spread slanderous rumors against him. Yet, when the winds of gossip began to stir, several prominent forces were uprooted overnight, leaving no survivors among the powerful. His decisive ruthlessness and terrifying prowess had already echoed throughout the entire demon domain, with many asserting that Li Zixuan had surpassed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, witnessing Li Zixuan in person, she was taken aback by the sheer intensity of his formidable aura. However, upon observing his seemingly timid demeanor in the presence of Lu Qing'an, resembling that of a mere child, her perception of Li Zixuan underwent a profound transformation. All right, everyone is back now. Old Xiao, let us prepare a delightful meal. It's a rare occasion for us to be together as a family, Lu Qing'an remarked cheerfully. Today, he felt an unparalleled joy, marking the happiest day since his separation. Chapter 66. The warning of the yellow-haired boy. Haha, I must prepare my finest dishes then. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Qingyi began to gather the ingredients and commence cooking. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, causing Lu Miao's eyes to sparkle with delight. She resembled a little gourmet as she eagerly piled her plate with food. Suan Yi, the dishes made by Grandpa Xiao are absolutely delicious. You should eat more. She even paused momentarily to softly remind Li Zixuan. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qing'an noted the young lady's evident fondness for his disciple, which brought him great satisfaction. The boy lacked friends. It would be wonderful if he could become friends with his daughter. By the way, father, when will Aunt Shui return? After taking a couple more bites, Lu Miao tilted her head to look at Lu Qing'an, still chewing her food. What is this? You miss Aunt Shui so soon after she left? He teased. Indeed. Will she be back tomorrow? Aunt Shui told me she would regularly send someone to bring you delicious treats. It's not just the food I miss. I miss Aunt Shui too. Lu Qing'an was slightly taken aback by her words. Could it be that this little girl had truly developed such a close relationship with Shui Tianfei? Xuanzi, don't be so formal. We're all family here. Relax a bit. Lu Qing'an observed Li Zixuan's bashful demeanor and couldn't help but offer encouragement. I'm not being formal. This was Li Zhangshuan's first time dining with such a large gathering, especially with individuals so closely connected to his master. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Lu Qing'an chuckled. You're still the same as before. Remember to visit more often and spend time with Zishuan and the others. You are all peers. Lu Zishuan and son Minzi exchanged glances. Peers. They still could not overlook the formidable aura that Li Zhangshuan exuded. The pressure of having such a powerful peer was palpable. All right, Li Gangshuan nudda. By the way, Zishuan, did you and Minzi gain anything at the academy today? Lu Qing'an appeared to assume the role of the conversation facilitator, picking up food while also steering the dialogue. Lu Zishuan and son Minzi exchanged knowing looks, their lips curling into smiles. Father, today we met a very handsome student. We gain a new friend and plan to tackle challenges together. Lu Zishuan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Qing'an, who had just been wearing a warm smile, found his expression abruptly stiffening upon hearing Lu Zishuan's words. A handsome friend. Seeing Lu Zishuan and son Minzi suddenly exchange glances, their smiles broadening, his silence deepened. Warning of the yellow-haired boy. What father wouldn't he feel a jolt at such news? He chewed his food, making an effort to maintain a normal expression as he smiled and inquired, Oh, really? What is the name of this new friend? Moronghua. Lu Zishuan replied. Moronghua, you say. Upon hearing the name, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched. It was unmistakably a male name. This could spell trouble. Has the time truly arrived? Observing the joyous expressions of his daughter and son Minzi, he closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within. This is a necessary journey. As his daughter matures, it is inevitable that she will encounter the opposite sex. Moronghua. At this moment, Li Zhangshuan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Zishuan turned to Li Zhangshuan and smiled. Brother Xian, do you know Moronghua? I did not know him personally, but I have heard of him. I am quite familiar with the Morong family, Li Zhangshuan replied, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy about meeting Lu Zishuan's gaze, despite having grown somewhat accustomed to her presence. Oh, I see. Lu Zishuan nodded and continued. I have heard that the Morong family is quite powerful in the demon realm. And indeed, Moronghua is exceptionally formidable, much stronger than both Minzi and me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and chuckled. Zishuan, it's rare for you to have a friend in the demon realm. Why not bring this friend over one day for a meal? Absolutely not. I must assess this young man's character first. If he turns out to be a scoundrel, it would be quite unfortunate. If he wishes to befriend my daughter, he must first pass my scrutiny as her father. We have only just met. Let's get to know each other better before making such plans, Lu Zishuan said, a hint of shyness gracing her cheeks. Lu Qing'an thought, oh no, my daughter is blushing. Very well. Once you're more familiar, bring him home for dinner. All right. After their meal, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi retreated to a stone pavilion outside the courtyard to enjoy some drinks. Li Zhangshuan initially intended to join them, but was detained by Lu Miao, who, without her companion Shui Tianfei, turned her attention to Li Zhangshuan for amusement. This left Li Zhangshuan feeling quite distressed, casting a pleading glance towards Lu Qing'an for help. However, Lu Qing'an was eager for Li Zhangshuan to bond with Lu Zishuan and the others, hoping they would become friends, thus providing Li Zhangshuan with companionship. He stated directly, as the older brother, you should play well with your sister. Master, Li Zhangshuan's lips moved as if to protest, but a single stern look from Lu Qing'an silenced him. Left with no choice, he joined Lu Miao and the others in their play. Brother Xian, I want to ride a horse. A horse? Shall I fetch you one? Not a real horse. I will show you. Thus, Li Zhangshuan found himself with Lu Miao perched on his shoulders, soaring through the courtyard. Brother Xian to the left. Ha! Brother Xian to the right. Brother Xian straight up to the sky. Oh yeah, Li Zhangshuan, Zishuan, Minzi, didn't you both spend the day tackling challenges? If there are any aspects of combat you do not understand, feel free to ask your brother once he returns. Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Lu Zishuan and her companion, discussing the details of their challenges in the courtyard. Smiling as he spoke. Is that permissible? Lu Zishuan inquired. You needn't be formal. Engage with him more. This stubborn boy won't initiate, so interact with him whenever possible. Lu Qing'an advised. Understood. Lu Zixuan and her companion exchanged glances and nodded. After Lu Miao finished her laughter, Li Zongxuan thought the moment had finally concluded. But the next instant, he noticed Lu Zixuan and son Minzi approaching him. Brother Xian, we seek your guidance. Li Zongxuan remained silent. Under Lu Qing'an's direction, it took Li Zongxuan quite some time to acclimate to the atmosphere. Sitting across the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an sipped his wine, observing his disciple gradually becoming less reserved, especially while discussing cultivation and combat, allowing a smile of a proud father to emerge. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing the joy radiating from Lu Qing'an's face, remarked, "This place is increasingly reminiscent of home." Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, saying, "Old fellow, you may find yourself cooking more often from now on. Hey, if it remains this lively every day, I wouldn't mind preparing 3 meals for you all," Xiao Qingyi replied with a grin. "Come on, let's drink more while the mood is good." Lu Qing'an raised his cup to clink with Xiao Qingyi's. Xiao Qingyi nodded with a smile. As night deepened, the children began to retire for the evening. Li Zongxuan approached Lu Qing'an and sighed deeply. "What's the matter? You're not pleased to keep company with the children?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. "Not at all, just a bit unaccustomed." Li Zongxuan replied with a faint smile. "Then, once you finish your duties at the Demon Palace, do come visit your master more often," Lu Qing'an suggested. "All right," Li Zongxuan nodded shyly, adding, "Master, I shall take my leave for today. There are matters I need to attend to." "Very well, you've worked hard," Lu Qing'an said, patting Li Zongxuan on the shoulder. The identity of the Demon Emperor was bestowed upon Li Zongxuan by Lu Qing'an, primarily due to the numerous responsibilities that came with it. He preferred not to be caught up in the chaos. "Okay, I shall return now and visit you again," Li Zongxuan replied. Lu Qing'an nodded and suddenly opened his arms wide. Li Zongxuan lowered his head, stepped forward to embrace Lu Qing'an, a slight smile gracing his lips. Afterwards, Lu Qing'an watched as Li Zongxuan soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. He stood still for a while, gazing at the distant sky, before a smile crept onto his face as he turned to walk back into the house. At that moment, Lu Miao unexpectedly emerged from the room. "Daddy, has Brother Xian left?" Lu Qing'an stepped forward to lift his daughter, saying, "He has matters to attend to." "Why? It seems you are quite fond of Brother Xian." He was pleased with his daughter's earlier interaction, as it had helped his disciple open up. However, it was peculiar. His daughter had never engaged with a stranger so readily before. "I can sense that you really like Brother Xian, so I like him too," Lu Miao exclaimed. "Oh, you can feel that?" Lu Qing'an asked. Lu Miao nodded earnestly, then a hint of sympathy crossed her face. "But I also think Brother Xian is very pitiful, which is why I want to play with him more." This statement left Lu Qing'an momentarily taken aback. Very pitiful? Indeed, upon first laying eyes on Brother Xian, I sensed that he had been living in solitude for an extended period, bearing a profound sorrow. Lu Qing'an furrowed her brow slightly. What is this feeling emanating from this young girl? Could it be that she possesses some extraordinary ability? "Father, please allow Brother Xian to visit here more often. I do not wish for him to be sad anymore." Lu Miao pouted, making her request. Lu Qing'an maintained a gentle smile, replying, "Very well. Father shall heed Miao's wish. From now on, Miao should spend more time with Brother Xian, striving to become his closest friend. Shall we?" "Absolutely." Lu Miao's face radiated determination as she nodded earnestly. Chapter 67. You are Muronhua's father, aren't you? Deep within the Demon Palace, in a grand hall, a gathering of formidable individuals had already assembled by the time Li Zongxuan arrived. Each of these figures emanated a terrifying aura of demonic energy, their cultivation levels impressively high, with many reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Upon Li Zongxuan's entrance, they swiftly directed their gazes towards the throne at the front, rising in unison to offer their respectful salutes. The Demon Emperor, Li Zongxuan, took his seat upon the throne, a specially designed curtain position before him. This curtain effectively obstructed others from perceiving his sight and consciousness, yet did not hinder his own awareness of the individuals present. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some matters to attend to." As long as he wasn't facing anyone directly, his speech flowed with remarkable ease. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We have only been waiting a short while," replied a peak Emperor Realm expert with a sycophantic demeanor. He was the leader of a prominent sect within the demon domain. The others echoed similar sentiments, claiming they had not waited long, and none dared to voice a complaint. In truth, they had been waiting for a full 2 hours. Li Zhangshuan then said, "Let us proceed to the main matters at hand. As the strongest force in the demon domain, the demon palace holds sway over its very lifeblood. Various powerful factions must heed the commands of the demon palace." Li Zhangshuan had also assembled a team uniquely his own to more effectively manage the myriad affairs of the demon domain. The individuals before him constituted the management team of the entire demon palace. They convened at specific intervals to discuss pressing issues. A group of individuals began to report on recent occurrences. Subsequently, one individual brought up a particular matter. "Demon Emperor, regarding the issue we discussed previously, we need one of our factions to take charge. Have you made a selection yet?" The speaker was Lu Qingxiu, not only the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, but also the head of the esteemed Lu family, one of the top clans in the demon domain. He believed that by raising this issue, he had secured the position for himself, especially after providing Li Zhangshuan with crucial intelligence of great significance. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiu mention this matter, the other attendees narrowed their eyes. Each faction was eager to claim this opportunity. Li Zhangshuan, scanning the individuals present with his consciousness, was initially inclined to assign the task to Lu Qingxiu, given that he had recently delivered news regarding the return of his master. However, his awareness soon fell upon another individual, the head of the Murong family. The Murong family was also among the prominent clans in the demon domain, ranking mid-tier in terms of overall strength among these elite factions. Yet, Li Zhangshuan recalled a name mentioned by Lu Zixuan at a recent banquet held by his master, Murong Hua. Murong Hua shares a close relationship with Sister Zixuan. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zhangshuan reached a decision. "Let the Murong family and the Lu family manage this matter together," he stated calmly. As these words left his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the grand hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present exchanged bewildered glances, and Lu Qingxiu was left utterly flabbergasted. Why is there still a matter concerning the Murong family? At this moment, Murong Mei, the head of the Murong family, finds himself utterly bewildered. Among these top-tier forces, the Murong family could only be regarded as mediocre. Moreover, they have not demonstrated any particularly remarkable performance or achieved significant results here. Why has the Demon Emperor suddenly bestowed upon him such a tremendous favor? Even if both factions were to jointly manage that affair, the Murong family would still reap substantial rewards. The Demon Emperor, Lu Qingxiu, furrowed his brow, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by Li Zhangshuan. "Let this matter be settled." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiu had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to escape his lips. "Very well. Earning half is still earning. But are there other pressing matters?" Li Ganchuan inquired. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, "There's indeed another issue." A man stepped forward, his expression grave. "Speak." This individual quickly relayed. "Not long ago, a small force near our sect seemingly suffered a massacre at the hands of that mysterious organization. When our sect members arrived, they discovered that over 10,000 members of that force had perished in an exceedingly brief period, including several individuals of the Emperor realm. Before their deaths, all souls were siphoned away." Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures present stiffened. After more than a century, they have resurfaced. Li Zhangshuan's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within. "It appears they have reemerged. Investigate thoroughly and report back to me at the first sign of their presence. This time, I shall eradicate them." "Understood." The group bowed in unison. "Well then, if there are no further matters, you may all take your leave. Murong Mei, stay behind." Li Zhangshuan dismissed the crowd, leaving only Murong Mei. The assembly of powerful figures cast puzzled glances at Murong Mei. How could this old fellow suddenly be favored by the Demon Emperor? Lu Qingxiu, frowning, glanced at Murong Mei for a moment before departing. Murong Mei remained in a state of confusion, nodding as he stayed in place. Shortly thereafter, the assembly of top-tier powerhouses exited. In the grand hall, only Li Zhangshuan and Murong Mei remained. At this moment, Murong Mei felt as though ants were crawling all over him. perplexed by Li Tsangxuan's probing gaze. Demon Emperor, have you summoned me for some instruction? Murong Mei respectful inquired. Li Tsangxuan replied, I recall you have a daughter named Morong Hua, correct? Murong Mei blinked in surprise. Huh? Why such a sudden inquiry? Why yes, indeed, that is my daughter. May I ask why the Demon Emperor is inquiring about her? Morong Mei's feelings were quite complex at this moment. Why was his daughter being brought into the conversation? Surely, she hasn't caused any trouble. Li Tsangxuan remembered this name because he had previously encountered it, mistakenly believing it belonged to a male. He had not anticipated that Murong Mei's daughter was the one in question. Thus the name resonated more vividly with him. Your daughter is quite admirable. Regardless of how you treat her, ensure you treat her well in the future. Li Tsangxuan remarked with a smile. Since Murong Hua had become a friend of his master's daughter, he naturally wished to look out for her. Murong Mei's mind was shrouded in confusion. I have always treated my daughter well. Yet, why would the Demon Emperor utter such words? What on earth transpired? Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. You may continue with your affairs. All right, I bid you farewell for now. Murong Mei bowed slightly, still bewildered, as he exited the Grand Hall. After departing from the Demon Palace, he swiftly flew towards his family's abode. Before long, he returned to the Murong family, hastening to his daughter's chamber with great urgency. Father, what is the matter? Murong Hua inquired, furrowing her brow at her father's abrupt arrival. With her shoulder-length hair framing her face, sharp features, and frosty red lips, she exuded an air of elegance in her flowing black robe. Her exquisite visage was complemented by a distinct aura typically associated with masculinity, radiating a remarkable vigor. Murong Mei looked at his daughter and asked anxiously, Xiao Hua, have you encountered the Demon Emperor Dugu recently? Murong Hua was taken aback. No, I have been diligently cultivating at the academy. That cannot be. While at the academy, did anything significant occur that you have not shared with me? Well, I have been navigating the challenges within the pagoda at the academy, but nothing of great import has transpired. Father, what exactly has happened? Upon hearing her response, Murong Mei grew even more perplexed and recounted the recent events. Murong Hua, upon hearing his words, found herself equally bewildered. What? The Demon Emperor is actually paying attention to me? How is this possible? Have you truly been at the academy without achieving any notable accomplishments? For instance, extraordinary progress in overcoming challenges? Indeed, I have not. I have merely been tackling challenges with friends, and my progress can only be deemed average. This is truly strange. Both father and daughter were left scratching their heads, unable to comprehend the circumstances surrounding this mystery. However, they were relieved that it was a fortuitous situation, indeed, a monumental opportunity. Regardless, let us focus on maintaining our current state. This development could significantly elevate the standing of the Murong family. Chapter 68. The Disparity Among Disciples the Following Morning. In the ethereal realm of Xinshu, golden rays of dawn broke forth, illuminating the pristine skies. Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue stood before Grand Banquet Hall, warmly welcoming a multitude of guests. Sister, you have even taken in Nan Gongyun as a disciple. Su Xianyu, clad in new attire and meticulously groomed, stood beside Su Qing'an, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Today marked the grand ceremony of Su Qing'an's discipleship, under Lin Qingxue's careful orchestration. Su Qing'an was set to accept 4 disciples, each a prodigious talent from the esteemed families of Nangong, Huangfu, Long, and Huang. This was destined to be a magnificent affair. Su Qing'an smiled and nodded. I hear you have known Nan Gongyun for quite some time? She was aware of her brother's affection for Nan Gongyun and intended to create more opportunities for him following the initiation. Su Xianyu scratched his head, appearing somewhat naive as he replied, It's been quite a while. We are relatively good friends now. He had harbored a secret admiration for many years. Now that his goddess had become his sister's disciple, he would surely have more chances to interact with her. As time passed, an increasing number of guests arrived. Lin Qingxue had meticulously arranged everything in advance, having extended invitations to all the prominent forces in Xinshu to create a favorable atmosphere for her disciples. Qing'an, although you are still in the late stages of the Emperor realm, your imperial position is unique, You ought to embody the demeanor of a pinnacle Emperor Realm powerhouse. When facing a multitude of peak Emperor Realm experts later, do not feel too constrained. Just relax, Lin Qingxue advised. Master, I am aware, Su Qing'an responded, confidence radiating from her countenance. She was destined to become the most formidable woman in the Qing'an continent. However, she reminded herself to exercise caution, as the primary goal was to foster good relations with the four esteemed families, avoiding any missteps. Undesto, Su Qingding Apfim. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by two voices resonating from the heavens above. The Nangong family has arrived. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. They are here. The two groups descended from the sky, elegantly alighting before the banquet hall. Ha! Taoist Lin, Dao Su, we have kept you waiting. The first to speak was the head of the Nangong family. Beside him stood a graceful and charming woman, captivating in her beauty. Upon seeing her, Su Suan Iu Glin Fulitz Li, Ha! Taoist Nangong, you have arrived. Lin Qingxue welcomed Su Qing'an forward to greet them. Esteemed friends, please take a seat. Su Qing'an offered polite words before guiding the assembly inside. Shortly after the arrival of the Nangong and Huangfu families, many more guests appeared, with the Long and Huang families arriving soon thereafter. Before long, the vast banquet hall was filled to capacity, populated by the elite forces from various realms. Su Qing'an faced an unprecedented assembly of formidable elites for the first time, despite knowing that she would surpass everyone present in the future. A wave of nervousness washed over her. She suppressed her apprehension and, under the guidance of Lin Qingxue, began to greet the esteemed guests. The master and apprentice were particularly courteous towards the prominent figures of the Nangong family. The disciple acceptance banquet proceeded smoothly. After the ceremony concluded, Su Qing'an successfully took on her disciples. Master, we bow to you. Very well, disciples. No need for formalities. Su Qing'an smiled at the four most exceptional talents of the immortal ruins. Once she ascended to become the strongest in the immortal ruins and nurtured these disciples into top-tier powerhouses, she would become existence that none could hope to rival. After the disciple acceptance concluded, the gathering resumed its merriment, with guests indulging in food and drink while engaging in amiable conversations and social niceties. Su Xuanyu observed the head of the Nangong family and his sister chatting and drinking on the other side. Quietly, he approached Nangong Yun and softly said, Sister Yun. Just moments before, Nangong Yun had been sitting alone, lost in thought, her head bowed as she sipped her tea, devoid of her usual vibrancy. However, upon hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes brightened momentarily, and she forced a smile in his direction. Brother Su, it seems our relationship is growing closer, Su Xuanyu said, taking a seat beside her with a smile. MHM, indeed. Nangong Yun nodded with a smile, yet a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze. What is wrong? You don't seem very happy today, Su Xuanyu observed, immediately sensing her unease and expressing concern. Nangong Yun hesitated for a moment, then managed a strained smile. It's nothing. Really? If you have anything on your mind, you can share it with me. I'll see if I can help, Su Xuanyu replied earnestly, unwilling to see the woman he cherished troubled. Just as Nangong Yun was about to respond, a chillingly indifferent voice resonated from behind them. Yinner, are you unhappy? At the sound, Nangong Yun shuddered slightly and turned to see the speaker, Huang Fuqi. And no. Su Xuanyu furrowed his brow as he glanced at Huang Fuqi. Yun eh? At that moment, Huang Fuqi fixed his gaze on Su Xuanyu and remarked, You are the master's younger brother. Out of respect for him, I'll give you a warning. Keep your distance from Yinner. Feeling the icy intensity of Huang Fuqi's stare, Su Xuanyu's expression soured. He also noticed that Huang Fuqi deliberately showcased his cultivation level to him. Early stage Emperor Realm. This was the might of a prodigy. Su Xuanyi, Obasaving Huang Fuqi, who was of similar age yet had advanced a substantial realm ahead of him, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why should I distance myself from Sister Yin? He asked, suppressing his discomfort. Because Huang Fuqi was about to elaborate when suddenly a voice emanated from the gathering of top-tier powerhouses in the immortal ruins. It is rare to see so many old friends today. In the midst of such joyous occasions, I, alongside the venerable Huangfu, shall announce another delightful tidbit. My daughter, Nangong Yun, has become betrothed to our esteemed nephew, Huangfu Qi. Their wedding is to be held shortly. This connection serves to strengthen our familial ties. Su, my dear friend, you shall now be the mentor of these two young souls. Will you officiate the ceremony? The speaker was none other than the head of the Nangong family. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Qing'an momentarily froze, casting a hurried glance at her brother. With a nudge from Lin Qingxue, she regained her composure and smiled at the head of the Nangong family. Very well, I shall officiate this wedding. It is settled then. My esteemed friends, you must all attend. Nangong Yun lowered her head, her lips moving slightly. Su Xianyuan, on the other hand, appeared as if struck by lightning, lost in a daze. Huangfu Qi regarded Su Xianyuan with a look of disdain. This is the reason. Henceforth, Yin will be my woman. As the banquet concluded, the guests had all departed. Su Xianyuan quickly sought out his sister. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. His face was etched with urgency. Su Qing'an sighed and replied, I know what you wish to say. Sister, please assist me. I can sense that Mei Yun does not desire to marry him. Su Xuanyuan's eyes were bloodshot. Su Qing'an turned to her mentor. Lin Qingxue stepped forward, stating, Xianyuan, you are placing your sister in a difficult position, and besides, both families have consented to this union, which your sister cannot contest. But, there are no buts. You have grown. You must understand that certain matters are beyond your control. Do not put your sister in a precarious situation. Lin Qingxue spoke sternly. Su Xianyuan clenched his teeth, casting a glance at Lin Qingxue, then turned his unwavering gaze upon his sister. He remained silent, his eyes pleading. Yet, Su Qing'an's final response was a frown and a shake of her head. Xianyuan, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Lin Qingxue added, be sensible. Do not let matters of the heart impede your sister's ambitions. Furthermore, Nangong Yun may not be entirely opposed to Huangfu Qi. Su Xianyuan tightened his fists, his nails digging into his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Very well. He turned to leave, his demeanor forlorn. Su Qing'an watched her brother's sorrowful expression, her brow furrowing in concern. That night, as thunder rumbled, Su Qing'an was deep in her cultivation when news arrived that sent a shockwave through her. She swiftly exited the hall, flying with utmost haste in a single direction. Upon arriving at the Nangong residence, she was met with the sight of her brother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 69. Two versions of the story rain poured relentlessly from the heavens, and Su Xuanyu lay on the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, creating a scene of profound tragedy under the deluge. Su Qing'an, witnessing this heart-wrenching sight, found her mind momentarily paralyzed before rushing forward in a frenzy to channel her spiritual energy into her brother. Upon examination, her expression turned icy as she discovered that he still clung to life, yet his meridians were shattered, his dantian destroyed, and his cultivation obliterated. He had become a mere shell of his former self. Who would have done this? Su Qing'an's aura, reminiscent of an emperor, erupted violently, causing the surrounding structures to crumble into dust in an instant. She cast a cold gaze around her, and three figures stood nearby, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huangfu Qi. The Nangong patriarch's countenance was grim as he gripped his daughter's shoulders tightly. In response to Su Qing'an's inquiry, the Huangfu patriarch furrowed his brows, inhaled deeply, and spoke, Su Daoist, please do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Allow us to explain. Before his father could finish, Huangfu Qi stepped forward, his expression devoid of warmth. Master, it was I. The Huangfu patriarch shot a quick glance at his son, clicking his tongue in dismay, and in that moment, he began to warily observe Su Qing'an, aware that if she chose to strike, he would be powerless to intervene. After hastily administering a medicinal pill to Su Xuanyu, thereby ensuring his survival, Su Qing'an's chilling gaze turned toward her newly initiated disciple, her fists clenched tightly. At that moment, a murderous intent radiated from her, causing the rain to abruptly cease. An imperial halo materialized behind Su Qing'an as she prepared to act. However, at this critical juncture, a figure appeared beside her, extending a hand to halt her. Disciple, stand down. If you act, our plans will be ruined. Su Qing'an, hearing this voice in her mind, replied with a furious thought transmission. But my brother, listen to your master. I will handle this. You must remain calm. Those who aspire to greatness must not act impulsively. Furthermore, your brother is not dead yet. Lin Qingshue's voice resonated in Su Qing'an's mind. Perhaps the weight of Lin Qingshue's message restored Su Qing'an's rationality. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, and restrained her fury, continuing to channel her spiritual energy into him. Seeing Su Qing'an regain her composure, Lin Qingxue sighed in relief, then furrowed her brow as she addressed the three present. Esteemed friends, I require a satisfactory explanation. What transpired here? The Huangfu patriarch, sensing the tension ease, retracted some of his hostility and bowed slightly. Lin Taoist, allow me to elucidate the matter at hand. His words conveyed a sense of clarity and conviction. He recounted that Su Xuanyu, inebriated, had arrived at this location, sought out Nangong Yun, and professed his feelings, insisting on eloping with her. However, this scene was witnessed by Huang Fuqi, who intervened, and the inebriated Su Xuanyu, feeling emboldened, had attempted to attack Huang Fuqi. Ultimately, in a moment of helplessness, Huang Fuqi was compelled to act. Regrettably, due to youthful exuberance, he failed to exercise restraint, resulting in a regrettable outcome. Such is the nature of this affair. Indeed, my son lacked discernment in this instance, and he has erred in that regard. However, when it comes to matters of dignity, it is quite challenging for the young to maintain their composure. As for the veracity of my claims, fellow Taoist Lin may inquire of fellow Taoist Nangong. The head of the Huangfu family cast a glance at the head of the Nangong family, and a shared understanding flickered between their gazes. Fellow Taoist Lin, the situation is indeed as fellow Taoist Huangfu has described, stated the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an, having detected a trace of alcohol on her brother, furrowed her brows and quickly turned to Nangong Yun, inquiring in a low voice, Disciple, is the situation as it appears? At that moment, Nangong Yun stood as if frozen, her body trembling slightly. Only when Su Qing'an addressed her did she regain her senses. Casting a glance at her father, the head of the Nangong family gazed deeply at his daughter. Nangong Yun bit her lip, glanced at Su Xianyu. Her eyes still slightly red, but ultimately she made her decision, lowering her head and nodding twice. Yes. Su Qing'an fell silent, her heart brimming with unexpressed anger. Lin Qingshuo, regardless of the truth of the matter, deemed this the best outcome. Su Xianyu was unharmed, and if this were indeed the case, she feared not Su Qing'an's loss of rationality. Disciple, though Shao Qi has erred, Xuanyu has transgressed even more. Let us prioritize the greater good. We both require the support of their families at this juncture. Lin Qingshue's voice resonated in Su Qing'an's mind. Clenching her fists, Su Qing'an ultimately relaxed her grip. She relinquished her entire family and many sacrifices for the sake of a promising future. Master, I shall take my brother home. She lifted Su Xianyu and soared toward their abode. Lin Qingshuo completely relaxed. A day later, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Within an elegantly antiquated room, Su Xianyu struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally lifting his heavy eyelids. Little brother, Su Qing'an called out with concern. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his sister, he momentarily froze, but then a surge of anger-inducing memories flooded back, contorting his face in anguish. Yet soon after, a pall of bewilderment enveloped his features. What has happened to my cultivation? No, it cannot be. How could my cultivation be gone? At that moment, Su Qing'an was at a loss for words, merely grasping Su Xianyu's hand. Xianyu, please remain calm. Sister, what has happened to me? Your dantian and meridians have sustained damage. As she spoke, Su Qing'an quickly glanced at an elderly man with white hair standing nearby. The elder donned a green robe adorned with an image of an alchemical cauldron. He was indeed the most formidable alchemist in the Xinqiu realm. Fellow Taoist Chun, is there any possibility for my brother to regain his cultivation? The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before finally shaking his head. Su Daozu, please seek assistance from others, as I currently have no feasible solution. Alternatively, grant me some time to conduct thorough research. Now that my younger brother's health has stabilized, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyu was momentarily stunned, immobilized on the bed. Crippled. He had become crippled. However, this distressing thought did not linger long in his mind, as he swiftly recalled another matter. Sister, what of Yun? How is she? Is she unharmed? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. She is unharmed. As long as she is safe, that is all that matters. Su Xianyu felt a slight easing of his tension. Yet, in an instant, his emotions shifted violently, his visage contorted with rage. Huang Fuqi. Sister, is Huang Fuqi? Su Xianyu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly, embodying the very essence of deep-seated enmity. The humiliations he had endured the night prior echoed in his mind. He had consumed a bit of alcohol to muster his courage, sought out Nangong Yun, successfully declared his feelings, and prepared to elope with her. Yet, they had not ventured far before being overtaken by Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi's prowess surpassed that of both him and Nangong Yun, and Su Xianyu was swiftly subdued by a single blow. He could not forget the vile expression on Huang Fuqi's face as he demanded Su Xianyu kneel in exchange for their freedom. For the sake of their future, he chose to relinquish his dignity. Yet, even upon kneeling, Huang Fuqi reneged on his promise, insisting Su Xianyu humiliate himself further. He shattered his own pride, willing to do anything, but Huang Fuqi merely mocked him, reveling in the torment, declaring he would never permit their escape. In a fit of rage, Su Xianyu unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, striking Huang Fuqi, but this only served to incite Huang Fuqi's wrath further. Su Xianyu recounted his harrowing experience to his sister, his voice hoarse from the fervor of his cries. Su Qing'an, upon hearing a divergent version of events, fell silent. Xianyu, what I have heard contradicts your account. Su Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with bloodshot intensity. Sister, do you not believe me? His shock was palpable as he discerned skepticism etched upon his sister's face. Xianyu, did you consume alcohol last night? This single question rendered Su Xianyu utterly dazed. Chapter 70. Endless grievances left unspoken. I truly drank. But I only had a sip. Sister, you don't believe me? Su Xianyu gazed at Su Qing'an with incredulity, exclaiming, if you doubt me, you can ask Sister Yun. Su Qing'an let out a sigh. Extending her finger, under the convergence of spiritual energy, she invoked a mysterious technique, gently tapping Su Xianyu's forehead. See for yourself. A vivid scene unfolded in Su Xianyu's mind, revealing the events of the previous night as witnessed by Su Qing'an. Upon absorbing this memory, he felt as though struck by lightning, muttering in disbelief, impossible. How could Sister Yun? Sister, she must have been coerced. Xianyu, cease your words. Su Qing'an's emotions were exceedingly complex. Despite her unwavering faith in her brother, the consensus from others rendered her powerless to act, and she had to prioritize the greater good. Su Xianyu, observing Su Qing'an, felt an increasing sense of unfamiliarity in her demeanor, his eyes wide with shock. Sister, you. Just as Su Xianyu was about to speak further, several figures entered the room. Leading the way was Lin Qing, followed by three others, the head of the Nangong family, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huang Fuqi. Xianyu, how is your health? The head of the Nangong family inquired with genuine concern, approaching him as if he were his own son. Thank goodness, dear nephew, you are unharmed. Otherwise, it would have been a calamity. The head of the Huangfu family mirrored the Nangong patriarch's expression of worry, yet the moment he turned to Huang Fuqi, his demeanor shifted to one of cold reproach. Infidiadson, do you not come forth to apologize for your thoughtlessness? Xianyu, I am truly sorry for my lack of judgment. I hope you can forgive me. Huang Fuqi feigned seriousness, bowing deeply at Su Xianyu's bedside. Upon seeing Huang Fuqi, Su Xianyu's face contorted with rage. Huang Fuqi, I will kill you. Xianyu. Lin Qingshui's voice resonated powerfully. Su Xianyu was momentarily stunned by her tone. He exchanged a glance with Huang Fuqi, in which he perceived a glimmer of amusement and mockery in Huang Fuqi's eyes. as if to say, "You worthless fool, what can you do to me?" Su Xianyu fell silent, casting a glance at Lin Qingxue, then at the three from the Nangong family, before finally looking at his sister. When their eyes met, he noticed her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Where is Sister Yin? Where could she be? Suddenly, Su Xianyu recalled something and swiftly turned his gaze to the head of the Nangong family. As long as Sister Yun is here, she can validate my words. Xianyu, last night, Yun was deeply frightened and chose not to see you again, which is why she has not come this time. The head of the Nangong family cast a lingering gaze at Su Xianyu, shaking his head with a sigh. "Oh, my child, how could you let alcohol lead you astray? Nevertheless, I shall not burden you with this. Let us consider it as if the incident never occurred. By the way, here is a letter from Yun for you. Do take a look." The head of the Huangfu family remarked, "Su Daoyu, we shall not disturb Xianyu further. Let him rest well." Their visit was merely a formality. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. As they departed the room, Huang Fuqi turned back to glance at Su Xianyu once more. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and a slight smile graced his lips. Su Xianyu clenched his fist, swiftly opening the letter to read its contents. It was indeed in Nangong Yun's handwriting, yet the message within was utterly foreign to him. "I was drunk. I forced you to elope?" Su Xianyu felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and the letter slipped from his grasp. Falling to the ground, he lay helplessly on the bed, his gaze vacant. Why? Tears welled in the corners of his eyes, silently falling onto the wooden floor. Su Qing'an, observing her brother's state, felt a pang of distress, her fists tightening. Yet, her mentor's admonition echoed her mind. The greater good must prevail. "Sister, are you truly certain you will not avenge me?" Su Xianyu's vision blurred, and he did not turn to look at his sister, his voice choked like that of a child who has been wronged. Su Qing'an remained silent. Su Xianyu managed to smile, his tears flowing more profusely, before he wiped them away with determination. If it were second sister, she would undoubtedly believe me. She would seek vengeance for me. Su Qing'an gazed deeply at her brother, her expression laden with complexity. "Xianyu, it is not that I do not trust you. Rather, everything is of utmost importance to me now. You must endure for a while longer until I—" Before Su Qing'an could finish, Su Xianyu shook his head with a bitter smile, his spirit deflated. "Sister, please leave. I wish to be alone." Once more, silence enveloped them. After a lengthy pause, Su Qing'an stood up, saying, "I will arrange for someone to care for you. You must rest and recuperate at home." Su Xianyu remained speechless. Su Qing'an turned to leave, but just then, Su Xianyu suddenly spoke again. "He is still at the Qing'an Academy. Do not inform him of this. I do not wish to affect him." Su Qing'an acknowledged with a soft The room fell into an eerie silence. It was only broken by Su Xianyu's choked voice once more. Still lying on the bed, he suddenly pounded the bed frame with force, helplessly roaring into the void, until exhaustion finally silenced him. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within him. With no one to confide in, he hesitated for a long time, holding the communication jade slip, yet ultimately refrained from infusing it with spirit stones. Now, he lacked even the strength to channel energy into the slip. All he could do was invest spirit stones. In the end, he could not resist and inserted spirit stones into it. "Sister," in a courtyard far away in the magical realm, the sun had just risen, casting a bright light over the day, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Su Yuni was meticulously styling Lu Miao's hair, as they were to head to the Magic Willow Academy shortly. Why is there a transmission this early in the morning? Aunt, is it Uncle sending a message?" Lu Miao inquired. "Indeed, he must be thinking of you both," Su Yuni replied with a smile. It doesn't matter if he misses us. I still find him somewhat disagreeable," Lu Miao remarked. "Oh, your uncle is merely a bit abrasive with his words. He's quite a decent person at heart. Don't be angry with him, okay? Su Drini uget gen li. All right, for Aunt's sake, I shall reluctantly address him as uncle today," Lu Miao conceded. "Thank you, Miao, for being considerate." Su Yuni chuckled, feeling particularly cheerful as she continued to braid Lu Miao's hair, infusing it with spiritual energy before amplifying the sound of the transmission jade slip. What is the matter, little brother? Sister, I miss you. Su Xianyu's voice resonated, slightly hoarse yet controlled, revealing no further emotions. Why are you being so sentimental? Su Juini Juka then recalled her brother must have called to inquire about her husband. I conveyed your apologies to him last time. He doesn't seem to harbor much anger towards you, treating you like a child. I've always said your brother-in-law is magnanimous. You should take joy in that. Is that so? That's quite good. Su Suan Iu Ziplit. By the way, Meow Meow is right here. Do you have anything to say to her? Su Juini Pet. Uncle. At that moment, Lu Meow Meow fulfilled her promise and called out loudly to the transmission jade slip. Her tone, while tinged with a hint of pride, was genuine. Upon hearing her adorable call, Susuan Iu Momentia, since Lu Meow Meow turned one, she had not referred to him as uncle. Yet, that single utterance brought a smile to his lips, and he could no longer contain himself. Did you hear that? Meow Meow has finally acknowledged you as uncle. Remember to treat your brother-in-law well, and perhaps Meow Meow will fully accept you as her uncle. Su Yuni laughed. Indeed. As long as you refrain from mentioning my daddy, I might graciously continue to call you uncle. Lu Meow Meow tilted her head slightly, lifting her chin defiantly. Su Xianyu lay on his bed, unable to suppress the torrent of emotions and grievances that surged within him, and tears began to flow. Though he quickly covered his mouth, the sound of his sobs reached Su Yuni on the other end. Both Su Yuni and Lu Meow Meow were taken aback, exchanging glances. Su Yuni initially thought her brother was moved to tears, but upon further reflection, her expression shifted. Little brother, is something happening over there? Chapter 71. Upon learning of his brother-in-law's predicament, Su Xuanyu bit his hand, suppressing his emotions before finally stating, It's nothing, just hearing Meow Meow call me uncle touched me deeply. As one ages, one becomes increasingly sentimental. Su Yuni felt that something was amiss. Su Xuanyu continued, Meow Meow, I heard you've joined the academy over there. Make sure to hone your skills diligently. All right, uncle, you too. Lu Meow Meow seemed to sense something, her tone suddenly shifting to one of greater obedience. Su Xuanyu's emotions were once again stirred by Lu Meow Meow, and he hastily added, Second sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. His heart was heavy with grievances, yet he resolved to conceal them. He understood that if his sister were to learn of his situation, she would undoubtedly rush back. And given that she had already transformed her cultivation into demonic domain prowess, her return could invite unforeseen dangers. Far away in the demonic realm, Su Yuni furrowed her brow. She was now certain that her brother was hiding something. Meow Meow, will you manage the remaining hair? Yes, I can handle it myself. Very well. Su Yuni picked up the communication jade slip, but after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from contacting her brother directly. Instead, she hesitated briefly before reaching out to her sister. Hello? Su Qing'an, upon receiving her sister's message, paused for a moment, then recalled something, her expression slightly tense. Could it be that she has learned of the situation here? Su Yuni was about to inquire whether something had occurred with her brother, but the words caught in her throat. After a moment of reflection, she feigned seriousness. Sister, please tell me everything about Xuanyu. If her brother wished to keep something concealed, inquiring of her sister might not yield clear answers. Su Qing'an fell silent. So, you have learned something. Did the little brother confide in you? Su Qingding Sai. I just want to hear it from you. Su Juini Insi. Something truly has transpired. What could it possibly be? She was acutely aware of her brother's temperament. Even as a child, he had remained stoic, enduring pain without shedding a tear. What kind of grievance could provoke such behavior? Su Qing'an knitted her brows tightly. Do you want me to recount it all to you again? She assumed her sister had already grasped the situation and chastised her for inaction. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her patience, and replied solemnly, Answer me. Su Qing'an clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long while before finally revealing all she had witnessed the previous night. This matter is not as simple as you think, nor do I doubt our little brother. You must also be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Nangong and Huangfu families. If I were to intervene first, my strength would be insufficient. Secondly, Su Qing'an attempted to express her difficulties, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Yuni's sharp retort. Su Qing'an. Su Yunyi's eyes were already swollen with tears as she could no longer contain her anger and shouted. Merely hearing her sister recount her brother's ordeal from the previous night was enough to leave her breathless with fury. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. This was certainly not the result of drunken mischief. Moreover, she understood all too well why her sister was uttering such words. The reasons provided were far from genuine. It was not merely about punishment. It was about her sister's desire to prevent anything from tarnishing her own aspirations. He is your brother. If you do not trust him, who will? You have watched him grow up. How can you not know the kind of person he is? Furthermore, that Huangfu Qi is clearly far superior to him. He possesses the capability to render him unconscious. Why, then, has he left him in such a wretched state? Reflect on this. You already know the answer. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. At this point, Su Yunyi's voice had grown hoarse, and she suddenly realized something. Quickly halting her tirade to turn and look at Lu Miao, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. How could she let the child witness her in such a state? Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, she spoke gently. Miao, please go find your sister. Your aunt has some matters to attend to. Lu Miao stood quietly, resembling a startled bird, but after blinking, she nodded rapidly and trotted out of Su Yunyi's room. Miao was just beside her. How could she behave this way in front of the child? Be quiet. At that moment, Su Yunyi's disappointment in her sister reached its zenith. Su Qing'an, I am utterly disillusioned with you. I am your sister. Xuan Yu is your brother. Your husband was once the man you cherished most. And there are 3 children. You, for the sake of your grand plans, for your own prowess, you have forsaken everything. Very well. In your eyes, we can all be discarded, can we? Su Yunyi could no longer restrain her disappointment in her sister. All the words she had bottled up inside surged forth in a single breath. Su Qing'an, upon hearing her sister's scorn, felt an unfamiliarity wash over her. Is this truly the gentle and lovely sister she once knew? Su Qing'an, from this day forth, we are no longer your family. I will soon return to take our brother away. After all, to you, he is already a useless being. He holds no value for your grand designs anymore. I will spare no effort to help him regain his strength. Su Qing'an replied in a low voice. You need not feign sincerity any longer. After all, our brother has long wished to come here. If you still consider us your family, grant us our freedom. After Su Yunyi finished speaking, she severed the communication jade slip, no longer wishing to hear her sister's voice. Not a single word more. After venting her frustrations, she remained rooted in place, taking 3 breaths before finally releasing the pent-up tension. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths to regain her composure. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was resolutely determined. Little brother, I will return soon to bring you here. Wait for me. Su Yunyi communicated to her brother. Sister, I truly have nothing to say. Please do not return. Upon hearing these words, Su Xuanyu realized something and hurriedly intervened. If you utter another word, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Listen closely to me. Once you regain your composure, gather your belongings. Await my return. Su Yunyi spoke gunli, her tone reminiscent of a queen issuing an unequivocal decree, leaving her brother no opportunity for refusal. Su Xuanyu fell silent, his lips quivering. A sense of grievance washed over his face once more. The unconditional love from his elder sister rekindled a flicker of warmth in his once frigid heart. All right, do not weep. Wait for me. With that, Su Yunyi concluded the transmission, inhaled deeply, and after regaining her composure, exited the room. She was determined to return immediately. There would be no visit to the academy today. Brother-in-law, I. However, just as she stepped out, she noticed Lu Miao with her head lowered, seemingly conversing with Lu Qing'an. When their gazes met, her slightly damp eyes appeared to evade confrontation. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, turning his attention to Su Yunyi. Yunyi, let's converse. Chapter 72. The sudden fall of the Huangfu father and son outside, in front of the stone pavilion. What has happened to that boy? Lu Qing'an inquired with an air of indifference. Moments ago, he had observed his young daughter hastily exiting Su Yunyi's chamber, as if startled by some unseen terror. Thus, he called her forth to inquire earnestly. Upon questioning, it became evident that something had transpired with Su Xuanyu. Su Yuni had conveyed her distress to Su Qing'an, inadvertently alarming his daughter in the process. Su Yuni glanced back towards the room, where Lu Miao Miao was seen clinging to the doorframe, her head peering in with reddened eyes, as if she had committed some transgression. In that moment, Su Yuni felt a pang of guilt. How could she display such emotions in front of a child? It was clear she had frightened her. I truly apologize, brother-in-law. It was not my intention to frighten Miao Miao. Su Yuni expressed her remorse. It is of no consequence. That child has a resilient heart. Look at her. She seems to feel a bit guilty towards you now, Lu Qing'an reassured her. With her head bowed, Su Yuni's feelings of guilt intensified. Please, sit down and tell me what transpired, he urged gently. Su Yuni fidgeted with the hem of her garment, reluctant to burden Lu Qing'an further with her familial troubles. Brother-in-law, it's really nothing significant. I need to return to that place, although I am uncertain how long I will be gone. Her mastery of the demonic realm left her uncertain about her safe return. Yet, for her brother's sake, she must go back. What I dislike most about you is precisely this trait. I have stated before that I still consider you family, and Miao Miao has entrusted me to assist you. So, please, do not hesitate. Tell me what has happened, and I shall see if I can be of service. Lu Qing'an urged with gentle insistence. Su Yuni raised her gaze to meet the softness in Lu Qing'an's expression, then glanced at Lu Miao Miao, her grip on her garment tightening with anxiety. She understood that to better lead her brother away from the sorrowful realm of the immortal ruins, her current strength was insufficient. After listening to Su Yuni's account, Lu Qing'an remained silent, his features betraying no discernible emotion. Have you finished? He inquired. Su Yuni nodded, a bitter acknowledgement. Then you need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow him to recuperate there for a while. Once he has fully regained his strength and is capable of independent movement, he may come to this place on his own. For now, cast aside your worries and focus on your training at the academy, awaiting his arrival. This, without allowing Su Yuni to respond, Lu Qing'an interjected, will you heed my advice? Observing the resolute expression on Lu Qing'an's face, Su Yuni pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Her brother-in-law must have a plan in place. Very well, I shall make my way to the academy then. Indeed, ensure you communicate well with Miao Miao. The child is still in a rather unsettled state. Understood, Su Yuni replied as she proceeded towards the room. Once Su Yuni had departed, Xiao Qingyi, who had been feeding the fish by the pond, approached Lu Qing'an. Are you not going to take any action? Do you take pleasure in eavesdropping on others? Ahem, I happened to overhear. Are you planning to return to the immortal ruins? That lad's misfortune was a foregone conclusion, unrelated to me. He appeared indifferent. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an and chose to remain silent. Su Yuni subsequently took Lu Miao Miao and her companions to the academy, leaving only Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qing'an in the courtyard. Let us brew some tea. Bring forth your cherished tea leaves. Lu Qing'an remarked, observing Xiao Qingyi, who was gazing back at him with wide eyes. Xiao Qingyi replied, there remains but a final 2 tales of the demon god's mother tree tea leaves. With just the 2 of us partaking, would that not be somewhat wasteful? Perhaps we should wait until more people are gathered. No more nonsense. I will procure another pound for you when I have the chance. You said it yourself. Then I shall not be stingy. Xiao Qingyi chuckled and eagerly made his way to the house. However, when he emerged with the tea leaves, he discovered that Lu Qing'an was no longer seated in the stone pavilion. He shook his head with a smile, and within less than 10 breaths after finishing the tea brewing, Lu Qing'an reappeared at the stone pavilion. Where did you go? Xiao Qingyi inquired with a grin. I just stepped out for a moment. Oh, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Are you thirsty? Is the tea not ready yet? Here, drink up. This flavor. It cannot be from the top leaves of the demon god's mother tree. Can it? As long as there is something to drink, that suffices. I lack the power to procure the top leaves. If you wish, you may go and pick them yourself. Very well. I shall make a trip to gather them when I find the time, Lu Qing'an replied. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Demon Willow Academy, Su Yuni hesitated for a considerable time before sending a message to Su Xuanyu. Little brother, I may not be able to come and fetch you. My brother-in-law has advised that you should recuperate there for some time until you are fully recovered, and then you may come on your own. He mentioned that he is no longer angry with you, and seems to agree to your residing here. Is my brother-in-law truly not angry anymore? Indeed, focus on healing and refrain from dwelling on past matters. All right, I will take care to recover. If you wish to convey anything to your second sister, feel free to message me directly. I'm always available. Thank you, second sister. After concluding the communication, Su Xuanyu lay still on the bed, gazing at the communication jade slip in his hand, and his shattered heart seemed to mend slightly. There was nothing left in the immortal ruins that held his affection. Second sister, Meow Meow, brother-in-law. He took a deep breath and made his final decision. To heal properly, and when everything is restored, to find a way to venture to the demon realm. He struggled to rise, preparing to wash his face and erase the traces of tears. Just then, a sudden rush of piercing sounds echoed from above, as if several powerful beings were soaring at great speed towards the back mountain where his sister practiced. At that moment, in a grand hall, Su Qing'an, who had just managed to suppress her emotions and was ready to continue her cultivation, abruptly opened her eyes. The next instant, 10 figures appeared before the hall. The individuals who have arrived are all formidable beings of the Emperor realm, hailing from the Nangong and Huangfu families. Among them, 2 peak Emperor realm experts from the Nangong family are present. The head of the Nangong family bears a grim expression. Additionally, there is another peak Emperor realm expert from the Huangfu family, who has long been in seclusion. As this Huangfu family expert descends, he casts a cold and menacing gaze upon Su Qing'an, his intention to kill unmistakable. Su Qing'an, what have you done to our patriarch and young master? Upon witnessing the arrival of these 10 individuals, Su Qing'an frowns, sensing their aggressive demeanor as if they have come to seek retribution. Now, hearing these words, she is momentarily taken aback. What have I done to them? Chapter 73. Who is responsible? Su Qing'an furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that a significant event had transpired, one that involved both the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Qi. Yet, what could she possibly do regarding these 2 individuals? She had already endured the sight of her brother being grievously injured by Huangfu Qi. What did I possibly do to them? What is your purpose in coming here? The head of the Nangong family and his companions exchanged glances, observing Su Qing'an's apparent confusion, which caused their brows to furrow in concern. Was it possible that the head and son of the Huangfu family were not indeed incapacitated by Su Qing'an? At that moment, Lin Qingxue arrived hastily, landing in the Grand Hall. Having received intelligence about the situation, her expression was notably complex. Upon her arrival, she quickly focused her gaze on the head of the Nangong family and the peak Emperor realm expert from the Huangfu family, speaking in a grave tone. Gentlemen, I have learned the details of the situation. Please remain calm. It is not as straightforward as it appears. The peak Emperor realm expert from the Huangfu family, known as Huangfu Hongtian, fixed his gaze intently on Lin Qingxue upon her arrival, suspecting her possible involvement in the matter. Master, what has transpired? Su Qing'an inquired in a hushed tone. Lin Qingxue regarded Su Qing'an with a complex expression, uncertain of her disciple's current capabilities. Could it truly be that her disciple was not responsible? But if not her, then who could it be? My dear disciple, not long ago, Huangfu Daoist and his son Huangfu Qi were suddenly beset by an overwhelming pressure in their home, without a soul in sight. In an instant, their meridians were shattered, and their dantians exploded. Their cultivation was entirely obliterated, leaving them unconscious. Lin Qingxue recounted the intelligence she had gathered, her eyes filled with skepticism and confusion regarding Su Qing'an's potential to achieve such a terrifying feat. Could her disciple truly possess such formidable power? The reality was that her strength was already sufficient to overpower Lin Qingxue. To have 2 individuals rendered powerless in an instant was indeed horrifying. Initially, when she received this news, she had her doubts, but upon arriving here and witnessing Huangfu Hongtian's presence, the truth became evident. Su Qing'an was left in shock. As if struck by lightning, her mind blank. What? Is this even conceivable? I cannot comprehend it. Master, what are you saying? If it were merely Huangfu Qi, it would be one thing, but the head of the Huangfu family shares the same peak Emperor realm cultivation as you. Su Qing'an's brows knitted tightly, her doubts intensifying as she questioned whether she had misheard or if there was some misunderstanding at play. Wait, since neither of them has appeared, who can substantiate this claim? This is the crux of the issue. Lin Qingxue turned her gaze swiftly towards Huangfu Hongtian, stating, Daoist friend, I fully empathize with the sentiments of the Huangfu family at this moment. But consider this, my disciple is currently at the late stage of the Emperor realm, and as for my strength, you are well aware that it is comparable to yours. Huangfu Hongtian, in response to this query, found himself equally perplexed. Although Su Qing'an held a unique status, and her power could surpass those upon reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, she was still merely at the late stage of the Emperor realm now, a fact they could not overlook. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Xuanyu had recently been rendered powerless, a fate bestowed upon him by Huang Fuqi. Now that both Huang Fuqi and his father had also been stripped of their powers, Su Qing'an undoubtedly emerged as the prime suspect. As for how she accomplished this, he could only speculate. If not you, then who else could it be? Huangfu Hongtian declared solemnly. I refuse to believe that anyone could so easily incapacitate the head of the Huangfu family. I must see them for myself. Su Qingding et Galim, her skepticism palpable. Very well, then go and see for yourself. Thus, the group made their way to the Huangfu residence. Upon Su Qing'an's arrival before the father and son, she found them pallid and lying on their beds, barely clinging to life, their martial prowess dissipating like smoke. They appeared thoroughly incapacitated, more so than her brother. At least her brother could move the following day, but these two seemed gravely compromised. It was uncertain if they would ever regain their autonomy. She even noticed that Huang Fuqi's trousers had become soiled. Su Qing'an conducted a meticulous examination and confirmed that the identities of Huang Fuqi and his father were genuine, leaving her in silence. Lin Qingxue stood nearby, equally bewildered. Is this truly happening? Who could have orchestrated such a thing? Do you have anything further to say? Huangfu Hongtian ground his teeth in frustration. The most formidable head of the Huangfu family and the extraordinarily gifted Huang Fuqi had both been reduced to this state. The power of the Huangfu family in the immortal ruins would plummet to unfathomable depths. After a lengthy moment of confusion, Su Qing'an steeled herself. Do you believe I am behind this? Huangfu Hongtian replied gravely. Who else could it be but you? If I possessed such power, would you still dare to speak to me in this manner? Su Qing'an's gaze turned frigid. Huangfu Hongtian recoiled several steps, as did the head of the Nangong family and others, hastily distancing themselves from Su Qing'an and her disciple. There is no need for such fear. I assure you, I am not responsible for this. As for who is, I am currently unaware. Furthermore, if I held such strength, who in this immortal ruins could stand against me? Su Qing'an stated firmly. The members of the Nangong family exchanged glances. The father and son of the Huangfu family had been suddenly incapacitated within their own home. With Huangfu Hongtian nearby, and no signs of a struggle had occurred, the enemy's power was evidently terrifying. I advise you to allow them to recuperate in peace and refrain from wild conjectures. This incident is merely an act of retribution. I have heard an alternate version of event from my brother. At this, Su Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at the head of the Nangong family, who felt an instant chill and averted his gaze in haste. If Su Qing'an was indeed responsible, could he also face her vengeance? Huangfu Daoyu. I believe Su Daoyu's words to be quite valid. The head of the Nangong family gritted his teeth and quickly turned to Huangfu Hongtian in an attempt to provide comfort. After a prolonged silence, Huangfu Hongtian finally nodded. Very well. For now, I shall place my trust in you. I will tend to them diligently, and I hope you will assist in uncovering the perpetrator. Rest assured, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. Upon concluding her words, Su Qing'an immediately departed with her master, leaving Huangfu Hongtian and others standing silently in place. After the two disciples vacated the Huangfu residence and arrived at a desolate location, they halted mid-air. Standing opposite each other, they unexpectedly spoke in unison. Master, is this your doing? Disciple, is this your doing? Once they finished speaking, they simultaneously furrowed their brows. It seemed that neither was responsible for the situation. So, who could be the orchestrator behind this? Su Qing'an held her breath and swiftly scanned her surroundings. A sudden wave of suffocation washed over her. Could it be that someone was stealthily observing them from the shadows? The individual capable of such tactics possessed formidable strength. Being concealed nearby, it was likely that neither of them would be able to detect their presence. Chapter 74. Crying to Death. The brother-in-law is true love. The two return to the grand hall where Su Qing'an cultivated. Master, do you think there's a possibility that this is the doing of the eternal night demon emperor? Su Qingding Sudenli Inquit. She truly could not fathom who in the entire Qing'an continent possessed such power. The eternal night demon emperor remains the mightiest being on the Qing'an continent. I once witnessed the eternal night demon emperor slaying individuals near the boundary wall. His strength is indeed formidable. Perhaps without the boundary wall's influence, he could achieve such feats. Yet upon arriving here, he would undoubtedly be incapable of such actions. Lin Qingsno asserted emphatically. Is it possible that even the eternal night demon emperor cannot accomplish this? Are you implying that there is someone in the Qing'an continent who surpasses him in strength? Su Qing'an's eyes narrowed sharply at the suggestion. It is not beyond reason. Perhaps someone from the immortal ruins possesses strength comparable to the eternal night demon emperor, someone who has remained concealed. This incident appears to be instigated by your brother, Lin Qingsno remarked. She felt equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Wait, could it be him? Su Qing'an's expression remained composed as she uttered the word him, having entirely sealed off her feelings for him. Lin Qingsno, well aware of whom Su Qing'an referred to, scoffed derisively. Him? He is merely a peak emperor of the demon realm. When Lu Qing'an displayed his cultivation level last time, it was evident that he was only slightly stronger than me. In a confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps Lu Qing'an's strength is greater in the demon realm, yet here, his power is comparable to mine. If I cannot achieve something, how could he? He is not even worthy to compare to a single strand of the eternal night demon emperor's hair, let alone the notion of coming here to incapacitate a peak emperor. Lin Qingsno did not disguise her disdain and aversion towards Lu Qing'an. She still vividly recalled the day he threatened her, a moment that had startled her, and now, the thought of it left her feeling stifled. She longed to return to that day and teach the arrogant and ignorant Lu Qing'an a severe lesson. She was exceedingly certain that Lu Qing'an's strength was not particularly formidable. She possessed an ability that allowed her to gauge an opponent's true strength upon their demonstration. On that day, Lu Qing'an did not even possess half the power of the eternal night demon emperor. How could he effortlessly incapacitate a peak emperor? Then could it be the powerful beings from beyond the realms that you once mentioned, Master? Su Qing'an's gaze fluctuated uncertainly. Due to the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao, they cannot easily intervene and destroy beings from the lower realms, lest there be backlash. I believe it is highly improbable. After all, why would these powerful beings assist your brother? If all else fails, we should inquire with your brother. Lin Qingsno replied solemnly. This matter evidently pertained to Su Xuanyu. Perhaps Su Xuanyu knows something. Su Qing'an inhaled deeply and nodded. Although he was not the one who incapacitated Huang Fuqi and his son, her brother might find some solace upon hearing this news. Thus, the two proceeded to Su Xuanyu's chamber. Su Xuanyu lay on his bed when he suddenly heard someone approaching. Upon recognizing that it was Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, he promptly closed his eyes, feigning ignorance of their presence. Little brother, how was your health? Su Qing'an inquired with concern. Su Xuanyu remained silent, keeping his eyes shut. I am aware that you are still upset with me, but I have come to share some news. Just recently, the father and son of Huang Fuqi were mysteriously stripped of their powers. Su Xuanyu abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly turning his head, shocked as he gazed at his sister. What did you say? He doubted his own hearing. The situation of Huang Fuqi and his father is far worse than yours. Do you know what has transpired? Are you familiar with this mysterious individual? Lin Qingxue stared intently at Su Xuanyu, noticing that he was even more astonished than they were. It appeared he was equally oblivious to the events. The reason for Su Xuanyu's shock was that he clearly understood who was behind it all. Brother-in-law. My dear brother-in-law. His eyes reddened once more, guilt welling up within him. Just moments ago, He had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law thought it prudent to let the matter rest. Little did he know that he would swiftly take action against that scoundrel Huang Fu-chi, a task that even his own sister was reluctant to undertake. This brother-in-law, who had always been somewhat enigmatic, executed without hesitation. Well done indeed, Su Xuanyu shouted into the void, his vengeance finally avenged. Little brother, do not allow your emotions to overwhelm you. Do not further harm your health. Su Qing'an Uget, I do not require your concern. The one I ought to thank is the mysterious individual you speak of. Su Xuanyu shook off Su Qingying's hand. As for your questions, I know nothing. All I understand is that my own sister refused to assist me. Yet this mysterious person has come to my aid. I am weary. I wish to rest. Su Xuanyu's admiration for his brother-in-law had reached its zenith. He longed to rush to the demon realm, kneel before his brother-in-law, humbly apologize, and embrace him. Su Qingying furrowed her brows, observing her brother turning away, unwilling to face her, and seemingly unaware of any pertinent information. Ultimately, she departed with Lin Qingxue. Very well. Take care and rest. After confirming their departure, Su Xuanyu swiftly retrieved a communication jade slip, inserting spirit stones within. Moments later, the slip was activated. Second sister. Little brother, what is it? Su Yuni, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to cultivate in the time treasure, quickly inquired, fearing her brother had encountered yet another distressing incident. Just recently, the father and son of Huang Fuchi were unexpectedly incapacitated by a mysterious individual. They seemed utterly bewildered as to how it happened. Su Xuanyu exclaimed with excitement. Su Yuni was taken aback. Brother-in-law. The first thought that crossed her mind was of Lu Qing'an. However, the impression he had left her earlier suggested he was disinclined to intervene in such matters. Suddenly, she could not help but chuckle softly. I never anticipated that my brother-in-law possessed such an adorable side. He is truly the embodiment of a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. My dear brother, it must be that brother-in-law has returned for a brief visit. It has only been a short while. I suspect that when I arrived at the academy, my brother-in-law had already sought vengeance on your behalf. Su Yuni could sense her brother's current excitement and exhilaration, which reassured her greatly. Previously, upon hearing her brother's voice, she feared he might be contemplating despair, even considering an irreversible end to his own life. This was the very reason she yearned to return swiftly and bring her brother along. Now, everything seems to be unfolding according to her brother-in-law's meticulous plan. After avenging her brother, he has seemingly resolved a deep-seated emotional turmoil. I thought my brother-in-law was quite upset with me, but it turns out he genuinely cares. I'm on the verge of tears. Alas, my own sister is unwilling to seek vengeance for me, yet my brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu felt a complex mix of joy and sorrow, but predominantly, he was filled with a yearning for the future. Though he had been cast aside and betrayed by the woman he cherished, he glimpsed a radiant future ahead. This incident clearly illustrates that his brother-in-law harbors no anger towards him. He is indeed willing to assist in avenging him. This means that he will eventually be able to venture into the demon realm and reunite with his brother-in-law. At last, he can truly connect with his idol, whom he has adored since childhood. Dear brother, let us not dwell on the matters concerning our elder sister. She has her own choices and paths to tread. From now on, let's focus on living our own lives well. Su Yuni took a deep breath, having made her decision. Henceforth, may we find peace in our respective lives. Very well. I shall heed the counsel of my second sister. After I recuperate for a while longer, I will find a way to join you there. Chapter 75. Guiding my daughter in swordsmanship as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the azure tiles and filtering through the bamboo. The tranquil courtyard was adorned with fallen leaves, while the bamboo curtains billowed gently in the evening breeze. It was once again twilight. In front of the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat together, savoring tea and admiring the bamboo, indulging in this serene pastime throughout the day. Lu Qing had been preoccupied with thoughts of his child all day, contemplating a stroll to the academy, yet he ultimately chose to remain at home, believing it essential for his child to learn independence and cultivate friendships. Suddenly, the sound of teleportation echoed, and a flicker of joy illuminated Lu Qing'an's serene visage. "Father, Meow Meow is back." The adorable little sprite darted through the waning sunlight like a gust of wind, racing towards Lu Qing'an. With a warm smile, he stepped forward, lifting Lu Meow Meow high into the air. Meow Meow, have you broken through several levels of cultivation today?" Giggle. "I have also mastered a new movement technique. Did you see how swift I was just now? Indeed, you are truly my daughter. Come, give her father a kiss." Tilting his face, Lu Qing'an received a peck from Lu Meow Meow, who puckered her lips and exclaimed, "Mua, I gave you a big kiss. Are you satisfied, father?" Kita satisfia. Later, I shall ask Grandpa Xiao to prepare a delightful feast to reward you for your diligent training today. "Oh yay, you are the best, father." Xiao Qingyi chimed in. "What does Meow Meow wish to eat tonight? Perhaps some barbecue?" "Absolutely. By the way, father, hasn't Tian Shui returned yet?" Lu Meow Meow glanced toward the house, her little brows furrowing upon noticing the absence of Shui Tianfei. "Aunt Shui likely has much to attend to. She may be delayed. However, she did send someone to deliver delicious treats for you. They're inside." "All right, then I shall go enjoy the goodies Aunt Shui bought for me." With that, Lu Meow Meow leaped to her feet and dashed towards the house like a whirlwind. Her proficiency in movement gave the impression that she had cultivated for centuries. Remarkable. Meow Meow's talent is truly exceptional. Is such agility truly attainable at her age? Indeed, a prodigious father begets a prodigious daughter. Xiao Qingyi mused, shaking his head in admiration. "What do you mean by prodigious?" "Do refrain from such remarks," Lu Qing'an retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. "Father," at that moment, Lu Zixuan gracefully approached, deftly avoiding the gaps between the bricks, and greeted them with a sweet smile. How was your day at the academy?" Noticing that his eldest daughter had not experienced a breakthrough in cultivation, he presumed she had spent the day overcoming challenges and honing her combat capabilities. "Though I did not elevate my cultivation, I gained immensely. I feel a greater mastery over my current abilities, and my combat strength has improved significantly. Most importantly, I acquired a particularly impressive sword technique from Muronghua. Father, could you please offer us some guidance in our training? Ideally, we could practice it tonight." Lu Zixuan produced a weathered book, her face alight with anticipation. The title inscribed upon the cover read, "The Sword of Elegance." Upon hearing Muronghua's name and the term impressive, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched, revealing his complex emotions. "He has imparted a sword technique to you?" "Yes. Muronghua is simply wonderful. Not only is he handsome, but he is also exceptionally kind. I truly wish to cultivate with her every day," Lu Zixuan said with a smile, glancing at Sun Minzi. Sun Minzi wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Zixuan's words, nodding affirmatively. Lu Qing'an interjected, "Every day together. Oh no, it seems the time has come for women to no longer be kept." Clearing his throat, he added, "Do ask him when he is free to come over for a meal." Lu Qing'an secretly entertained the thought of visiting the academy to see just how charming Muronghua truly was. However, upon reflecting on such an act, he felt a surge of foolishness and quickly dismissed the idea. "All right, I shall ask her next time." Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. "Very well. Let me take a look at this sword technique." Just as Lu Qing'an was about to retrieve the book on swordsmanship, a figure appeared from the sky. The newcomer was none other than his disciple, Li Tsangxuan. "Master." Li Tsangxuan had completed his tasks at the Demon Palace and, with nothing else to occupy him, had come here hoping to join for another meal. The last time he dined with his master, despite the presence of many strangers, he felt an immense joy. "Well, your brother Xian has arrived. Let him instruct you," Lu Qing'an said to Li Tsangxuan. "Little Xuanzi, please guide your sister Zixuan in her sword techniques." Sword techniques? All right. Li Tsangxuan responded. "Great. Brother Xian, take a look at this sword technique," Lu Zixuan said, smiling as she moved closer. Once Li Tsangxuan arrived, he naturally assumed the role of instructor, leading Lu Zixuan and the others to the horizon for their sword practice. At that moment, Su Yuni, who had been standing nearby for quite some time, finally saw that there were no other people around Lu Qing'an. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she stepped forward and called out, "Brother-in-law." Lu Qing'an nodded back with a smile. "Brother-in-law, My brother has already informed me of today's events. Thank you for helping him vent his frustrations. Gratitude shone in Su Yuni's eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi shook his head with a smile. Knowing that this young man had indeed returned to the immortal ruins to assist his brother-in-law in seeking revenge, he remained as protective as ever. Initially, he and Lu Qing'an did not share such a close relationship. They were even rivals, divided by differing ideals, yet not quite enemies. Xiao Qingyi often found himself outmatched by Lu Qing'an, who had bested him time and again, leaving him feeling quite bullied. This dynamic persisted for a long while, and it was uncertain if Lu Qing'an considered him merely a source of amusement, as he frequently sought to challenge him. It was not until one fateful day, when he faced oppression from an organization and found himself in a deadly ambush, that he discovered those he had deemed friends did not come to his aid. Instead, it was Lu Qing'an who stepped forward. The words Lu Qing'an spoke that day remained etched in his memory. What level are you that you dare to bully the same person as me? From that moment onward, Xiao Qingyi completely submitted to Lu Qing'an and began to approach him more willingly, ultimately forming the bond they shared today. Now, witnessing Lu Qing'an's actions reminded him of those bygone days, and he couldn't help but marvel how swiftly time passes. Lu Qing'an, in response to Su Yuni's gratitude, feigned indifference and remarked, "I do not comprehend your words. They bear no relevance to me." Su Yi Juka Sopti. Recognizing that her brother-in-law was indeed, as she had perceived, tough on the outside, yet tender at heart. How endearing. Well then, I shall carry my gratitude with me. Brother-in-law, I will return to my room to continue my training and formations. She was determined to grow stronger. With her younger brother having lost his cultivation, it was imperative that she took good care of him and aspired to become the most formidable formation master as soon as possible. Go ahead. Lu Qing'an replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Qingyi observed the lightness in Su Yuni's step as she walked away and turned to Lu Qing'an with a grin. You remain unchanged. You are clearly kind to those around you, yet refuse to acknowledge it. Lu Qing'an shot him a glance and retorted, that is of no concern to you. Hurry and prepare ingredients for the barbecue for my daughter. Haha, I shall do just that, Xiao Qingyi replied, choosing not to say more, genuinely pleased. Lu Qing'an shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, and then made his way inside to play with his younger daughter. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Zixuan and the others returned to the courtyard. Father, I have mastered the sword technique. Brother Xian is truly remarkable, far superior to the academy instructors. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The teaching prowess was indeed exceptional. Li Tsongxuan, having received numerous praises from Lu Zixuan, felt a hint of shyness as he lowered his gaze upon hearing this once more. Do not be misled by Brother Xian's social skills. His talent in cultivation surpasses even that of your father. Teaching you such a sword technique is but a trifle, Lu Qing'an remarked, giving Li Tsongxuan a pat on the shoulder in commendation. Master, I am merely adequate. How could I possibly compare to you? Li Tsongxuan blushed slightly at Lu Qing'an's praise. Lu Qing'an chuckled softly and turned to his daughter, saying, Now, demonstrate for me. Let me see what you have learned. Lu Zixuan and her companion nodded eagerly, soaring into the sky to showcase their skills. After a series of maneuvers, they descended back to the ground. Father, what do you think? Lu Zixuan asked with anticipation. Lu Qing'an stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before responding, Not bad. However, this sword technique could use some refinement. Allow me to demonstrate once, and how much you learn will depend on your own talents. Wow, Father, you can perform it just by observing? Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Qing'an smiled without a word and ascended into the air. Li Tsongxuan, gazing at his idol soaring above, remarked, Sister Zixuan, observe closely and see what true invincible genius looks like. If I possessed even half of Master S talent, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 76. A sword shocking the 9 provinces. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi's eyes brightened, their full attention captured. Su Juini, who had just returned to the room to accompany Lu Miao Miao, emerged with her, both gazing skyward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had ascended to the heavens. standing in the void with hands clasped behind his back, his garments undisturbed. With his eyes half closed, the world around him suddenly dimmed. He unleashed his sword intent, effortlessly sealing off a radius of 1,000 miles, preventing the complete collapse of this area's void with a single strike. At that moment, the setting sun appeared blood red. It was instantly shattered by the intangible sword intent he released, transforming into a sky filled with crimson sparks. The entire courtyard seemed to descend into a realm of swords. The green bamboo silently disintegrated into dust, and fallen leaves froze mid-air, sculpted by the sword energy into countless minuscule sword shapes. Behold, he chuckled softly, raising his hand lightly, his fingertips poised like a sword. A frost-white sword mark materialized in the air before his finger, and with a forward swipe, a flash of sword light streaked past. Initially resembling a wisp of silk, this sword light swiftly tore through the heavens. Following its passage, it drew together all the sword lights within this domain. Thousands of sword shadows converging from all corners of the universe, grinding forward into the void. Where the sword light passed, the space cracked like glass, revealing the surging chaotic currents behind it. Even more astonishing was the sound of the sword, which concealed the dragon's roar. Each strand of dissipating sword energy transformed into translucent dragon shadows, spiraling and roaring, tearing the cloud sea into a vortex. As the sword's momentum subsided, the myriad of fragmented leaves suddenly quivered, shooting upwards towards the sky, effortlessly spelling out the characters for elegance at an altitude of 10,000 feet. Lingering long in the air, sword intent transformed into spirit. All of heaven and earth became one with the sword. Li Zhangshuan murmured to himself, his eyes radiating an ominous starlight. Powerful, incredibly invincible. Lu Zixuan stared in disbelief at her trembling hands. That sword strike was something she could never hope to master in her lifetime. Father, you overestimate me too much. Sun Minzi and Su Yuni were equally awestruck, gaining a profound understanding of invincibility in that moment. Wow, Father is so incredibly handsome. Lu Miao, unlike everyone else, was the only one present capable of speaking normally. Simultaneously, in various directions of the demon realm, in the centers of grand cities, deep in mountain forests, and at the ends of the Dead Sea, formidable beings, whether seated, standing, or reclining, abruptly lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Each looked in different directions, unable to pinpoint the source, yet feeling an overwhelming dread emanating from within, leaving them all astounded. One intimidating pressure. Who could it be? Who is battling? This terrifying sensation surpasses even that of the eternal night demon emperor. Who? Who could possess such terrifying power within the demon realm? Damn it! I knew the outside world was fraught with danger. I thought that having reached this level of cultivation, I could rival the eternal night demon emperor and finally stop hiding away to train. It seems I must endure for a while longer. In a secluded canyon deep within the wilderness, an atmosphere thick with ominous energy prevailed. Yet, amidst this desolation, there stood an altar encircled by blood, upon which a group of formidable emperors sat, their terrifying auras palpable. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, difficult to quantify at a glance. As one, they unveiled their crimson glowing eyes, revealing an unexpected brilliance within their narrow gazes. This was power not belonging to the Qing'an continent. One among them spoke in a deep voice. Above the courtyard, after displaying his understanding of the elegant sword technique, Lu Qing'an condensed his sword domain with a mere thought. In the next moment, the space he had just shattered rapidly restored to its original state under the influence of his demonic energy. He descended back into the courtyard and smiled at his eldest daughter, Zixuan. Can you discern the primary difference between my sword and yours? Lu Zixuan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Father, how am I to answer? My sword technique seemed like a child's play. The distinction lies in the infusion of sword intent. However, you are still too inexperienced to comprehend sword intent in its entirety. Yet, you can learn some rudimentary concepts to integrate into your swordsmanship. Allow me to awaken that potential within you. Lu Qing'an approached his daughter and gently tapped her forehead. In the next instant, Lu Zixuan began to levitate, enveloped by a sphere of energy, her eyes closing as she entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. Moments later, she opened her eyes wide, a unique aura radiating from her being. "Father, what is this?" Lu Zixuan exclaimed, feeling a connection to a special realm. As she raised her hands, an extraordinary energy manifested, exuding a sense of purity and clarity. This is the intent you have comprehended, although it diverges significantly from sword intent. If you incorporate this essence into your sword technique, its power can be greatly enhanced, Lu Qing'an explained with a smile. "Really? Let me try." Lu Zixuan, brimming with excitement, soared into the sky, drawing forth her divine weapon to once again execute the sword technique. Upon completion, she distinctly felt an increase in its potency. Not only did the techniques appear more elegant, but their power had more than doubled. "Wow, truly," Lu Zixuan exclaimed, exhilarated beyond measure. Witnessing his daughter's success on her first attempt, Lu Qing'an felt an even greater satisfaction with her innate talent. Truly, she was his daughter. He then turned his attention to Sun Minzi, beckoning her to step forward. Before long, Sun Minzi also experienced an enhancement, although her progress was slightly slower than Lu Zixuan's. After several attempts with the elegant sword technique, she fully grasped it. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, this talent was still exceptional. Those who earned his recognition for their abilities were few even within the entire demon realm. "Master, during our last battle, you didn't even utilize a fraction of your strength, did you?" Li Gunshuan interjecta. Lu Qing'an chuckled, patting Li Songshuan's shoulder. "You are already quite formidable. My circumstances are unique and differ from yours." He possesses a systematic approach, and within his sea of consciousness lies a cultivation level 1,000,000 times greater, rendering any challenger but a mere junior. Thus, there exists no basis for comparison. "Very well. If only you are stronger than I can accept that." Li Gunshuan shuklat. "Now, let us prepare for dinner." Lu Qing'an placed an arm around his disciple's shoulder and led him indoors. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together, followed by a gathering filled with laughter and conversation that lasted until the late hours of the night. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi made their way towards classroom. As they reached the entrance, they spotted a striking short-haired woman standing there. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances and approached her with smiles. However, before they could reach her, a group of women approached the short-haired girl. "Huajia, why have you suddenly stopped practicing with us?" One asked. "Hua, I noticed you've been teaming up with some unknown individuals. Have you forsaken your sisters?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, I've never seen those two before. They seem lacking in strength. They don't belong to any prominent faction. So what can you possibly gain by associating with them?" Faced with the incessant inquiries of the women, Muronghua frowned slightly. At that moment, among the group, a particularly elegant lady suddenly gestured for silence. The others fell silent at once. Zhanya gazed intently at Muronghua and said softly, "Ahua, our families have been on good terms for generations, with countless business collaborations. We have been friends since childhood. How can you abandon our training for two newly acquainted wild women? Spending time with them will yield no improvement for you. Aya, please do not speak of them in such a manner. They are quite delightful. We can all play together, truly. I have learned so much while encountering challenges alongside them." Muronghua replied, "How can you defend those wild women?" Zhanya retorted dramatically, clutching her chest as if about to weep. "Muronghua, who is calling whom wild?" At that moment, Lu Zixuan stepped forward. Chapter 77. A weapon that stunned the companions as Zhanya and her companions observed Lu Zixuan and her friend approaching. They immediately regarded them as formidable adversaries, casting them a collective glare filled with hostility. Muronghua, upon noticing Lu Zixuan and her companion, managed a bittersweet smile and said, "Zixuan, Minzi, my apologies. These are my friends, and they may harbor some misunderstandings towards you." Lu Zixuan, seeing Muronghua's attempt to ease the tension, chose to extend her courtesy and refrain from continuing the verbal sparring with Zhanya. "We are not wild women. We have only recently joined the academy. I am Lu Zixuan, and this is my dear sister, Sun Minzi." Lu Zixuan turned toward Zhanya and her group, attempting to introduce herself. Zhanya furrowed her brows as she scrutinized Lu Zixuan, retorting, "Recently joined the academy? Who are you trying to deceive? The enrollment period has long since passed. The next assessment will not be until 3 years hence." "Yeah, but I truly don't recall having seen them in the academy," a woman whispered into Zhanya's ear. Thus, the presence of these two was indeed puzzling. Zhanya, clearly swept up in her emotions, found it difficult to regard Lu Zixuan and her companion favorably. "Pray tell, from which faction do you hail?" she inquired, genuinely intrigued about how these two had appeared in the academy. With their level of cultivation and such exquisite beauty, they should not have gone unnoticed. Yet, Lu Zixuan's claim of having recently joined the academy was simply implausible. Even the Duga Demon Emperor could not breach the academy's regulations to suddenly allow 2 new students to enroll. "We belong to no faction," Lu Zixuan replied. "Ah, so you are solitary cultivators," Zhanya remarked, a hint of condescension in her tone. "One could say that." Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement. "Enough of this contentious dialogue. I implore you to give me some grace. We all share similar cultivation levels and are peers of the same age. Engaging in mutual exchange of insights can only yield benefits for all." Muronghua interjected hastily, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. To her, whether Lu Zixuan and her companion hail from a prestigious faction was of little consequence. During their joint challenges, she found them to be remarkably capable, wholly trustworthy to rely upon, and far more harmonious than her interactions with her local friends. This was precisely why she had been consistently teaming up with Lu Zixuan and her companion. Moreover, Lu Zixuan and her companion exhibited commendable character and integrity, prompting Muronghua to delight in forging a friendship with them. Lu Zixuan, wishing to alleviate any burden from Muronghua, turned to Zhanya and said, "We truly have only recently joined the academy, and we harbor no ill will towards you. If permissible, we could train together and exchange experiences." She recalled her father's advice. Upon entering the academy, it was wise to broaden one's circle of acquaintances. Therefore, she resolved to make an effort to befriend Zhanya and her companions. Whether it would be successful remained uncertain, but she had taken the initiative to reach out. "Indeed, our cultivation levels are comparable, both at the harmonization stage, and your talent is somewhat acceptable. Yet, have you ever heard the saying? One should not force themselves into circles that do not welcome them. As mere solitary cultivators, how can you hope to befriend the daughters of prominent families such as ours?" Zhanya's face was etched with disdain. "Indeed, behold, this is the exquisite sword my father has bestowed upon me. You shall never attain such a prestigious blade in your lifetime, shall you?" Suddenly, a woman behind Zhang produced a mid-grade sword of the 10th rank. Emanating a palpable aura of demonic energy, its hilt adorned with precious gems, exuding an air of opulence. The other women gazed at Lu Zixuan and her companion as one would observe a jester, their expressions revealing envy for such a remarkable sword. Muronghua wore a peculiar expression, for she was acutely aware that both Lu Zixuan and her companion possessed swords of the highest caliber, crafted with unparalleled mastery. During their trials, they had wielded these extraordinary weapons, which bore a distinct aura, unmistakably forged by an exceptionally skilled artisan. "Oh, this is your lifetime, not ours, Min Zi. Allow them to broaden their horizons," Lu Zixuan remarked with a smile, producing the sword gifted to her by Wang Duanshan. She refrained from revealing her father's sword, choosing to withhold it for a more critical moment, lest it attract undue attention. Sun Minzi nodded with a grin and retrieved the sword that Lu Zixuan had previously given her. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. The young ladies widened their eyes, fixated on the exquisite swords in Lu Zixuan's hands. "Impossible," Fang Ye exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Could it be that this is a forgery? Is this not genuine?" Lu Zixuan inquired. How does it resemble the craftsmanship of our realm's most formidable artisan, Wang Duanshan?" A woman behind Zhanya gasped. This revelation left Muronghua in shock. Wang Duanshan? No wonder. She had suspected that the creator of these swords was no ordinary craftsman. The reason the speaking woman recognized the craftsmanship as belonging to Wang Duanshan was that her father had been fortunate enough to acquire a sword forged by him, which he proudly displayed daily. As his daughter, she had seen it countless times, thus recognizing the distinctly unique style of forging. Zhang Yi shared this realization. Her earlier exclamation stemmed from her recognition of the swords as the handiwork of the most powerful artisan in the demon domain, Wang Duanshan. Lu Zixuan turned to the woman who had spoken, surprised. Your discernment is rather keen. Indeed, these swords were crafted by Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. How could she refer to Wang Duanshan in such an intimate manner? What was her identity? Zixuan, are you quite familiar with Elder Wang Duanshan? Mu Ronghua, equally astonished, inquired eagerly. Lu Zixuan replied, well, I wouldn't say we are very close. We've merely crossed paths a few times. After Elder Wang visited our courtyard, he appeared before us several times, subsequently working with He Hong in the nearby crafting chamber. They seemed to be immersed in their work, as if they would not emerge until every weapon was completed. I thought you were truly well acquainted. Is it not merely a superficial embellishment? And to address him as grandfather Wang directly, Zhang Yi clenched her teeth and remarked. Yet, upon gazing at the swords in their hands, she felt a genuine envy. Refrain from such remarks. Mu Ronghua frowned. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and inquired, pray tell, how did you acquire these exquisite swords? They were gifted by Grandfather Wang, Lu Zixuan replied. A chorus of incredulous voices arose. Oh my, a gift? Why not mention that Senior Wang Duanshan presented a plethora of sword for you to choose from, and you, instead, brazenly accepted them? Zhang Yi, amused yet exasperated, transformed entirely, embodying the essence of a lemon, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She remained unclear about the origins of the swords that Lu Zixuan and her companion possessed, but she was certain that their claims were fabricated. There was a high probability that some elder behind them had expended considerable resources to enlist Wang Duanshan's expertise in weapon crafting. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but blink her beautiful eyes and said, coincidentally, it aligns perfectly with what you just mentioned. A collective silence ensued. Chapter 78. Bringing a group of classmates home, Sun Minzi observed Zhang Yi and her companions gazing at Lu Zixuan with expressions akin to disbelief reserved for a deceiver. She shook her head, recalling vividly the events of that day, which indeed aligned closely with Zhang Yi's narrative. Ahua, did you see that? This person is nothing but a vessel of lies. Are you certain you wish to associate with someone like her? Zhang Yi turned to Mu Ronghua, seizing the opportunity to cast doubt, her tone sincere, as though she feared Mu Ronghua might be ensnared by deception. At this moment, Mu Ronghua appeared somewhat embarrassed. Zixuan, this does seem a bit. Do you believe I am lying? Then how do you explain the origins of our two magnificent swords? Lu Zixuan retorted. Surely it is merely a stroke of luck, an acquisition of exquisite refining materials, which you begged Elder Wang Duanshan to forge for you. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding your possession of these swords, it does not absolve you of the reality that you are steeped in falsehoods. Zhang Yi asserted, her voice firm. Lu Zixuan shrugged nonchalantly. Think as you wish. Perhaps this is simply a case of differing paths that do not intersect. She turned her attention solely to Mu Ronghua. Do you believe in me? Her desire to integrate into Zhang Yi's circle flickered within her, for her father had advised her to cultivate friendships. Yet, it seemed that such aspirations were now futile. Mu Ronghua remained uncertain how to respond. A hint of disbelief lingered within her. She chose to steer the conversation away from the contentious topic. Let us refrain from discussing this. The lecture is commencing. We should proceed inside. Wait. We have plenty of time before the lecture begins. Let us converse a bit longer. Zhang Yi seized a rare opportunity to reveal Lu Zixuan's true nature to Mu Ronghua, unwilling to relinquish her chance. If they could not discuss the swords gifted by Wang Duanshan, they could certainly delve into Lu Zixuan's exaggerated claims. Referring to the elder as Grandpa Wang, you just claimed that you're not well acquainted with Elder Wang Duanshan, having only met him a few times. Yet you refer to him as Grandpa. Will you not provide a more satisfactory explanation? Mu Ronghua's brow furrowed in discontent. She found Zhang Yi's line of questioning rather discomforting. Must you truly press her so? Because my father is quite close with Grandpa Wang, Lu Zixuan replied with serene composure. Is that so? Who is your father? Zhang Yi inquired with a scoff. That would be Wang Duanshan. Lu Zixuan declared. Throughout the demon realm, no one dared to disregard him. Even the academy's headmaster, or the renowned demon Emperor Dagu, would find it challenging to persuade Wang Duanshan to assist in forging without offering terms that satisfied him. Moreover, Lu Zixuan had never heard of Wang Duanshan being particularly close to anyone. He was famously reticent in his interactions. Lu Zixuan almost revealed that her father was the eternal night demon emperor, but caught herself just in time. She remembered her father's counsel to avoid mentioning her lineage unless absolutely necessary during her time at the academy. At that moment, she had not grasped the reasoning behind it. But Sun Minzi had provided clarity. Her father had slain many formidable foes in the demon realm, and while these adversaries could not exact revenge upon him, the knowledge of her being the daughter of the eternal night demon emperor might provoke them into seeking her out. Lu Zixuan cast a glance at those present, uncertain if any of Zhangya's elders had fallen victim to her father. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "My father is a rogue cultivator. You would not have heard of him. To think that Senior Wang Duanshan has forged a close relationship with a rogue cultivator. How amusing. You do not even know his temperament. Yet you boast so grandly here. Truly shameless." Zhangya burst into laughter, quickly igniting giggles among the other young women. Muronghua felt increasingly awkward. Lu Zixuan continued, "What temperament does Grandfather Wang possess?" This esteemed Senior Wang Duanshan cares solely for artifact crafting. He has devoted his entire life to this pursuit and has no friends. In his eyes, it is nothing but crafting devoid of human affairs. Others find it exceedingly difficult to interact with him, even when my father sought his assistance. If he did not present sufficiently intriguing materials, he would coldly dismiss him. To claim that your father is friends with him is utterly ridiculous. Zhangya regarded Lu Zixuan as one might a jester. Lu Zixuan retorted, "You probably have never even met him, yet I find Grandfather Wang to be quite amiable, with a kind smile and a warm disposition." Sun Minzi, hearing this, forced a smile that betrayed her discomfort. "Zixuan, while what you said earlier might have been misguided, there is some truth in it. Senior Wang Duanshan is indeed quite eccentric. He only appears gentle in the presence of your father and you." Zhangya's laughter grew louder upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words. Muronghua could no longer remain silent and sighed. "Zixuan, perhaps it is best to stop now. The lecture is beginning. Since you do not believe me, I shall not bother to prove anything. The treasured sword is in my possession. Feel free to let your imaginations run wild." Lu Zixuan, unfazed by Zhangya's thoughts, turned her attention to Muronghua. "Ahua, my father has asked me to invite you home for a meal. I wonder if you are free after school?" She surmised her father's intentions. He likely wished to ascertain the character of her new friend. In her eyes, Muronghua was quite commendable, deserving of a deepening friendship. Muronghua paused momentarily. "Dinner?" Lu Zixuan nodded. "I do have time, but why does your father wish to meet me?" Muronghua inquired, puzzled. "I have very few friends here in the demon realm. Minzi is one, and you are the second. He simply wants to meet my friend." "Very well, I can make a visit." Muronghua did not refuse. As the Magic Willow Academy conducts thorough investigations into the family backgrounds of all students, a simple notification to her father would suffice. Furthermore, she possessed a remarkably powerful protective talisman, ensuring her father could swiftly come to her aid should her life be threatened. "Ahua, how can you go home with someone you've only just met?" "Fangang defected anxiously." "I trust Zixuan," Muronghua replied firmly. "Then take me with you." "Fangang insisted." "And us too." The other young women chimed in eagerly. Their curiosity about Lu Zixuan's family was palpable. Among the various thoughts, particularly that of Zhangya, there lies a desire to unmask Lu Zixuan's deception. Lu Zixuan cast a glance at Zhangya and her companions, pondering the idea of bringing back a larger group, which seemed harmless enough. However, she felt the need to consult her father. "I shall inquire with my father," she thought. Taking out a communication jade slip, she posed a question and received an affirmative response. My father agreed. Upon receiving this news, her father appeared somewhat astonished, even inquiring how she had made such a multitude of friends. "Splendid. It is settled then." Zhangya fixed her gaze upon Lu Zixuan, saying, "Little girl, just wait and see. I am curious to observe your father's reaction." A mere rogue cultivator should have heard of my father's name. At that moment, I shall introduce myself before him and witness the expression on his face. Simultaneously, in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an tucked away the communication jade slip, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Wang Duanshan and He Hong sat before Lu Qing'an, observing his rare display of joy. Wang Duanshan inquired with a smile, "What good fortune has befallen you?" Lu Qing'an replied with a grin, "Zixuan has expressed the desire to bring a group of friends home for dinner. I never anticipated she would be so adept at socializing. In just a few days, she has made so many acquaintances, surpassing even my own social prowess as her father. My friends here in the demon realm are quite limited, nearly all of them being those I have subdued. Oh, then I must prepare some small gifts for Zixuan's friends," Wang Duanshan remarked. His return to the courtyard was prompted by the completion of the task that he and He Hong had undertaken for Lu Qing'an, having successfully refined all the treasures. Lu Qing'an surveyed the various treasures laid out on the table, remarking, "The weapons and armor crafted this time are quite impressive. When the children return, we shall equip them." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze was drawn to a piece of armor meticulously customized for his eldest daughter, noticing some slight asymmetry. "Old Wang, this section is not quite right. Please rectify it promptly. It must be entirely symmetrical, or else my daughter will feel discomfort when wearing it." "Really? You were able to discern that?" "Truly, you are a discerning father," Wang Duanshan replied. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 79. Manifesting Glory Before Others at the Magic Willow Academy. The instructor entered the classroom, where Lu Zixuan and her companions were seated in a row. The instructor, known as Murong Shan, was an elderly gentleman and, coincidentally, an elder from the Murong family. "Ahua, do you know this instructor, Murong Shan?" Lu Zixuan inquired. Sitting beside her, Murong Hua smiled and replied, "Indeed, he is an elder from our Murong family." "How fortuitous!" Lu Zixuan responded with a smile. "This lesson will focus on a particular sword technique, known as the Wind and Elegance sword technique, which is the only sword method we are permitted to share outside our clan. This technique is suitable for all sword cultivators and is quite fundamental. If you're interested in learning, you may come to me for the mental cultivation method. Of course, even if you choose not to learn it, you can still gain some insights from my explanation of this sword technique," Murong Shan said, stroking his beard with a smile. Upon hearing this, a group of students eagerly raised their hands to request the mental cultivation method. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how coincidental it was, as they had just mastered this sword technique the previous night. "By the way, Zixuan, Minzi, did you look into this sword technique after returning home?" Murong Hua asked with a smile. Zhanya furrowed her brow and remarked, "Ahua, did you also give them the sword technique?" "Our family has been sharing this sword technique with outsiders," Murong Hua nodded. To enhance their reputation, their family had continuously disseminated this sword technique. Today, the Murong family enjoyed a commendable reputation, partly due to the external spread of this technique. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, "With the guidance of an elder brother last night, we successfully practiced it, and with my father's assistance in refining it, I now possess my own understanding of this sword technique." She felt that this technique suited her exceptionally well, and she was grateful to Murong Hua for providing it to her. Murong Hua was taken aback for quite some time. "Huh? You succeeded in your practice? Are you certain?" She blinked in disbelief. This sword technique was not particularly difficult, only moderately challenging when she practiced it. It took her about half a month to grasp it, and she had not even mastered it to perfection, let alone developed her own understanding. Her talent had already been deemed exceptionally top tier by her family. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi nodded with serious expressions, seeing that they did not appear to be lying. Murong Hua fell silent. "Is it truly so astonishing? You really know how to boast." Zhanya could no longer contain herself. "You succeeded in just one night of practice? Do you think you would die if you weren't exaggerating?" Not only Zhanya, but several girls seated beside her cast disdainful glances at Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi. They had truly taken boasting to an extreme, to the point of not needing a draft. All of them had received this sword technique from Murong Hua and had attempted to practice it. It took them at least a month to master even the basics. Even with the guidance of family elders, it was the same. Muronghua felt that the two had no need to lie, as the truth could easily be discerned. Zixuan, what level of cultivation does the elder brother who instructed you possess? Muronghua pondered for a moment before asking. Perhaps the mentor of the two possesses an extraordinary ability to guide them, and furthermore, has cultivated the martial art of the Murong family to its utmost pinnacle. Lu Zixuan chuckled, the peak of the Emperor realm. Oh, that explains it. Wait, are you certain it's your brother? Muronghua nodded, initially feeling her guess was correct. But upon further reflection, something seemed amiss. A peak Emperor realm expert should not merely be her brother. Her father is also a peak Emperor realm expert. Yet he is considerably older, having fathered a daughter at such a late stage in life, which is indeed rare. In the demon domain, it is uncommon for a peak Emperor realm expert to be of tender years. Lu Zixuan replied, my father instructed me to address him thus. He is my father's disciple, so our standings are equivalent. Muronghua blinked in astonishment. Your father's disciple? Then your father is rather formidable. His disciples are already at the peak of the Emperor realm? Who exactly is your father? You're exaggerating. Is that really necessary? Zhanya couldn't help but interject. Lu Zixuan chose to ignore Zhanya, casting her a disdainful glance. What am I exaggerating about? Which of my words is untrue? If I were to tell you that my father is the eternal night demon emperor, wouldn't you think I've lost my senses? This piqued Muronghua's curiosity further. Once we finish our class, let's visit your home. She was increasingly intrigued by Lu Zixuan's father. Now, she began to feel that Lu Zixuan's earlier statements were not mere fabrications. A peak Emperor realm expert, alongside a disciple of the same caliber, could indeed have ties with Wang Duanshan. Ayya, are you enchanted? You can't possibly believe her. Zhanya exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. What kind of intoxicating elixir has she been fed? All right, I shall commence the explanation of this sword technique. By the way, to provide you with a more intuitive understanding of this swordplay, Xiaohua, please come up and demonstrate it. Murongshan, standing at the podium, announced with a smile. Hearing her name called, Muronghua quickly rose to her feet. All right. She then turned to Lu Zixuan and the others, saying, please refrain from chattering. Wait for my return. Lu Zixuan nodded. However, at that moment, Zhanya sprang to her feet. Grandfather Murong, this student claims she mastered the Fenghua sword technique overnight. Let her demonstrate it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhanya stood boldly, her eyes glinting with mischief as she pointed directly at Lu Zixuan. As her words echoed, all eyes in the room turned towards Lu Zixuan. The girl seated beside Zhanya exchanged knowing smiles. It seems Sister Yi is quite clever. Lu Zixuan is about to face embarrassment, claiming she mastered the Fenghua sword technique overnight, and even asserts she has her own interpretation. How dare she? Let's see how she justifies this. Muronghua regarded Lu Zixuan. Her own curiosity piqued about whether Lu Zixuan had indeed succeeded in mastering the technique. Under the collective gaze, Lu Zixuan remained unperturbed, standing calmly with a confident gleam in her eyes. Very well, I shall proceed. Murongshan initially believed that Zhanya and her companions were merely jesting, but as the night progressed, he witnessed the successful mastery of a sword technique, which was no trivial matter, particularly given that it was the esteemed Murong family's renowned style. However, when he saw Lu Zixuan truly stand up, his confusion grew. Was this not a jest? Wait, perhaps it was indeed a playful ruse. This young lady must have practiced their elegant sword technique for quite some time, and now she was merely seeking to showcase her talents before an audience, reveling in the limelight. It was unexpected that a girl would also delight in such displays. Very well then. Murongshan smiled and shook his head, recognizing the camaraderie between Lu Zixuan and Muronghua. He decided to indulge in their playful antics. Lu Zixuan nodded and leapt from her seat, arriving at the martial demonstration area on the platform. Instructor, shall I perform right here? She inquired. Murongshan calmly nodded in affirmation. Lu Zixuan surveyed her surroundings. The space was ample, yet if she were to wield a top-tier sword, it might damage the structure. Contemplating this, the image of her father from the previous night surfaced in her mind, and a smile graced her lips as she began to emulate him. In the next instant, she felt a surge within her, an energy radiating outward as she extended her hand, her fingers becoming a sword. With a swift motion, she slashed. Whoosh! The air around her transformed into a torrent of sword chi, converging towards the main blade's energy, slicing through the void ahead with a resounding crackle. This sword technique was not only visually striking, but also exemplified the beauty of symmetry, revealing no flaws whatsoever. After executing the move, Lu Zixuan exhaled, satisfied. Was that acceptable, instructor? She turned to Murong Shan, who remained speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Zixuan sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the classroom. Turning around, she saw Murong Hua and Zhangya, along with others, staring in disbelief, their mouths agape. The hall was enveloped in silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Chapter 80. Returning home after a series of rapid blinks, Murong Shan finally regained his composure. His excitement palpable as he eagerly inquired, "Esteemed student, from whom did you learn this sword technique? Is it truly an adaptation of our Murong family's elegant swordplay? The level of your skill seems to have ascended remarkably." He was certain that a woman at the combined body realm could not possibly possess the capability to modify such a technique. There must be an exceptionally formidable master behind her guiding her. Upon being questioned thus, Lu Zixuan briefly pondered, her eyes darting before she replied, "Instructor, this swordplay was taught to me by my elder brother and my father." She had already mentioned this to Zhangya and Murong Hua, so it made little difference whether she spoke of it again. As long as she refrained from revealing her father's imperial title, she would not encounter significant issues. How do your brother and father refer to themselves? Murong Shan inquired swiftly. The alteration of their family's swordplay was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Should she secure the consent of Lu Zixuan's brother and father to share this modified technique with the Murong family, it would enhance their reputation. Lu Zixuan shook her head decisively, stating, "My father has instructed me not to mention his title in public, so I am afraid I cannot satisfy your curiosity, esteemed instructor." Murong Shan furrowed his brows, but replied gently, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter further after class. You may return for now." Lu Zixuan nodded and returned to her companions, Murong Hua and the others. Upon sitting down, she noticed that they had all turned to her, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Zixuan, what you said earlier was indeed true." Murong Hua was the first to exclaim, her heart nearly skipping a beat from the awe inspired by Lu Zixuan's earlier display. That strike was no longer merely the Murong family's elegant swordplay. It was an extraordinary version of it. Lu Zixuan responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Murong Hua swallowed hard, her anticipation growing as she yearned to visit Lu Zixuan's home and meet her father and his disciple. She wondered if she too could receive guidance from such a powerful figure and elevate her mastery of the elegant swordplay to that remarkable level. At that moment, Zhangya and the other young women fell silent, no longer daring to speak ill of Lu Zixuan, especially Zhangya, whose cheeks burned as though she had been struck. Yet, she dismissed the discomfort, her mind racing with thoughts. If what Lu Zixuan claimed about the swordplay was genuine, then what are the other statements made earlier? It must be that the swordplay was real and the previous assertions were mere fabrications. She shook her head, resolute in her thoughts. It was highly likely that Lu Zixuan's father was indeed a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm. As for the claim regarding her father's disciple also being a peak powerhouse, surely that was false. The individual who guided Lu Zixuan in mastering this swordplay was likely her father. A father with such formidable prowess was within her reach. As for that treasured sword, it must be that Lu Zixuan's father possessed unique materials that enabled Wang Duanshan to forge the sword. Indeed, that must be the case. Since you have agreed to let us accompany you, I am determined to unveil all your deceptions. At this moment, Zhangya's thoughts were entirely influenced by her own pride, a manifestation of a child's defiance. The class swiftly passed. After it concluded, Murong Shan summoned Lu Zixuan and Murong Hua to a secluded area devoid of other students, expressing his desire to meet Lu Zixuan's father. Upon learning that Murong Hua would be visiting Lu Zixuan's home afterwards, he immediately abandoned the notion, transmitting a few instructions to Murong Hua before departing with a smile to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, after their class, Lu Zixuan and her companions began to form teams to tackle challenges. Zhanya and her group observed Lu Zixuan's trio continuing their collaborative efforts at the tower, frowning in contemplation. Sisteria, could it be that everything Lu Zixuan said is true? One of her companions remarked. Zhanya shot a glance at the speaker and replied sternly, "Humph. I refuse to believe it until I witness her family situation with my own eyes. Regardless, we will have the opportunity to visit her home soon. We shall assess the situation then and investigate. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do so at her home?" One person chuckled wryly. What is inappropriate about it? Her father is likely a peak emperor-level expert. My father is also at the peak emperor level. What do I have to fear? Just follow my lead. Time passed quietly. As dusk approached, Lu Zixuan and her companions exited the Beast Tower ahead of schedule. I can't believe you both have cultivated the Fenghua sword technique to this level. You are truly remarkable. We are on the verge of reaching the 6th challenge. Muronghua gazed at Lu Zixuan and her companion with envy. She was astonished to discover that Sun Minzi could also wield the unique Fenghua sword technique, leaving her momentarily speechless. With their newfound strength, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi easily overcame challenges that had previously posed difficulties. Ahwa, when we return home later, I will see if my father can offer you some guidance, Lu Zixuan whispered. She had already come to regard Muronghua as a close friend and wanted to inquire if her father could provide her with some pointers. Really? Muronghua exclaimed in delight. Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. Just then, Zhanya and her group hurried over. Have you finished? When will you take us to your home? Zhanya fixed her gaze on Lu Zixuan, demanding an answer. Lu Zixuan replied, right now, but I need to wait for 2 people. She contacted her sister and aunt via thought transmission and began leading Muronghua and the others towards the time-traveling portal near the magical willow. Upon her arrival, Su Yuni happened to emerge from the temporal artifact. Aunt, Lu Zixuan called out, waving. Aunt, the group of girls turned to look at Su Yuni, who was strikingly beautiful and possessed the strength of a holy king. Oh, Zixuan, are these your friends from the academy? Su Yuni inquired, noticing the lively young women standing behind Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, your aunt is so beautiful, Muronghua transmitted. Lu Zixuan smiled. Of course my aunt is beautiful. Aunt, this is Muronghua, whom Minzi and I have mentioned, along with these friends of Ahua, who will be joining us for dinner shortly. Is this Muronghua? Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. She had imagined Muronghua to be a striking young man, but instead, she found herself before a young woman. Greetings, esteemed senior. Muronghua smiled and bowed. Hello, hello, Su Yuni responded with a nod, only to notice that Zhanya and the others did not return her greeting, leaving her slightly surprised. It appeared that the dynamics were somewhat amiss. Sister, aunt. Just then, the voice of Lu Miao Miao echoed from a distance. Lu Miao Miao approached with the swiftness of a gust of wind, stopping before Lu Zixuan and the others, a large candied hawthorn stick in her hand. Tilting her head as she regarded Muronghua and the others beside Lu Zixuan. Sister, who are they? Lu Zixuan introduced, this is my younger sister. Wow, Zixuan, your sister is so adorable. Muronghua's eyes sparkled as if she had spotted a delightful doll. Sister, you are quite lovely as well, Lu Miao Miao replied with a smile, flattered by the compliment. Well, it's just all right, Zhanya muttered at that moment. How could Lu Zixuan have such a charming sister? Why was that? Upon hearing Zhanya's comment, Lu Miao Miao pouted, about to respond, when a faint voice of a little boy reached her ears from behind. Big sister, where are you? Lu Miao Miao urged. Sister, we should hurry back. With that, she activated the teleportation array with her identity token, causing a shimmering portal to appear before her, and she swiftly dashed inside, as if evading some calamity. Su Yuni quickly followed Lu Miao Miao into the portal. Lu Zixuan glanced at Muronghua and the others, who were witnessing the peculiar teleportation array, and said, let's go inside. It will take us to my home. Zhanya, lost in thought, found herself entering the portal without realizing how she got there. Just as the portal was closing, she heard a familiar voice from behind. Cousin? It sounded like her cousiness' voice. In a whirl of motion, the environment around them transformed instantaneously. Lu Miao Miao appeared in front of the courtyard. exhaling a sigh of relief. That little chubby boy was so bothersome. He insisted on calling her big sister. She muttered under her breath, then dashed into the courtyard. Father, Meow Meow is back. Chapter 81. A bustling scene. Lu Qing'an was seated near the entrance when he heard his youngest daughter's voice. His eyes brightened, and a paternal smile graced his face. Rising to his feet, a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze as he pondered the appearance of Muronghua. However, upon noticing the group of radiant young women accompanying his eldest daughter, his brow furrowed slightly. Wait, why are they all girls? Where's Muronghua? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his attention shifted to the Muronghua closest to his daughter. Could it be that the girl is using a boy's name? Daddy, hug me. Lu Meow Meow transformed into a streak of black wind, swiftly appearing before Lu Qing'an. He chuckled as he lifted Lu Meow Meow into his embrace, then turned to his eldest daughter. Dad, I brought my friends back, Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Brother-in-law, Su Yuni chimed in. Lu Qing'an nodded with a warm smile. At this moment, Muronghua and her companions were enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. They were still reeling from the extraordinary means by which they had been transported here. What kind of teleportation array is this? It exists within the Academy. The Academy can facilitate transport even before the temporal willow. Most importantly, they had just heard Lu Zixuan mention that they were in the Demon City. The journey from the Demon Willow Academy to the Demon City is quite extensive. What level of teleportation array could achieve such a distance in an instant? What kind of array master could set up such a formation? They had learned that even the most powerful array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao, could not create a teleportation array capable of such a distance. Once they began to recover from their shock, their gazes gradually turned towards Lu Qing'an. Upon seeing him, they were once again struck dumb. How handsome! Wait, you actually have such a handsome father. In the demon realm, there exists a peculiar phenomenon where the higher one's cultivation, the more ordinary or even unattractive their appearance tends to be, possibly due to the absorption of demonic energy or the rigorous training methods they employed. It is challenging to alter this aspect of one's appearance through any means. Yet, Lu Qing'an's striking visage was indeed astonishing to them. Is he truly a peak Emperor Realm expert? And so youthful? Muronghua quickly sent a message to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, is this really your father? Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile, replying, Do we not resemble each other? Muronghua examined them closely. Their features indeed bore a striking resemblance. No wonder Lu Zixuan is so beautiful. I can only imagine her mother must be equally enchanting. After all, Lu Zixuan's aunt is quite stunning as well. However, as she approached Lu Qing'an alongside Lu Zixuan, she was taken aback to find that he did not exude a formidable aura, nor did he emit any demonic energy. Huh? It cannot be. Muronghua's expression appeared somewhat dazed. The formidable aura emanating from her father, a being of the Emperor realm, often left her feeling breathless whenever she drew near. Despite being a peak Emperor realm powerhouse, she felt no sense of overwhelming strength from Lu Qing'an. He seemed far too ordinary and gentle. The same sentiment resonated with Zhanya and the other women. After a series of astonished reactions, they discovered that Lu Qing'an lacked that extraordinary sense of power, which instantly brightened their eyes. They had uncovered the flaw in the deception. I knew it. Now your lies have been unveiled. Zhanya cast a glance at Lu Zixuan, a smug satisfaction rising within her. However, she refrained from questioning Lu Zixuan immediately, for she was currently in Lu Zixuan's home. Moreover, they were in Magic City, and being dismissed would mean a lengthy journey back. She would endure a meal here, and once they returned to the academy tomorrow, she would mercilessly ridicule Lu Zixuan. Zhanya exchanged glances with the other women, their expressions revealing a shared understanding of their thoughts at that moment. Father, this is Muronghua. They are friends of Ahua. Lu Zixuan stepped forward, smiling as she introduced them. So, you're Muronghua. Indeed, you match my daughter's description perfectly. Lu Qing'an observed Muronghua with great satisfaction. As long as she isn't a blonde. Greetings, esteemed elder. Although Muronghua could not sense any formidable aura from Lu Qing'an, she chose to trust Lu Zixuan. Perhaps there was a special reason for this. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, then noticed that the group of women behind Murong Hua had not greeted him. These little ones, could it be? Please come in. My old friend has stepped out to prepare ingredients and will return shortly to cook for you. Without further thought, Lu Qing'an ushered them inside. Upon entering, the group was surprised to find someone already seated within. He Hong, a mid-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Haha, are you all friends of Zishuan? Come, have a seat. He Hong welcomed them with a smile. Lu Zishuan introduced Murong Hua, saying, Ahua, this is Grandpa He, a good friend of my father. Murong Hua quickly greeted him, calling out Grandpa He. Zhang and the other women observed He Hong's cultivation level, smirking inwardly. Only a beginner in the Emperor Realm. If a friend's cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the Emperor Realm, then Lu Zishuan's father cannot be too formidable. Just as they contemplated this, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Luo Danhong. Lu Qing'an, anticipating a gathering for a delightful meal that night, had conveniently invited Luo Danhong, who was nearby training. The moment Luo Danhong arrived, Murong Hua and the others instantly focused their attention on her. So beautiful. Wait, that aura of cultivation, peak Emperor Realm. With such beauty and strength appearing here, could she possibly be Lu Zishuan's mother? Upon witnessing this, Murong Hua felt her assumptions solidifying. This must surely be the mother of Lu Zishuan. If that is the case, then Lu Zishuan's father is indeed a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. Otherwise, how could his wife be so formidable? Ah, so many people. Luo Danhong remarked with a smile upon seeing a group of young women enter the room. This is Senior Luo Danhong. Lu Zishuan introduced with a smile. Senior Luo Danhong? Murong Hua was taken aback. You address her as senior? Isn't she your mother? Master, Su Yuni smiled and said. Luo Danhong nodded, then turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an with a smile. You called for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? She had just been practicing formations when she suddenly received Lu Qing'an's message, prompting her arrival. Lu Qing'an replied calmly. It is rare to have so many people tonight. Let's dine together. Oh, that sounds fine. Luo Danhong nodded with a smile, her demeanor appearing respectful and courteous. Yet for Murong Hua and Zhang, this display of reverence from Luo Danhong felt like a bolt from the blue, crashing down upon them and leaving them utterly astounded. No. You? A peak Emperor Realm powerhouse is actually speaking so respectfully to Lu Zishuan's father. Chapter 82. The world has gone mad. Zhang exchanged glances with her companions, a cacophony of madness resonating in their minds. Is this a deception? It cannot be. Are we merely witnessing a performance? This indeed emanates the aura of a peak Emperor-level cultivator. It resembles the essence of my grandfather. Yet, how could she converse with him in such a manner? Zhang began to realize the complexity of the situation, momentarily transcending the bounds of her comprehension. Could it be that Lu Zishuan's seemingly unassuming father is, in fact, an immensely formidable being? This cannot be. A peak emperor should possess comparable strength, and such a demeanor is incongruous during communication. Furthermore, just moments ago, Su Yuni referred to this woman as master, suggesting that her status should exceed that of Lu Zishuan's father. This is illogical. A performance? Indeed, it must be so. Where there are inconsistencies, there lies a deeper issue. At that moment, Murong Hua was equally bewildered, yet instead of spiraling into confusion, she directly transmitted a message to Lu Zishuan, inquiring about the situation. Zishuan, is this not your mother? Why does she speak to your father in such a manner? This is rather peculiar. Upon being asked about her mother, Lu Zishuan's eyes dimmed slightly, her voice tinged with bitterness as she replied, She is certainly not my mother. This is my aunt's master. The circumstances are somewhat intricate. I shall explain later. Is that so? Murong Hua pondered for a moment before asking. When will your mother return? She now felt a keen curiosity about Lu Zishuan's mother-esque strength. My mother, she is far away, preoccupied with certain matters, so she will not be coming here. Lu Zishuan wished to avoid deception and refrain from elaborating on her mother. Very well. Please take a seat. Do not remain standing. Lu Qing'an noticed the group of children still on their feet and gestured for them to sit, before heading towards Xiao Qingyi's room to fetch the tea leaves of the demon god's mother tree that Xiao Qingyi had concealed, intending to entertain his daughter's friends. Brother-in-law, allow me to brew it. Su Yunyi stepped forward with a smile. Lu Qing'an nodded, as he had matters to discuss with his daughter's companions. I see that your talents are quite remarkable. You must hail from a formidable faction within the demon realm, correct? Moronghua respectfully addressed him. Esteemed elder. I hail from the Morong family. And you? Lu Qing'an glanced at Zhanya and her friends. Zhanya and the others exchanged glances once more. Upon noticing Luo Danhong seated nearby, they felt a wave of pressure, causing them to become somewhat reserved in front of Lu Qing'an. The Li family. The Zhang family. The ancient demon mansion. Lu Qing'an had little impression of the other families, but upon hearing the mention of the ancient demon mansion, he smiled and remarked, You come from the ancient demon mansion? How fortuitous. What has become of that individual from your faction? What was his name? Ah, yes, Emperor Suanzi. Cough, Emperor Suanzi, how fares he now? He had struck this individual on 2 occasions, thus leaving a faint impression, particularly remembering the nickname he had assigned. Do you know my grandfather? Inquired the woman named Lu Huijun, her voice tinged with surprise. Ah, your grandfather? How is he faring now? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Years ago, he experienced a significant collapse of his Dao heart and secluded himself for an extended period. Lu Huijun's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Oh, Lu Qing'an responded, his demeanor becoming peculiar. Could it possibly be related to me? Father, do you know her grandfather? Lu Zixuan interjected. Lu Qing'an, wishing to sidestep the topic, considering he might be the adversary responsible for Lu Huijun's grandfather's Dao heart collapse, found it awkward to continue. Nevertheless, he could only respond succinctly to his eldest daughter's inquiry. There is a slight connection. May I inquire how you are addressed, senior? I have heard from Zixuan that your disciples are all peak emperor-level experts, so you must also possess peak emperor cultivation, correct? What is your imperial title? Lu Huijun directly posed her question, eschewing the guessing games of Zhanya and the others. Since the conversation had ventured this far, she deemed it best to inquire directly. Observing the collective gaze of the young women fixated upon him, Lu Qing'an felt there was no need for concealment. He could manage the situation later to ensure their silence. Just as he prepared to speak, a hearty laughter erupted from outside. The children have arrived. Xiao Qingyi appeared at the doorway, smiling as he entered. Upon his arrival, the attention of Zhanya and the others shifted entirely to him. The aura of cultivation emanating from Xiao Qingyi was exceptionally solid and intimidating, even slightly surpassing that of Luo Danhong, who was stronger primarily due to her mastery of formations. This is Emperor Thundercloud. Moronghua and Zhanya, both well-versed individuals, recognized Xiao Qingyi immediately, having seen him frequently within the circles of formidable beings in the demon domain. Oh, quite a gathering. Fortunately, I foresaw this and prepared ample provisions. Xiao Qingyi remarked with a grin. We have encountered Emperor Thundercloud. Moronghua and the others rose swiftly, bowing respectfully. They had not met Luo Danhong, who, despite her peak emperor-level prowess, was likely to have only recently ascended to that realm in their estimation. However, Xiao Qingyi was different. He was the renowned Emperor Thundercloud, a top-tier powerhouse in the demon domain, rumored to be a close friend of the Evernight Demon Emperor. Such a formidable figure commanded their utmost respect. Quite polite, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Grandfather Xiao, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Miao Miao approached him with a smile, tilting her head in inquiry. Whatever Miao Miao wishes to eat, I shall prepare. Xiao Qingyi affectionately ruffled Lu Miao Miao's hair. Witnessing this interaction, Zhanya and the others widened their eyes in astonishment at the endearing manner in which Xiao Qingyi treated Lu Miao Miao and at her address towards him. Grandfather Xiao? Wait a moment. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's father is the son of the majestic Emperor Lei Xiao? In other words, Lu Zixuan is the granddaughter of Xiao Qingyi? Zhanya blinked, her eyes reflecting a dazed expression, her lips twitching. She never imagined that she was the granddaughter of Emperor Lei Xiao. No wonder she could enlist a formidable figure like Wang Duanshan to forge a sword. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Zixuan introduced. This is my father's dear friend, Xiao Qingyi. I believe you all know Grandpa Xiao. Turning to Xiao Qingyi, she added, This is Moronghua, and these are all friends of Ahua. Xiao Qingyi smiled and nodded, saying, There is no need for formalities. They're all friends of Zishuan. So please consider this place your home. Have a seat. At this, Zhanya and Muronghua were momentarily taken aback. Your father's friend. It was at this moment that their gazes swiftly shifted to Lu Qing'an. Truly, a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm. To befriend Emperor Lei Xiao, combined with Luo Danhong's earlier display, was enough to substantiate everything. Wait, this aroma, Xiao Qingyi's gentle smile, did not last long, as it suddenly froze. My tea leaves. How could they all be brewed? Xiao Qingyi widened his eyes, staring at Su Yuni. When he left, he had mentioned that Lu Qing'an could brew some tea from the Divine Mother Tree to entertain guests, but he never indicated it should all be consumed. Su Yuni blinked her lovely eyes, momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, Lu Qing'an gently kicked Xiao Qingyi, saying, I asked her to brew it. Do you have an issue with that? Furthermore, could you refrain from being so stingy in front of the younger generation? Very well, Xiao Qingyi immediately fell silent. It was only upon hearing Lu Qing'an convey that he would procure several pounds tomorrow that his expression transformed, breaking into a grin. Drink! Everyone drink up! Zhanya and the others were left speechless. The Emperor Lei Xiao was kicked by Lu Zishuan's father, and he appeared so nonchalant about it. This world has truly gone mad. Chapter 83. What on earth? How could the laughing Wang Duanshan be like this? Zhanya's eyes widened in disbelief as she frantically communicated with Muronghua and the others. The cacophony of their thoughts resonated chaotically within their minds, intertwining with their bewildered reflections, leaving them in utter disarray. Prior to their arrival, they had all presumed that their families and forces were not inferior, and perhaps even superior to that of Lu Zishuan, initially ridiculing her for lacking substantial backing. But now, the gravity of the situation was beyond their imagination. They dared not contemplate what would ensue when their family's strongest member confronted the mighty Emperor Lei Xiao. This was the Emperor Lei Xiao, one of the most formidable beings in the demon realm, a figure of equal stature to the head of their own Magic Willow Academy. To witness him smiling after being kicked by Lu Zishuan's father, could this truly be reality? Zishuan, what manner of identity does your father possess? Muronghua's transmission to Lu Zishuan trembled with her own apprehension. What status could allow such treatment towards Emperor Lei Xiao? Lu Zishuan replied with a smile. If my father wished to speak with you, he would. Muronghua responded. I can hardly contain my eagerness to learn the answer. At that moment, Su Yuni had finished brewing the tea. Initially unaware of its preciousness, she realized its uniqueness as it simmered, infused with a terrifying energy. Drink up. It's beneficial for you, Lu Qing'an remarked. At this moment, Zhanya and the others regarded Lu Qing'an with newfound reverence, their expressions reflecting a hint of awe. They could not comprehend why Lu Qing'an exuded no overwhelming pressure, yet it was evident that he was anything but ordinary. He must indeed be a peak-level emperor. Moreover, he could potentially be one of the top-tier experts from the demon realm whom they had yet to encounter. With a sense of trepidation, Muronghua and the others gazed at the jade-green tea cups before them, cradling them in their hands. Upon inhaling the fragrant aroma, they were momentarily taken aback. Wait, this scent, just a whiff, seemed to loosen the cultivation bottleneck that had held them for so long. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Quickly, they downed the tea in one gulp. Boom! A unique energy enveloped them, and a resonating rumble echoed from within, reverberating in their ears. To their astonishment, the bottleneck that had plagued them for some time shattered. Furthermore, it felt as if not only had this layer of obstruction been breached, but that numerous subsequent barriers had also collapsed instantaneously. Muronghua and the others swiftly closed their eyes, entering a peculiar state. After what felt like 2 heartbeats, they opened their eyes in unison, their gazes alight with exhilaration and astonishment. The talent has unexpectedly surged immensely. What on earth has transpired? Lu Zishuan observed the exaggeratedly peculiar expressions on Muronghua and her companions after their tea, her mind swirling with confusion as she raised her teacup for a sip. It was nothing extraordinary. She mused quietly, merely a tad delightful. Had she known that her talent could no longer be enhanced, such thoughts would have surely eluded her. Senior, what sort of tea is this? Muronghua, now regarding Lu Qing'an with a reverence akin to that reserved for a grand entity, was astonished. To think that their visit would yield such fortuitous circumstances. Lu Qing'an replied with a serene smile, "It is merely the leaves of the demon godmother tree. If you can drink it, indulge as much as you like. It will benefit you." The demon godmother tree! Muronghua and Zhanya exclaimed in unison, their senses once again dulled by the revelation. They had all heard of the demon godmother tree. It was well known throughout the demon realm. Even the most powerful individuals within their families had seldom tasted tea made from its leaves. Zhanya's father had partaken in it once, only by attending a banquet hosted by a top-tier powerhouse in the demon realm, and he had returned raving about it, expressing that he would willingly sacrifice several millennia of his lifespan for another sip. Now, as Zhanya observed Su Yuni pouring her another full cup of tea, her lips began to tremble. "Father, your daughter is unfilial. I shall drink in homage." Gulping down the tea, Muronghua and the others hastily raised their cups to their lips. Tea from the demon god mother tree. This is it. Lu Qing'an watched the children with a calm demeanor, but when his gaze fell upon Sun Minzi, he noticed a subtle sadness creeping over her previously joyful countenance upon hearing the name of the demon godmother tree. He could not help but shake his head in silence. Lu Zishuan, observing the intoxicated expressions of Muronghua and her companions, blinked in bewilderment before turning to her father. "Father, what is wrong with them?" she queried telepathically. "They are simply indulging in something extraordinary. Their behavior is only to be expected. Do not mind them. They will grow to appreciate you even more," Lu Qing'an replied, sensing that, aside from Muronghua, the other girls seemed to harbor some prejudice against his daughter. However, the fact that his daughter had brought them along indicated that she did not particularly dislike them. To him, they were merely juniors, and offering them a small opportunity was inconsequential. What mattered was that they would interact well with his daughter in the future. Of course, should they seek to exploit such favors for ulterior motives, that would be a different matter altogether. Suddenly, as they sipped their tea, Muronghua and the others abruptly halted, sensing a tremor resonating deep within their souls. In that instant, they dared not continue drinking. Could it be that they had imbibed too much and incited the senior's ire? They pondered and concluded that must indeed be the case. After all, such treasures are indeed exceedingly precious. Earlier, when I suggested they indulge in a bit more, it was merely a gesture of politeness. "Drink up. Do have some more?" Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile, observing that Muronghua and the others had suddenly halted. The young ladies shook their heads vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, exclaiming, "Please, do not jest with us. We cannot partake any further. Have you had enough?" Lu Qing'an inquired. "Indeed," they replied in unison. "Very well then," Lu Qing'an said, turning to Xiao Qingyi. "Old Xiao, please prepare dinner." "Certainly. I shall attend to it." Xiao Qingyi whistled as he made his way to the kitchen. With Lu Qing'an having shifted the topic, Muronghua and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. "Grandpa Wang," Lu Zishuan exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Miao also chimed in, "Grandpa Wang, it has been quite some time since we last met." "Ha! I've been busy crafting weapons lately, but now that I have completed my tasks, I am here to spend a few days with you all." Wang Duanshan laughed heartily before turning his gaze to Muronghua and the others. "Have the children all arrived?" Lu Qing'an nodded in affirmation. "Zishuan, do introduce them," Wang Duanshan said warmly, his face beaming with a kind smile. Lu Zishuan smiled and nodded. "Grandpa Wang, this is Muronghua along with her friends, all of whom are dear to Ahua. Ahua, I believe you're already acquainted with Grandpa Wang, so introductions may not be necessary." Muronghua and her companions were taken aback. Wang Duanshan, esteemed elder, and he is smiling, they thought, astonished. "Haha, since they are all friends of Zishuan, I have little to offer, but I shall present these weapons as a token of our meeting. Come, choose one each," Wang Duanshan declared, producing a collection of mid-tier 10th grade weapons and gesturing for Muronghua and her friends to step forward and make their selections. Chapter 84. Entertaining the children, these weapons were crafted during his leisure hours, without any particular friends to share them with. Moreover, as numerous individuals sought his expertise in weapon forging, offering him substantial rewards, He had no need for magic crystals, and thus retained them all. The array of weapons presented by Wang Duanshan instantly dazzled the wide eyes of the young women, including Zhang Ye. Was everything unfolding before them truly real? The smiling figure of Wang Duanshan, offering such a plethora of weapons for their selection, gifts for them, perfectly aligned with what Lu Zixuan had described. It was astonishing. Everything was indeed real. What on earth was happening? They quickly turned their gazes towards Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an. Was this favor bestowed upon them due to Lu Zixuan's father? Otherwise, how could they possibly receive such treatment from the esteemed Wang Duanshan? Do not be courteous to this old man. Take one, Lu Qing'an calmly suggested, especially regarding Murong Hua, whose presence he found increasingly agreeable. He felt a tinge of guilt for previously doubting her character. This child was admirable, even bestowing sword techniques upon his daughter. With this, his daughter would gain not just Sun Minzi as a friend, but another companion, easing her adaptation to their new surroundings in the demon realm. Is this truly permissible? Murong Hua timidly inquired, still feeling somewhat uneasy. It's far too precious. Just one weapon would leave my father salivating. I can hardly fathom the envy he'd feel upon my return, having merely accompanied a new friend here. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Wang Duanshan chuckled. What? Do you not fancy these trifles of mine? Not at all. Murong Hua and the others quickly protested, shaking their heads. Who would dare to utter such a thing in the entire demon realm? Ahua, take one. Lu Zixuan encouraged with a smile. Very well. Murong Hua swallowed hard, striving to suppress her wildly beating heart as she stepped forward to select a weapon. Senior, I shall take this one. Very well. Take it, Wang Duanshan replied. Once Murong Hua grasped the sword, she immediately sensed its extraordinary essence. The powerful aura emanating from it was overwhelming. Unable to contain herself, she bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, Senior. Haha, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Zixuan. I am merely treating you well for being her friends. Wang Duanshan replied, candidly sharing his thoughts without concern for the implications of his words. Upon hearing this, Murong Hua glanced at Lu Zixuan, a unique emotion flickering within her. Zixuan, thank you, she conveyed telepathically. Lu Zixuan smiled and replied telepathically, We are friends. There is no need for such formality. And you all? Hurry up. My hands are getting tired, Wang Duanshan remarked, glancing at Zhang Ye and the others. Oh. Zhang Ye and her companions felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, a profound sense of guilt weighing heavily upon their hearts.